Kill it.
Mutta ei päivä kyllä liinoja.
Okay, I'm vibing.
Okay, good.
Holy shit.
Kertaa oikein liinoja.
Yeah. Fucking Nisha show, boys.
They gotta run away. Liquid just bring the rest of their heroes, and suddenly it's like, oh, this is over. And now the stun, the pushback, XM does get the coil onto a couple. Do they have quite enough to bring down little Nisha? It does not quite look like it. XXS moves back in. There's the clockwork hook shot. Tries to go in with the second round of chakrams, but it's just going to be a Timbersaw dead. They are all falling apart. All 4, all 5 gone. As Team Liquid, for the 3rd year in a row, is going to be going to the International.
On the high ground, spot him with the kisses. The spear goes out and does manage to stun him while keeping him there in that spot. The kisses will not be enough damage, but the echo spam is. They're gonna get spotted. No one's gonna break the smoke. Doesn't get hit by the arrow. Once again, another miss. Jabs, BKB, and instantly goes for it. Goes straight to the Luna. They have to be able to burst it down here. There's the curse and the embrace resetting, and Watson, now he has a chance to be able to both use his Manta and his Satanic. This is not a carry that's gonna be brought down early. Lorenov goes for the kill onto the Winter Wyvern and tries to jump away, but he's still caught in the area of the Eclipse. Watson brings him down. Q, he's gonna go for it. Look at the damage. It's nothing. Not a damn thing they can do to Watson with so much effective HP put on this guy. They were the favorites coming into this series, and they absolutely showed why.
Back Mallory in, Saxon trying to finish him off, but Saxon won't be able to finish the job as he gets taken down.
Pure?
Skeeter's ready to go
He's
back
so
over
low.
Pure. I mean, Pure tried to push up as low as he was after the Doom had come to an end. Skeeter standing his ground, he builds up the Jingu, but the Tornado is there. He's not going to be able to continue to life steal as they take Skeeter out. Amar's getting chased down by Ramses. A run away here. They're likely to maybe have one more fight in the Tundra, but it will be without Thompson. Tier 4s, they're gone. They've got to do something soon, Tundra. Falcons.
Pure's TPing in. He's just going to go for it.
Let's see what Pure can do. He's going to go straight over towards Snaking. He's taking out the Oracle. Now turns towards Skeeter, but Skeeter's able to get the link off. Pure wants to refresh a big coming in from Wyvern. Sets up the fight to fall into the hands of Pure. The base, it's been defended. Falcons, they have to get on the retreat. They're not going to get the chance to though. Pure jumps over. He's got the setup on towards Maori. They're going to be able to take down the Pango as well. Tundra holds. Skeeter though gets caught by the fear from Saxon. Push back. He'll buy back. But Amar and Crit, they don't have buyback available. Pure goes straight and aggressive up towards the Fountain. And Tundra push on forward. The Aegis has gone, but they've taken so much from Falcons. And Falcons, it's Skeeter against the world. Tundra, they can keep this push going onto the tier 4s. GG is called. Tundra, in spectacular fashion, will be moving forward to the main stage.
Going to zip on him right away. See if they can burn this right off the bat. They're going to expend the Doom for it. Relocate's coming in, but he's definitely going to use life number 1. Question is, can Nouns get out? Gunner is caught. One of his kids is doing quite a bit of damage. Yuma coming in with a BKB.
Oh, big damage.
Everything out of the Broodmother. Brood is dead just like that.
Okay, they're out there. Go. Kill the snap. I don't have detection. I have detection. I have. Give me. Left.
Kill the Io.
They're back, guys. No, fight. Go. Kill him, Razor. Io. He'll die. Nice. Full flip.
They're in good formation here, though, Game and R.
Yes, indeed. They're going to pop the Guardian Angel. Oh my god! Okay. That is absolutely insta-give of Yuma. Life near onto 2 outside the Wukong's command. They do finally get Celery, See if they can actually take advantage of it, though. Monkey King getting really low. Quinn trying to walk away. Uses the Boundless Strike, but no! He gets killed by the Hawk of all units. And now, the Stampede. Not going to be used to full effect because of the Frostbite, but it looks like he might be able to live here. Gunner gets taken out finally by Tofu, and now it's starting to fall. Hoof Stomp as the final maneuver from Ace will ensure a full team wipe.
Here in Copenhagen, Denmark, our journey on the road to the international continues. We're in our playoffs right now. Day number 4 is here, and it's going to be a fantastic day because we're looking at eliminations right now. Our 16 teams are still here in the road to the international, but after today, 16 becomes 12. I'm going to be your host, Nat Teef, in the morning. Joining me is none other than Fear, Winter, and Jenkins. We'll start at Jenkins. You knew Fear. You already knew where I was going to start.
What a great few days it's been. There's been upsets. You know, sometimes it's not ending up in the series going one way or the other, like Nouns.
Two always going in different ways than you expect.
Nouns taking a game off of Gaming Gladiators. I think people probably didn't expect that, and they could have won that game too. Falcons being knocked down. That's also unexpected.
Is it?
I think so.
Tundra looked great.
I think Tundra looked great, but after that game too, I mean, I thought at least that series would go 2-1.
Okay.
It's Falcons. No one's expecting that team to go to a lower bracket this early on in a tournament. So I think that is definitely surprising.
Yeah. Any other ones for you, Winter, or are you just excited to be looking at those eliminations today, seeing 4 teams not make it to the international after spending 6 days here at the road to TI?
Yeah. Can't wait to just watch the loser bracket games. You know, you have no room for error. Everything's, you know, you have to make it work. If you have any last-minute ideas, last-minute adjustments, I think the games are going to be exciting.
Yeah.
Can't wait to see them.
Well, let's actually have a look at how our bracket is shaping up right now, because we had those seeding matches that went across 2 days. They were best of 3s. Then yesterday, we were only looking at that upper bracket. They were also playing at best of 3s. The winners, Team Liquid, Cloud9, Tundra, and Gaming Gladiators, they were able to secure themselves not only a spot in the top 6, but going to the international, playing on the main stage at Royal Arena in a couple days' time. But unfortunately for the teams that did lose, they're going down to that lower bracket. They're only 1 series win off from making it to that main event and making it to the arena playing on stage. But the teams just before, they were the ones that lost the seeding matches, and a lot of unexpected teams there too. There's just more invited teams in the lower bracket than I expected to see there. The biggest name in my eyes is Team Spirit. Unfortunately, we're not going to see them today, but we could still talk about them a little bit, Jenkins.
Yeah, I feel bad for any team that's being knocked down to the lower bracket right now. Falcons, Spirit, BB team even. They're the only team that was able to unexpectedly kind of take it to Liquid. Liquid did win the series, but it was a very close series, so this looks like a very strong BB team. Spirit also known as a team that will get knocked down into the lower bracket, and they're extremely quick at pivoting and looking like a completely different team. So you never want to go against them in the lower bracket in general, and you never want to go against Spirit at TI in general. So there's a lot of curses at play here. Falcons is now in the lower bracket as well. This is the team pretty much everyone was expecting to win because they've won most of the tournaments this year. So you rest in pepperonis to some of these lower bracket teams.
Well, let's have a look at our schedule. Hopefully it's ready for us so we can see exactly what teams we will be seeing today. I told you guys already, we're unfortunately not going to get to see Team Spirit. They've still got another day to be able to reset for themselves. But we are going to be looking in that first round of the lower bracket. Talon up against BB Team is how we begin our day. 1W and Team 0. Then you'll notice Nouns and Falcons are playing today. It's that slight coming from the upper bracket advantage there, that their opponent will have to play twice. So whoever wins the first series will eventually later in the day have to go up against Nouns. The second series win will then have to go up against Falcons. So you do have that one series break for yourself, but either way, it's going to be a long day for 2 of those 4 teams that are beginning our day. And let's jump on into it. Let's start talking about these matchups here, because Talon, BB Team, orgs that have been known well throughout the history of Dota here over the last few years, especially in competitive pro, but to see them both in the first round of the lower bracket, one's going to have to go home, Winter.
Yeah, one's going to have to go home, and nobody wants to go home now.
No one wants to be the first to go home.
Yeah,
either.
no one wants to be the first to go home. And both of these teams, I feel like they have very similar playstyles where they are very reliant on the early game. They focus on the laning phase a lot. We see Talon as well, a lot of games that they lost. They did well in the early game, but when it came to the mid game, late game, when it came to the team fights, they just couldn't really match the other teams. They couldn't really move as well as a unit. Their map movements are not so good, playing around the vision. That is not so good. Decision making is not so good. And for BBT, it's kind of the same team, but BBT, obviously, they are on a different level, even though they're not as good compared to the Liquids, the Falcons, or, in the mid-late game, but obviously they are still ahead of Talent. And it's going to take a lot from Talent here. They need to be at their 101% to win this game,
101% is what we're going to need for us as well to be able to give you guys all of the information. So to get us over that 100%, we do have a 5th person joining us, Purge, our weatherman. He's going to give us some insight on Talon. I believe Makoto, right? That's who you want to talk about?
That's right, yeah. Makoto, I think, is the important player to watch. He's the most experienced on the team and probably the most talented, and I think his hero pool is what they need to fix going into the series, because if they don't figure out their identity, they're going to have trouble winning here. They've got a lot of losses so far in the tournament, but they've had a lot of close games as well. They had the opportunity to win games, and what's been happening is Makoto's been picking mainly Dragon Knight. He's played 3 games of that, and he's played another 4 different heroes 1 time each. And the Dragon Knight mid is something that was kind of popular at the start of the tournament here and there, but it's fallen off a little bit because it is really just another carry in some ways. And Makoto can play that play style, but I just feel like it's not going to be as effective typically as some kind of playmaking hero. If your team's already kind of winning the game, then I think it works. But if you are worried about getting advantage in other ways, it's not so good. Here's another hero he played. He played Sniper in the mid lane, another carry from the mid lane. It was a bit of a flex here, mostly a support before. But I just really want to see someone that's active. Even like the Ricky mid that he played earlier in the tournament is a little bit more towards that line, because at least you can go get across on the map. You can go gank your side lanes. You can go play for Wisdom Runes, that kind of thing. Ultimately, they did lose the Ricky game, so I'm not the most confident in it. But after watching the last couple days of games, I'm looking at these Monkey King mids that are like crushing their lane and then crushing a second lane and then the game's over. I just don't see that happening with a Dragon Knight in the mid lane. So that's what I think I need to see today from Talon to feel more confidence. I need to see some identity there that's going to get the games influenced in a really positive way that isn't just him hitting creeps and being another carry.
All right, well, thank you, Purge. It's a bit of 2 for 1 there, telling us a little bit about Makoto, but also potentially what's going to be seen in that mid lane for both teams here. Would you say that there is a drastically different playstyle here between Makoto and GPK?
It depends for the most part. I think GPK has known his role for a while now to make space for the team, play really fast, play these spirit type of heroes and run around the map and get kills. Makoto used to play that way. Why is he not playing that way right now? I'm not entirely sure. I completely agree with Purge. He needs to switch it up a little bit. Let's not see more of these DK mid snipers farming. DK has a pretty bad win rate from the mid lane. As a carry, some teams, it's okay. But in the mid lane, it has not looked good. It's very AFK farming. Everyone does play the DK, though. It's probably the most played hero of the tournament. And yeah, as you can see, these are all GPK heroes. They move on the map, and they move very quickly. Very slow from Makoto. You don't move very much on these Razor, DK, Sniper type of heroes. Ricky, you can move, but that didn't even look very good when he played it. Shaker in certain matchups can move, but you're not really moving that much until a Blink Dagger, so there's definitely like a speed issue here.
Yeah, he used to play Puck, Pango, Tiny, all these heroes. Like Monkey King, I feel like it's also his kind of hero. But
it's kind of the same play styles.
Yeah, he sort of changed. Like I think when towards the end, when he was in like the Talent roster last year, like he kind of moved towards a more greed-centric lineup, because back then they kind of had a philosophy of we need more damage on all 3 cores, so they didn't really like to play for like one moving hero. They like to play for triple BKB timings. Unfortunately, that's not the case right now in the current meta. You need to be a lot faster. You kind of need to be more sacrificial on the mid lane. I think you can consider your own matchups. You want to have a good matchup for yourself, but at the same time, you need to look at the team, because your side laners, most of the time, they're either busy farming their glide near BKB, or the other guy is like busy farming his aura items, So if you want to farm as well, then who's going to play the game?
Yeah, we weren't too sure what was going to happen throughout this road to the international. Group stages had such a wide variety of heroes picked up for themselves in such a short number of games compared to a lot of other previous internationals here. But these are our most picked heroes throughout the past 5 days, I want to say, even though we're on day 6 number now. We haven't seen any games. We haven't seen anyone picked up. Wind Ranger is up there in picks. Mirana 2. Sniper, one of the most picked, one of the worst win rates. Dragonite, Snapfire, Kunkka, Batrider, and Enchantress. What is, I think, rising in stocks that hasn't quite made that graphic right now is the Luna. The Luna is one that we really have to talk about because the Wind Ranger, despite being one of the most picked, she's up there in bans as well. Whereas I feel on the flip side, Luna just is in this weird place of some teams want to pick her up. Some matchups we don't even see her banned, let alone picked up.
I mean, I know the whisperings among the teams are that Luna is S tier. Yeah, S triple plus tier maybe. It's just, it feels like the hero has no weaknesses. She can contribute to early fights. She can do portal ganks. She can farm stacks. She's got a built-in Battle Fury with her glaive, except unlike something like a Sven, who also has a built-in farming mechanic, she can actually go through the portal and fight extremely well. Her laning is very strong because people are going for the fast hit that gives you damage when you beam. And then in the late game, you're playing against some Wind Ranger, Mirana carry, very squishy, but they do an incredible amount of damage. A single Lucent Beam with a Conda will take a hero like Wind Ranger from 100% HP to 50% HP. And then they have to BKB, they have to Whirlwind, they have to waste their stuff because they feel like they have another one of those and they're dead, right? And I think it has looked incredible in terms of carry-to-carry matchup. So I would expect by the end of this tournament, Luna is going to make its way into the first round of pick. Is a little weird for carries usually, but it does feel that good until I see an answer for it, because I think all the answers, the Slarks and Ursas of the world, are not good heroes in general. You pick them in the game, they're going to get dumpstered just based on being weak.
I don't think it's that weird to first round a hero. There's a criteria for first round carries. When you see Wind Ranger first picked, you're not really surprised to see it be a carry, right? It's if you have strong laning and you can farm quickly, there's no reason just not to pick a hero in the first phase as a carry. Because usually carries are picked later on because either A, their laning is weak, or B, they can't really flash farm, so they need to see their matchup. And heroes like Luna, Wind Ranger, Lina, they don't need to see anything. You can just pick them into any lineup and they will function.
But do you think the fact that Wind and Lina and Mirana, the fact they can be flexed, Lina can go mid, Mirana can go to the support positions, Wind Ranger as well. Do you think that makes them better than Luna, in a sense, in terms of pick order? Because Luna is pretty much only a carry, right?
It is, but I feel the flexibility of those heroes have only backfired on people. You first pick the Wind Ranger, and oh, let's put on 4, and then it just doesn't look good, right? Why didn't we just put that on, carry? So, yeah, it does give you flexibility, but I feel it's very hard to cheese people with, shifting the pieces around right now in the meta.
I mean, is the Luna just the weaker out of the laning phase? In terms of laning phase, out of the 3, that's why they don't really want to pick the Luna in the first phase.
I don't think it has a hard counter though. I don't think you can.
That's the perception of it, but I don't think it's true.
I can't think of a single hero. It's wow, I can't play Luna. Maybe Viper. That might be something to look at.
But then what you're also saying is, even if she faces a tough lane for herself, even if she gets a little bit bullied out, she's very fast. She's very self-sufficient when it comes to jungling. And we've seen multiple times before, 2 people try and rotate, you try and get on top of that Luna while she's in the jungle. And now that you go for the Lucent Beam or even at least 1 point in glaives, she's tanky enough to be able to turn it around, and if you save a point, you could put it in Eclipse, and you could end up getting a double kill for yourself. She's fantastic at that, standing her ground.
Actually, it was against BB Team that Liquid, they ran the Treant Luna lane against Lion Timber, and they got dumpstered to a hilarious degree, with just double kills out the wazoo, And Mickey went into the jungle as Luna, and within 5 to 6 minutes, he was top
Back up
net worth
there.
again, and no kills. Like he didn't. I think they did one rotation through the portal where
No, he got kills. They tried to kill him. Like the Timber Lion went to the side and tried to kill him, and he eclipsed because he had like full beam and eclipse.
I think they also did go through the portal. They went through the portal with 2 people.
4 minutes, yes.
Right, at 4 minutes, and then they got a kill with the Luna Treant rotation. But that's the thing, is like she can farm and she can gank to catch herself back up. It's like she has so many options for catching herself back up that I'm definitely convinced on the first picking of Luna.
Look, we're falling down the rabbit hole a little bit here, and we're fixating on Luna. I mean, it's something that is massive for the teams. I'm wondering if these two even really want to pick it up. So far, it hasn't been there. They've had those days rest of seeing other teams play for themselves. They've seen this meta come around in the road to the international. And so whilst we're not actually seeing Luna and either their common heroes or what they like to pick up for themselves, it doesn't mean it's out of the question. The big thing, though, is you have to be careful, is Talon like to have that morph. And we've talked about maybe it's not an extreme hard counter, but there is still an aspect that you have to worry about when a morph is on the other team if you are Luna.
Yeah, morphing is definitely one of the better heroes here against Luna. But the problem, we've already mentioned it before. On panel, morphing is a lot slower. He needs a lot more time to come online. Whereas even if you get a good start, I feel like the early field fights, if morphing is like ahead in the lane, but he still doesn't like compare to the Luna. When Luna's TPing to the mid lane with Eclipse, you're attacking his mid tower. He TPs in with the Eclipse, he's gonna do more than a morphing. So what if your morphing is like maybe 500 gold in net worth ahead? That's the problem with morphing. He's a lot slower. You're gonna have to 4v5 for a little bit, and most of the times at this level, that 5 minutes of 4v5ing is gonna cost you like 2-3 towers and maybe even Roshan.
I mean, I don't know if you want to even 4v5 as a Morph versus Luna. Like, I'm willing to just say that I don't think Morph counters Luna anymore. I think that's wrong.
Okay.
I think that's straight up wrong, because if Luna can fight early, Morph needs time to farm. You want to farm against a Luna? Go right ahead. I'm going to farm like 3 Ancient stacks in the time you farm like 3 regular Ancient camps. We've seen the matchup. Luna's like 14k net worth, and when the Morphling who was like owning in lane is like 9k. He just can't keep up. I think that's old meta. I don't think the counter works that way. I think if it's 1-to-1 and somehow they have the same net worth, then yeah, but I think that's very impractical. One hero I do want to talk about is Monkey King mid, because this is a hero that, yeah, these teams haven't played in a couple of days, but this is a hero that hasn't fallen off. And we've seen BB Team consistently pick GPK Monkey King, and we're theory crafting all this stuff like, oh, this could be a Monkey King side lane. They could swap it to 4 position. Nah, he just takes it mid against anything and plays it. And they're so confident that like what he can provide on the map is enough that even if it's counterpicked, like they would just like to have him play the Monkey King mid. And that's still within the 2 days of the meta developing. That's even stronger now, it feels like, than before.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Monkey King is something that potentially could be picked by GPK, pretty much only GPK. I don't know if Makoto is going to want it. He hasn't desired it yet. But back onto the topic of Luna real quick. That's a hero I don't think we're going to see. And I don't think it's going to
get banned. No, you think it's completely ignored?
Kashi and Nightfall have not played it in any pub.
Yep.
They have not played it a single time at this tournament. So if they do pick it, it's unpracticed. Unless they decided to scrim, yesterday. And that would be the only experience they have with the hero right now, at least over the course of here. And if they didn't play it in their pubs, and they haven't played it yet, that means they did not scrim it ahead of time either, because they didn't think it was good. So if one of these teams do want to pick that hero, it's just going to be unpracticed. So this might be a series where it just gets completely ignored. We know Nightfall loves his own heroes. He's going to pick his Comfort. He's going to pick his Alchemist or whatever it might be in the game. So I think both these teams are going to probably play to their strength. Or we'll see if one of them can rise to the occasion and adapt.
If someone's going to play Luna, I think there's a higher chance Talon's going to play it. I think for Nightfall, it's probably less likely. I think for Akashi, maybe he's like willing to adapt towards the meta. Like Nightfall feels like he's just going to do his thing. He's going to want his ult. His melee heroes, I think he really excels at the melee heroes in the current. And in the current meta, it's not the best, but he's really good at those heroes, and maybe they're going to just fall back to it.
Yeah, I mean, one thing to keep in mind as well, draft will be coming up very soon for you guys, is if Talon want to go that Luna. The closest we've seen to Luna losing a game was that Tundra Falcons game number 2 yesterday, where Falcons had the Razor for themselves. Nightfall also loves picking up a Razor, so there could be something where we see a similar carry-to-carry matchup. Maybe they want to try and protect themselves. Either way, there's a lot of questions that will be answered for us with our draft coming up on screen here. What supports are also still favored to be taken out in first phase? That's where a lot of these first phase bans are going towards. The Omnis, the Nagas, the Shadow Demons. Are you now less worried about them and more worried about carries?
You can't. First of all, you can't give Naga. This is the best hero in Dota, straight up.
Okay.
And
outside of Naga, then.
Yeah, and Toronto Tokyo, he probably has the best Naga of any player at this tournament as a position 5. So you definitely don't give him that. Outside of that, these Omnis, they're playable, or you can play against them. Same with Shadow Demon. There's some answers to these, like the Pucks seem to be really popular, these type of heroes, just getting in the backline and just messing with them. So like those are some options there where you try that versus Naga, well he just sleeps and nets you and you're just dead, right? So like some of these other supports, we will see them more and more. We even see the Chen get banned. It's not necessarily a hero that, as we've seen throughout many of the years, perma-banned anymore. It's very specific against Toronto Tokyo.
Yeah, he's like the position 5 right now with the highest number of heroes played. 9.
I just woke up. Leave me alone.
Like, how are you gonna ban him out? You know, I'm sure he's gonna have something regardless.
I think leaving the Omni is something that we saw BB team do, and they ran the Spirit Breaker against it, and it looked quite good, actually. Just they also had a Beastmaster, so like a few spell immunity piercing things, and the Omni looks still good. This is a very strong hero, but it doesn't look like completely unbeatable. Whereas I agree with Fear. The Naga, she has too many options in the game that no matter how you counter it, it still feels like she always has some like profound impact.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, and he also mentioned that this hero has a very kind of like a good baseline. Like even if you're not really practiced with Naga, you're gonna still do something in the game. You know, you're gonna do quite a bit. Yeah, sure, maybe the better Naga players like Toronto Tokyo, he's gonna have like a little bit better micro and he has a higher ceiling. But overall, this hero is just gonna provide a lot in the game. And Shadow Demons picked up this hero, like no surprise, very useful in the game. I think with the new facet, this hero just became just such a reliable support, and with the shot as well, like you're a very good saving support. And in the lane itself, I feel like it's always kind of difficult. If you're playing him as a 5, it's very difficult for the 4 to contest you in the post because you're just spamming poison at him, right? And most of the time when you look at the drafts and when you're thinking about your hero as a support, you're always thinking about, okay, I'm going to this laning phase. Is the other support hero going to be able to bully me out? And sometimes if you're in those matchups, then maybe you need, okay, I'm going to need my carry player to be like a stronger hero on the level 1 phase or level 1 and level 2 so that I don't get bullied out. Because if you get bullied out in the first 2 minutes, it means that you're not getting the Lotus. And if you're not getting a Lotus, it means lane is lost.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't talk about it too much, but this Shadow Demon is also like a support flex as well. Like if you pick an Omni, you know that guy's going to the safe lane, so you can start thinking about your Enigmas and stuff like that. But Toronto Tokyo and Save both play this very well, and they can put it on either side.
Yeah. I mean, speaking of the trading ability of SD, I think Imprison is a very underrated ability for the laning stage. Like if you are doing the thing where you're sitting in the jungle and trading, which is very common, there's the Luna, you can imprison the 4 if the 3 is to head over. So that's why the trading kind of happens that way, because it's like you can't really 2-man the SD. He's just going to imprison one of you and like walk away. That also helps for contesting the Lotus as well. The innate makes this hero insane for laning. I've seen people go imprison first. They don't even go for the poison. And you just, every time you hit somebody with your right click, your next right click does 1 extra damage because of the innate. So eventually SD wins any trade. Barring maybe against this hero, actually. Phoenix is with his built-in facet that is dealing damage based on how much HP you lose. Phoenix is very good at trading. And I was a little surprised to see the hero fall off in the couple weeks before this tournament, but I think part of it was because Pipe is so powerful.
I mean, yesterday he was picked in a really good matchup. I feel like Nouns picked Phoenix into Wind Ranger. Wind Ranger, when you use your Focus Fire, a Whirlwind, you can't hit the egg. So I felt like that was a pretty nice idea.
Yeah.
So
I didn't know that. There you go.
So it disarms you, so you can't. Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
However, they don't have Wind Ranger though, and Luna's very nice at hitting the egg because the way there's 2 different ways of playing against Phoenix as a carry. It's either you pick like your Jug, Lifestealer, Ursas who just single target the egg down. The other thing that I like doing is picking Luna, Gyrocopter, Medusas, where you're hitting the egg, but yet you're still cleaving everyone else.
Yeah.
So you're still doing damage while taking out that objective as well. And I did want to talk about two things here. I mean, I'll put them into one, but pretty much like at Rod Masters, like this BB team did not do well. And then they went into the lower bracket. Then they started playing really well, and they started adapting. And that's why they were able to get a good finish at the tournament. And I feel like they're trying to do that again here. They end up picking a Luna that, Nightfall has not really played yet. And this is something that he is like, okay, I recognize this is a good hero. It's in the meta. It's winning. I don't probably want to play it. I haven't been playing it, but I'm going to step up to the occasion out of my comfort zone and pick something that I know is good. And I feel like this is something that they had to do if they want to advance far into this tournament.
It's very, very important that coming into the playoffs, you're going to have to reach to a point where, I think I briefly talked about like during a draft before in previous panel, where you have to decide whether you go for comfort or go for the meta pick, but you're not so practiced with the hero. But I feel like at this junction, when you are in a loser's bracket and you don't have anywhere you can go anymore, you can't make mistakes. I feel like you just have to be willing, to go out of your comfort zone. If you're always sticking to your comfort zone, I don't think it's going to get you far.
I would like to propose something to the panel here. That could we go ahead and you're not going to want you're going to want this one. That we can start our 5 minutes of Treant talk now. If they did pick Treant Protector, I would like to talk about Tree. It looks like
I'll
I'm
give you 3.5.
3.5.
Yeah.
3.45.
Okay.
Okay, deal.
Good bargain.
They also are following the meta. This is not something that Talon has picked. Treant Protector.
Oh, he's played that hero a lot in his pubs. Ponyo loves this hero.
Yeah, so finally bringing it into competitive. It does feel like it's one of the best buffing supports that still exists. Yes?
I'm raising my hand. I have a question.
Yes?
Do we think the skill build for Treant is actually changing? Because normally you would max out the Leech Seed with the Tree Sapling facet and Nature's Grasp, and you wouldn't go into Living Armor until much later, right? Let's say until maybe level 8-ish. But now it feels like the skill build is 1-3-1 or something like that. And so people are willing to put points into Living Armor. Is it because all the lanes are going bad, or is that just a better build?
I think it's a better build. Like I think the idea.
Really just that though. I feel like it depends on lane.
It does depend. I mean, in this game they have Shadow Demon Purge, so I don't know if he's going to want to go for Living Armor as much, because I think it's not about buffing the towers. I think that's old Tree, and you're kind of living 2 years ago if you're still armoring towers. I've not seen somebody do it on this patch. It's about like buffing one guy, right? You solar a guy, you Living Armor him. He's got like plus 20 armor, a little bit of healing. You've got the barrier.
I feel like against SD, I would just try to get a dagger after my shot, I think the solar is like...
How much time do we have left on this?
We've got about 45 seconds.
Okay.
And then we're going to
there's a Phoenix.
Okay, he's playing into... Okay, fine.
There's the Phoenix, so I think I agree with you. I just want to put it out there quickly. I agree with you because the Phoenix, a Treant Phoenix combo, you definitely want the dagger.
Beastmaster. Beastmaster is also one of those like offlaner that's really, really good against Treant, because you kill off all the trees early on. And Beastmaster Luna, I think we've seen
But doesn't Treant have an innate that makes trees come back faster?
Yeah, but it's still nice, You to push him out of the lane with the axes in the early game. I feel like he's very similar to
Okay,
Timber.
Fear, what's our timer at?
No, we're done. We're done. We're moving
done?
on because
Okay.
there's two other big things that I want to talk about. It's the last picks of the phase for each team. First of all, BB team getting Lion here. I mean, save on Lion, it's just... They go hand in hand in my eyes, and he always has one of the most outstanding performances on Lion. I personally think he's one of the best Lion players that we do have here at...
He's the best. I think he's the best.
Not even one of, just the best.
Yes,
Thank
I
you
think so.
guys for that. The 5 people who actually play in Treant and chat really enjoyed that.
Can we get a 1 in chat?
One
if
in
you
chat
play,
for Treant.
Yeah, if you play Treant Protector, and say nothing in chat if you actually just have a bad opinion.
All right. Well, anyway, moving on to Lion. This is a hero that is incredibly good on save, as you mentioned. It also stops heroes like Puck in their tracks. We did see yesterday Nisha playing Puck. If you don't pick stuns against this hero, he will not die and he will kill everyone. So they do have good stuns. The mini stun is even nice on Luna to set up things like the Hex, because we have noticed some Lions like to go solar first. I think Save is one of the few that likes to do it the old way. Just get a blink first, be that initiator, which I think some games is quite good here. And now for Talon, they need to think about what type of carry they want to pick up here. Is it going to be the Morphling again? In theory, against the Beastmaster, doesn't look super good. I really like the bans on BB team, the Weaver, Mirana, some good choices can deal with the Beastmaster here. You typically don't want to pick Morph into like a Lion Beast lane.
No,
does not sound great.
that's dangerous.
So what's good here? Are you going
You like Troll?
Chaos Knight or
Chaos
something? Shadow Fiend.
Okay, Shadow Fiend. So they
I don't know about this one.
All in team fight?
Is that a question or a statement, Winter?
Question.
All
Maybe
in on team
a rhetorical question.
It's a.
Mine
this
was
is
a
a
statement of I don't know about this one.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you for
I
that
think
clarification.
I think I'm on the same page. This is very risky from Talon. I mean, I could see them completely snowballing with these heroes. Like, these are some pretty.
And what do you think about the lane though? Seraphine Trian against this Lion Beastmaster.
It's risky. You can maybe kill the Lion on the side. You can never leave the SF alone. That's the one issue.
Yeah.
That's why I like.
How does these souls work again?
Oh, if you, of course, get a kill on SF, which you should let your SF steal all the kills, you increase your max souls by 1, but they go away when you die.
Well,
so
I feel like Luna's going to be trying to kill him, instead of the SF.
Yeah.
If I'm the Luna, I see the SF carry, I'm like, I'm gating over and killing the SF.
Honestly, that seems like the least impactful thing about that facet now. The minus armor that you get on kills, it buffs your presence of the Dark Lord for like 40 seconds or something, and it's stacking. So if you keep getting kills over kills over kills over kills, you can have like minus 15 armor or something like that, and just end the game with the presence affects towers facet or talent. Sorry. This is very risky because you can't leave the SF alone. They were thinking on the side of BB that they wanted somebody to be left alone so the tree could go through the portal. That's why Weaver and Mirana are the bans. SF cannot be left alone. That makes me a little unsure of this pick a bit, but I respect it. I always respect the SF pick.
Yeah, I mean, Monkey was banned. He's played DK so far. Could be good versus the Puck. I don't think that's banned, right? Yeah, it doesn't look like it.
I mean, I'm thinking like also Tiny looks
Void
good.
Spirit, Tiny.
Tiny looks good, but then Tiny into Phoenix is kind of miserable.
Void Spirit, okay.
Yeah, the Aghanim's timing is very strong here against Puck and Phoenix. Phoenix doesn't like to play into Void Spirit.
I mean, you buy Manta on this hero for the roots, right? Later for the Treant. Outside of that, like, you don't... Sure, Coil is good versus Void Spirit. That is decent control, but other than that, they're going to have to land that Coil to kill him. It's all going to be about who jumps who first, but I really like this BB team draft. We harp all the time about how Luna's, like, quadruple S tier right now. This looks like a really good Luna game as well on top of it. I feel like the Shadow Fiend, he doesn't like playing versus BKB Disable, not really. And
no, not as a carry.
You literally have Beast Roar and Luna wailing on you in these fights. It's not going to be easy for him, so the lanes have to go incredibly good, but heavily favoring BB team's draft in this one.
Yeah, I feel like, even if there is that snowball for talent BB team, there's just no stopping this team once they have good lanes.
I mean, on the other hand, I do feel like they have very, very good team fight with the Phoenix, Trian, and the SF though. Like, all they need is to stabilize the early game. I think when it comes to head-to-head team fight, they are going to have the upper hand.
I agree with that. I think if they can have a couple of fights go their way, that's where I would see the snowball coming in. But I think that they're going to have to really outskill BB Team in order to do that. And I worry for them because BB Team is known to be one of the strongest laning teams in Dota. Some people even say that's the only way that they win games, which now after the series against Liquid, I think a lot of people will disagree with because they actually did some very nice early game stuff. Yeah. But they're still very, very good at laning.
It's funny because coming into this series, you said Talon actually had one of the best laning phases that you'd seen in their seeding best of 3. We'll see if that's enough for them to carry over to a game at #1 win. But before we get into that game, let's head on down to Nomad, who is getting to catch up with one of our coaches.
Hello, yes indeed, I'm here with Pai Lai Dai from Talon, the coach, as we get into this first game. And firstly, how are you feeling about this draft?
Pretty good, looks even-ish. Yeah, I think both BetBoom and us did a decent job.
Decent job, all right. Well, you did give away this Luna, which is a hero which has had a really high win rate in this tournament. What was your reasons, and what are you hoping happens this Luna this game?
I mean, you can only ban that many heroes, and I feel we got Sanking right, so we have Sanking Phoenix lane. I think they will do fine. Like, we'll farm really well. I think we have more potential to win that lane than they do. And then later on, we'll just hope we can kill her. Like, I mean, the hero is very strong, but I don't think it's unbeatable.
It's not unbeatable. I hope not for your guys' sake. And of course, this is an elimination game. The stakes are really high at the moment. How do you prepare your team for that sort of thing?
It's not that big. Like, you just have to say, both of us have had a really bad group stage, right? BetBoom and us. I think we're very similar, 1 and 5, I believe. So we both come in here kind of with shattered confidence. So you just have to try to build people up again. It's simple. You just have to do good moves, and good things will happen. Is what you have to go by. And then, yeah, that's it.
That's it. Do good moves. All right, let's see if they can do some good moves on Tan as we throw it over to our casters for game number 1. It is Lyrical and Trent.
Thank you so much, Nomad. Yes, that's right. Coming in, crushed, defeated, feeling really bad. We're going to get right into the game. Don't worry, everybody.
Yeah.
But it is going to be this matchup, watching BB Team face off against Talon. Elimination series. They're trying to get it out of our heads, but it's in the forefront of ours. As Toronto Tokyo will start with that disruption, tries to get away from Akashi. A bit of a strange drafting thing. It feels like two teams with very clear identities for what they wanted to accomplish.
Yeah, we're talking about confidence, elimination, comfort. That's what we're going for here. And if I'm thinking comfort, I'm thinking a little bit of Makoto Puck or some Makoto Ember. And BB Team, they saw the same thing. They slapped up that Lion Picker like, all right, what do you got, Makoto? What do you want? Did he hesitate at all, though? No, the puck is still coming mid.
Right, and that's what you want to see, right? You see a lineup that, okay, they've already sort of preempted this pick that we're going to take. We're going to take it anyways because we believe in our identity and what we're going to do. We'll see if it ends up coming to fruition or not, but definitely Talon, with like what Winter and Jacobs were saying on there, the very strong team fight-oriented lineup, and then on the other side for BB Team, it's this Luna. Can she both get out of this lane that Paladai feels like they've put together a pretty strong one on the side of Talon to deal with her, and then later on just become that indomitable force in the mid game. We'll see.
Plan here, yeah. I mean, it's for the talk of the town, like the panel said. So, but Paladai, it's beatable. Okay, that's the plan. At least he thinks he is.
Yeah.
He thinks they can defeat the Luna. We also finally get to see this Void Spirit versus Puck. It's something, at least for us, that pretty much every time we see a Puck, it gets banned out. But that Luna, yeah, she's starting off to a hot start.
Yeah, Saika taking it down. Of course, Nightfall is the name that many people might know him by as well, but starting off at a decent clip there, being able to take down that Phoenix. And need to watch for how this one goes. That menace ability on the Shadow Demon, always super annoying to deal with.
Yeah, we got some pretty interesting facets all around, right? We got the Dying Light on the Phoenix. It's always a fun one. So obviously was flying a little bit too close to the Sun on the Death on that one. And we have our Melee Lion, right? Everyone's waiting for the big fist of death, of course. It's not just a finger, it's the whole fist. That's the plan here. So we'll see if Save can make that work.
Everybody's got a plan so you get punched in the mouth. That's the saying. And certainly hoping to make that one happen. Right now in the mid lane, 12-4 on that Void Spirit versus 9-1 for the Puck as we are kind of keeping our eyes around here. Makoto still willing to play a little bit far forward and getting that little bit of extra damage out onto GPK, who is somewhat low right now actually, but just doing all of the phase shift dodges there from Makoto. So we've been accustomed to seeing against the towers.
Yeah, it's not necessarily the hero you think of when you think of GPK, the Void Spirit. It's got like less than half as many games compared to his Storm, but I mean, it's still a Spirit hero. He still played it a lot, and specifically when he's gonna play it, it's probably gonna be in this matchup most of the time. So, not too surprised that he's doing quite well here.
No, not at all. But is seen that at least for now, the Luna is actually the one that is a little bit behind in that lane, although there is, taking into consideration the kill that she got as well. CSing, it's still very even across the board there. And we'll see how Ponyo is able to deal with this pressure of a very annoying Beastmaster Lion lane. I gotta say, as far as like heroes that you hate to play against in the laning stage, Lion is just very annoying if you can't manage to kill him.
Especially with the voice lines, he's constantly just taunting you, so he's a real nuisance. Like, he doesn't do as much damage as a Hoodwink or something, but it's truly the mental damage that comes into play here. But we talked a lot during the draft about just like how were they going to round this out here, like with this Train Protector, what was going to be the safe laner, maybe that Drow, like this idea that you had there in terms of just like actually being able to kill the Luna, but they really did go all in on the team fight here. So that's kind of what we're hoping to get to. Like Winter talked about on the panel, he's saying that if they can get through this laning stage,
then you should have the tools here to win pretty much any team fight starting off on even ground. That being said, some of these like one-to-one matchups, they look pretty tough. Line into the puck, right? You don't want to fight fair if you're BB team.
No, not at all. And you can see they're taking away that water rune. Makoto now in a little bit of trouble, but should be able to just throw his orb out to secure the other water rune in just a moment if he wants to do that. Yeah, I think that's the thing, right? Well, I was sort of wondering if maybe Drow is a better answer to Luna, but the thing that the Shadow Fiend gives you is that big ulti to combo together with all the other ones that they've got on their side. The only question mark is what happens as soon as anybody comes to the Shadow Fiend's lane. He's like this giant pinata of gold that's just waiting up top there for anybody to rotate and kill because he just does not have an answer to it.
Yeah, and instead of being like a Treant Protector, he's more like an IO this game, right? Like he's got to just stay and chill next to his SF and make sure that life is good.
No, it's very much defend Kashi for all it's worth because he is going to be a very susceptible to those ganks, and particularly like playing against a Void Spirit. If there's one thing that this hero does really, really well, it's make those early rotations, and well, in trouble, ends up going down.
He went in for the body block on the camp because he didn't want it to spawn, so, I mean, it's a death, but it had its purpose. He's trying to ensure that this wave is going to stay close for Akashi, and he's going to be able to get some farm here because you cannot have a broke SF.
Oh, but if he ends up getting broken, that's even worse, so they go down on the tree and then also lose the SF. Pinata.
Oh, that's the most painful support moment. It's like died for nothing. You just had to stay at the tower, but the problem was it's a Beastmaster, so he's already like double denying with the boar, so he can't just like stay at the tower because that wave wasn't just gonna like freely push in. So yeah, they're playing this extremely well on BB team.
Not a surprise considering their reputation as far as their laning stage goes. 1,000 gold separating the two as both supports gonna rotate towards mid. Makoto gonna be left out on an island. He does have level 6. But now with people moving in, they've got the initial jump found, finish.
I didn't think that was going to reach.
Damn.
That was getting close. Well played. No chance of escape.
Oh no. Oh god.
This is looking a lot like a PA game I saw yesterday.
Oh jeez. Ponyo, not you too.
Oh, Miro, get him.
Oh.
Walk him down.
Man, that is really rough.
I mean, it's just simple math. He's got a skill with axes and it's a tree. Like,
dude, and the rugged facet, or innate too. He's blocking everything. Oh man. Trent, it ain't looking great for the start of this one, at least for Talon. They need to get through the lanes, but I mean, they're kind of just getting washed out through these lanes.
They most certainly are. Yeah, I don't know if they're going to get to that point. Yeah, this was their big hero, like Paladai said in the interview there, the Sand King, right? Yeah. Top of the board right now in terms of last hits. So that is going pretty well for the hero. Maybe old WS here can bring them back into this game.
The other thing, too, they didn't get their Wisdom Runes stolen. I mean, that's something that we've seen when these 2K gold leads happen at around this stage. If you lose your Wisdom also, that's when it becomes really bad. And when you have all of these, like, big team fight spells that you're sort of relying on in the mid game, you have to get there as quickly as possible. So, signs of potential life out there. It's like a telescope seeing, like, oh, there might be water there.
Yeah, we're going to have to send they're going to need a rover to find the Shadow, but he's way back there. That tower is just getting pushed and pressured right now. I mean, you think about a puck in the mid lane, right? Like, what do you love to see as a puck? You like to see heroes coming into the tower early so you can rotate in, get these Dream Coils, fight and defend your lanes. Not happening here. No, Psychic comes through. Just going to take the free farm here. Miro can just jungle it up a little bit. He'll take this tower. And what can you do in return as Talon? That's the question here. And they're having a hard time finding an answer.
Denied obs. That's good.
Nice.
Whatever you can find.
You should put that up on the board. That's, you know,
yeah, it's a win.
6-1. We'll say 0.5.
They are at least keeping Shadow Fiend safe now, if not super farmed. Oh, the fantasy points. Look out. Psyka on the move. Should have switched him over. Goodness. He is, yeah, he's very, very large and in charge right now. And the other thing, too, is the farm speeds only increase over time for this next little bit.
Yeah, I mean, you got Toronto Tokyo back. Like, this is a map that is free for BB Team, so your SD is just stacking. Like, Sega comes back to the Twin Gate, has a mask. He is just going to farm his way to these Ancients on their side of the map. He is going to be so huge this game. It's like they're never going to cross the river.
I know.
When does Talon come across the river?
I mean, level 6s maybe, but honestly, you still need like some form of initiation beyond just the puck.
They're going to need a great...
No. Oh, no, not like this. That was a freebie, man. Oh, jeez. Yeah, they're having fun.
Yep, yeah, that much is apparent. All right, here we go.
This is something.
Get some of these stacks up.
Oh, is he going to get roared? Yeah, I think Ponyo's just dead now, too. As they'll move in, get a little bit of help from GPK. 8-0. This is an execution.
Yeah, Makoto's face kind of says it all right now. Oh, man. What am I gonna do?
They need the 6s, right? Supernova.
Sir, he's level 8. He has not cast Dream Coil yet.
Oh no! Oh god! All right, Yokum.
We're past level 6, Gabe.
I'm saying the supports need level 6s. They need level 6s. You got to get some help from the rest of them. Oh no! Are they gonna die too on the tree? They pull him in, find it, save, looking for his opening, and. Okay, surviving. It is an amp damage on Void Spirit, which is very scary. I mean, yeah, you gotta stop the bleeding. It's tough for Talon right now.
Well, they're trying to pressure the bomb tower with the Sand King, but Psych is just down here. He's not going full AFK mode. He's just gonna keep protecting. And it's actually BB Team who are going to continue getting a bit aggressive, probably just assuming that they're likely going to attempt some sort of a play towards their Luna, so.
Sand King WS nearby. He is level 8. They're heading over towards the Phoenix. Save can set up this kill pretty easily. There it is. Earth Spike, done.
Don't worry, at the same time, Toronto Tokyo also stacked the Ancients again.
Okay, good to know.
I just wanted to keep you updated.
Yeah, he's getting pretty big. Miro might take some of those away, honestly.
Oh yeah, go ahead. There's no time for Psycho to get over there. He's too busy just providing some extra damage on these kills.
Well, now up to a 4K gold lead. Waiting for Talon to find the levels that they need on the supports to take a fight. The scary part about it is that for BB Team, as Miro is cleaning those out, if Talon ever do sort of fully commit and use all their ultimates and win a fight, it's a really long time until they're going to be able to make another engagement happen. So, like, it has to be the perfect fight for Talon, and then also they need to not lose more in the next, like, 2 minutes as, you know, Supernova comes off cooldown and all the rest of it.
I mean, you think about these fights, how they're going to go, though. I mean, this Beastmaster Ags, as the observer showed, it's already there. I mean, he's got Ags and hundreds of gold right now to finish up those stacks. I mean, so, like, the drums of Slum are coming.
You're not wrong. No, definitely.
Do they even have the damage to kill him?
I mean, if you egg, if you puck, if you know, bring in the
they
Shadow
cast
Fiend,
every spell.
If you cast every spell, Miro will die.
All right.
But
that's a good bar.
I'm not sure if that's going to happen. And again, like, you know, you can look at the Sand King. In spite of all of the deaths, they're actually keeping his net worth somewhat close. He's a ways away from the pipe. The pipe timing is going to be very important. But it's still a little ways away. That recipe always costs so much.
I mean, this truly could be a lot worse.
Yeah.
I know. It's 10-0, and it's only a 4K lead. Which, yeah, I know. We are heavy on the copium right now here, folks. But it is truly still possible right now.
I mean,
Akashi's been completely, like, unharassed since he went to the jungle, which is very good news for them.
I mean, the Pinata is inflating again. That's what Pinatas do, right?
I think so, yeah. Sounds right. Inflating with candy.
We'll see if they can manage to get him to the levels that he needs to make everything work.
All right, so
they're invading
for stack number 2.
Makoto.
Oh, he's in trouble. Oh!
They get him right in the edge. And roar, everything used, done.
Dude, that was the greatest buff line I ever got. It's so fast.
It's really, really disgusting.
Gone are the days of needing to hex every time. Also, I think he lost vision for a second there when he cast that, by the way.
He might have.
Because that looked disgusting.
The game does feel to be playing itself right now for BB Team. Talon Ooh, wait a minute now. Psycho away from the rest of his team. It does not appear to matter. Because it doesn't, I don't think Talon want to make anything happen. They're too worried about stuff. They want to hit this pipe timing for the Sand King and fight around that. As Ponyo gonna make the big long move all the way for the Wisdom Rune.
Oh, he's lumbering.
Okay, this is nice. This is what they need.
He's gaming hard here. Gets the ward down too. Boom, big stuff here. Double Wisdom Runes. Huge Ancient stack as well for WS. He's gonna go take that down. Doesn't look like BB team are coming over. We are recovering here, folks.
I mean, look, Treant's got a blood grenade. All the damage helps.
Boom.
Every little bit. You never know when it's going to be the little bit that you need to finish that fight. I mean, there really isn't much else that you can do right now for Talon. You can see the win probability.
That's the Wisdom Rune, too.
Right, exactly. That little drop off there. Double Wisdoms there is helpful. And, like, you know, they are going to scale with the levels that they get, but you're just getting so many more items from BBT.
His blink Ags.
Yeah, it is. 14 minutes. Okay, TP out. Are they looking for a fight now? No. But maybe. No.
But no.
They're not. No, they're not. Now, Shadow Fiend still, he's waiting. I wonder what item he wants. He's just going straight into the Yasha after the Mask of Madness Dragonlance.
Yeah, he knows his role.
Roar. Found.
Pipe. Oh, he can't even get it off.
Bro, that one hurts.
The chain stuns have just been ridiculous. Okay. The Puck, now the Sand King, they just don't have an opportunity. You're buying this pipe, can't even use it.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie. If Miro gets the pipe, like, Talon might not get any kills this game. Legitimately.
It's been a while since we've had a shutout.
I think they have to take a fight before this pipe gets done on Beastmaster, because that's all of their damage.
You
like, that's everything.
You know what makes it a lot harder to get kills? An Aegis.
That's true.
And they have a Beastmaster, so this is easy to get.
Bro, they are... they are ready to go on BB Team. As that is going to be a 16-minute Roche. And Beastmaster is crazy farmed. Luna is crazy farmed. They move over now. They're smoked up. Are they really going to try and take the fight here? They don't even have all their heroes.
Hey, no one expects you to come in right now. This is a team spirit play right here.
Bro, they are all together.
I mean, what do teams do when they get the Aegis? They spread out, okay?
Toronto Tokyo is right behind. If they drop everything on Miro right now and then he just gets disrupted. The rest of the team is starting to get together a little bit. I don't know. It feels like they were looking for a pick and then realized they couldn't do it.
No, I think that ward saved them. That one that Ponyo placed earlier when he went for the Wisdom Rune steal, the fact that after Aegis no one backed and was farming down there, let them know, oh, hey, they're actually still together up here. Like, sure, they're missing the Luna, but they didn't immediately split up.
Now, they are still up on this high ground. WS, Ponyo nearby. They see Miro. They just can't go for it. Yeah, there's no opportunity here. Even though there's no Luna in these fights, Talon feel like the fight has to be absolutely perfect. 7,000 gold lead now.
Another smoke coming in. Blink roar. Oh, Ponyo. He breaks the smoke up. They have enough sentries here that he feels confident he's going to get away.
Okay. That keeps Makoto alive, probably. More time spent to farm up.
Actually, they weren't ready for the shard.
Toronto Tokyo, okay, using abilities and dead. Miro jumped in, put the kibosh on that. Now they find Makoto. He's got to be careful. Burrow Strike goes through. There it is. Requiem out. The damage, the first kill, it's on the Aegis. Can they get anything for the second round, the second salvo? They don't have the damage that they need to take down Miro. Starting to fall lower and lower. He will go down. They're on the board. Talon, can they find more? Makoto looking, hunting, wanting to take down Safe. The huge Earth Spike! Oh, Makoto doesn't manage to dodge the damage as GPK is going to be found. He went in a bit too far. 3 go down, and now if they can catch Toronto Tokyo also, maybe an opportunity here to get back on the board. Toronto Tokyo triple kill for Akashi, and oh, Saika not quite there with the team.
They are doing it. They are making their way back in this game. Look at this gold in the shadow feed. That pipe was so clutch by the Sand King. The way that fight played out, it doesn't look that great because you're taking down the Aegis first. It's on the Beastmaster. The Luna's like towering on this high ground, going to drop eclipse on your heads. But the pipe,
yeah,
it kept them all alive.
Oh man, and it all started just a little
look at these illusions too, right? Like little illusions in the back, give them an idea, and you think, oh hey, we got the Phoenix, no egg, easy fight, right?
And then the buyback too. They decide to go on Makoto, but they have enough people there to help out. And then once you take down the Beastmaster, the second time around, everything started to look better.
WS so close to losing it there. But then they're kind of like trading out who's in the front as they're like slowly burning through this pipe. Insane stun though from Save. This was terrifying. You know, if this combos up with everything that, like if GBK
if Luna was there,
ready,
right? Luna's on the other side of the map. He left. Imagine if Luna's there hitting as that stun comes out.
Yeah, but there were creeps over there.
That is a good point. That is a good point. I hadn't thought about that.
Yeah, so Psycho was busy.
Oh, I imagine if he had this BKB at that point, you know, you're probably going to go in, but nonetheless, it's still an incredibly big lead for BB Team.
But I mean,
take this tier 2.
That should have been the nail in the coffin, I feel like. A fight like that, Phoenix dead with the Aegis, I think it's shocking that they managed to get anything out of that fight for Talon, let alone like dwindle that lead down a little bit.
Right, well, and now they have this pipe on Miero too, which starts to create a whole new set of problems. Demonic Cleanse on the Shadow Demon is a good pickup for him. Yeah, the pipe is really good, but you can see that little blip there. Maybe some things happening. There's an opportunity.
So much XP to get back. The XP is like even.
It's kind of crazy.
It's like a 200 gap or something. Because they've just been playing so tight on BB Team, right? Like all these times they're thinking like, oh, can they punish or something? Like they're getting lots of gold, but they're still playing very clumped.
20 minutes in, Makoto showing. Save just out of range with GPK nearby. It's going to be the 21-minute Wisdom Rune. As they are smoked up in 3, are they going to try to find a pick here? This is pretty hard to do, although Save is showing. On the other side, Toronto Tokyo gets the other Wisdom Rune. Oh, that's got to be frustrating.
Yeah, they went for the risky one here. And now as you're sitting here trying to gank with Blink and Coil, there's a Manta on this Void Spirit, so yeah, that delivery makes this much harder. Obviously, they just straight up don't have the damage to kill anyone either. With these two heroes, at least. No one important.
You need a 5v5, and you need it to be like a pretty clean engagement. Although, as shown in that last fight, they still have the tools with the big team fight abilities. If Yokun can get to level 12, that'd be a pretty nice increase for him there.
And look at that, double Philosopher Stones here.
Oh, and
the
Crimson
supports. Huge.
Crimson Dun is also very big for Sand King. I mean, they've got the team fight-oriented items that you want, and you look on the side of a BB Team, and it's only the pipe. I mean, you've got a lot of other carry-oriented things going on there, which obviously are going to be strong, but the team fight potential there with the Sanjin Yasha done and the little mini Chrysalis on the Shadow Fiend.
Yep, and as you're winning the fights, right, you have that facet on the Shadow Fiend with the presence of the Dark Lord. You get one kill, the aura goes up, you get another kill, aura goes up.
Hanyo breaks smoke. They blink away. It's like the one standing up in front. And of course, you know, as Talon, you have your own ways of dealing with BKB. You can save that tree ult for the perfect moment, potentially.
Jeez. Saika does not want to play this slow, though, huh? He's not even going for the Conda. He's not even with the little pokes and everything, the Lucent Beam. Like, yeah, straight up, I want that day. Oh, never mind, he changed.
Okay,
He
yeah.
had Dayless Q for a while. It's like, that's kind of wild. The Conda is just so ridiculous.
I mean, that is something I think Fear mentioned, that he's not played it a ton in the pubs recently. So maybe some, you know, trying to figure out what the best build is that he wants to go for. Eyes on the Conda at the moment.
Just had to reload his guide up.
Exactly. Well, also the Philosopher's Stone on the side there of Toronto Tokyo. You can imagine later on getting Aghanims would be a really nice pickup for him as well. It's a 9,000 gold lead. At this point, still very, very strong on BB Team. But you can see if they can keep this gold lead around this point for a while, maybe some stuff could work, although now in some trouble. That's a tree dead. Got to get out with everybody else. But Eclipse down.
Yeah, and your Sand King survived.
Yeah. All magic damage.
I notice a trend here.
As Invisrune gets taken by Makoto, they'll try and dodge away, push out all these side lanes. And almost, I think, now level 3 ulti for Akashi.
Yep.
But he's wanting to just be like that big, tall, strong Shadow Fiend. We're not going magic build it in this one at all. It's all right-click physical.
Yeah, it feels like trying to take advantage of the fact that you have the Phoenix too, right? Like now you have the Shard, so you're going to have that Sunray. A little bit of help to stand tall. But yeah, still an uphill battle here for them for sure. And BB team taking a little bit more time to just get the big items.
Right.
Waiting for that next Roche. It is up and available now, but you can see on the minimap, they're just everywhere right now. Completely spread out.
Yeah. And that is the downside to the Talon lineup as well, is that it's not built to sort of find individual pickoffs. Particularly when you have, for instance, the Shadow Demon that has Glimmer and, a Paviste going online.
Yeah, and your 2-4-5 is like Puck plus 2 supports that just do not gank well.
Right. Yeah, it's not going to be a good time for him.
Save's going to be the one who ends up with the Shard here. So they clean up that Tormentor.
Very nice. Blink Dagger coming up for WS. Let's see if he can manage to get that one freely. While GPK, he's eyeing up the Aghanim Scepter. So very annoying to play against when the supports do not have ways to take off that silence. Ponyo and Yoakum going to have really good positioning to help deal with this.
Yeah, the combination of the Mage Slayer and the Aghanim Scepter too.
Yeah.
Just like reducing all the spells you've got, just reducing all the spell damage that you've got too. So he cuts through everyone. Obviously pretty reliant on a lot of the spell damage on the side of Talon as well, especially when you're trying to like desperately get back into a game like this.
But likewise, if he gets rooted, you're going to have a bit of a tough time there with that. Something to be concerned about. And look at this. Roche starts to go down. It's an amplified damage.
So fast.
On Akashi.
And they scan them.
I wonder if they take this fight even with the Aegis. If they get a really good connection and initiation off, amplified damage could still work. They're sticking around.
Saves waiting in the pit.
On BB team, waiting, opening, walks forward, breaks the smoke, realizes up on the high ground. Do they want to go for this? They scan. They still know they're here.
I think they're out.
For the moment, waiting up on that.
Oh, they're faking with. Are they actually faking with couriers? Is that what they're trying to do right now?
I'm not sure.
Ward did just see the Beastmaster's courier.
I mean, they are all still here. Everybody getting together. Jump forward, Burrow Strike onto that Luna right at the beginning, down to about half HP. Now going, the heal, is it going to be enough? No, absolutely destroyed.
Oh, Miro's gone.
But with the Beastmaster done, now maybe looking forward. Great Hex reaction coming out from Save, but look at him! Akashi just beating them down to death. Can they find around Tokyo? They see him just to the side. A couple more hits is all he's gonna need. The big bad Shadow Demon with the triple kill into the Aegis.
Oh, okay, when Beastmaster's your wall up front and he gets 3-shot by the SF, that puts the fear of God in you.
Listen, the amplified damage, it's no joke. 7,400 damage done. Don't look now, Talon, they might be building something here.
Oh, this is ridiculous. They want to keep going for something. Saika nearby here. Not feeling any fear as he goes for the Ancients. And they get the replay here. Luna up front, obviously pretty scary, but Miro comes in, goes for the roar, watch his HP. Boom, 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 just gone. And immediately they're backing. If the Sunray, unfortunately, couldn't get it like quite fast enough to save the Sand King, but obviously it was a lot of damage anyway.
Right, I mean, Sand King did definitely get chunked there, but now reestablishing some area. I mean, Talon are starting to pull things back together here. You can see the vision of their draft coalescing. There is still the danger. You've got the Aghanim Scepter that's going to be completed now for the Void Spirit, but if they can keep this SF alive and hitting, he feels like the strongest hero in this game.
See how they adjust here. I mean, just kind of a similar story for BB Team as last time, like getting an Aegis, but then not really able to get much out of it.
I mean,
so I think they just chill again, because every time they're trying to apply pressure is when things go wrong, right? The fight near the outpost, now the fight near the tier 2 top.
I mean, I'd love to sort of keep an eye also on the damage numbers, because I feel like Psycha just has not been able to really do that much in these fights. He's just sort of been focusing on getting that AFK farm going and keeping the pressure on. You can see one of the lowest in the games.
Less than the Lion.
Yeah, and the majority of it magic damage. When that switches, it's going to be dangerous, but will it end up happening soon? Now Tree, Silence, dead. Have to back away. That's full Satanic done for the Luna. Thinking about it. Waiting for somebody to come across that corner, but don't decide to do it.
Yeah, it does not look great.
Kodo is going to jaunt and blink away. Still stuck inside their base. Only 7,000 gold separating these two teams as the next tier 3 neutral items getting found. Yeah, it's going to be, with BKBs coming out on Talon 2, maybe some more windows where they feel comfortable taking a fight.
Again, though, double Wisdom Runes at 28.
Yeah.
Just painful stuff. Every time it feels like they're getting something here for Talon, BB team immediately just like back, take over the map, they get Wisdom Runes, and then the lead just builds right back up. So, I mean, sure, it should have grown larger by now. It's kind of crazy it's just hovering at like 6 to 7K considering the way this game has felt. But as these items get bigger and bigger, like there's just this gap that seems to be forming here on the top core heroes.
Well, and this is
only Akashi who's like...
This has always been the BB team like formula, right? We've seen this before. When they get ahead, they don't necessarily, they're really like cognizant of the fact that they can get into the issues of throw in the game, it feels like at times. And so because of that, they're really hesitant to go high ground, really hesitant to try and like push that advantage, and instead just want to get further and further ahead. It feels like Talon feel confident taking a fight even when they're down like 10K gold. This we could be going for a long haul here in this game.
I think if there's a window to win another good fight for Talon, it's probably before BKB's done on the Void Spirit.
Okay.
Right? Like, because right now they have Blink on Puck, they have Blink on Sand King. They have an opportunity to actually blow up this Void Spirit, and he's just taken out of the engagement. It can happen, you know? But you have the BKB on the other two. He's going in towards his BKB. You don't have Blink on Treant for a really long time, so that like third option of initiation is not going to be there.
Well, to be honest, though, I do feel like Void Spirit hasn't been the biggest issue of damage for them, honestly. Like, he's definitely over the top of it, but it feels almost as if like they're confident taking a fight as long as one of the cores is killed, and Miro keeps presenting that opportunity. But I agree with you. Like, if you can take that Void Spirit out, that's like the road to success there.
I just think it's pretty much impossible for the supports to play, because like the way that the big AoE silence versus the Treant Protector is, it's very likely that Ponyo just gets caught.
Yeah.
And then you just don't have any of your spells. You're like not going to get off your overgrowth. You're going to have a bad time.
Right.
I mean, they are going for BKB. Like, Makoto's already finished. They're going for BKB next on WS. So the cores, yeah, they don't have to worry about GPK too much in a little bit.
Level 20 on Miro as he's going towards that AC, I think.
Yeah, likewise for Makoto as well. Gets level 20 and gets the improved cooldown on the Waning Rift, so even harder to catch on this Puck now.
Oh, I thought you said Puck was going AC. I was very confused.
Yes, yeah, likewise. The AC Puck. I mean, these days that's not even that crazy, I guess, with how Puck is, but...
Now spreading out. And you can see now also in terms of like the way the minimap is sort of situated, BB team much more concentrated on the Dire's high ground over by those Ancients, and the rest of Talon are the ones that are spreading out, trying to get their farm going. They're keeping that lead steady. It's not sort of growing that much further from where it was earlier. Now there are more objectives to take. They're probably going to be able to steal this Tormentor if they want to, but
it is very likely it's going to be a nighttime Roche as well. They have control of the top part of the map. If they can get some breathing room, they could try and get some preemptive wards near the Roche. But again, that problem occurs where it's just so fast the BB team can take it that as long as they can apply any pressure onto the high ground, they're going to have a good opportunity to just win any Roche fight, because it's going to be pretty much impossible for Talon to get there in a sneaky way. Speaking of a sneaky way, they're coming out of the base. Again, the jump. It's WS, and it's Makoto.
This is huge. They also have a shield rune now on Shadow Fiend. They say Miero,
They're
roll, ready to jump just in a moment. No, he misses the Burrow Strike. I don't know if it's going to matter, though. They're way too strong right now. The Hex is out. Do they have enough to burst the Phoenix in time? Yes, they will. That's a good coil connection, but do they have enough damage from the rest of them? Saika starts to beat into Akashi. He's in trouble. No extra help nearby at all. The Hex is there. The follow-up connection. And finally, BB blow open this lead. That is the fight that they needed.
Yeah, Makoto 1v1s takes down the Beastmaster, but it's not enough. Beautiful Hex there from Save, just interrupting the team fight attempt there from Talon. Hex on the dive, really struggling to get these good eggs out. And just fighting into some well-prepared vision here by Toronto Tokyo on that pillar.
Oh my god, and again, the instant Hex. Dude, Save is on one right now. The panel talked about playing the best Lion, and he's definitely showing up right now.
I mean, they dared them, right? Like, we all know Makoto wants to play Ember Puck in this situation. They preemptively picked the Lion. He still picked Puck, and Save said, now what? You know? It's like, knew it was coming. Thank you kindly.
And they're going to end this game now. BB team, with one great team fight, just jump in and manage to take down Talon. What an absolute masterclass of a game from him. I mean, there were a couple slip-ups here and there, but it felt like they were never worried about the result.
Yeah, it was mostly the issue of just like the team fight is really good. They have to try and keep respecting that team fight and thinking like, okay, you know, sure, we have this giant lead,
right?
But if we go 5v5, it could be a problem. Problems do occur, but immediately they didn't look tilted. They looked like they just reset, went back, farmed away. I saw some laughs a couple times after a few of them died in the fight. It's like, okay, back to farming. You know, we've all had that feeling before.
Well, and I think, too, the thing that I'm looking at that's scary going into the next game for Talon is it didn't even really feel like Luna was the biggest issue. It felt like there were so many of these other heroes, and like the way that BB team played around their cooldowns, played around like their map movements, that was the real issue. Obviously, Luna got incredibly farmed very quickly, but there's this other problem that you're dealing with, which is that the team itself was making just really solid rotations and shutting them down.
Yeah, and likewise, having that big lead early meant that they couldn't do any rotations of their own, because we're talking about having this puck. Makoto not really enabled, I would say, as well. Didn't really have like the damage from the support duo to help out on the actual ganks. WS unable to make moves too, so I think their own draft needs some work too.
We'll see if they can figure out that work as we head on back to the panel, let them break it all down.
They got to take some confidence away from this one on the side of Talon, because there was still that great fight up near the tier 2 for themselves. Lane's obviously a little bit rough, but the Shadow Fiend pick, it was their overall last pick, and it was doing well. There were definitely moments of shining light for it. It looked good. Did like that Makoto was able to play on the puck, but the Lion, the supports coming out from BB team were just stopping everything that Talon wanted to do in that track. So big props to BB team for that and how they were able to transition out of lanes as well, Winter.
Yeah, I mean, it's a SF game, you know. You have to be perfect on that hero. That hero has very little room for error. You make a mistake, especially in the laning phase. I felt like they definitely got taught a lesson, you know, by BBT how to play the lane. And they lost so many heroes in the beginning of the game on top. Miro was so fat because of that. Right? But like you mentioned, they did come back to have a couple of good team fights. I think this is one of the better ones against the Aegis on the Beastmaster here. Somehow managing to get a favorable trade, but they did use a buyback on the Phoenix.
Yeah, I mean, I will say in that particular fight, BB team didn't play it the best, and they had a really good lead, but it looked a little still not perfect there. Like you saw, the Beastmaster was dead, then Nightfall uses his Eclipse while the Beast is respawning instead of waiting for him to respawn and help him get out of that fight. That was like one of the issues there too, and then they just overcommitted a little bit too much in most of the fights they lost. So Talon, yeah, they did come back into this game nicely, but they definitely were not in a place where they wanted to be. You see the DDSF in this fight here, like, he's just sitting there, he has his DD. This Beastmaster thinks he's tanky because he has BKB, but you just have so much minus armor and that extra damage. A little bit of these overcommittal fights from BB team really punished them, but they had a great laning stage. I'm really impressed that Talon were able to hang on to this and not just like tap out after like 20 minutes like most teams do after a laning stage like this.
I want to quote the illustrious TI winner, Fear Darkness, when he said, in Winter, I want you to explain this. He said, Talon failed the BB team test. What did Fear Darkness mean when he said that?
They failed the laning phase, you know. I think you need to be proficient with the laning phase at the early game. And if you can't really do that, I mean, it's not just the SF's lane, you know, like Mikoto, I think he got solo killed by GPK in the lane. I mean, if you can't play the lane, you can't play the game, you know? That's the BB team test.
Yeah.
Why did you ask Winter that, not Fear, to clarify?
I just wanted to see how they would react to that. Either of them. Fear had obviously no reaction as usual, but who did have a great reaction to Talon's laning phase was the supports of BB team. We saw Toronto Tokyo on the bottom lane hit 5 stacks of poison on WS in a 2v1 scenario. We talked about it. SD being able to trade on the side with supports so well that he's 1v2ing alone. Like, this is the strength of Toronto Tokyo on a hero that he's comfortable with, and Save as well on the top lane. His stuns out of Fog, I would say in that game, like, this is one of the big things that he does on line that other lines don't do, is that he connects these earth spikes on you that you aren't expecting, because he's not like trying to get that angle where you see him for a little bit and then maybe you can like get your wand off, or you can like run into the trees or something like that. Like, Save goes for these absolute max range stuns and he just gets you, and then he follows up with the Hex, and we saw that a few times catch Talon with their pants down.
Yeah, I mean, I was watching the top lane to stay on the topic of Save as well. Like, they, with the axes and on top of the Quelling Blade, they killed all the trees that the tree want to go in there. All right, and yeah, and here we're gonna see the blind stun there. Did he have vision of that?
He saw him like running towards.
Yeah, it was still pretty
towards
blind
right.
though, but beautiful. He knew the puck was walking in that direction. Right into like the old days where Moran was popular. You get the arrow, you just get a little bit of vision of them. You have to like track them in the fog.
In the trees, yeah, you just get the angle.
And he did that with Lion, which you don't see very often.
No, this is what makes him such an excellent Lion, and honestly, against some of the meta heroes in this patch, I feel like the hero really fits. It looked really good against the puck, and the 2 times we've seen it against Tree, we saw Liquid play against the Lion with the Tree. It looks like Lion is very good against this hero, because you can trade with him from long range. If Tree ever connects on you, you stun him, you walk away, it's easy. But then you can also, with an offlaner, potentially kill this guy that's trying to run in and right-click you, and then if the Tree goes to pull, then you do the same thing to the carry. Like, Tree is a sustain hero in lane, and Lion will just kill you.
Look, this is a question that literally maybe only pertains to like 5% of games, if not less, but the combination of a Blink Dagger and Force Staff, what heroes utilize it well? Why do you pick it up, and what scenarios do you want that combination on your supports?
I feel like it's always good on initiating heroes, because the Force Staff gets you out. Like, you don't want to be buying a one-way ticket into the fight and just not going home, you know, and then you...
That's a good way to put it.
You're going to be poor, you know, every time. So I feel like the Force Staff definitely helps you, and it helps your teammates. But to be honest, the main reason you get a Force Staff nowadays is for yourself.
It's not for the carry when he puts himself in a bad position.
It's harder to cast it on your teammates because the range is shorter. Yeah, but I think that's the thing, you know. You're playing the initiator. You want to make sure you go in, you do your job, but you also want to make sure you get out.
And I think that if Talon gives Save this line again, they might be buying themselves a one-way ticket back home, because this is elimination that we're talking about here, and Save has looked absolutely excellent on it. This is a meta-defining player on a meta-defining hero, and if they're going to pick the Tree, which is the new meta, then they need to think about the next one, which potentially is the Lion. You got the best Lion player in the world on the enemy side.
They'd still have a ticket to the international though, just the Copenhagen International Airport.
I really wonder, like, how much you guys are listening to each other, or you wait for, like, one key thing, you're like, round ticket. Oh, that's a plane ticket. Oh, I could segue that. What did you say for the last 5 minutes, Winter? Anyway, BB team, you know, they've got a one-way ticket to going on to the next round if they win game number 2, which we can also talk about. It was phenomenal game 1. A lot of moments where they fell a bit short in some of the team fight, and it almost feels like the inverse of a Talon we had seen previously. They had done really well in their lanes, and then when it came to a team fight, they would kind of fall apart, crumble a little bit. Today, it's the opposite. Now can they put those two things together for a game number 2 here? Can they get that laning phase for themselves, and can they get some good team fight action going?
I think the laning stage thing is just skill-based. It's like, are you just good enough, you know, at the mechanics of the game? It's not really a strategy thing. It may be a little bit hero picks-wise, but in this game, I don't think there were hero picks. It was just they got outplayed. Like, that Save line, they just knew exactly what to do in that laning stage. It's not like SF Tree's a weak lane. That is a very strong lane. They just got outplayed there. So you just pick heroes I think that you're really comfortable with. That's going to be really important, because you have to just play up to the level that BB team plays. These are like all like top 10 ranked MMR players in Europe, incredibly high MMR players.
Yeah, we were saying how there's Watson and then WS on the leaderboard, all of BB team, and then every other pro player underneath. So this is That's why they're the gatekeepers. That's why they're the test. Individually, there is no team that is more skilled than this one. I mean, the thing, I mentioned WS being higher rank, individually skilled than all of BB Team, at least when it comes to pubs. And I'm a little, as a fan of WS myself, I told you I was watching a lot of his replays before and just like fiending them.
You're scouring his pub results too.
I'm a little,
all of his win rates.
Yeah, I'm a little disappointed, I guess, in some of the team fights, and it seems like there's nerves getting to him. That's how I feel when I'm watching it, because it doesn't look like how he looks against these exact same players in pubs. It's like if he can somehow turn that off, if like Pilot Eye can go give this guy a speech after the game and like, yo, dude, like just relax, treat it like a pub. Like if he can get into that headspace, I could see a competitive game too. But if he can't do that, I'm not sure. This guy is supposed to be the one that's carrying the team. This is the golden boy of the team.
Yeah, I'm sad too. I feel like I had really, really high hopes for him. I thought he would like show up, do a lot of nice moves in the game, but probably, like Andrew said, nerves are getting to him. It's his first TI, and he's not
so good.
He's not really in a comfortable position now.
Yeah, I think we also do have to give a little bit of leeway. This is his first time at the road to the international, making this international debut for himself. But not just him; it's 4 players on the side of Talon that this is their first time coming over here, making this show for themselves. Makoto is actually the only one that had been to a previous international, the road to the international before. Really rough to see it. I mean, his Slaughter and his Sand Kings and his pubs, the builds he's going, everything's so innovative with them, and it's so rough to now see it fall short and actually have no wins for themselves there.
Yeah, I mean, there's always like, I'm sure they're not out of it yet.
No, they're still game 2, sorry.
Still players like your Tops and Sumels who came to their first TI destroyed. Like he has like 1 game left. To really show up here or back to
or 2 games.
Board. No, he's got to show up this game.
Yeah, but then there's going to be the next one.
The rest of the tournament.
For the rest of the tournament.
And then game 3, and then, we're in round 1 of elimination, so he has to do it in round 2.
I mean, they were my dark horse for the whole tournament, so I'm hoping that they, win this one, and then everyone from, until the end. And then Spirit will take them down to the grand finals. I think that's how it's going to go.
So you think 2 lower bracket teams are going to make it to the grand finals?
I think so.
Relax, Andrew. 1 game at a time.
Okay, yeah. Well, I'm getting the pressure's getting onto me. This is why I can't play on Talon.
Too many steps ahead. Do you feel BB Team? This is such a weird question to ask, right? Because we do have a lot of teams we wouldn't expect in this lower bracket round 1. BB Team, Team Spirit, and Extreme Gaming on in the first round. But do you think that BB Team and Team Spirit are the 2 teams that could do the full lower bracket run? No one's done that before at TI or Road to TI, going all the way from the first round of lower bracket to the grand final.
I think BB Team could go far, but going all the way, probably Spirit has a better chance of doing that. They're the defending champions. That they know what it takes, and now they're in a tough spot, going 6-0 in your group stages, doing so well, and then you play your first BO3, you lose to the team that you picked. It's a tough moment for them to come back to, but they definitely have what it takes in their arsenal, reset, and go all the way.
How did you feel about the Nightfall Luna? That's the other question here. We said the team that is going to be able to adjust, to be able to fit themselves into the meta that's forming here is the team that's going to go far. We hadn't seen Nightfall play Luna yet. We didn't know how it was going to be, and were you guys impressed by it? Did you want him to go back for it, or...?
Not impressed.
Not impressed.
I got 2 words for it.
Okay.
Good enough.
Good enough. Good enough to be able to draft it for yourself. Good enough to not have to gamble letting it through.
Yeah, I don't think it was bad. It was just good enough. There's a lot of things in which I feel like he could improve on, but as I mentioned before, he hasn't been practicing this hero. Like he hasn't played any pubs with it. He hasn't played.
He's silver tier, isn't he?
He's silver tier, which means he's just like out here just playing this hero without having much
Give me a
practice.
number, Fear. Out of 10 points, how would you rate his Luna last year?
5 out of 10.
But I think Luna is S quintuple plus tier, that it's like good enough to be a 5 out of 10.
I mean, 5 out of 10 apparently still gets you a win.
Because the thing is, like, Nightfall is nobody in the right mind is going to say that Nightfall's not good at farming. Like, this guy will be top net worth. The question is, what is his gold to impact ratio? That is the question. And on Luna, he did maintain top net worth. So I think that's why it's good enough. You go in, you just pop all your crap, and you're probably going to win the fight in the late game.
Yeah, that's the problem I had. The reason I say good enough is like I didn't see many good ults out of him. I feel like Luna's not a hard hero, don't get me wrong, but like choosing when to use your ult and not, I think is the most difficult one. I believe there was one fight where he just blew up a tree and protector walking by with it, and then the other one I already criticized was his beast was dead, then he ults, and then like, oh, Luna ults down, let's walk back, and then beast respawns, and now they can initiate because the ult was wasted, right? And I feel like he's going to catch up to that really quickly, so that 5 out of 10 can become a 10 out of 10 very easily just by fixing a couple things.
Yeah, I mean, I think a competitive match at a tournament, especially at TI, is worth 10 scrims.
It's actually road to TI.
Road to TI. Maybe the ratio is a little off, but it's worth like a number of scrims to be in that like high pressure environment and actually practice something. I think you take the heart to
improve quickly for sure. I think the 5 out of 10 against another team might not cut it.
Well, like even it's not another team. Like this is the best time to warm up against a Talon that's not looking super hot right now.
Yeah.
And then go spam pubs later tonight.
I mean,
you know, they've got another series to play if they win this. Okay, if you win this series, they are
fit a pub in between. However, you're
and just make sure it's all Luna, all Luna.
I mean, in a way, it's good for you if you're not really doing well and you have to adjust your hero pool. Like going to the loser brackets, you have to play more games. It might actually be good for him.
Yeah, that's true. More practice.
Let's go watch a Mickey replay. It's easy.
Yep.
All right, well, our game number 2 draft here. It's an elimination best of 3. So the loser in this best of 3 will unfortunately be our first team to leave at the road to the international. That BB team have one game under their belt right now. Talon, they're looking to bounce back here. The Luna was still in the pool. We didn't know it was going to be that first phase priority just yet, but Nature's Prophet has that flex. It could either go into the mid, it could go into the carry role for themselves, so there's still a lot of options over for BB team. Monkey King also fits that. Some teams prefer it mid lane, some teams prefer it in the carry.
Yeah, they've not really played on mid lane so far, but I'm hoping that they would actually include that in their strategy this time. I mean, I think they only played it one time on the carry. Quite surprising that Mikoto didn't play, because I know he likes playing this hero from his pub games, you know. And it's a hero that we've known in the group stage and in the playoffs that you can have a very high impact in the right matchup. Even in a bad matchup, you can always influence the silence a lot.
Yeah, and that's what we wanted to see, right? Mikoto play a bit faster, and I feel like he tried to last game. He ended up picking Puck. Unfortunately, didn't really work out. They understand the issue that is prevalent there, and I don't think Monkey King is a hero that you can just first pick and be like, yep, that's my carry in this particular meta, and it's very difficult. In fact, I think Monkey King's kind of like a weak side laner. Definitely not up there with the other strong ranged carries right now.
It definitely gets punished by a lot of the like ranged support heroes. Even the melee ones can.
Didn't we have like one game where we saw like Monkey King against a melee hero? Was it Centaur, and we felt like he didn't even like win the lane that had.
Yeah, it does feel that way.
I mean, you don't, because the position 4 is just click you, and just
the supports
the
make
has
the
been
difference.
nerfed so much now that even if you get those stacks at level 2, they can out-man fight it. You're not going to like heal on it. Teams are getting really good at using glyph as well when you're using your boundless strike, so you can actually heal off the wave by the time you do have your levels. There's a lot of small things that these pro teams know how. Like Monkey King, let's say if you're low MMR, he destroys any melee hero because everyone's kind of like AFK, but at this level, they know every little detail about this hero, and if you don't get those kills right away, you're like on a knife's edge with this hero.
What's your definition of low MMR, Fia? You say it, but I want to know the threshold.
I mean, anything that's below rank 1000.
Oh, okay, that's really high.
I love that he just doesn't beat around the bush and just answers honestly. I respect that. Because you just isolated 99.9%.
Yeah, I thought he was going to say something like anything lower than Immortal. I'm like, okay, right, that's fair enough.
I play pubs too, and like some of the people around that MMR just don't really play against Monkey King well either, you know? So it's only my personal experiences.
Rank 1000 Europe or rank 1000 NA?
Both. Huh?
Okay.
Oh, that's a big difference, right?
There's a big difference.
I mean, fine. Rank 1000 Europe and
that's
rank 100 NA.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Those are pretty good players.
I think below that, then apparently just AFKing against the Monkey King. Hopefully our teams aren't going to do that here, but Batrider Tusk, the support combo, most likely. I know that Bat for some teams has been flexed towards that mid, but for now I think it's a pretty safe assumption that it's the Bat Rider and the Tusk that will be the support duo.
Yeah, Tusk MP, a very, very strong lane. Any range hero is extremely good with Tusk. I think Tusk is kind of, after Naga, I would say he's maybe after Naga and Enchantress. Tusk is like the third best position 5 hero at the moment. Like the way you can use the drinking buddies in the lane, the way you can just buff your carry and save him with Snowball. I feel like he's just like one of the better position 5 heroes outside of Naga and Enchantress right now. They're going to go back for their team fight, Mars plus Phoenix.
I feel like I see this a lot where a team will pick like some Tusk or Clockwork with NP, and you just answer with like this overwhelming team fight against all these like skirmish single target abilities, even Bat Rider, right? If just on paper here you look at Talon, you're like, yeah, we're gonna pick on the fact that BB team does not have any team fight, and we're gonna pick overwhelming team fight. So now no matter what they pick here, we at least will have better or equal team fight as them.
How do you guys feel about a potential flex Bat Rider to mid against the Monkey King? It's such a hard counter to the hero. I mean, I know now that Napalm doesn't give vision into trees, it's like less of a hard counter, but
okay with it?
I remember for a long time GPK playing the Bat Rider mid. Although
I'm not a fan of the really is just going to come down to Nightfall, and has he just done like a total 180 on his hero pool, and is he now going to play like these NP?
Yeah, is he Nature's
like
Prophet?
Because to me, it's like GPK NP makes sense, right? He likes playing that hero. Nightfall, not something in his wheelhouse necessarily, and I feel like I'm going to give him a lot of respect if he's just in mid-turn able to just like switch his hero pool up and actually pull it off.
That means that he really feels like he needs to...
He's the problem,
Yeah, he's
right?
the problem. Which is always a very, very good sign. Like maybe they might not do so well in the first 2 hits, but they can still like, out of 5 out of 10, but he can still win. And then slowly he's gonna realize that, oh, I just need to make this couple of small little changes and I'll be up to 7 out of 10 or 8 out of 10.
Last pick's Alchemist.
Yeah, I mean, Alchemist
Which he might. It's not really a bad Alch game.
Pretty good, yeah.
I feel like Monkey mid is pretty good at finding Alk in the jungle and like setting up on him.
Yeah, I mean, I just feel like NP mid versus Monkey is also like not it.
Yeah.
5 seconds.
You want to punish the MK mid. You don't want to give him a free game.
Yeah. Although every time I think a hero like Timber or something beats Nature's, we watch the lane and then Nature's has like 15 denies and 10 extra CS. So
sure.
He is a really strong laner, not because he really like pressures, but because you just can't out CS him.
I mean, the lane,
tree has so much damage.
Also matters a lot, right? We had this discussion about an MP in mid and an MP in side lane. It's very different because of the way the lane is being played. You can bully on the side lane more because of the length of the lane. You can chase them with the Treant. In mid lane, it's kind of difficult to do that.
They ban the Alk.
It's fair.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
They just aren't respecting that Nightfall can play this NP. And I mean, I don't want to hype this up too much because I don't know if he can play this NP or not. But I'd like to see him play it. That way, they fit something into their lineup that they need. It's very versatile. We all know GPK can play this Kunkka mid. Probably not against the Monkey King. That's one of your hardest matchups. NP versus Monkey's probably fine. But something else like these Dazzle, Queen of Pains, whatever it might be, that could really punish Viper, for example, could make MK just like not have a lane whatsoever.
There could be a part that they're banning it. I think the Lunar, you're a little bit afraid of. The Alk, it's more like maybe we want Nightfall to go into that Nature's Prophet carry. That's what they're trying to draft for or around. That's something that they're more comfortable, or at least they want to try and coerce it into going that predictable way for them.
Yeah, maybe. If they do that, though, it's really just the question of, like, it's almost disrespectful, you know? Because, like, it could be a really good NP carry game. They just don't think they're capable of pulling it off. So, yeah, trying to put him out of his comfort zone is definitely a valid strategy, but he proved literally the game before, he just beat you out of his comfort zone. So I feel like that myth has already been busted.
Do you think there's any potential for Talon to do Akashi Monkey and like beat the Kunkka in a side lane? Like you talked about Monkey countering the Kunkka mid. I do think that is one of the stronger side lanes because the way Kunkka wants to play, he doesn't burst you. He will slowly harass you down. Monkey King is excellent against that. You get Jingu stacks on him, it's pretty easy. They've played Akashi on Monkey before, then pick picks
On the other
mid
hand, I
that
do
punishes.
feel like Bat is probably going to be able to help the Kunkka a lot. I think that lane itself is probably not as bad as you might envision. I think with the Flame Break and the Napalm, you can kind of protect the Kunkka a lot. And with the Weaver, so the MP is going to go mid. They have a Weaver to kind of kill the egg, and it's a good lane into the Mars. It's a very fast lineup. Very good with the toss as well.
I hate playing Weaver versus Mars, but it is good versus every other hero.
Like you hate it for just for the game itself, or you don't like the lane?
I mean, Weaver's fine versus all heroes in the lane, right? So it really just comes down to, can you do what Weaver wants to do? And Arena makes it very difficult for Weaver to do what he wants to do. So that is one of the issues. But yeah, I mean, overall, it's still a fast hero. I do like the idea of playing fast on the map here. They are going to pick... Oh, it was Morphing. Okay, so the Monkey King is going mid versus NP. I'm not sure about this game. It's I really like what Talon has overall. If they can get to the point where the game is just like even, right? Around that 20-25 minute mark, I feel like their heroes are actually just better.
I do worry about the safe lane though. Like Morphling plus Phoenix is not the strongest lane. I feel like every time you are playing a hero like Morphling, you kind of want to have like a beefcake in your lane, a bodyguard, and Phoenix is not exactly the best bodyguard in the low level, when he's low level. You kind of need to get to, okay, you're very strong at level 3. But 1 and 2 levels, that's where Morphling is also at his weakest,
But are we seeing a lot of Kunkkas like actually killing people in lane? Because I feel like a lot of the Kunkka lanes that we're seeing are kind of passive.
And you need to wait for another rotation to come around before you actually have.
Yeah, maybe like a
lane.
portal rotation from the position 5 or something like that, and then it looks good. I really don't mind Talon's draft this game at all. I think they're very hard to fight into. They have the Monkey King mid. That's one of the strongest mids that we've seen, even against counters. You say Makoto is an expert on this in his pubs, and you want to see it in competitive. I'm actually feeling Talon this time around.
Look, their back's against the wall. They've gone for hopefully something that's a bit more comfort for them, something that they're able to execute. Jenkins going with talent there. I feel like Fear, you're still skill, execution, BB team.
Oh, I definitely went for Talon's draft.
Okay.
So I'm just going to not factor in skill and be like, Talon's got this one, because they have a better draft. It looks really good. Lane should be fine. They have way better team fight on top of it, so it looks good.
Okay, well, I was hoping you would say BB team, because we are going to talk to their coach right now, hear more about that draft as we head on down to Nomad.
That's right, I'm here with Bulk and we're going to discuss this game number 2. But of course, game number 1, bit of a beatdown. Based on this draft, are we going to be seeing the same thing again in game number 2?
Будет ли то же самое происходить во второй игре, как и в первой, потому что это было прям душка сильная?
Я думаю, во второй игре у них получше драфт, чем в первой, поэтому ожидаю, что игра будет чуть сложнее.
The second draft, it looks a lot better than the previous one, so they think that game will be harder than the previous one.
Okay, so expecting things to be a little bit closer this time around. Both games, Talon came in with a lot of team fight. Was this something you were prepared for? Did you anticipate this draft?
В обеих играх Талон подготовили что-то для тимфайтов, поэтому это что-то, к чему вы также готовились или нет?
Да, я думаю, это не новость на интернешнале, поэтому все команды так или иначе к этому готовятся.
It's no big news on the international, so they're prepared for everyone.
All right, perfect. And finally, who do you think is going to have a really good performance this game? Who's going to pop off?
У кого будет прям хорошая игра из игроков, как ты думаешь?
Второй, second game.
This game, yeah.
Думаю, что у Морфа будет хорошая игра. У Вивера, у Monkey Kinga.
So Morphling, Monkey King, yeah, and Weaver will have the good game.
All right, perfect. Thank you very much, Bulk. And that means we can get into game number 2 with Lyrical and Trent.
Thank you so much again, Nomad. As we get ready to pop into this, apparently more of the talent heroes are going to do better. Very interesting.
It's, yeah, quick math there. That doesn't seem very good for your own draft.
Maybe he just thinks that Weaver's going to do so well that it won't matter.
That must be what it is here.
Or he's trying to just psych us up and get us excited so that we can get a game 3. And then it doesn't happen. Tears it away from us. Yeah, I'm excited to see how this goes, though. The Monkey King, man, every time I've seen this hero get played mid, I feel like it just completely takes over the game. The question is, does GPK have the answer with this NP?
Yes, can you do the same thing as we're kind of theory crafting with Luna at this point and just pick it first, right? Like, typically these Monkey Kings that have been crushing out of mid, it's been a bit of a question. It's like, where's it going? And sure, there was some flex here at the end, but they had obviously prepared this pretty well. They had the Nature's Prophet, they had the Bat Rider. Somebody's coming mid who should have some good options here versus this Monkey King. So we'll see how Makoto handles the matchup, because for most matchups, the Nature's Prophet has just been kind of stomping, right? Lots of denies with the Ironwood Treant. Sometimes we max the Treant to help out with that and the general push. Sometimes you max the Sprout for this big burst damage and rotations around the map.
Well, and will they be able to, you know, sort of keep that momentum going and also match the tempo once the laning stage breaks down? The big thing that you see is that Monkey King jumping all over the map, trying to find kills and set things up. Nature's Prophet, obviously a hero with that global teleport that wants to make those similar types of moves as well. So Saika, so far up top on this Weaver, gonna go head-to-head against WS, trying to make a name for himself here, the young superstar on this Mars. Should be a decent game for him.
Yeah, I mean, you heard Fierce say, like, as long as they get through the lanes, should be okay. Shouldn't be a problem. The matchups don't look quite as one-sided as maybe some of they were in the game number 1, but, you know, that's the BB team test. Can you do it? Can you survive the laning stage? Kashi jumping forward here onto Miro.
Yeah, trying to keep that aggressive potential alive and well. Both of them somewhat low HP. And of course, as these levels start to get higher and higher, your damage does increase pretty drastically on that Phoenix. The early levels are where you run into a lot of trouble here, but they're even getting a couple of denies right out of the get-go. Not bad at all.
Yeah, looking a little quiet here in our matchups. We're not expecting anything too crazy. Just going to be a bit patient here, wait till you get those levels, amp up these spells. Then we'll make our plays. In terms of the 10-minute mark, rotations from the mid, we've seen these Monkey Kings get a little bit crazy. Last game, that was something that Makoto unfortunately struggled with a lot. And that's on a hero who's generally considered one of the very easiest mids.
Oh yeah.
Make rotations on that puck. We didn't get a Dream Coil until he was like level 10, I think.
Oh yeah, no, definitely. It was a tough time. And I mean, I think the other thing that it's hard to gauge this always, but momentum is something that I think for these two teams in particular is going to be really important. Like if Talon come out of the gate and start like falling behind early, I think it's really hard to make a comeback happen. You got a bunch of younger players, all the rest of it, you know, in an elimination game. And then likewise for BB team, this is a team that can be very emotional in terms of like reactions to the game and how stuff is going on. I felt like at moments in that last game, they were really calm and clear and sort of keeping their composure the entire time. We'll see if they can replicate that in this game too, as Warren is already out. Ponyo will be forced to dive away. Has a Fairy Fire backing out. Blood Grenade is at the ready too. How much damage can they do? Tries to take him down. Miro barely gonna walk away from that one. Oh, nicely done as Miro draws first blood.
The bounce back into the setup torrent was really well played. Miro and save, grabbing that first kill here. Giving them the lead once more.
But lanes, in spite of that kill, looking pretty good for Talon. They're ahead in CS on all of them, not by huge margins, but noticeable. Also, worth noting, with all of the extra team fight that you're going to have, a lot of big circles to drop for Talon. Whether it's Wukong's, the arena that's going to be there, and then, of course, being able to be that Morphling and switch over to other targets as well could be pretty nice.
Yeah, grab some torrents or something, increase your circles. See what you can accomplish here.
Well, and that is going to be bugs spammed out, but still standing strong and fine. Kashi, a lot of stacks of sticky, as Ponyo gets pretty far forward there and keeps doing the deeps. Bringing the Blood Grenade out and now as well to try and play a bit more aggressive if they need it.
We'll see if Ponyo has a bit of a better time here this game with Talon having the Phoenix. Jokum going to be on the Mirana in this one. And both kind of high-risk supports, right? Obviously, we saw the risks go pretty poorly last game, trying to go for some really aggressive eggs in a lot of those engagements and getting caught consistently. Couldn't get those. And then, you know, the arrow setups, not amazing this game. You can kind of do balance into arrow. It sort of works depending on the distance that you're at. But for the most part, it feels like it could be like follow-up into the arena or something, right? And mostly just like playing around the solar flare. And then Toronto Tokyo, I think, is on one of the like highest skill potential supports right now of that Tusk. Because of the addition here of the drinking buddies, you can make new little plays like this.
Oh yeah, no, and he will be getting some pretty good damage there on a WS with the Wrath of Nature. It's actually enough for the kill. Yokum also in trouble, has 7 sticks, 1 last hit. It's enough to bring him down. So 3 kills now on board for BB team.
It's just so ridiculous still. That Wrath of Nature got hit for a solid 329. Yeah, it's pretty good. Onto both of them. And you know what? They have done the strat. Finally. We've talked about this every time. Putting the Observer Ward inside your own Ancient stack. That's why that hits so hard. Is that BB team have planted this here, so they constantly have vision of their Ancients. You stack them up, you use the Wrath of Nature. Then by the time it actually reaches the enemy heroes, it's already at max damage. We saw a lot of teams picking this Nature's Prophet and not taking advantage of this early on.
It's a really dangerous thing. I mean, I think that probably as this sort of unfolds, the meta of the tournament, we're going to see people come in and try and deny that ward, too, if they can. You can also do it with couriers, but this right here is the other one that is a big pain. I feel like you just can't do this right now. You can't give up your Wisdom Rune at 7 minutes. Coming in too late. Toronto Tokyo is there, and oh, Ponyo! That's right, pause on him. Oh, Sec, I need to go beat.
There's something wrong with my Tusk. Clearly, my Tusk is lagging. Binds, brother, you good? You good, bud?
Oh, that was sick.
Oh, what a save! All right. Team morale, all-time high right now. Not even close.
That was sick, man.
Okay, but wait, he came back top.
Oh, no. All right, well, WS is going to pay the price for this one. So
there are other ways to get XP, it turns out.
But an opportunity, maybe an option here. GPK dodges the arrow. Oh.
Like I said, sometimes you can set it up.
Oh, man, the big Wrath of Nature. They got to escape from here. This is where things get really deadly. Save is also right on top of Ponyo. Yokum making the move. If they bring in heroes to try and keep this Phoenix alive, they might just end up losing everybody. Makoto does have some already pounded up Jingu. But Akashi goes down on the bottom side too. It's all falling apart for Talon. Wait a minute.
Oh, I've seen this before. Wait,
what
hold on.
What has happened? Oh, wow. 7-0. He died. Oh, jeez. That might have just been a stray torrent. He's at max agi. Miro caught him without the ghost ship. It was a stray torrent. Unreal.
All right, not ideal.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, that might reveal. I mean, and they had a ward too. What's crazy about that?
Hopefully, Pilot Eye was like, guys, by the way, when you were down like 8 kills to nothing, it wasn't that bad net worth-wise. And again, it's not that bad.
No.
Oh, don't get too defeated.
And I mean, undoubtedly, this is already a better game than last one in terms of like, you know, getting a Wisdom Rune, being able to make some stuff happen. All right, there you can see it was indeed just a little bit of extra hits right towards the end.
Plus the Wrath.
Yeah, that'll do it.
I'll get you.
Man. But more levels, the question is, can they deal with these like early rotations that are starting to come out? WS not quite at level 6, making the move over with save, does some good damage, but there's the Flame Brave pushback, and now Makoto trying to keep a little bit of distance, keep WS alive. Will it be enough? Yes, although he dies to the bugs. Can't get the bugs off of him. That Flame Break, man, messed him up.
That was the last bit of the Blood Grenade, too. I was trying to figure out how Tusk got it, but yeah, that Blood Grenade, little ticks at the end with the bugs. Oh, Makoto jumps forward, though, on a save. He's so low.
Trying to chase, can't get him.
Oh, I hit him with the Boundless and the jump, but he just gets out.
Radiant's top tower
Sneaky
is
little
under attack.
creep walking around. Didn't look like the rest of them. But they found him. And Miro going straight for an Orchid. Okay, not what we've tended to see. The Blade Mail, either Aghanims or Crimson, has tended to be the route that they go, but an Orchid here is pretty gross if they can make it work.
We see this sometimes from the mid-Kunkas in a couple of the matchups, but Miro just recognizing that in combination with the Orchid plus the Gleipnir that'll come out from Saika, their ability to just rotate around and get these kills is going to be amazing. And Toronto Tokyo just doing so much already to just immediately start a fight for them whenever they want. Just drinking buddies, snowballs, ice shards. Fight just begins, and so that in combination with a Nature's Prophet who can TP in, and a Gleipnir, and an Orchid, and then probably a Bat who I'm sure is going to be farming up these stacks towards a Blink Dagger soon, they can just be running all over this map.
Well, and this right here too, like this moment that you're seeing of WS having his arena up, Mirana in the area. Like, this would normally be where I feel like we would see those Monkey Kings trying to make the move, and he's coming over now. Wanted to get a little bit of farm beforehand.
Catapult scouting.
Yeah, it's not quite working together in perfect concert.
It's so similar to last game too, where you just have these ultis and you sort of know what you want to be doing, but you just can't get them. Like, you're just everything's a little bit out of sync. Somebody dies, and then no one's on the same page. They can't get a smoke going, and then they just say, okay, well, I guess we should just be farming. Like, maybe we just need that next item, or maybe we need 6 on our supports again, because they kind of struggled a bit to get that last time.
Well, these things all come back to bite you, and of course, it's BB team that are the ones that are causing this disharmony. They're the ones that are making this stuff so much harder. And now, WS left alone, they will throw out an arrow, but there's way too many heroes all surrounding this. This is a rough one. BB team smelling blood in the water and just pouncing.
They TP'd up Akashi as well with the Vlads. They were trying to get a turnaround play there to, like, I can arena, and then maybe you can get the Wukongs on top of me. We solar flare, and then there's a fight. But it doesn't come to be. Ends up dying. Now there's no arena. They can still fight. Phoenix is about to be level 6 here. That would give them something, but they're losing their top tier 1.
I don't feel like am I crazy that Vlad's... Well, I don't remember the last time I saw Vlad's on.
Did you see what Akashi did last game?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. He knows where his life is. Giant base damage boost onto a Morphling. Very strong. They're going to be fighting early. He sees the active aggression of BB team. He is the jungle all the time. You can see the logic on this one. It's not super unusual.
Okay. Well, 9-1, 12.5 minutes in, and Save queuing up that Blink Dagger, feeling eerily similar to last game. And BB team at a moment's notice, ready to jump on that mid Mirana if they need to catch her.
Yeah, they're just a couple hundred gold away from having that Orchid on Miro. So, you know, all this time to maybe come in for your first well-coordinated team fight from Talon, there's a chance that one of your allies just gets Orchided. Not usually a concern you have on your first, like, 4 or 5 hero smoke.
Dude, that's got to feel so bad as a Morphling. The Weaver just comes in and takes your Ancients and then gets away. Oh, man. Yeah, 9-1. Arrow thrown out, wants to try and take him away, but that is a big old stack of Ancients that's been built up. This was Kunkka's doing. A little bit of torrent spam to stack those up from a little ways away. And now, smoke from Tusk and Kunkka. He's heading back to finish off that Orchid, and now they can go.
Well, making their way up towards the Ancients now. This isn't Hector. Saiga does not have a 13-minute Gleipnir.
Not quite.
Okay, not on the Weaver. Not quite there. Maybe 14, maybe 15 minutes. But they are moving on in, Gleipnir or not. They want to back up their Weaver, and they're hoping that there's a play coming in from Talon. And you know what? There is. So both teams baiting their carries. Here we go.
Strength form, but have they gone too far? The Torrent, it's going to connect with the boat, but they have the Supernova up on the high ground. He gets the waveform out. Look at the arena. It's already connected. So much damage onto all of Betboom and Talon. They're not going out without a fight.
I'm just going to dangle a little Morphling here. Do you guys want to try and kill our Morphling? Oh, well done. Both teams on the same page, but it's Talon. They're a little bit more well-read here, it would seem. Great escape there from Akashi. We've seen this a couple times, this Morphling versus the Tusk, utilizing it in these engagements just to buy yourself a little bit of time, get the drinking buddies as well, and bailed out.
Very well played, getting where he needs to go, and has the Yasha completed now, as we'll take another look at this, preemptively up to 1,600 HP, and while the boat came in, it all looks good. In spite of that damage reduction, they just dropped all their circles on the ground.
Yep. Waveform out, and then just snowball right back in. Once you know that you're safe and you can finish off this fight. Nature's Prophet not able to take that tower down quite yet, as you can see. They're not going to deny it, though. They're going to smoke up. They're going to follow Makoto, who is also still waiting on a potential right here. We'll see.
Arrow, they find him. The Orchid is there, drinking buddies, but the spear to push him away. Now boat already used. Are they going to keep going for more? 15 seconds until arena's up. It looks like BB team, they're still willing to stick around down here. I guess realizing the fight was going to be over and Talon wouldn't go for a second round.
And Ponyo now, knowing that he's going to get it with the Treant, will deny that mid tower. Sort of an inevitability there on the Nature's Prophet. That's going to go down.
Couple hits there onto the Weaver. And then retreating back. Now with Arena up. And an opportunity to have their big ultis used. Are they going to be able to find another quick fight? Or are BB team going to take that fight to them? There's an opportunity, a chance there. They could. Underneath a ward. They see everything. And a smoke up now. Could be looking for a big fight, knowing that WS is over to the side. And it looks like it's going to be Ponyo that's the one that's found.
Yeah, in here a little bit deep, but that's okay. Oh, wow. Nah. Yeah, that was so much closer than I thought. That was like 0% in my mind, but shockingly close. And yeah, as you can see, yeah, this is the other option. Instead of using the ward, you can just put the courier here instead. Right. Once you have enough stacks.
So every time he uses that Wrath of Nature, it's going to be full hits coming out onto the heroes. And you can see the camp stack mark. My goodness. Yeah, they're ready to go.
Okay, well, you know, the panel discussed the BB test. They've made it past the lanes. That is a lot of fast damage on the Makoto here.
He's in trouble.
He's not passing this test.
He's going down. No opportunity to get out of that one. An easy find. GPK appreciating what he's seeing out of the Weaver.
Yeah, just casual 549 damage from Wrath of Nature. That's fine, I think. That's pretty good. Oh, GPK, don't kill them. No.
Gotta fight your instincts to farm.
Yeah, your damage.
It's all going away.
Yeah, he's got time, right? Like, it's on cooldown, so it's fine.
It's true.
When you can
stacks back up.
Munch him on up. Tron Tokyo is coming a little bit deep here for this ward. Let's see, he's going to get away with it.
So starting to rebuild the lead is BB team.
Oh, okay. Ponyo saw him place it, so.
Haven't yet brought out a sentry to take that one away yet, but I think it's on the way.
It is indeed, yep. Flying in on that courier to Ponyo. Save is roaming around there with an in his room, but he's not heading up top here where we're looking with Tron Tokyo. He's just kind of wandering around the map, seeing if he can find somebody for a free lasso kill.
Meantime, Makoto not really feeling the same desire to be aggressive at this stage of the game after that death.
Oh, Makoto.
And if you're not aggressive, if they're not finding you, are you going to be the one that ends up being found?
You see the Boundless comes out and Sage just makes a beeline, but the Invis rune is running out.
Yeah. So we'll back away. They managed to take the top tier 1 tower, though, as Akashi has finished off the Manta, going next into the Phylactery. And moving on over this direction. Are they going to take Roche with Vlad? I mean, they actually can.
I mean, they have a Morphling, right? So
got a minute. So this one is going to drop, and Talon going to be able to do something they did not do at all last game, claim Roche.
They do scan it, but I mean, Psycha's pushing the tier 2 bottom. Muro's showing mid. I think BB team are well aware that there's not any opportunity for them to contest this. Very good for Talon. This puts a little bit more pressure on the team fights for BB team because they have these instant assassination plays with the lasso and to the Walrus Punch, plus just that damage from the Wrath of Nature. Like, what ends up happening is someone gets lassoed, they get hit by the Wrath and the Walrus, they're just dead.
Yeah.
And then you're immediately at a numbers disadvantage and starting to run, and then you have this chase down of the Gleipnir, the Sprouts, the X's. Yeah, like immediately the fight's just kind of lost. But now you can dangle these heroes out with this Aegis and actually have an opportunity to pressure these towers.
Meanwhile, BB team just wanting to take some damage from the Tormentor while the Bug does the minus armor. Oh, don't do it.
Doesn't have that much.
Don't do it. Okay, they're fine. They're fine.
Yeah, yeah. You know what? They are dying less than Tormentors.
They would never do that.
It's happening a lot less.
Yeah.
You know what? I don't think I've cast one at this TI. I don't even think I've seen one at this TI yet, the games I've been watching.
It's fair enough.
Is it over? Are we not dying to Tormentors anymore?
I think they are going to. Somebody's going to. There's no doubt. And it's going to happen in like a pretty big way, I'm sure. Uh-oh.
God.
That's
so ridiculous.
But this is why you have the Vlads. You just back up to almost full now. It's pretty sick. You saw there also on the graph the win probability at this point starting to dip back towards that 50-50 mark. With all of their heroes getting through the laning stage, we're at the 20-minute mark. Are they in a position where now you actually can take some pretty solid fights? It feels like it.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I do think there's some parts that are a little harder for Talon. Like, it's basically dependent on the Mars, to me. Like, it just has to be WS. So, I mean, this is what the panel wanted, right? We'll see if WS can pull it off. Obviously, super high MMR hero, or player, rather, as we saw. One of the first, I think the first to reach 15K recently the other day.
Oh, God. All right, they live. They're good. Yeah, and you want to sort of put the game on the back of your superstar if there is an opportunity there to take it. It felt like that, you know, big fight over by that area we're just looking at, the Radiant Tormentor spot, is definitely was the highlight so far for Talon. It depended upon them anticipating a BB move and then countering it. Finding the initial initiation, it does feel like it's all down to Mars at this point. And the way that BB play, they're kind of spread out. We're not seeing as many opportunities for a big 5-on-5 fight.
They might have a good read on this move from the ward in the mid if they want to. Looks like they're just going to go the opposite direction. Kind of looked like some of their heroes were running towards bot. So this could catch them off guard a little bit.
BKB timings are nice. DOTA going to be found at mid. He's dead.
So the way they moved on the ward, it kind of looked like they were all moving towards bottom on BB team, so I think that's why he walked through like that.
Oh, they got him!
Curse the old growth!
With the Gleipnir. Oh, TP out Akashi, no! He's not going to be able to do a quite in time waveform to try and get out, and now the teleport, the flame break, but he's going to get brought down. It was almost so sick, but in the end, they find the Morph lane. BB team, they're on it. They're really good. They're really good, Trent.
Yep. That is a hell of a shard.
Wow.
Caught, busted, back to stacking. You know, the grind never stops for old GPK.
Well, as it shouldn't. You're playing this here. You got to be all over the map at all times.
All right, wind out of the sails a little bit for Talon on that one. Not only losing your Aegis, but losing the core along with it.
That one hurts.
Yeah, and that's going to get them way out on the map here for BB team. So potential to get some very good wards down here. But it looks like they've gone a little bit conservative with them. Just a couple pillars near the Ancients.
Yeah. Gleipnir BKB. And as they start to head towards the mid lane, Nero ready to grab anybody that steps too far forward. He's going the Hex next. So just max control build out of the Kunkka. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, there are no auras here. It says Gleipnir BKB on your 1-2, and then Orchid potentially
sees him. Boundless Strike goes out. Miro already hit. Doing too much damage. They have enough to survive through this. Maybe an opportunity as BKBs are wearing low, but Ponyo's already dead. Now WS steps forward, looks for it. Arena ready, connects onto both of them, finds the Kunkka, kills Toronto Tokyo, but GPK, he's largely in charge. Makoto jumps to the far side. GPK gets out just barely. Yeah, that damage amplification from Solar Flare was nuts.
I can't believe Joachim got out as well.
Hunting. Can they get him? Hops forward, looks to the side, jump up. Can you chase? Can you find him? Boundless Strike is there. Where's the rest of the team? They're moving into position, but GPK is there also. There is the BKB. Gotta run for now. Can he go back in? Joachim gonna leap to the side. Hunt. Arrow, 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 arrow. Woo, GPK. Gotta get out of there, buddy. They're separated. It's like herding cattle. Chasing onto the Nature's Prophet, and he thinks he's safe, but he is definitely not safe. There is the spear. The rodeo of Talon continues as they catch that Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, nice chase down. Came in to try and turn around the potential kill there onto Makoto and ends up paying for it. It helps Saika get out, I suppose, but off they will go, and feels pretty good.
We got a game, Trent.
No, we certainly do. We're back in the window of the next Roche. You know, they didn't end up getting really punished by the fact that they lost one on the Morphling. They came in, they got the D wards on the vision that was left behind there from BB team, which is super important because they have this Nature's Prophet, and they have this Weaver with the Gleipnir, and an Orchid on a Kunkka, so they are set to hunt. We talked about, like, there's no auras because they're playing triple BKB core. You will set up here from WS, rooted.
Got him caught, stunned immediately. There's the Supernova down. WS taking a lot of damage, gets the arena, keeps him stuck for the moment. It's only Toronto Tokyo as the BKB came out. Now gotta be careful with no more Mars. The control is no longer there. They throw it out. X-Boat not connecting. Yokum gets the jump away, still control onto Makoto. He doesn't have anything left. And now it's BB's team chasing and looking for all of the kills. They get out on Ponyo. Looks like they'll get out on the rest. So when the big spells are on cooldown, BB team can still fight.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
As long as they have these BKBs to just be present here on the big cores.
It's just a back and forth battle around those cooldowns. And do have that Blink Force on save. Gonna make the X mark plays to keep the momentum out on the map here now. 5,000 gold lead. And Konda done for Akashi. Roche, 35 seconds till it's capable of respawning.
Probably gonna be nighttime. Actually, it's virtually guaranteed to be nighttime. See if Talon have any plans for that. Again, they can still take it very, very quickly. So you would think trying to push out bottom and mid right now is of prime importance. They have a giant wave hitting up top alongside of catapults. That feels pretty good. It's going to be cleaned up here by GBK. And Yokum's got it on the mind, already rotating over.
Saika's trying to get into, I think is that a Lincoln's that he's working on? And afterwards, eyes towards that Daedalus. Going to be some pretty intense damage coming from him when it comes online. Well, BKB's on the docket.
Yeah, and a very late Roche, so it'll certainly be up and ready by the time that happens. WS really needing it, as we saw after that last engagement where he tried to go for the initiation, but he just gets controlled and can't get his full combo off the way he wants to and actually feel like he's setting up a positive engagement for his teammates, so grab that, Wisdom Rune, Ponyo ready for it.
This actually might be a problem though, because it's such a long Roche, while it will spawn nighttime, it's gonna leave to go down to Radiant 20 seconds after it happens.
Yep.
If this turns into one of those like positional back and forth, whoever gets there first is gonna end up in a better position with Roche, because they can go through the gate. And already moving over is Talon. Saika's over to the side.
They have a scan.
And Makoto. Are they going to force the fight?
I don't know if he could see the Mud Golems dying.
Smoke and smoke. Smoke is broken. Yokum there. Drops down wards. Full vision. Already out. They didn't drop a sentry though, so they didn't see the Weaver. Now seeing him. Pulls back onto Toronto Tokyo. Lasso onto the Mars. Do they have enough damage? Can they kill him down time? That's the Yule Scepter. He gets the arena off just barely. But that's BKB's reaction, and the buyback comes from the Tusk. They have to back out. Talon can't take this fight. It felt like maybe if the arena got off, it would be okay, but it did force out some BKBs. Whoa, whoa,
Makoto,
whoa,
Makoto.
whoa, whoa, whoa.
Whoa, Nelly.
Leipnir back away, Snowball pulling him far. Now the jump back. He baited out. I mean, the BKB came from Saika too. Yeah, but that is going to be Roche given away now.
Well, I don't know. I mean, it's still 30 seconds away, and then it's going to run through the gate. Like, they don't know this, but it's actually not super free. They're still contesting nearby. They don't want to give it up.
Careful, careful. Do they realize what's happening right now? Makoto waiting, boundless, onto him. Damage out, Drinky Buddies keeps him distance, and that's enough to keep him alive.
I don't see a world where they kill that Weaver.
Oh, and Akashi is low. He gets the root and the strength form off. Gets away, now backing out. In more trouble, does he have friends? Can he get out of there? No. Not going to happen.
WS in behind. He came through the gate.
Yeah, get out of there, buddy. That's not where you want to be. Oh my God. And now realizing that Roche is going to be heading through, all of BB team will make the move. Jeez.
That was very bold. I guess they just assumed that maybe there wouldn't be a save ready for this Weaver, but that's a really hard hero to grab. Just any interruption, and you're going to have that time lapse there. Like, you know that Tusk is nearby. That's why the pressure's there for WS to try and go for that first spear way back on the Tusk in the first place. If he doesn't, then the snowball's just going to come out.
Right. And it was a good play, but the only problem was the reaction there of Save to get that lasso off salvaged the fight. If he doesn't get that, Tusk is dead. Maybe he buys back and comes back into the fight, but it's a lot harder at that stage. So again, after a fabulous game number 1 on his Lion, Save putting in the performance here on this Batrider.
Yeah, he denied the BKB. WS not opting to use it right away, so he ends up just dying. Really painful stuff for them.
And a full Hex now done. BKB on the docket for Akashi.
And then having this Aegis on the Nature's Prophet's really interesting too, because GPK can just do this TP right into the middle of the fight and just start dealing out the damage. But it does present the opportunity to maybe chain stun the Weaver. It makes it really tempting. So you think, oh, we can maybe do it, right? But you just know Toronto Tokyo is going to be there, right? He's got the drinking buddies. You don't need to have the blink anymore to make sure you get this guaranteed save.
And now they also have the tidal wave as Miro gets the free shard.
And a Lincoln's for Psychic too.
Yeah. And a BKB for Save. Oh, wow. All right.
Yeah, that is one farmed bat.
That
He's
is
catching up to WS right now.
Not been having the game that they were hoping out of him.
Yoakum, you know, stealing some farm here with the stacks.
Might end up running into them, although maybe not. Kodo.
Yoakum's crazy.
Yeah, it's kind of nuts.
He's just farming stacks behind them. All right, well, go team.
Kodo backs away and does look to get out of there. I mean, that is the danger. You see the Torrent tidal wave. You're not super safe as a Monkey King.
I mean, this is working out. He's farming multiple camps at a time. Yeah. This Mirana chucking out arrows. All while they're roaming around as a group. Like, you have to give them credit. They got a lot done there.
Oh,
now they have a Basher on the Monkey King. So that's a potential game changer here if you can get it just right on this Weaver.
I mean, it is the nature of these fights that if Talon can sort of connect all of their abilities, BB team will just explode. The problem is the BKBs, having these abilities up and online.
They're just going for winning it all on this fight.
Yeah.
They have the Shard now bought on the Mars. You have the BKB on the Mirana. They have no buybacks except for Akashi. So, oh, actually, no, they have Ponyo too.
They need to find a way to bait out the BKBs, and there isn't really an easy way to do that. It feels rather rough to take the fights into those.
And there it is, the banner dropped.
Tries to kill off the Treant. It will end up dying, but you can see how much damage gets done in just those couple of seconds from that Treant.
This was not the most effective banner you'll ever see.
No, that was...
They just pulled the creeps out of the AoE, and the rest of the team was like, GPK, we're not actually pushing right now, bud.
We could barely even get the close-up of it. What the heck? It's like, why did I even place this here?
We gotta free up those inventory slots, you know?
True. So BKB done on Morph.
All right, so nobody get hexed before your BKBs. All right, a lot of BKBs. There's a hex. Let's avoid that. Oh.
And Lasso immediately interrupted by that Yule Scepter BKB out, and now the egg is down. Psycha's still living through this, and they're going to retreat. So with the BKB used, it was used for Arena and Wukong's, and they still lost the Mirana. That is rough. Oh, they also used egg. Yeah, they used a lot there, Trent.
They did, yes, and they will still lose their tower. That is the pressure of the site, though. Even though it's this like middling fight on your high ground, they still have to just BKB.
Yeah.
Like, he doesn't really have a choice on the Mars if he's going to do that.
Try and slow things down with Spirits if they can. Still 20 until Mirana. The arrow becomes pretty important in these defenses, too. But it's not looking like they're going to be able to keep this Rax alive. Could use Glyph there as it would have gotten refreshed, but in spite of that, it's still going to be a Tier 1 tower that, or Tier 3 tower rather, that's likely going down. Oh, spear back from WS and gets it onto the Kunkka. Will engage that base buff, and GPK down to about half HP.
He's got Satanic, don't believe his lies.
That's true.
Oh, he's gonna steal their Wisdom Rune too.
It looks like that might be enough to keep him back.
Oh, that's so cheeky.
Yeah, it's nice.
Are scanning.
Waiting to see if they were hunting behind or not. But Talon, the ways that they can take fights now, feeling kind of difficult. They need to get a pick off here without having to use their big spells.
Oh, well, this might be
save.
it.
Oh, Chase.
Out.
Chase.
He guessed the wrong way. He hoped he blinked up.
The fact that that gets out there is pretty rough. And again, GPK appreciating what they're positioned for has been able to do for him this series, because he has just had a hell of a time. And yeah, another wisdom rune for him.
Yeah, perfect. Getting very wise.
9 to 19, 17,000 gold lead. Talon, this collection of young players, a couple of veterans in there, need to be able to hold it out here on their high ground and win some fights that they don't have business winning. It's not going to be easy. They spot WS for a moment and save every time. He finds them. The Hex is out. Got him caught. Boat done. And no buyback.
Oh, it's back. It just ticked in.
Oh, okay. He gets it. All right, so they will have buyback for the fight, but I mean, again, it's so hard to make anything really work there. Kashi, they don't quite connect onto the tidal wave. Now jump forward, find him. GPK dropping low. Do they have anything else extra? There's the Wukong's commands that's down. Yokum is low. GPK getting chased down by that Mirana. A couple more hits. He's done. The timing right there, absolutely perfect. They can't quite connect with a bash, but GPK going down is a ton of gold. It's like, oh, Lincoln's popped. Does have another boundless, but won't be able to get it. They're not out of it yet.
No, they're showing they still have this ridiculous amount of damage, particularly because of the help of that Mirana. And man, the damage from Phoenix was ridiculous. That Sunray was doing work, as you can see there. That's crazy. Actually did the most damage in that fight for the Radiant team.
Big stuff.
It's very reminiscent of game one, where BB team, like, they're making these pushes and stuff, and they're coming in, they don't have the Aegis, right? And so it's like, oh, is it worth it? But you get this pick onto the Mars, so you feel good, you force the buyback. It's not like it's a total win here for Talon, because now there's this condition of just, if we kill the Mars again with our pick off, which we have a lot of,
right,
the game gets really, really hard for them.
You can see it is very much swung after the early value.
12 to 13. Growing. Growing for a chance at a game 3.
That's that shield rune right there.
Yeah.
The Ancient Guardian too, so some more of these items to try and defend the high ground, keep the base alive.
And take the enemy base, obviously.
True, that's the other one.
Yeah, very important.
You gotta take tier 2 towers first. Both
right, yeah,
those are still up.
That helps. Makes the game a lot easier to win, I find.
And Roche, actually a relatively quick spawn. So we'll see if they decide to go check that out, and wouldn't you know it, Toronto Tokyo comes in just in time, as they will throw the bugs down and start to take Roche. And Talon, hearing that noise, it's a little bit of a swan song there, as they know they're going to have to make another defense happen of their high ground into a Weaver Aegis. He's really close to Butterfly being done right now on Akashi. Trying to decide, do they want to take the fight earlier? Oh, there's 3 tier 4s still up right now. But time will tell. Sanj and Yasha done.
Yeah, he does have it.
I think that's just about Butterfly completed.
Yeah, he's sending the courier to the opposite secret shop. Good choice. Unfortunately, Saika heading that direction, but courier's going to be okay. We'll be back, because someone's thinking about going to push that lane.
Right.
This courier's making the journey. It's done. Currently sitting in the river, though. That's not where you want your courier to be. I think he missed a button. All right, on the move again.
All right, Morphling got it. It's good. The feather for the Monkey King. They have really good vision over here for Talon. I mean, again, I feel like you've got to take some type of a fight. You want to do it, obviously, high ground. But if you could find a way to take a fight where they're sort of unexpected positioning-wise, it would be much better. If you're defending your high ground, it almost feels like you're just sort of waiting for the inevitable push that's going to take you out. A refresher done on Kunkka.
Wow, Saika was Psycho was kind of worried about that. He ended up time-lapsing back in the mid there, so he doesn't have it if they had have kept that smoke going, but they're backing away right now.
Okay. BB team just trying to play this as safe as possible. Understanding what types of plays could make them lose the game and just doing everything but that. Like you're queuing up an Aeon disc right now on the Kunkka. Like they know where position they're in.
Yeah, his items are actually gross.
That's an Aghanim Scepter done for save.
That's just a like team fight in a hero, you know?
Oh yeah.
Like having all of Kunkka spells plus a Scythe and an Orchid and then BKB with it, like all that twice?
Yeah.
That's absurd.
It's a really
He definitely
nice
needs some help with the mana though.
Yeah, he will run somewhat low on that, won't he? Scythe is 250, Refresher 350.
It's a little expensive.
Yeah, he's got mana regen, but in a fight you kind of need it more quickly than that. We'll see how it goes.
Sorry, just cast the big spells, you'll be fine.
Smoke, smoke. Who are they going to catch? Makoto. They are going to run into save first. Maybe no, they skip right past him. Toronto Tokyo showing Miro right in front. Now backs away on Makoto. Got to jump. Got to hide. Save still to the side. Now they see him. There's the Boundless. That's a great one to get. Oh, and he bought out for that. Wait a minute. Can they find more? You got to look for more here. Talon. So they're going to try and chase. Saika goes for the Sakuchi jump away. Still thinking about hunting.
Always getting close.
Got to be careful about their movements. Talon, this is a moment where I feel like you got to get more than just the bat. You don't get many opportunities in these types of games to make a comeback fight happen.
No, but I mean, you can say that you took down the bat. They have the Aegis still. They're not going to really pressure while the bat's down. That wouldn't help them too much. I mean, the attitude adjustment, GBK didn't even TP for the Wisdom Rune.
That's right.
Or he could have, because he was close to Kunkka. I mean, there's a chance. Pretty unlikely Mars would have been there to use you, but again, yeah, playing it safe.
I mean, and the other thing is that there is still a lot of room to grow on the Talon players. We've been talking about these BKBs being a problem for so long. The cooldown or the timings on those are lower. There's also the opportunity that you can start getting towards refreshers of your own.
There's also actual scaling damage on some of these heroes. I mean,
yeah.
Phoenix gained level 20 perhaps in a little bit here, and then we also have the Mirana is kind of huge. Like in combination with Solar Flare, there is right click from Yokum right now.
They can do a lot. Saika found, goes right in the middle of all of them. Can they blow him up in time though? He steps forward, Boundless, an opening. It's really scary, and he still has that Aegis.
Okay,
so
they have nerves of steel.
Arrow, the Torrent. Okay, they spotted him and now get the hell out of there. They're waiting for the perfect target. Yokum, leap. Getting out, spear off the mark.
Lyrical, this does not look good, bud.
No, there it is, the lasso. Can he get it off alive? No, he's gonna go down. They just get absolutely obliterated. 2 dead, that's Gem down 2.
Okay, if you're not gonna jump the Weaver, I mean, they just didn't have a plan. They panicked. That's really what it was. They were saying, okay, we can't kill the Weaver, we have to be someone else. And then the Kunkka shows, and then his smoke pops, and they immediately just all panic and back. But if you're panicking backing there, it's already over. You will get caught. Nice lasso play there with the Aghanims from save, but that pretty much ends it. There's no buyback on this Mars.
BKB is still available, trying to hang on to it as long as possible. The Hex is out. That's a full set of racks. They're going to have another Torrent connection if they need it. That is going to be mega creeps. If this one last melee Rax goes down, they buy back on the Monkey King, trying to keep themselves from megas.
Have the guts to do it yourself. Don't make the Treant do it. Get in there. Come on. Earn your megas.
He has the
Put something on the line.
Treant HP and damage too, so they're even harder to deal with. He's just gonna send in another one, dude. Played enough games with Jenkins, I know what's happening.
He wants another double lasso. Look how tempting this is.
Dude, you just Solar Crest and send it in. It's so
Oh,
annoying. There it is! Oh, the bait! Wait a minute, they're in way too far! The snowball is still keeping them alive for the moment, and there it is, the arena connects down onto both. Saika in no man's land gets stunned. They have the hits.
That was unbelievable.
Oh!
The Boundless Strike Shard stun save as he blinked in for a guaranteed double lasso. That fight was over if he gets that lasso. And the Rax survives. WS dances it away.
Wow.
Living. Talon survives for another engagement. A giant golden XP swing. 2,176 experience for everyone on Talon.
You've got to get something here. This is an amplified damage. It's time to run it down lanes, honestly, as we'll see this boundless yet again, and you see that timing on save. It's unbelievable. Oh, man.
I mean, just sometimes it works out. A lot of moments where it's felt like Talon have done the right thing, and it just, you know, maybe something even kind of out of their control happens. This time it was BB teams, you know?
I can't help but feel like with 6,000 gold in the inventory, for Akashi, you got to go for something big here.
He's thinking.
This is still the amplified damage. They don't have buyback on Weaver for 30 seconds. Do they want to go for it? This is going to reset the glyphs. But it looks like they believe in their late game potential, which honestly, after that last fight, you can see the way it could work. The problem is going to be save. If that boundless strike doesn't hit, if he gets that lasso up, the fight is over, as you said. Can they replicate that again? We'll have to see.
Actually so absurd. And now they're running around here with Toronto Tokyo's gem, dewarding everything.
Dude, buy the rapier. Just make it happen, Akashi. Get rid of that Vlad's.
He's got so much gold. Oh, there we go. Another MKB. All right, time to sell the butterfly. Aha! Fallen into my trap. But yeah, obviously, that's very good. You've made them spend on the MKB. Feels great. Now what to do with your other 8,000 gold.
I mean, he's thinking about you at this point in the time. You've got to be thinking about rapier.
Does he? I don't even know if he needs rapier because of the solar flare. Like, does he just need to survive? You know?
It's fair. I mean, and you can.
Yeah, he bought the pike.
So he's going for the hurricane pike.
I think he's right because he has the damage.
And they have a Daedalus on the Mirana too. So they have the damage in spades. It's just surviving, getting those hits off.
That's crazy. You guys could just kill the Tormentor instead of buying a shard too. That could be a thing.
Meanwhile, WS is ready with the Aeon Disc. So their control should not be brought down. They've got a Crimson Guard on Phoenix. Nullifiers are what they need to worry about, but at least at this point, it hasn't been an issue. God, BB team, they have a 21,000 gold lead, and you know one little mess up from Talon is all it's going to take, and they can close out this game. BB team have been...
Oh, but wait.
Oh.
The magic rune has appeared again.
They got it. Hold on. This is too much if they get this right now. Oh, wow.
Oh, can he just take the Tormentor? You're the only one who doesn't have a shard.
Save. He's got to be the one that finds it, and now he's going to get his smoke broken.
Oh,
he's going to be found. The damage that comes out, it's a lot. Save, gotta run, gotta run. Roche about to respawn. Now, GPK shows himself for a moment. Manta back out, save, he's gone. Out of there, and now the arena is down. The Wukong's command, it's so huge. The bash is out as well, but they have the damage reduction. But I don't know if that's going to be enough. Saika, he drops to the combination, the Mirana. It was way too much damage.
They're chasing. They want
Talon,
the hero too.
Talon, it's all coming up. Talon! Game 3 potentially in their sights here if they can somehow find a way to end this now.
Oh, an amplified damage rune helping out so much for Akashi and Yokum on the Mirana.
Look at that, Deeps. He's so strong. Oh, and again, Talon managed to get this one. I mean, you've got creeps up here on the top side of the map, and the most important thing, look at those buyback status. It's for money. They don't have it on Kunkka, and it all started here finding save.
All I'm learning is that the road to the International is paved by Salamene. it's just Mirana and Luna all over the board.
They're just doing it. I mean, look at this. This is the Weaver. This is your level 25 carry just getting beaten down by a Mirana. Look at this.
Like you're just walking away during BKB.
Crit. It's all done. And now up onto the high ground as we're back into this game. 5,000 gold, it's all that separates them. BB team have been a part of some heartbreaks. Look at the swing that's happened now. This is their last clip.
Okay, can they control their emotions though?
I mean,
there's
we'll
a
see.
buyback on Weaver.
But they're just gonna drop it. They're just going for it. Akashi, he's very strong. Save, needs to find the right target. Glimmer Cape, walking forward, want to find a Makoto. Second round, but the lasso is not going to be good enough. It is not going to be good enough. Eyes on the Ancient. They're taking it down as it starts to fall. The clip is there. It's through backdoor protection. It's through backdoor protection. A little more damage is all they need. They just need a bit more. And they have it. You gotta be kidding me, Talon.
Unbelievable!
I'm not sure if they believe it quite yet. The headsets come off and just relief pours over them.
They didn't have creeps and it didn't matter. And BB team, just drink the water. Just let it go away. We're heading back to the panel.
Oh my goodness, what an end to that game at number 2 there. We said Talon, they were on the verge of elimination. If BB team closed out this game, right now we would be saying goodbye to them. But game at number 3 is on the cards, and what a fantastic way to do it. It was up to a 28k net worth lead for BB team, but they weren't able to get megas. They weren't able to close out this game, and 2 rough fights, Jenkins, leading into a Roche is all it took for Talon.
Oh man, SEA teams and the late game. This is always the story. These guys, they're pubs. They go to 60, 70 minutes. They know how to play the late game. Mikoto on the Monkey King, what a performance. I can't believe they haven't picked it up until this point. Like, you got to consider banning this next game for this dude. Like, those last few fights, I heard, I think it was Trent said, like, in the late game, you die once, like you lose a barracks or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know, dude. Not like that. I mean, that was like 3 or 4 extremely well-executed fights in a row from Talon. And that is not hard to do. That is not easy to do with that goal deficit.
And I would say also there were many times where it felt like, oh, Talon maybe slipping in the late game. SEA, they're definitely known for going that far winter, but there were moments of one of their cores getting caught out, just not being in a position that they should have been. They weren't playing safe and they weren't playing together. And I thought, oh, Talon, maybe the pressure's getting to them. They don't have that calm head that they need to be able to go into the late game, but it did a full 180.
And that's kind of the Talon we expected, you know, like not doing so well, like in the mid-late game when they're making the mistakes. But I felt like overall, they did what they needed to do when it came to the clutch moments, right? When they had the backs against the wall. This base defense has to work, otherwise they're just gonna lose the game, you know. And they were able to find the initiation. A couple of times when they were able to kill the Weaver from full to 0, I totally did not expect them at all. Like one time it was from the Mirana, which is right clicking and killing the carry all by himself. I think in this fight it was a buyback from the Mars that caught them by surprise.
That was the beginning of the end, right there.
That was the one Rax that just held on, did not give BB team that megas at all, and gave Talon the opportunity to be able to leave their base. They didn't have that pressure of their waves consistently pushing in like Megas probably would have done for them here.
Yeah, I mean, game number 1, it was the same story in the early game where they just lost all 3 lanes, started to get a little bit of a comeback, but ultimately couldn't bring it back. This game, similar story, and the way they drafted really helped as well. I feel like this Morphling was unanswered this game.
Mm-hmm.
And then if you get to that late game point, he's going to carry the game. Of course, Mikoto on his Monkey King is also scaling, but the big ones for me is like the Mars Phoenix that we saw in that last fight. These big team fight spells like could not be matched by the side of BB team. Weaver's a tempo-based hero, so once you lose that one big fight, things like these happen. You lose another fight, and then all of a sudden, the game just feels hopeless. You're up 22,000 gold, you lose your mid barracks, like, can we actually lose this game? They take one more fight in the top lane, they lose that fight, and now all of a sudden your throne explodes, even with backdoor protection. That's just how much damage they have with heroes like Morphling.
Yeah, it was clutch. Not only that Lotus Orb, so Save couldn't get the jump with the Batrider double lasso there, but knowing Nature's Prophet, GPK, he's like, if they're going to base race it, if they're not going to turn and fight us, maybe I can do this. Maybe I can TP in and I can take down these towers a little bit faster. But unfortunately, the Rat wasn't really there. It wasn't able to get them the win, but Talon sticking to it. They had the guts to be able to just keep attacking through backdoor. That's what's going to tie up the series here. It feels like that's something that should end a series, you know, but that's just pushed it to another game. How do you reset for this and know that you got a whole nother game you have to win if you don't want to be eliminated out of the road to the international?
I personally feel from that we're going to see a very competitive game 3.
Okay.
I think BB team is not going to go out with a whimper here. I don't think they're going to tilt from that or anything like that. If anything, I think that's going to make them mad. And I think they're going to, you know, ban out the heroes that they thought were problematic in that game. The Monkey King, maybe they didn't expect Mikoto to play this because he hasn't played it in the tournament yet. So they thought that they could maybe get away with leaving that one in. But then on the side of Talon, I feel like they're feeling themselves. After a game like that, they're like, oh, wow, we really can do it. Like any sort of hesitation that they had towards doing well in this tournament against BB team, like it's going to be completely gone. And this is a team that is the only team that put any pressure on Team Liquid so far. And I think a lot of teams are looking at Team Liquid as like they are
the ones to beat.
The ones to beat right now. You know, and Tundra as well, but
sure.
BB team's not an easy team to beat, and Talon just did it in the most clutch way possible. They're feeling themselves. We're going to have a competitive Game 3.
Yeah, Game 1, Game 2. I think both games, both teams were... They showed that they were able to go out of their comfort zone in the first game with the Luna and this game with the Monkey King. I feel like in the third game, we're going to see a very, very different draft because both teams are now expecting certain heroes that they didn't expect before, and we might see a lot of different heroes being picked for the last game.
Well, before we get to that game number 3, because, you know, the teams themselves have to reset, it gives us a little bit of time to talk about the earlier part of game number 2, because it wasn't just, and I know that was the hypest part of it, of course, but that wasn't the only thing right now that we can talk about. The earlier part to this one is the Nature's Prophet, how he's able to snowball a game a little bit more for you.
Yeah, this is going to be one piece of the puzzle that I think needs to be figured out by Talon. You can't go 3 games in a row losing all 3 lanes, right? So going to this next game, they need to figure out how to deal with heroes like Nature's Prophet. 6 minutes into the game, this is what this hero does. He gets his ultimate, and you'll see here, top lane was going really well for the side of Talon here, and then you just go on with your Tusk Weaver. You see Nightfall baiting it out a little bit, but the reality is they know this NP ult is up. So they make this initiation here from a lane that was not going so well. NP ult does come out, ends up clipping the Mars here, gets him killed. Then all of a sudden, Rana just lost like 70% of health from that. Now you're in a situation from BB team where you're now winning a lane that you were previously losing, and that's what GPK can do best. Whether he's playing Monkey King or Nature's Prophet, he's having a lot of impact on the sidelines.
And by the way, he was doing the thing where he was stacking Ancients, and then he had his courier giving vision of the Ancients.
Yeah.
So that way, the ult, when he presses it on bot lane, it's doing max damage when it hits towards the top lane. So just excellent Nature's Prophet play coming out of GPK.
I'm not sure if we can get the replay for it, but there was the 14-minute Wisdom Rune fight. We've always talked about how important these Wisdom Runes are since they've come into Dota for the patch last year. And it's really iffy as to which teams are going to create high priority for it, when they're going to invade for it, and how many people you want to rotate to potentially defend this Wisdom Rune. But the 14-minute one, it was 4 heroes from the side of Talon that rotated around to protect this Wisdom, kind of knowing that BB team wanted to invade for it. And I feel like that was also something that really kept them in the game, kind of helped them have that comeback mechanic despite the lanes going as rough as it was.
Yeah, for sure they overextended there. I think it was a 3-man stun from the Monkey King. And that kind of salvaged the fight. Maybe they would have killed the Morphling because they missed. I think they missed one of their big spells. Was it the boat?
Yeah, it was the Orchid into the snowball, and then the boat was just a little too late.
Yeah, but either way, they were gonna die. You know, it was props to Talon. They responded well. But again, you know, for BBT, I think they need to rethink the draft. You know, when you have NP mid, I feel like having another like squishy hero like Weaver, like both backliners, it's not really my thing. I would have wanted to see something else, maybe a more like a frontline base carry that can. I think we suggested Chaos Knight.
Yeah.
I think that would be a better hero with MP. If they wanted to go MP mid, or just put the MP as your carry and pick another melee hero mid.
I do like that teams in general are contesting the Wisdom Runes with more and more heroes. We saw this in other metas where like the mid lane tower push at 5 minutes with Enchantress, like pre-portals, when there wasn't portals for Enches to go through. That was a big thing. And then you ended up with like a 5v5 mid, and it's like I said the other day, sometimes you end up with games looking like Herald replays because they're like so good that people are responding in one way and then the other team's responding in another way, and then all of a sudden it's just like a 5-man ball. And I think it all boils down to the early game matters a lot right now. Your supports getting net worth and having a game matters a lot right now. And if you lose both Wisdom Runes and your supports are underleveled, the entire game falls apart. So it's kind of like if your cores want to be enabled in the game so that they can have a game, then they need to make sure their supports can get the Wisdom Rune, and they need to sacrifice their lanes a little bit in order to do that. I think at a point we're going to see a 5v5 at a 7-minute Wisdom Rune.
Yeah, well, what was that? Was a 5v3?
That might have been 4. Yeah, 5v. Yeah. We're getting close, but I think we're going to see full 5v5s.
I mean, that would be wild.
Maybe game 3, yeah, the 7-minute Wisdom, everyone's rotating. We just see 10 heroes right there.
I think so.
The meta is going to be the bot lane, like say your Radiant TPs to the 7-minute Wisdom Rune. They 5v5 fight there, and then the offlane TPs to the safe lane now, and we just do a lane swap.
Right. 5 on both sides.
Yeah.
Great, I can't wait for it. Hopefully that's in store for us for game number 3, but we are going to be having that one very soon. Winter, you've already kind of alluded to the fact that you think there's going to be a big change up for game number 3 drafts. Is that in the bans, in the picks? Would we see potentially Nightfall picking up his carry earlier and not waiting until there's a smaller pool and he's kind of looking down as, oh, Weaver's really the only thing I want to be picking for myself right now?
I have a feeling he's going to go back to his old heroes, like his comfort heroes. Like, this is a game where they cannot afford to lose. And I feel like his kind of mindset would be going back to what he feels comfortable with. So I don't think we're going to see some very different hero. Like, first 2 games he played Luna, and we were not heroes that we expected him to play. But in the last game, I think he's going to try to go back to like an Elk, for example. I think he's really good at the Elk, the DK. Those are the heroes that I would suspect that he wants to play in the last game.
Yeah.
I mean, I think this series is going to end in like the biggest facepalm way possible, where one team just picks Luna and just wins. It went uncontested last game, by the way.
No, it got banned.
When?
In the last phase by
the very
Talon.
last phase, okay. So, I mean, that's a pretty late on in
Oh, I agree. I was surprised that it, 1, made it that far, and 2, that if it makes that far, you're even still considering like, oh, we have to ban it out.
Yeah, because I didn't see anything that Weaver brought to the table that... I mean, it's hard to really say, because I feel like BB team, they're like this close to greatness. They're super close. It's just like, they have the early game down. It's just this mid-late game. And of course, Talon is great at this mid-late game, so this is really a bad matchup for BB team in that regard, because they're not very crisp. Where if you look at, we bring up Liquid a lot, their early game is great, their mid game is great, and their late game is great. Like, they know how to close a game that they're ahead of. Right now, BB team, they know how to get ahead, but like the 14-minute Risen Room we talked about, they also don't know how to close out a game right now. And that's very dangerous against Talon, a team that loves to like not really care about the laning stage as much as many other teams, but get into that late game situation where they thrive.
They're taking advantage of those not so clean team fights. BB team may be overextending a little bit more with how phenomenal the Monkey King and the Morph had performance-wise. BB team have to have that in the back of their minds now of, we really have to be careful of when we let this through, how early they might want to pick it up now, just showing the amazing display that they just had.
I think, Andrew, you brought this up earlier today. Like, you said a great team and an average team. The difference is how they use the smoke and how they make the moves, right? When you know the move is about to be bad, you need to back, right? And I feel like BB team in a lot of instances, because they are so aggressive, they are very, bloodthirsty. They see a hero out of position, and because they always win the lanes, right? You're like, you see that guy, we just won the lanes. How can he be playing there? How can he be defending
That's
this
illegal
area?
gaming. We have to punish
Yeah, we have
that.
to punish him. But in actual fact, you're not that strong because of the draft. They have better team fight, blah, 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 whatever the reason is, and you have to actually hold your horses, but they can't. I think this is probably one of the reasons why they're so close to greatness, but they just can't get there.
When I said that, I was actually quoting Owie. That was who I had heard that from first, when he played on the illustrious Arkosh Gaming, of course. And it was actually Talon that was the team that smoked and didn't take the smoke, because I think Save was positioning like a little too far into the tower, where he was clearly baiting, or at least clearly by our perspective, from obviously we see where the rest of his team is.
Right.
But they had the read on Talon that like that was a bait, and I was like, well, that's a great read. Like, it's so boring to watch a smoke not connect because nothing happens, right? But what you're witnessing is a good team making a good decision, because you feel like we wasted this thing, we've ran our entire team to this area of the map, like we have to get a kill. It feels like there's an expectation. But you know what Mind Control said? Speaking of the greats of Dota 2, expectations are toxic. You got to look at things objectively, and Talon actually was able to do that in that game.
I was trying to like rummage my brain for some joke about you and expectations and maybe like disappointment, but it just didn't come to fruition.
When you expect disappointment, of course, this does not apply.
Just like you on this panel.
Right.
Great. Game number 3, though, you won't be disappointed. It will come up on your screens very soon. I promise you that. What is the timing for a good smoke, or when to back off on a smoke, Jenkins? You were talking about it. When is the line of like, okay, it's just not going to work, let's just go back to farming? Is it a time thing, a feel thing?
It's a feel thing. I think when they have clearly just read that you're doing the smoke, and there's little tells where a hero is, like, let's say an Undying that has the respawn innate, is like positioning right below a high ground, and you're like, something seems off here. Like this seems like a trap.
Yep.
Then you just kind of get the read that they had the read for that. But the thing is, the reason why if you smoke out and you just like don't do anything with it is a good play is that if they have read that you've smoked and they're all positioning standing on top of a high ground, what are they doing? They're doing nothing, right? So a lot of the time you can just farm the area of the map that you've smoked to and then farm backwards towards where you were.
Oh, okay.
And you just clear the whole map and they've done nothing in that timing. So even though it's a boring thing, it does actually net you some sort of advantage that's not the kill. Either way, you're getting gold, but the bad teams or the teams that are feeling the pressure are the ones that feel like, oh, we smoked, we have to get a kill. But it's like, okay, well, you can smoke to a tower. You can just take a tower. You can smoke to kill a bunch of camps that otherwise were contested, but because you smoked, they're afraid and they're no longer contesting those camps. All of these things are fine, and the really good players are able to identify when they're in this situation.
Success comes in various forms when you do smoke up like that. We'll see if Talon's able to continue that, emulate that for themselves in a game at number 3, but we will be getting our draft underway very soon. In fact, I can already see it. Hopefully you guys will see it soon too. The Sand King is going to be a big question. It was taken out in the first phase, picked up in the first phase of game 1 and then banned out in the first phase in game number 2. I do wonder about this Monkey King, the Lunar, and the Morphling of the 3. I think that I want to know where are people going to be placing it now that we have a new small meta forming in this best of 3.
I mean, that's a good question. Like, I don't feel like DK and Sand King are super scary heroes right now, and their win rates also back that. However, they feel like in this particular matchup they are, so we are going to see some more of those heroes like the Monkey King within the draft. It looks good so far for Talon. Do you still just want to first pick it? I also feel like BB team did not pick heroes that were particularly good versus the Monkey King either. This NP mid, I mean, what if GPK was the monkey instead of the NP, right? Like, would this game have been different? Probably, right? So I do want to see some adjustments there.
I'm a little bit surprised that they let the Shadow Demon through on the side of Talon, because that was a big key success for BB team in a game 1 win. It wasn't picked up in the first phase for game 2. I understand that, but I figured they would probably look towards going for it in game 3. Having first pick.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely good versus the Monkey King as well if you do still want to think about it as Talon. I think you look at that last draft. I mean, honestly, if I was the coach of BB team, I would just be like, you know what? This was our game to lose. We had everything we needed to win this game. We won all 3 lanes. Our draft was solid enough. Everything was going well. We just need to just clean up our gameplay, on especially our decision making, because both games, there was a point where BB team tried to push an advantage and got punished really hard.
Talon's got to have an answer to this, right? Because I feel like the SD looked really amazing in game 1. Talon just couldn't save anyone. And I guess that's why they picked the Mars. You throw the arena down, you can no longer get vision into the arena with that facet. So it does, I mean, SD used to counter Mars, but now it kind of works the other way around. So
you still ward in the arena?
Yes, you can. Yeah, you need
the high skill player.
You need to legitimately your team needs to be like, you go clockwise or something. You go like, I'm at 6 o'clock. I'm at 6 o'clock, and then you drop a sentry ward at where that is, and you can see the guy. Like that, unironically, is like what you kind of should do. Some way of communicating where you are in the arena. Or you could ping. That also works.
I feel like it's not as accurate, you know? There's like a little bit of...
Do you think these
6.5 o'clock.
Do you think these guys know how to read time?
An analog clock? I really hope so.
Dota gamers? I don't know.
Yes.
You don't use clocks anymore.
Talon,
look at your phone.
BB team's pretty young.
I'm trying to think of who the most Zoomer person is.
I actually can't really believe that he's actually
asking
serious with this.
Yeah. I'm going to find the most Zoomer player we have. I'm going to ask him to read an analog clock.
Like, I'm at 3 o'clock, and they'll be like, where's that? You know, in the split.
No.
Come on, you can't be serious. They don't know, right?
No.
All right, we'll have to do an interview later.
We will.
Nomad, please ask them.
You have to ask the most Zoomer person that you can find if they can read an analog.
Please don't do that on the exit interview, for God's sake.
That's period.
Talon's turn to pick.
Oh, look at our draft. Second phase of bans here. Phoenix, Mirana. I do like BB team taking out the Mirana because that was scalability.
And Luna's still in the pool. In the first game, the draft was what? Shadow Demon, and then Luna.
Yep.
And Lion, was it?
Beast, and then
Beast.
Lion.
Yeah.
And you're not as afraid of the SD as he used to be on the Luna, because I think Fear, you mentioned it, that you just pop the Luna W and you kill the illusions.
Yeah, but you do have to skill that though, which a lot of these Lunas don't like doing.
Yeah.
So maybe that's good enough. I have a question. Do you think Talon are strategically drafting or emotionally drafting in this game? And by that I mean they just won with Mars and like, heck yeah, that Mars is great. Let's just run it back again no matter what. Like,
and then the Phoenix gets banned, so they go for the other hero that's like the alternative, because you can do the more.
Yeah, but you guys already made the argument. Mars is good against Shadow Demon, so he can't save, right? It's already like I feel like a good enough.
Well, Winter's defending his boys. I respect.
It's a good enough reason.
Oh man, Winter backs
he's
are
just
against the
answering
wall.
my question. I'm not flaming, so this is a
Fear, always
strategical
flaming.
pick. That's just not.
Yeah, I got some flaming undertones to that, but that's okay. Winter, you were saying?
Yeah, I'm just saying the Mars is reasonable here, you know? There's a appropriate reason, strategical reason.
Okay.
I don't think it's an emotional pick.
Here's a follow-up question to Fear Darknesses then. Is BB Team emotionally or strategically drafting? Because they just picked Morphling.
Yeah, I told you he's not going to play his heroes. He's not going to play the new heroes. He's going to
I don't think this is strategic or emotional.
Well, then what is
What
it?
is it?
What's the third option here?
Confusion.
What?
It's confusion or infusion?
I mean, I just don't understand the pick. Like, I don't know if they're definitely not like just pick me Morph. I'm gonna crush this game. I don't feel like Nightfall's that type of guy. So like maybe there's a strategy behind it, but it's not clear.
You can wave out of the arena.
Could I interest you guys in a position for Morphling by any chance?
Yeah, I mean,
I would.
That's what I'm saying. You can wave out of the arena. Maybe
I'd like
that's
to order
the
one on the house.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Everyone? Yeah, I mean, I'll serve up 3+4 Morphlings on the house.
Actually, no. I'd like to return that.
Oh.
I want
Undercooked?
save. I don't know if save is save a Morph 4 enjoyer.
No.
I don't
feel
think
like that's not his hero.
It's a very different type of hero. It kind of fits more like Boxy, Jinkyu type.
This is Nightfall.
The annoying hero. Save is like the initiative.
Saying what's on the menu.
Yeah.
You're right.
You ordered the water.
Save does like his initiation.
Oh, they're cooking. They're cooking here.
Oh, okay.
That's
okay.
Save's hero. More than likely.
Or Flex.
I mean, GPK can play it, but Save I've seen play it the most. I don't even know if that's true, but he does enjoy it. The last time I saw them play it, Save was on it, so.
The last time they played it in this tournament, they lost.
They picked it with Beastmaster, right? Koto, Beastmaster lane.
Oh, so it was the combo you're saying was the issue.
When you're using Koto as your position 4, I think it's very important that you have a pairing. Like you need to have
you need to have a
specific
bunch
pairing.
of pairings.
Yeah.
I'm a little
List
worried.
them all.
Bristleback? Is Bristleback a pairing?
Yeah, it is. But BB Team doesn't. They've not played it. That's more. If it was on the other side, if the draft was on the other side, I'd say
Like the cuddle was for Talon.
Yeah, Talon could play it, but I do see one issue with BB Team's draft, which is there's no good disable. There's two really good like supports you want to jump in the back line.
Yeah.
Do you just Storm here as Talon? I mean, there's the counter pick out of the phase.
Yeah.
So BB could counter the Storm, but I feel like there's not much that completely hard counters him in the lane.
Whoa.
What the hell is going on?
Can we get Shiva on early, please? Can we just sub out? Maybe she'd like to talk about this draft.
This is the problem with the Morph. So I have figured out what BB Team is doing. They are tactically drafting in a very BB fashion where they are trying to just win as many lanes as possible in BB Team fashion. So you see Snapfire Mars, right? So it's like, okay, you see the off lane, pick your carry, right? But it's an incredibly early Morph pick, which means the Morph is going to get countered, but he still should have a good lane. Now it's up to the rest of the team to counter what they see. Now you have a core pick, you see Monkey King, go counter that hero, and so on and so forth. So, but I feel like Morph is one of those heroes that, like, yeah, AA comes out, Monkey King comes out, now all of a sudden you're in a situation where this Morph is not going to probably carry the game. So maybe GPK can do it on Storm Spirit. We do have the Keeper of the Light. I mentioned the last time I saw them pick this Keeper of the Light, I wanted to see Storm, but it was block picked. And I also talked about the recall facet, because when you recall Storm, it does an automatic chakra on him, so you can double chakra him.
So I remember the last time BB Team played this, they did not pick that recall.
They did not, but they also didn't have a Storm.
They didn't, yeah, because it was the, but they didn't go that facet, so I'm not too sure if it was a change-up because they didn't get the pick that they wanted, if they were never actually going to go it anyway.
Find out.
Yeah, exactly. Now that they did that Storm Spirit, we do want to keep an eye on what facet this Coddle will go if we will eventually see it in that Pos 4 picked up.
I just think the hero feels really shit if you don't go Solar Bind. That's the bottom line.
Can you please switch your language?
It's
a family-friendly broadcast.
No, it's worth the vulgarity because it is that bad. It truly is. It's really
Even
rough.
on the support, you think the same?
I think so. I mean, Save appeared to have the same thought process.
I mean, we'll see. I mean, I saw people experimenting with them pubs. I don't know if it's stuck. I'm not really a Coddle support enjoyer. It's a very small percentage of people enjoy playing that hero on support right now, so we will see. But I don't know if this Storm addresses the Monkey King mid, does it? I feel like Monkey King mid does well against Storm Spirit mid. Sure, it's a good game
We
match.
saw this matchup yesterday. The Storm didn't really had like as bad of a time compared to like a Puck into
Right. I mean, Puck versus Monkey's unplayable. But this is still slightly... It's not going to crush a Monkey, right? So he's still going to get his farm. The real two questions for me are just going to be, one is AA playable? Like, can they
that
get
is a
out
good
of the
question.
lane?
You all did skip over the AA. No one mentioned it.
Death rhymed.
I mean, we're back to it now, because I think this hero is very interesting. He has a lot of... This is like an aura healing meta, but still nobody picks AA. That kind of says something about the hero.
I feel like he gets bullied by any Zoo hero. Like a Zoo hero would just destroy A.
Wait a minute. Do my eyes deceive me, Winter?
10 seconds
Or is Wind Ranger still in the pool?
She's still in the pool.
5
Goodness
seconds
gracious,
remaining.
dearie me. They just
So is
banned
Lena.
They just banned the Centaur.
Wind Ranger, Lena, Luna, all still in the pool.
Wow, that is exceptional. That is truly something to behold, Winter.
Only Winter.
I mean, you have AA, you know, so you're probably not gonna pick Wind Ranger AA in one lane. I mean, I hope not.
You could pick Wraith King with AA.
Oh God! Oh, don't do that, Talon, please. We want a competitive game 3.
I mean, the thing is with AA, I'm actually looking at Ursa. You don't see what you're playing against, but you will. So I'll save my judgment on that one. But you need to pick an off lane now that doesn't get Ursa'd, because I feel like Ursa's really strong in this lineup. Can lane with AA really well. Good versus Morph throughout the game. Honestly, Ursa got even better now. Anti-Mage actually looks really sick too.
Can you just Monkey King into the Doom
You
lane?
probably should, right? Monkey
Beat him in
King.
lane and then pick something mid that beats Storm. Although that is hard to theory craft with the static slide
Isn't that
facet.
Monkey King
10
though?
seconds remaining.
Monkey King mid? Yeah, I mean,
What's better for mid? Because Puck's
5
banned,
seconds
Ember's banned.
remaining.
I think you put Makoto back on the Monkey King. I
Agreed.
feel like he's feeling himself.
he did look really good.
He
on
looked
it. Yeah,
fantastic on it.
I think he'll probably.
Anti-Mage if you're spicy, Ursa's cool. Anything else, like Drow, could be okay against the Morph.
You don't even want to look
Growl's
towards
nice.
the Luna.
Faceless Void, not against Doom, but you have a combo at least. You could just always...
I mean, is Razor absolutely horrible against the Morphling?
Yes.
Yes, it's
Yes.
the worst matchup.
And
in the game.
SD.
Okay.
Sorry to shut you down there, but yes, it is very bad.
Winter, I like that you put it forward.
I mean, they just picked Luna into Morph.
Oh no, Fear's prediction.
My prediction.
It's happening.
It's gonna happen.
BB team, no.
So both teams kind of work. One team actually went back to their old comfort hero. I guess Morphing is comfort for Nightfall, whereas Akashi has not played Luna this whole tournament, and he's the one trying to go out of his comfort zone.
Yeah, I mean, I don't care. Like, I already predicted this at the beginning of the draft. And
So you want to go the Moon Guard against the Shell Demon?
Ideally, I mean, the other one might just be too OP at this point, but the Spinning Glaives, you should just level it at least. You don't really need the Moon Guard, but you should get at least a couple points
Just
in it.
kill the illusion.
That way you can kill the illusions that he makes of you.
There's a lot of different moving parts here. I mean, it's our first ancient apparition for the road to the international. It's paired up. You got the Luna, which has been rising in stocks. It's had phenomenal wins, performances. And then on the side of BB team, we're liking that they're going back a little bit more for comfort. The Shadow Demon has looked like one of the best position 5s out there outside of the Naga, but the Doom is my big question mark. It's been so hit and miss for teams. We're still seeing a lot of them place that priority. Is it a nail in the coffin for BB team? Is this the way that they go home? Is this how they are the first team eliminated out of the road to the international with that final pick? Do you guys want to give last final thoughts about the two matchups we have?
Don't make me go first, Fear.
Talon is definitely going
Wasn't.
to win. I wonder if you can punish this AA, but I don't think Coddle 4 is going to punish AA. They're going to get away with it.
No. Yeah. I think Kotal Doom doesn't sound like a Hoodwink Doom. And I think the games that we've seen Doom win, it's mostly with Hoodwink. And we all saw what happens when Doom, you get shut down in the lane. The hero just has a very, very hard time. And I feel like Talon, they have a strong lane, Luna A. It's not a melee range, but it's a strong lane.
SEA. That's what I'm starting to hear. Jenkins.
Oh, sorry, wrong channel.
I think this is it for BB team. I think they're getting put down here by SEA Dota.
All right.
I think this is it.
Well, that's another thing to factor is the Costa curse going to play into this as well. We're all liking what Talon have done for themselves. It's a game 3 and our very first elimination for the road to the international. We're getting on into it with our casters, Lyrical and Trent.
Thank you so much, Nat. I can't believe we're here. That last game was so insane. This game's also going to be insane. I feel like BB team just like lost their mind. They're like, yeah, we're just going to take more first 2. Who cares?
I don't know. I think the panel's lost their mind. Despite only leading for 2 minutes in an entire best of 3 so far, our panels decided Talon are now going forward.
Dude, whatever. I'm on the train too. SCA, let's see it.
Hopium is at an all-time high. Did you guys watch the first 2 games?
You're not wrong.
Their collective lead, I think, is under 2 minutes.
You see, this is
all right.
Good. Everybody should
bring him back down.
He's making sure that we don't get the caster curse going.
I got you covered. Don't worry, C.
Should note, by the way, that Coddle, for a very long time into the beginning of the draft, had Solarbind chosen and then switched at the last second to recall, so did decide to take that one.
Yeah, of course. Solar Flare has become much more popular. The only time you would do recall is pretty much this. Using the recall, getting the second chakra, juicing up your Storm Spirit. That is the plan. But sorry, I said Solar Flare. Solar Bind is really, really broken, though, so it's sad to lose it.
What was it that you were saying right as we were getting out? We saw that Storm Spirit pick up, and what did you say?
I don't remember.
You said, in case of emergency...
Oh, yes, I did.
break to open up the GPK Storm Spirit.
Yeah, this is the BB Team Classic. If they are going to lose, GPK is going out on Storm. And usually, they don't go out.
That's right.
He does an extremely good job on this hero. It is his go-to. It is the one that if I had GPK in my game, I would want him to be on. I think he performs the best on this hero under pressure. And with the early morph pick, they gave it a little bit of time to find the hero for GPK, and they felt comfortable going for it. So we'll see if he can carry through.
We will see.
Thank goodness you were listening.
No, I try sometimes, every now and then. Well, the other sort of standout hero, we've already talked about Monkey King a lot. We've seen it sometimes against Storm, tends to do well. We'll see how Makoto is able to handle the pressure in this one. But the big changeup, of course, is also going to be adding in this Ancient Apparition. Just a direct answer to the Morph Lane, one of the best one-to-one counters in the game. But the problem often has been the laning stage for this AA hero. Maybe a little bit alleviated by the fact that you've got a Luna in lane now who's a little bit stronger than she used to be.
Yeah, I mean, we S triple plus status has been accredited to this Luna so far today. Has obviously looked pretty darn amazing in Game 1. It's been crushing in the last few series. We'll see. It's not the traditional AA. Typically when we try and salvage an AA game, we often get the Sven or the Chaos Knights. You can actually like try and stun and utilize the combo of Cold Feet, but we're not really there anymore. We got a lot of right-click damage. We got blood grenades.
Oh my god, and just like that, save going to go down. First blood drawn by Akashi, and what did the panel talk about?
Are they getting away with the AA?
I mean, they're maybe running away with it, the way that it's already started here. You got to be careful. I mean, this is what the panel talked about in that long discussion of Luna versus Morph. Used to be a counter. Nowadays, she farms so quickly and gets off to such a good start, it might not be that counter anymore.
We've seen this just ridiculous burst damage that can come out later too, right? With these Lunas where they like blink in and eclipse too, and you have to be pretty cautious about those situations as a Morphling, so... Now, when does it feel good?
I'm not sure. Particularly because there are these other forms of lockdown, right? If Makoto's bouncing around the trees and manages to find Psycho off in the woods, he could just get blown up by, you know, an air and ice blast. It could all go down.
And right there, you can see they're pressuring in on Toronto Tokyo to make sure that small camp stays body blocked there from Yokum. So this wave's going to come out a little bit here, and you know, level 2, still holding the point on Yokum. They know they have this threat to maybe kill Psyche if he messes up.
Spanio starts to put some of that extra pressure on. We'll have to see if Hero, if you got a good creep, that could be pretty annoying to play with in the lane. I think like the Chain Lightning creep or something like that, maybe. The extra...
Before it was nerfed!
Well, yeah, but you got
10 more mana, Lyrical!
But that's what Coddle's for.
Yeah, these Doom lanes, you know, they're just not that great anymore. Devour takes a while before they even pick it up, so they don't have these abilities to work with. You've got this support Coddle, who just lost his circlet!
Oh no.
Save! You forgot your circlet! Ponyo just denied it on the ground!
Oh no. All right, they're tilted. Look out.
Cool your head. Cool your head.
It's fine. It's fine. He queued up another one. It's going to come out soon, surely. It's all fine, Trent. Well, that's not something that I think I've ever seen in a game of Dota before, pro game of Dota.
Don't drop your items.
Well, 3 minutes in, and it looks like the Bracer going to be coming out in just a second for Miro. We'll see how he's able to do. So far, the lanes looking very even.
Yeah. Tank up a little bit there. This is a classic Game 3 elimination. You know, everyone's a little bit more calm in the laning stage. No one goes a little bit crazy. We haven't had any attempts down bottom with this, like, Mars plus Snapfire, which can generally be kind of aggressive. They're just trying to get their farm and make sure you don't throw in the lane. That's the plan.
Make sure that everything stays survivable here, because both teams, I mean, that's the thing, right, is that for Talon, you're looking for this timing around Luna's items that comes out maybe 25, somewhere in that area, minutes. And then for BB team, it feels like it's going to be later on when this Morphling actually comes online and gets a couple of items. And particularly considering how we've seen Nightfall play, he's tended to sort of be more willing to sit back, try and farm up, wait for the late game scenarios, and not try and get super active early.
TP out of fights to go hit creeps, you know, those sort of things so far here today. That's the plan. But ever since that kill, yeah, I mean, look at the positioning from Akashi. They just, I own this lane. That is the message here right now. Miro, seeing if maybe that's true or not, and decide, yep, no, never mind, yep, that's true. Okay.
Neither of them have any mana, though, which is a bit of a concern.
And that aggressive ward there, too, as you can see them running over, like, just surviving the whole time, giving them all the information throughout this, knowing, you know, sometimes versus Coddle, you place this ward down because you just want to watch for the Illuminates and everything, but these days, these Coddles, they start with the Chakra and the Blinding Light. Like, you don't even have that threat.
Right. No, absolutely. Much less an opportunity there, as a couple of denies coming out across the board. Does have clarities on the courier coming to the two Talon heroes up top, so they can keep up that aggression. As Yoka makes the move over, scouted that there were some stacks. Toronto Tokyo going to keep them at bay.
Yeah, we're getting into 6 minutes here, so it's a Storm Spirit game. We're going to be watching the runes. Already some wards there. Probably some support rotations coming through as well, trying to get these power runes to enable your Storm. Give them a chance on these rotations.
And the big one, of course, is also going to be those Wisdom runes. Now the chase forward finds Toronto Tokyo onto him immediately. Has a Boundless when he comes out of there. The cookie connects. And just like that, Toronto Tokyo going to drop, saving the Boundless even on Makoto.
Yeah, the neutral camp helping out with quite the damage there as well. No deny, though, unfortunately for him. GBK is going to try up top, and he does get it. Amplify damage.
That's a big one. Getting lucky on the spawn.
Question is, can you rotate to a side lane and do anything, though? He's going to try and walk top. He's a little low on the mana.
Has the Coddle there, of course, which can help that out as they already try and whittle down the Luna a little bit.
But he's just walking back.
No, there's no way.
Might as well just go hit a stack. Yeah, just give me the Chakra.
Maybe they go on to mid, though. Yeah, zip forward, finds Makoto. TP coming from that Snapfire. Now the turn wants to hit Cookie away, backs out, stacks up, and the fourth one will do it. GBK now low on mana, so can't go for the two supports, but they got what they came for.
Just enough, too, with the raindrop coming back.
As the 7-minute mark is going to come in. And it looks like it should be a trade-off of one Wisdom rune apiece here, as all the supports came mid for that 6-minute rune. And a lot of stacks being built. My goodness.
Yeah, that's one thing they have been doing a lot of between the Shadow Demon previously up top, now down bottom here. That is a lot of creeps to work through.
Well, and it's something to consider, right? Is our Talon going to be able to come on in and contest these stacks? Because I feel like they have a lineup that can take them a little bit earlier, particularly the Ancients. But at the same time, BB team, you know, maybe they're going to be that much further forward protecting them. Although I guess maybe not. With GPK pairing together with Save, they're going to take these ones pretty quick.
Yeah, it's a nice use of the Keeper of the Light here. Don't have to go for the straight up aggression. Just farm your way through.
Absolutely. And another round. And yeah, you can see the differential there, as it's going to be another one stacked up by Save.
Now, they might only have one camp stacked, sure. That's true on town, but look at that net worth on the Luna and the Monkey. I mean, the lanes doing well. I mean, this Luna is huge. This is an AA-supported Luna, okay? You probably shouldn't be this rich. That's a good sign.
I mean, and that's the other thing too, is like, as much as GPK should, I feel like, have a pretty good game, there aren't that many like just immediate point-and-click stuns. The Morph and the AA getting off to a good start is a little bit concerning. Like, if AA is able to get a free path to 6, you're never going to feel safe in this game on Nightfall.
That's true, but I will also say that Toronto Tokyo is kind of going crazy right now. He is just waiting for Storm to come back. He's level 5.25 right now at almost 9 minutes. Like, he's going to have a 6 pretty fast. And you think about Makoto trying to play this game, if you get hit by that Shadow Demon ulti, that's a bad time.
Oh, yeah. No, it's fair. They are going to rotate through now, though. Luna comes through the gate. It's like immediately going to back away, recognizing that danger.
Yeah, this has been one of the big strong points of this Luna. Rotating
they see him.
through.
They see nighttime. Him. The nighttime. Oh! Yeah, that hurts. That's a tough one.
Meanwhile,
right?
At least GPK is getting something done here. It is scanned out by the Dire, so they recognize what's happening. They're all in here, farming it up. But these Lunas rotating through the Twin Gates, because from that 5 to 10 minute mark, you have the nighttime bonus. You want to move on through, see what's up.
Need to be wary. Slight lead could turn into a bigger lead as WS is just going to drop right on to Toronto Tokyo. There's a disruption for the moment, and Akashi has already used everything, as a matter of fact. GPK steps forward. They bring in Makoto, get some separation there. GPK low on mana, but already a Doom out onto the Mars. A trade of 1-for-1 as all 10 heroes came to the bottom lane.
Yeah, I don't think that Eclipse hit anyone.
No.
Between the disruption, just completely dodged there. Oh, good defense there by BB Team, but Akashi is right back at it into that top lane and farming away. So not too much disrupted here. Just a little bit of bonus for the Doom as they chuck that down. And the WS, who might be feeling a little bit more comfortable to make a play around this map, as he does have a free 100 seconds of no Doom.
Definitely a possibility. It's very tight amongst all of the cores in this game right now. Of course, the other ability that we didn't really get to see there get used is going to be the Mortimer's Kisses, which paired together with the Arena is going to be really nice as soon as Yoka manages to finish off that level 6.
Save also closing on 6 too, though, and we'll have that recall. So the potential to bring in the Morphling, or just obviously more likely trying to use the Storm just for the double inside of the same fight.
Right.
A couple of different opportunities there. They will finally finish off that tower, though. Akashi still comfortably farming up top here. Staying a little bit far back, though, as the Catapult hits the tower. Does not want to get jumped by the Storm. He's not sure where GPK is, but now he just took down the Watcher, so they probably know he's rotating up here. Or at least they know that's a threat, I should say.
Yeah, they're sitting multiple people behind him, though. And now a smoke up, they actually are willing to make this move themselves. GPK is set up mid.
So they could boundless into Ice Blast, Kisses, but I don't think that's a kill.
No, it's not quite going to be enough. And instead, going to have to call off that movement. Miro also playing back behind the tower. You can tell BB is very much aware of what could be happening. They're farming up this Ancient stack for the moment. And as that smoke is going to wear off soon, it doesn't look like they're going to be able to make anything happen. This is a nice win here for
this
BB.
has been too successful for BB Team. This is really the difference maker, is these stacks and the combination of utilizing just the Coddle and the Storm to farm it nonstop.
Yeah, and they're building more too. Like, look at this. Toronto Tokyo on the other side of the map. If Talon, I mean, again, the nice part about this is you've got a Luna that's free farming. That's what, at this point, 15 stacks that have been made to 2, but Luna is still right about even with Storm.
I mean, look at the sentries laid down by BB Team on that bottom half of the map. Like, they are just ensuring that there's no vision in here, their camps aren't blocked, because this is the strat and the plan that they're going for right now.
And what did the panel say was the answer, right? If Luna and Morph get to the same farm levels at like that window when they want to fight, it's going to be Morphling ahead, but oftentimes that's not what happens. For Talon, it's happening because they haven't been able to find these kills.
It's on to Yokum.
And it does look like it's going to be a finish off there. GPK gets the last touch, manages to take him out. So yeah, it is going to be an issue.
Yeah, slowing down again here on the side of Talon. Despite getting those kisses, they can't really find a play to use it.
Another freaking stack, man. It's just non-stop.
And look at that play. Save starts the recall, then TP's up top to bring GPK. They're going to find Ponyo if he walks out.
Got to be careful with this. The movement.
Do not He was so close to dying. One more step and he was gone.
Kashi will show on this. No, he's not going to show on that tower. Okay, he realizes what could happen. The economic game being done by BB is really, really strong. And, you know, we were sort of looking at the support duo and being like, Shadow Demon, Coddle, it doesn't look that great, but it's really good at stacking camps.
It's great if you get farmed.
Yeah.
Like, if there's no fighting early, you don't have to worry about anything, life's good. And yeah, these are two of the absolute best supports at stacking, and that's all they're doing. And you look at the side of Talon, you think like, oh, you got Monkey King, you got Mars. Like, you can invade, you have the Snapfire, but they're struggling to just keep up that momentum and try and play on the other side of the map. They have the Blink Dagger, though, on WS, though, so it's time to dial it up right now. Smokes as well, backing up GPK.
Illusion, Rune.
Oh, he wants it.
Not quite on the mark.
Wait, it's still gonna click.
Ice Blast going out, they'll cookie away, and jump forward. Miero finds him with the Doom. Already out. Do they have enough? Can they bring any of these heroes down? Trying to take him down. Disruption is out. As the Mortimer Kisses are going to land, they'll kill Miero for that Mars.
Now they're manning back up on GBK, but it's not quite enough to go in. Oh, or is it?
Makoto turned upon Ponyo, low on mana. And Talon reset the fight.
Psycho level 10 right now. So no points in the morph though, so can't do any tricky plays. Back to farming they'll go. They lose the Doom, you lose your Mars. Pretty well even all around. A lot of gold going back over to Akashi though, so that's going to help propel him towards the Manta.
Yeah. I mean, he's staying right there, slightly ahead of the morph in terms of farm, but the big items that are coming out are going to be about the same.
Yeah, now Ponyo getting into it as well, though, starting to stack up the Dire.
Yoakum has no fear. This guy's crazy, man. Just runs
Well, I mean, he's got the Seeds of Serenity, which, as far as I can tell, are broken.
Yeah, absolutely. You're not wrong.
How can you die?
I will say, like, now you've got Doom that's building into a Midas. I'm looking at these heroes, and it just feels like BB Team has a lot of very good scaling.
They have spent so much of their gold that they've gained on sentries.
Yeah.
On the raiding team. It's actually comical.
That's a good point.
They're just all over the map and protecting everything. Like, you would think that there would be some bigger items.
Makoto? They just find him and kill him. All right, that can't afford to happen if you're Talon. The recall, really valuable in terms of these movements. And it just doesn't feel like that. I mean, again, a much better game than the previous two games for Talon, but it still feels like it's leaning the BB way. At this point, they were down like 4,000 or 5,000, so who knows? Maybe it's fine.
Yeah, they're more comfortable behind, so even perhaps a little scared. Oh, nice sentry here from Ponyo. Gets the OBS. It's GPK. Just does what he does best.
Oh, yeah.
Hits neutrals.
WS making the move up. And a smoke from the Coddle as they'll pick up that Wisdom Rune now, finally. But 4 heroes up top.
Ponyo planting a crazy OBS. Gets away with it. Sentries first, checks the pillar. He's doing a lot of these really sneaky observer wards that are just, they don't give the best vision, but they're really unlikely to be dewarded, right?
Yeah. It does get some pretty good sort of rotations and where those movements would be coming from.
Oh, they need it for WS as well, because just Mars is the first jump
right.
in this game, right? Unless Makoto can get some really solid vision for you, it's kind of all on WS, so he needs something forward.
Well, nothing gained on that movement. They did get that good ward. We'll see if that can pay out for them later on. It's a 2,000 gold lead now for BB Team, as they are still sitting 3 up here top. Right. Mortimer's Kisses with Arena and Ice Blast will kill anybody.
Yep.
As long as there isn't a disruption.
That is the concern. Obviously, you've got the Shadow Demon who, you know, maybe you can get some vision inside there, one way or the other. Try and get that save. And Saika does finally take a point in Morph at level 13, so has the capabilities to make some plays, but has just been farming like a madman. No Vlads for him this game. He just went straight into the Manta and the Chrysalis.
And eyes towards that BK.
They are all mid right now. 4 heroes for Talon as they're watching GPK in the river. That's got to be tempting.
Oh, a misplay.
What? Did that miss?
He missed the Boundless Strike, yeah. Yeah, it was unfortunate. All right, GPK, what the hell are you doing?
I mean, full credit. He deserves it. I don't know.
Yeah. It was the change in elevation. That's what it was.
That's what it was. It gets me every time.
Yeah, it's a tough one.
High altitude spellcasting can be really hard.
5-5. And at this point, you can see gearing up for the later stages of this. BKB next online for Miero if he can finish that one off.
I mean, he could even just sell Midas right after this one and then go for it.
If they want to fight now, I mean, it is GPK's BKB timing, and speaking of which, he's going to jump out. Finds Yokum.
Oh, gets stunned.
Stun.
Can they turn?
Looking, waiting, spear connection. Oh, he has a BKB. He has a BKB, and he's going to use it to get out. But will he actually be able to escape? He's out of mana. He can't get to the low ground. There were so many ways that he could have lived, and he found the one where he didn't.
What just happened?
Oh, man. Oh, that's unfortunate. You know, I wonder if also, I mean, yeah, it's an unfortunate situation there. Talon.
Unfortunate what? GBK, this is the emergency hero.
It's tough. The pressure starts to mount. Can you perform in those situations? And right now, Talon get a little bit of a sign of life. Because again, here's the thing. We're talking about these stacks. We're talking about farming up. We're talking about BB team getting everything they need. But when push comes to shove, you gotta also be able to execute in these fights.
You gotta click those spells.
And...
or BKBs.
That time it didn't happen. Scary stuff. Scary, scary stuff. He's back again, though.
Oh, and there's still Arena here. He doesn't have his BKB for another 5 seconds, but he's going to stay nice and close before that becomes an issue.
Shield room for Yoko.
That's a finished Gleipnir? The item of Dota 2 right now?
It's very strong.
You know what's crazy is that this Monkey King doesn't have Arcane Boots Gleipnir like every other core.
Oh.
That's all right, that's revenge.
Yeah. Felt like he was going to be safe because of the shield rune, but of course Shadow Demon just purges that one right off. As Makoto.
Ulti down, Demonic Purge is down. Team, we can go. Makoto, I've opened up the door for you.
Ready, they take down that mid tower. GPK looking, hunting, seeing if he can find anybody at all. But there is nobody home at the moment. 21-minute mark coming up now, and you can see Mars is kind of positioning. Oh, this is kind of bad. Mars is looking to steal the Wisdom Rune, and unfortunately, they have already placed a ward to catch him. So WS is in no man's land and going to get punished for this one.
This is a crazy play in a game where you're not losing by that much.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
I mean, to be fair, that's also a really unusual ward at this point in a match.
I mean, they did it multiple times in the last 2 games. That might be a coach thing even. You know, Bulk just saw those plays and was like, guys, put a ward there. You'll catch him.
Oh, that is so painful. Like, that's your do-stuff hero.
Oh, yeah.
He's trying to build a BKB. I mean, if you have a BKB, I'm okay with that play. Because you probably get out. But, yeah, that's a tough one. So they're going to grab the Tormentor after that kill. And that's going to give the Shard over to Save. So now he has 2 charges on recall.
Okay. Very nice, very nice. 6,000 gold lead. It is still Luna that's top of the charts, and I will still say that, like, I feel a lot of this game comes down to how these Ice Blasts hit.
Oh, yeah.
Like, if you connect on those Ice Blasts, it is going to destroy BB.
Recall coming in here. They're bringing the Storm.
And Yokum, again, maybe going to be the one that gets found and punished for this. So they jump in, find that Snapfire mechs, but no way to get out of that one.
Second recall brings in Psycho there with an amplified damage room, trying to give Talon a taste of their own medicine. An amplified Morphling. But they're probably just going to rotate into Roche with this, you would think. Because why not? Now, you know, Ponyo, of course. He's lurking. A little bit of some ancient apparition style, if you will. Back in the day, we used to have these AAs hiding all over the map, throwing these giant ice blasts. But Ponyo, I think, is just trying to live. There's the scan. Oh, he's going to chuck it.
Yeah.
Surely. He's an ancient apparition. You don't have a choice.
I mean, it would reveal where he's at, which would be kind of annoying.
I mean, I don't know. That takes a lot of guts to not do that. I'm impressed. He does have no TP.
Yeah, if he throws that out, I think he's dead. But
this is like Frogger trying to escape here right now.
Dun, dun, dun. Well, he's getting away. GPK shows for a second on this wave, the rest of the team coming in. And he's actually, that's the other thing, with this facet choice for the A, he actually can farm a little bit, which is kind of cool.
Yeah, always was a problem for the hero, so it does help out. But yeah, Morphling with a BKB, 9 seconds, with an Aegis for another 4 minutes.
They're gathered around here like they want to fight. This is an interesting decision if they do decide to defend the Tier 1. It doesn't look like it, so they are going to back out now.
So far this series, every time that BB team grows a lead and then tries to initiate a fight, things go kind of poorly for them.
It's true.
So they might hesitate a little bit here.
Very good at building the lead, sometimes end up giving it away. And a regen rune for Storm.
Oh, well, okay, now you have to fight. You don't have a choice.
This looks pretty good for them. Now recalling, save, brings in Miero. Hunting, calls another. Finding one. Oh, they can't quite
get
it.
There's a lot of heroes
Wait a minute,
here, though.
wait. Oh, he gets it! A blast immediately. There's the disruption. Now connecting onto 2. Mortimer's Kisses is out. Psycha BKB is already used. How much damage do they have? Akashi right on top of them. They get the Doom now onto the Luna as they try and bring these heroes down and kill them off. Is it quite going to be enough through the Aegis? It will. But still, Luna will die. A 2 for 3 so far and might even end up losing more. Makoto turns to fight onto GPK. Miero goes in too. Now Psycha onto Makoto. Does have the Boundless Strike. Turn around with the hit. And now connection. Do they have enough to spear? It managed to connect onto GPK. But they don't have enough damage left in the tank.
And he just got his BKB as well on Makoto. Didn't have it for the engagement.
Could have made the difference. And so, BB team, with that Aegis, they take a good fight. Still showing some signs of life there for Talon, I would say.
Yeah, a lot of things went really right there, of course, for BB team. Like getting the Doom onto the Luna, they had to spend a lot of their initiation onto the Morphling, but then he gets disrupted and saved. So, I mean, starts out like you're like, oh, well, this could be a free kill, but there's the disruption right before the arena as well. So, you have your WS Mars here just spending a lot of time on the 2 supports, which is good, but Psycha and Miero are up top on top of Akashi.
Right.
And that's going to be a problem. They lose the snap, takes the Aegis, but then they lose Akashi, and then Makoto's here. He's battling it out, but imagine if he is like BKB, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Maybe this second go here, he could actually get a kill or 2. Because GBK kind of had nothing left in the tank.
Right, and almost a full heal with the Boundless, but didn't quite have enough to bring him down. Although it does look like they're grouping together now and trying to make another smoke play on the side of Talon. Likewise.
Yep. Arena's up, no Doom back yet.
30 seconds is a nice window here for them.
Can they find the vision for a good arena?
Oh, Makoto! Right onto him, jumps down. Tries to find him. That Shadow Demon in some trouble. Toronto Tokyo, he's living a long time. Not long enough. Psych off to the side. They kill off the AA. He has buyback. Can they make anything work there?
Stun?
There's the jump forward. The stun in the arena combination. They connect and kill. GPK has to zip away. Miero might be in some trouble as they keep their eyes on him. Oh, good blink out.
That glimmer help there from Save. It might cost him his own life, but he gets Miero at a dodge.
And that's the most important one. So, Talon managed to take a solid fight there and take down the Morphling.
Makoto playing it a little bit risky there on this Monkey King, but he has to, right? He has to be the one who gets this vision for his team, and he did it really well. Second game in a row, he's doing an amazing job on this hero.
And I think this is going to be the real test this game of just how good of a carry is Luna, right?
Yeah.
Because right now, at 27 minutes, they have almost the same farm on the Morphling and the Luna. If you see these fights happen and Morphling has to like BKB and get blown up right at the beginning, granted there is still the AA in play, but there's going to be some interesting things to watch.
DOTA Plus loves the late game carries. I mean, there's Morphling on one side, but the Luna, you know? It's Luna Inspector just can't say no. GBK's got that big control of the Aghanim Scepter you can see there, but all right, I gotta say, WS, there is something in that last fight that gives me the sign that this guy might be like a serious, amazing player in the future, because that Morphling, most important hero, right? Chain stunned up, probably gonna die, and he still does spear into arena. Did you notice that? He didn't do arena and then spear. He had the time to do it, but this guy is so cool under pressure, he still does the riskier one.
And GPK finds Makoto. Now they get the spear. Oh, we got interrupted. It takes it away. Toronto Tokyo, nice save there for the moment. Doom already used now onto Makoto and WS. He's in trouble. A blast will get thrown, but no follow-up. That's going to be a dead Monkey King. GPK jumps forward, wants to find him.
Oh, he BKBs.
BKB TP out, wants to escape, and will do just that.
I'm just putting no risk on that one, huh?
Right. So the thing that I feel like you're talking about there, too, with WS is, like, we already knew from the MMR, from all the rest of it, that this guy's a great player, but to be able to perform under pressure on land, that's a different dynamic.
Yeah, just not to let it like mess you up, right? Like he's trusting the muscle memory, he's just doing his thing. He's not freaking out or panicking. But you know, after that great fight, BB team just come right back, get an important kill, waste a lot of spells on the side of Talon as well. Now, because like you can't just come back out here right now as Talon. I say that they're literally doing that. They have no arena, they have no BKB on this Luna, and they're just walking at him.
There's no doom. That's what they feel confident about. Yokum gets away for the moment. GPK wanting to chase him. Akashi is off to the side. And yeah, I mean, a little bit bold to make that move. Oh, the WS? Wait a minute, he's got a Blink Dagger. Blinks up. They don't realize he gets away.
So sneaky.
He still has an FTP for another 20 seconds. Oh, jeez. I can't believe he got out of there.
You know, Toronto was just like, come on. Like,
yeah.
Who walks out there right then?
Did they expend anything else? Spirit Form, still Doom on cooldown for 30 seconds. There's no BKBs used. BKB about to be back up for Akashi. He's 9 seconds away from BKB, and it's going to be 8 seconds too late as they kill him off.
This recall. I mean, this is the power. Sure, you lose this burst damage that you can get from the Solar Bind, but you're bringing in two massive damaging heroes here. With the help of this Agnum Scepter on the Storm, you know, you can control multiple people, and then Saika just finishes them off here with this Daedalus, plus the Nemesis Curse.
I mean, Save had been my MVP so far for the series, and, you know, these calls that he's making of come join me now, I mean, unless they turn off disable help or whatever it is, he's going to keep making them in the right position. We'll see if it's going to be good enough. 10,000 gold lead for Bedbone. Right now, you take a look at this as well, and you start thinking about the way that the next couple of minutes work. If they can get a kill before Roche, suddenly Talon could get a pretty good control of this game, but otherwise BB are going to be completely all over the map.
Yeah, I imagine they'll be pretty cautious about going high ground, though, you know, judging by how the series has gone. So I think Talon are going to get a chance to fully regroup, figure things out, and then, like you're saying, yeah, it's going to be Roche time. And that's going to be in a minute and a half. We'll figure that out here. In terms of Roche fighting, what do we got here? I mean, we got the Monkey King, we got the Kisses. I mean, they got the circles, right?
Oh, yeah.
All our Wukongs, all our arenas. We got the Ice Blast. That's pretty scary. Tons of AoE. But what BB Team have is they also have their own mobility between the Storm Spirit and the Morphling, so they're hard to lock down. They've got these saves. They also have this like big AoE heal that could be a factor if it's not being limited by the Ancient Apparition coming out from this Keeper of the Light. But BB Team, it's like the jump, right? I feel like they can just immediately blow up one hero and there's not much you can do. It's a little harder for Talon. They can do it with the Ice Path, but they still don't have this like great system unless WS manages to just hit the glorious spear, right?
Right.
Just harder.
Well, and the other big change you saw there just pop up for a second, Ponyo has a Blink Dagger.
Yeah, I love that on the AA.
Smoke up now, 5 on 5.
Just gotta hit it.
Head through, Vision, WS, first point of contact. They break the smoke with the Monkey King in the tree form. That was on Morph.
Saika still doesn't have Shard though on the Morphling.
It's gotta be careful. Eyes up, Akashi shows. Now Yokum out front and center, the Doom, it's ready. They got it already, and now also the Shadow Demon ulti. He's gonna TP away. Does he survive through it? I'm not so sure. WS throws it down. AA Blast did manage to connect off to the side. Is it gonna be enough damage? Yes, Toronto Tokyo goes down, but 3 already dead, and more if he's managed to escape.
Yeah, I mean, you BKB TP back to the fountain, but it doesn't matter. GPK
still goes down.
Break glass in case of emergency. GPK Storm Spirit, it's here. Save on his legendary Coddle as well. They know this combo. The stacking they did, and just to put GPK up top of the net worth, like, this is the kind of strategy that probably won't work as well again, right? It's not like people don't understand that they're going to do this idea of like the Coddle and the Storm, but the extent to which they relied on the stacks and abused that, I don't think Talon were ready for.
No. Very clearly, they were not getting into position to come and contest those, and now you're in a situation where BB are walking up high ground. Roche is available. The question is, oh my god, those numbers are insane. Yeah, Toronto Tokyo more stacks than all of Talon combined. The big question mark has been, can they close out these games? Can they shut the door on Talon and not give them life and hope to get back into this matchup? And I think they're close to it here. Last game, it was 27,000 gold lead before Talon were able to come back into it. Will they be able to make some type of a comeback happen again, or BB team going to have the answer that they need? It feels like they're doing quite well right now.
They're now pinging the Roche pit. I mean, as Talon, you kind of have to assume there's no way you can contest this.
Yeah.
I mean, in theory, if they had have all immediately gone, they probably could have, but you would have just assumed that they would have been a lot faster on this, on the side of BB team. And like, I mean, no, they're kind of thinking that right now too.
Yeah.
Kind of just taking a second, figuring out what's going on, because they don't have the best vision right now. But Talon are off. They're farming. They're doing their thing. And Psycho's getting Aegis.
So 34 minutes in, and an amplified damage rune has been the savior for them before.
Not again, surely.
See, it looks like it's going to be Makoto that takes it this time.
He's got his nullifier, just delivered as well. So these Glimmer Capes have been super annoying.
Well, and they've sort of made a nice job of like catching BB off guard with these like sort of unorthodox smokes, smoking in right as Aegis was claimed, and looks like they're going to do it again as they will head out across the map. Everybody from Radiant walking together now.
Yeah, 35 minutes is coming up, so the Wisdom Rune will be there. You could, in theory, try and find one person who hangs back for it, but they don't actually know exactly where they're at right now. They are very limited on vision. They don't see anything.
And the amplified damage is about to wear off.
Yokum has just consistently been caught first in these fights. He gets the ward up.
Saika is a little bit north from them.
Toronto Tokyo sees it with the gem. He gets jumped.
Jump, finding. Nod's a great hero to get to start this fight.
The gem ends up on the top.
And now, AA Blast, he blinks in to kill him. AA is gone, but now Morphling, he's in trouble. Morphling dead. Makoto, BKB, going to use that ulti right away and TP out, and will indeed manage to escape. So they lose the Mars, the Snapfire, and the AA. But they did manage to bring through down that Aegis.
The fact that Gem landed up on the pillar, it's kind of ridiculous. I think that saved it for them. There was no opportunity for Talon to grab it. I guess they probably would have lost it anyway, let's be honest.
Yeah, everybody was dying there.
Yeah, anyone who was scooping that thing up was dead.
But another moment there where BB lose an Aegis.
Yeah, I mean, Talon, they just feel like the high ground fight's probably not going to go that well for them. Ideally, you're trying to find them out of position, because again, it's post-Aegis, so you're thinking they're not going to be all grouped up, but BB team are just not allowing that to happen. All staying clumped up, and despite the immediate jump onto Toronto Tokyo, fight still doesn't go well for them.
Shadow Demon illusions as Yokum. They get a ward down up on the high ground, force staff back away. And the Luna illusions starting to do the damage to the tier 3 tower themselves. As a refresher is now done for Doom. There are just so many issues right now in this game with Talon that they need to address. And it feels like unless you're catching like everybody in a Mars arena, you're not going to be able to address them all.
Yeah, but you know, there's a Scythe on WS, right? You know, we saw that last game. They had no right win in that game either.
It's true. You're not wrong. They also have to contend with Doom now muting, so no free TP away. Not that it mattered anyways previously.
Well, I think that's how Makoto just got out, didn't he? Was he not doomed? Oh yeah, he wasn't doomed. You're right. You're right. And then Akashi died. Yeah, true. Fair enough, Lyrical.
We'll see.
You win this time. Gem picked up here by Ponyo.
I mean, we'll see. You never know. Toronto Tokyo deep wards. A couple of them down here on the south side.
How does he have so many sacks and he's still level 14?
That's a good question.
Level 15, there you go.
1 second back.
It's the 7 deaths, I suppose, you know. He's throwing the body in.
Oh, yeah. But the question is, are BB team going to try and actually even make a move towards high ground? This is the thing, right? I feel like we keep on seeing these moments where they have such a big advantage and then they kind of sit here and don't feel confident walking up high ground, which is understandable. It's really scary thinking about making this move, But then, like, around the Roche fight, maybe they end up losing the Aegis really quickly. Talon go all in, take it down, and then it buys this extra time where there's opportunities for Talon to pull it back in, which again, like, all this stuff feels like it makes sense. It's always like the correct move from BB Team, but as we saw, there's also some more opportunities where mistakes can happen. It's a tough nut to crack.
Yeah, they're very close to some huge growth potential, though.
Oh, yeah.
Storm's almost 25. I think he just got his Lincolns delivered. Save almost has BKB. Oh, never mind. He went X.
Okay.
Okay, I could have sworn he was just building a BKB. All right, let's go. X time.
All they need is Doom on the right targets. If they can find these heroes out on the map, that is a Monkey King illusion.
The Coddle Eggs is such a good counter, though. If the BKBs are down, or like you just force them out in such a bad circumstance.
Waiting.
Nero going in pretty deep here.
Not finding anybody, not finding the targets that they want. Talon out on the map. Well, all of BB are together.
It is nighttime, so it's not the best time to go high ground as well, since Talon might have the edge on you, thanks to the Luna.
I mean, I can't help but feel like I'm looking at these buybacks. Nobody on Radiant has buyback.
That's fine. No one's ever lost a game to a Luna running down.
It's just, I want to feel more secure. I want some stability in my life.
Well, they're not going high ground, so
it's true.
You've got it.
You're not wrong. I'm seeing all of these things line up together, and it makes me worried about what happened last game.
Talon, on the other hand, they are farming those buybacks. Very close on snap.
You can see 21%.
That is crazy high for a 23k depth. Yes. I'm just going to say.
Yes.
That is very unusual.
Maybe they know it's Bet Boom. I don't know.
You mean they know it's Talon? Positive commentator lyrical, okay? Don't let the facade fall down, okay? People still think you're really positive and wholesome, okay? You have an image to maintain.
That's true. 23-14. As across the map, it's the Hex that's online for WS.
Spirit of Suns fan.
This is another ward where they found some really good openings earlier for BB. Can they do it again? No, everybody is left now.
Almost 25 here for GPK. Slowly getting that up.
Smoke up. And save.
Dude, how long has he been there? Save just been chilling down here. He's going to bring in a friend.
Makoto.
This.
Careful, careful. GPK.
Okay, more friends. Everybody, come on.
Everybody's here. They're definitely.
Oh, Ponyo. Oh, he gets the ward down.
Gets up there, pretends to be a ward for a moment himself on GPK. Do they see him? If he comes down low ground, they'll see it. Still smoked up for just a little bit of time now, Ponyo.
The Shard is there on Morphling too, so it's not guaranteed anymore. He needs the Ice Blast, 100%. That's really what it means.
They walk forward, they see one. They're waiting. BB Team, are they going to step forward? They've been playing so safe this entire time. And Makoto shows for a moment. Jumps to the side. This ward advantage, if they wait long enough, the question is, will BB step forward? If they do...
I mean, they might get an instant rush spawn.
That's true.
Maybe they can force something here.
10 seconds. We'll find out what the timing is. Makoto, does he step into range? It's a battle of patience. Who is more patient with their movements? GPK, who wants that hard camp? Who wants it? There's an arcane rune to the side. Oh, does anybody want the hard camp? It's so nice right there. Ready for anybody to jump down and hit it.
Most stressed out Hellbears you've ever seen.
Listen, this is it's called Death Throw on it, and well, oh man, they were all there. That was a very close moment.
Right, Illusion's coming through.
Dude, both teams are so afraid. It's elimination game. It's all coming down to this one series, potentially one fight, as BBU have built up such a huge advantage. They cannot throw it away at this point.
Buybacks, still an issue. Only Saika has buyback on BB Team. If this turns into a Roche fight, even on Radiant side, they don't have that edge.
This is scary. And Makoto, he's wrapping around. Roche, it's a minute and 20 seconds away. how is it that it feels this even with a 24,000 gold lead? I mean, it really does come down to what is the initiation.
They end up denying the Arcane Rune. The Luna illusion.
Shout out to BB for being that patient in that moment. As Talon still hanging on here.
Radiant scanning, wondering if they're wrapping around on them right now. In a little bit of a panic moment here.
The stress is high, dude. It's a very scary situation. And again, with Hexes online, any one hero that gets taken out, they might not be able to get back into the fray. They almost have buyback on everybody for BB. Now the smoke. Shiva's Guard gets tons of vision for Miero if he can pop it in the midst of all of them.
He's so terrifying. I mean, he has Shiva's Guard, he's got BKB Blink. And there's still, there's no Lincolns to work with here.
They're going to go right over these wards. Gem.
They're just giving Yokum up.
They see it. Jump forward. Trying to go. Immediately dead. Yokum's gone. Then they get the Doom onto the Mars. That is the fight that they needed. The buybacks already come from Yokum, but they lose Makoto too. That's 2 already dead. They're going to need more buybacks if they want to win this fight. Akashi, Force Staff, trying to get away. Manta backs out. GPK, he's in pretty far. Saika right on top of him. Now the Force Staff come from Yokum. That's the buyback. So they force out a lot of buybacks. There is a Roche respawn. The dangerous part is Doom has already used both of them. Refresher was committed for that. Did it buy them a Roche? Talon, are you willing to come and fight this? It doesn't look like it.
It's just too fast.
I mean, the rough situation.
They're going to try and fight
that.
them after with no BKBs.
No BKBs, no Doom. There's an opportunity, but can they get there in time?
Blinks up.
Can they get there in time? Saika, he steps forward. No
there's no
AA
Ice
for
Blast.
7 seconds.
Yeah, you just can't kill the Morphling. It's impossible without the Ice Blast.
Double banner.
Perfect. If you play it too, it actually protects heroes as well.
There you go.
Just a fun fact. Yeah. Definitely real. Definitely try that in your games.
Doom is feeling like the X factor in this one. It was such a good late pick for them on BB.
Hero who, of course, you know, some teams were struggling with, but many teams still confidently grabbing him very early in the draft.
He blinks forward, gets back. Now he has a refresher too. They take out that ward that was just planted.
At a certain point, you know, they just have so many items, they can't manage them properly. Maybe that's the strategy Talon's going for here.
I mean, this is such an enormous lead at this point. This feels way harder than even last game at this stage. For Talon, as BB want to close this game out. They have been on the edge for so long. And an opportunity now. Boundless kills the creep wave. As you can see, even further. Is that real? It didn't move. It's still 17%. What?
Just believes.
It believes in the Luna. I don't know if I believe anymore.
Maybe it's just AA.
That's a possibility too, yeah. Well, getting ready to walk up high ground, possibly.
Okay.
They certainly don't have to. You can just keep farming if you want. There's nothing that says
Forever.
you have to take the towers. He jumps forward. The building is dropping very quickly. Have the Hex available on the Morph. Still 3 minutes on the Aegis. That is going to be a
Ice Blast.
full set. Oh, okay. Did get clipped by it, but not really feeling like an easy go. With no Ice Blast now, they definitely can't make a move. I mean, you also have the Refresher start on Storm. Holding this right now, like any fight, just feels so incredibly hard to deal with.
All right, it does come up fast, though. Only 13 more seconds, so Ice Blast returns. They're jumping.
Jump forward, find him immediately.
Nice Shadow Blade.
Backs away. Now the turn. There's the Wukongs. Gets pulled all the way back, and, well, he's going to drop.
Ice Blast is up.
Second round, Miro's to the side. They already get the Doom onto the Monkey King, and now trying to kill him off in time. They got the Frostbite onto GPK, but the damage doesn't feel quite enough, although it is for Miero. Wait a minute, maybe an opportunity here now. They catch Saika, he backs out.
They tagged him with the Ice Blast. He couldn't stay and fight. They actually got him far enough back. Yeah, he dies in the well. Makoto will survive.
No Mars ready. So that is Aegis.
The Doom's just too much. 1,400 pure damage from Doom.
incredibly hard to deal with. And, I mean, he doesn't have Doom ready. There could be an argument to be made that with no Mars, you could think about just like a buyback and go, but you also don't have to make that move. Maybe you don't even need the buyback to go. You can just go. So that is a dead Luna, does have buyback. AA Blast. Ready if they want to make a move of it. Good blink out. Great reactions.
No coverage there as well from Save.
They needed a Boundless Strike at the same time. That would have been a nice catch onto the Morphling, but no luck. This BB team...
the creeps are back mid. I mean, Psycho's just going to go in.
He's there already. AA Blast connects. Now runs away, but he got what he came for. You get the connection for the moment. Now trying to chase forward. Both supports in trouble, and just like that, GPK takes him down. Makoto, he's in no man's land. No Doom, no problem. They destroy the Monkey King, dead for 2 minutes. And at this stage, there is so little left in the tank. They're just trying to hold on to a ranged Rax, but it feels like an impossibility. Everybody on BB has buybacks.
Doing every sneaky play they can think of. Hiding on the side, a Shadow Blade on the AA even.
I mean, you could just go in and die and buy back everybody. It's 100 seconds, no Monkey King.
And when you buy back, Call just says, come on back, it's okay. We got recall.
They're ready for it. BB making the move now.
Oh, everything's just there now. The eggs on the Shadow Demon. A 48k lead here. They are buying for full success. They are not leaving anything up to chance this time. One last gasp here from Talon. A smoke behind with no Monkey King to help them.
Jumps forward. There's the catch. Arena is already down, trying to do what damage they can, but there is not a lot left in that tank. Yoakum hitting away, although that's all of them already gone. That's 3 dead on the side. Yoakum's going to be the 4th. Akasha, the last one left alive. This is going to be 1v10 if they want to take that fight, but GG is called. With that, Talon are eliminated. BB, they're moving on.
BB, they got what they needed. They got their Storm Spirit. They got their Keep the Lights save. Breath of relief there.
Oh, yeah.
Feeling good about it. And, yeah, I don't expect that to work again. I'm going to be honest. They just went for full comfort. They got their Storm. Yeah. They got their Coddle. They got their Morphling early on when it doesn't necessarily have the best reasoning, right? Maybe it was emotional, but it worked.
It worked indeed. And for Talon, they're going to be going out now as we head on back to the panel.
It's a tough one for Talon and all the Talon fans out there, but BB team, they're able to continue here in the road to the International. They're one more best of 3, which will be happening later today for them, away from making it to that main event. This series was a lot closer than many people would have thought. I'm sure for BB team as well, a little bit closer, but this game number 3, more methodical, great draft for them, despite the fact that my 3 analysts were actually favoring Talon's draft. So let's talk about it. Break it down. All right, you got to start then with that reaction.
I mean, the one thing that could have went really poorly for them was GPK Storm, right? And I kind of mentioned that. And yeah, 17-1 with the Coddle on his team, with the terrible facet of the recall. Did a lot of work there and ended up just like having so much mana in these fights to kill everyone. They didn't have the answers to lock down the Storm. I'm not sure what they could have done. Like in the past, I know Mars would buy Yules to kind of lock down the Storm, but it's just not really meta anymore, not something you want to do. So GPK just had the freest game of his life here and really delivered on the Storm Spirit. I can't say anymore. 17-1 with 45k hero damage, way more than anyone else on his team. They just didn't have an answer.
Yeah, that man was running around with like 25 galvanized stacks by the end of the game. That's when you're having a great time.
I feel like you should say what the Galvanized stacks do for people who might not play Storm Spirit or
It's old Bloodstone. Gives you mana regen. If you, per stack, if you die, you lose, I think, 1/3 of them or something like that. Dying is pretty impactful on Storm, so...
Just don't die like GPK.
You pretty much, like, to be a good Storm these days, you really have to value your own life. And what's the most impressive about GPK in this game is that despite not dying, it looked like he wasn't valuing his own life. Like, even in this fight, we can see that he's playing very much so in the front. He is protecting Nightfall. He's protecting his backline supports. There's even a fight that we saw, like, he's always going in first, right? But there's a fight that we saw that he, at like 200 HP, zipped in and tanked a spear for Miro to survive. And he survived and Miro survived as well, and it made the fight favorable for them because he did that. So he was playing very aggressive and yet still not dying. So he pushed this hero to its absolute limits.
I mean, on top of that, I felt like the the reason why they couldn't really kill the Storm in a lot of the fights because Miro, he was really decisive with his jumps. He caught, I think, the Mars a couple of very crucial team fights. He takes out the Arena out of the team fight. And yeah, I mean, if you don't get him, because he had the Hex as well. So if you take the Mars off the picture, the other heroes kind of can't really deal with the Storm.
Yeah, it was a great decision for him as well to go on that Mars. In some of the fights, he was also going on the Luna, so it felt like for this Doom, he had two great targets. Talon didn't really know how to combat that either. It felt once one core was doomed, okay, we want to try and disengage. It really isn't that easy to just disengage from BB Team and what they had done for themselves.
They tried.
Yeah, they really did try, but this was
You know Ponyo's item build?
No?
He went Blink Shadowblade on an Ancient Apparition.
Really?
That was his...
Didn't Lunar also go Shadowblade?
No, yeah, the AA had a Shadowblade.
So they had two Shadowblades.
So the 5 and the 1 went Shadowblade?
Yes.
Yeah, he was just trying to hide from
That's how badly they're trying to run. He's just going to Blink and Shadowblade away as an AA.
Wow, okay.
And there it is in all its glory.
That is
the build.
That is a glorious build.
A head scratcher is maybe how I would have coined this one.
He had Solar Crest earlier. I mean, he saw it in the end.
You know who else had a blink? Morphling, Nightfall. That's exactly how you play against an AA, I think, is you blink in and you dodge the AA ult, or you blink in and you kill him before he can ult you, because AA is a very squishy hero. You press one adaptive strike on him and a right click, he's dead.
All right. Well, look, BB Team, it was much better game number 3 for them. The team fights just more clear-cut, and they were executing them in a very great manner. And for that, this best of 3 series win for them. They will be playing again later today. But for now, let's jump on down with Nomad and hear from our winners.
Thank you very much. Yes, I am here with Save. We're going to talk about that series. Save, firstly, was that fun? Was that stressful? How was that for you?
That was for sure fun at first, but then it was very stressful, you know, when we threw this second game. Yeah.
That's how you feel about the second game? You feel like you let it go?
Yeah, I mean, I felt like it was an easy win, but we played very bad, maybe me personally also. And it led to the very bad things, and we lost, so...
That's surprising because, you know, as talent, we've all been kind of talking about how good you've been playing, you know, on this line and stuff. You know, your line performance in game number 1 felt really, really dominating, really, really competent. So do you feel like a lot of your team's success kind of pins around you?
Yeah, maybe. When I have a really bad game, usually our team doesn't do very well. And when I have a good game, I feel like we're playing fast.
That's very interesting. Well, you know, we did feel a little bit of the stress. I mean, obviously you've had some really, really good performances, and then stress kind of came in a little bit. We had the unfortunate item situation. You want to talk about that a little bit with Game 3?
I mean, I just dropped my circlet on the ground, and they deny it. It's probably because of my mouse. I mean, I play an office mouse, you know, that is a $5 price, and I feel like I didn't change it for 1 year, and it's probably broken. I had something similar in my pubs. Maybe should I change it?
I think you probably should have. You guys can't see, but we're literally looking at, you know, like a mouse my dad would use here. So maybe we get that upgraded, not sure. But finally, you're going to be playing against Nouns later. How are you feeling about that series?
I feel like Nouns is a good team, even though we played against them our first game at this TI, and games weren't that hard, honestly, but I feel like they became a better team after our series. They won the team spirit, they took the one map of Gladiators. They're for sure a very good team, so of course I'm going to prepare hard, and we're going to try our best.
All right, really looking forward to seeing you play later. Thanks for coming to talk to me. Back to you, Nat.
There we go, BB Team, they're giving respect to their opponents, Nouns, which will be happening. That'll be our 3rd series for today. They're going to have a series break for themselves, and it was a stressful one. They're going to have to try and reset here. He already talked about it there, Save himself, that Nouns, they were able to get a game off Gaming Gladiators. Here we see BB Team fall down in that second game towards Talon. He said it was a throw. Would you guys coin it as that as well? And they, okay, yeah, don't answer so, please. Pause at least before you answer it.
Oh, sorry.
Was it a throw?
Yeah, I think it was a throw. They definitely were ahead the majority of the game, except for the last 2 minutes of the game where they threw the game. So definitely would agree with him. And if I was playing on that team too, if I'm ever ahead by 20,000 gold and I lose, there's no other way to look at it as we should have won this game, no matter the circumstances.
It was 27K.
Okay, thank you for the correction.
Would you be able to mentally recover from that Fear Darkness if you lost if you were GPK and you were playing Storm Spirit in the Game 3, would you have such an exceptional performance after throwing Game 2?
Why are you disrespecting him? He won a TI. You think he can't do it?
What's the disrespect?
He could do anything.
Like the fact that you're asking if he could come back.
It's a question.
No.
If you're putting disrespect on that, that's your inclination. Fear of Darkness? What do you think about that? The emotions of losing.
Fear, don't feel like you have to answer it.
Back to you, Winter.
Yeah.
Back to you, Jenkins.
Ask another question, Jenkins.
That's the only question I had prepared.
Okay. Well, luckily someone has better questions, significantly better questions, and hopefully a better interviewee. It's Pyrian. Unfortunately, Talon knocked out here, so he'll be joined with Akashi for the exit interview.
Yeah, thanks, Nat. I am here with Akashi of Talon. First of all, we're really sorry to see you guys go out, but that Game 2, that must have been a high point of the tournament for you guys. That was fantastic. Was it fun to play in?
Yeah. We didn't expect that comeback. It was like sudden comeback.
So in Game 3, obviously things didn't work out for you guys, but BB team weren't really closing. Were you hoping for another comeback, or did it feel like it was maybe just a bit too hard to win that game?
I think we have the feeling that we can still come back the fight, especially the second Roche fight. Yeah.
So this tournament obviously probably been a little frustrating for you, this TI. What if you could put your finger on it, what do you think's gone wrong for Talon at this TI?
Gone wrong? I think we're still lacking some ideas about in-game, and we're still not unsure how to do.
So looking ahead to next season, what are you hoping to achieve in 2025?
Qualify again in TI and hope do our best again.
Fantastic. And last of all, let's say if there's anything you want to say to the Talon fans out there and C fans around the world.
We're sorry, guys, that our round ends here, but next year we'll do better.
We certainly hope so, and good luck to you, and thank you for taking the time to talk to me, Akashi. Nat, back to you.
Thank you so much, Pyrian. Akashi, it's never easy to see a team exit here in the road to the international, but it was the first time for him and 3 other of his teammates having a road to the international appearance, and so I'm hopeful that we will see him for future ones to come. However many that are on Talon, we'll see what happens after this TI for all of those guys there. BB team, they'll be playing on further today. Any other honorable mentions, though, for Talon that you want to talk about before we kind of close the book on that chapter and officially say goodbye to them?
I think for me, they showed growth for sure. Like, they pick heroes that they didn't pick before. Their backs are against the wall. They can only go forward. They have to win their games, and they're willing to go out of their comfort zone. I think that is a true sign that the team has growth. They've learned, they've improved, and they realize that the comfort picks are only going to get you to a certain level. But if you want to go beyond that, you need to be able to play the heroes that you're not comfortable with.
Yeah. We saw a lot of growth for this Talon roster, just even in this best of 3 between every single game. Someone who talked about it before we even started our series was Purge, and he's back again to break it down a little bit further.
Thanks, Nat. Yeah, when I talked at the start of the day, I wanted Makoto to play less carry-focused heroes. I wanted him to play tempo heroes, and he actually did that in most of the games. He played Monkey King Game 2 and Game 3, but his laning stage had something to be desired. It made me realize that I'd seen this Monkey King versus Storm matchup before. Watch how he's playing this match. He's got an important skill right here, Mischief. This allows you to temporarily turn into a creature and dodge damage for a brief moment of time. And when he uses Mischief, actually, he's often using it at the wrong time. I'm going to go back in time to show you guys this. He's going to use it to dodge an auto attack. That is not a good thing to do. The big damage is actually Remnant. And the reason is because watch how we have Malrine playing this. This is a match from 2 days ago. Rather than dodge that, what he wants to do is he moves forward, he puts 1 Jingu stack on his opponent to make him think he's going to stack up 4, and that's going to make Lumpy here run kind of back and forth like this, because he can't really get close knowing that there might be danger. And if he actually does go for a Remnant last hit, watch what he does with Mischief here. He walks forward, he blocks it with Mischief so that the Remnant doesn't get all the way to the range creep. So on the other side, if we look at Makoto's laning, if he's just using Mischief to dodge auto attacks, he's just getting a small regen trade, but he's never actually leveraging his 3rd skill, which is regen. So it's like, okay, you're laning fine, but you're not dominating your opponent. And then what happens afterwards is he doesn't actually go somewhere with that kill. Both games around the 6.5 minute mark, for any top player that plays this, like No One or Quinn, they will go do a bounty, a Wisdom Rune fight. But Makoto just continues to hang out in the mid lane and expect his allies to play near him. So it's a very different playstyle that we've been seeing out of him. I'm glad that he switched heroes, but he was not up to snuff on the Monkey King, unfortunately.
Would you say, Purge, That Mischief is one of the most impactful spells that Monkey King has in his toolkit, not only in lane, but towards the late game too?
Late game, maybe not so much, but laning stage definitely against the Storm there, because you're denying CS by using it. There's not a lot of other heroes where you can stop their ability from doing anything by body blocking it. So it's perfect against Storm there, and Makoto just wasn't up to date on the matchup.
Look, he tried his best. He at least took one half of the book that you're putting out there, Purge, but thank you for breaking it down a little bit more on that laning phase. We did say that they were having the struggles against the BB team. It did unfortunately result in their elimination and exit out of the road to the international here for themselves. And look, this is just one more step for them. They were able to adjust in this best of 3. Hopefully when it comes to the next season for them, we could see those adjustments a little bit more. But BB team, they're going on. We're going to also kind of, put them to the side a little bit for right now, because we got to focus on our next best of 3, our next matchup. That one's going to be Team 0 up against 1W. But before we jump on into that, talk a little bit more. Something people love about TI or the road to TI is the short film contest. So we're going to be running through a lot of different short films that have been submitted, some of our finalists, and we're starting off with our very first one called Prey. That does feel like the classic Pudge experience there, right? When you think you're the one that's going to get the kill, you're going to come out on top. Well, he pops out of nowhere, and that hook just...
No, he's going to hook the PA, and then the PA turns around and one-shots him. That's what happens on Pudge. You think you hit the hook, you're like, I got him. But then you realize you're Pudge. You suck.
Yeah, I mean, that's me playing PA, and you just hooking me back when I blink strike. We're on the same team.
We're on the same team. You go for someone else.
That probably
that's true. No one actually. We didn't know if the Pudge was on the same team or the opposite.
Yeah,
team.
that's true. That's true. It's like, I got you. I'll save you.
Maybe that's the best sort of short films. The open. What's the words I'm looking for? Yeah, open to interpretation ending there. Are they teammates or are they enemies? Who really knows? But that was one of our finalists. Throughout the day, we will be showing you some more of our finalists of the short film contest. But let's turn our eyes towards our second best of 3. We've already been treated to 1 today, but we're going to be having 0 up against 1W. Let's talk about these teams, because 0 coming into coming into this tournament, no one really knew what to expect despite a great qualification from them. They did great in their groups, but unfortunately falling a little bit short in their best of 3 for seeding, and that's how they find themselves in this first round of the lower bracket winter.
Yeah, I feel like their group stage, they started well, but as soon as the meta kind of got a little bit figured out, and people kind of started to
turn their eyes
on them, realize, oh, they're really good on this hero, they're really, especially the Earth Spirit, they're really good on that hero, and things started to, become difficult for them, and they're not really trying to. Okay, maybe they did try to adjust. They try to move their picks around, but I felt like some of the heroes that are being picked a lot in the meta, and they tried to play it, but they were just not good at it. And when they won their China qualifiers, I was watching some of their games. I felt like, oh, this team has a very distinct playstyle. They play very differently from all the other Chinese teams, and they were able to win with very different heroes. So I felt like that was their identity. But right now here, it's like a different thing. Mm-hmm. You can't really play your heroes anymore because there's going to be a line to draw. How good are our heroes in the meta? Can we still use them and win against the top meta heroes, and they felt like they couldn't, so they are switching around after the group stages, which isn't really working so well for them.
I think it's also a question of how many heroes do you have at that level where you can use it at this level of Dota? Because I do think that 7E, his Earth Spirit, is good enough to be meta-defining. In fact, I think because he's so good at Earth Spirit, a lot of other teams have been experimenting with it and playing it, and it does look good. Like we saw Analog play it the other day, and that was the game that Heroic almost won because of off of the back of him. He played amazing. So I do think there are some heroes that they have, but that can be meta-defining. But the question is, do they have enough? And the answer is looking like no. And if the answer is no, can they adjust to what the really OP things are in the meta?
Yeah, these teams have had a little bit of time off, 1 day for themselves, or in some cases 2 days for themselves to reset, have a look at what they want to bring to the table and how they want to start slotting into this meta. 1W is one of those teams. They've had a little bit of a rougher win rate in the last 4 series. We just looked at that one, but what are your expectations for them, Fia?
I mean, they're a younger team that has had more recent success in past tournaments. There's a lot of players on this team that I remember seeing in the past, like Munkushi and Sweden Strong being players that I covered in like Division 1, Division 2 DPC like couple years back, right? And I remember Munkushi was like, I remember him playing Monkey King, and I was like, wow, he's good. But when he played anything else, I was like, wow, he's not so good. And he's evolved so much from that time, where he's, I want to say, probably the star player on this team for me, and he plays so many different heroes. He can play very aggressively with these Lina, Gyrocopters, and Razors, but he can also take a step back too and also play more of the greedy heroes like the Morphling, the Alchemist. He's been like really good and impressive, and he's just been such an impressive player to just watch his growth. And now he is right here at the road to the International, and he's the one for me that needs to have a good game for the squad to do well.
Yeah, both of these teams, I feel like they have some trouble finding their own identity in this meta. They play some very niche heroes, but when the meta is like unraveling during the group stages, they are kind of finding it hard to follow what other people is doing, the other teams are doing, and they're kind of trying to sometimes find a compromise, which might not win you the game. So it's all about like whether do you adapt, or you really are able to find something that's in the middle that you're also good at, and it's also kind of okay in the meta, and try to win with it.
10 seconds
I would be very surprised to see 1W leaving the Earth Spirit through this phase. I can understand that you think that they're not going to first phase pick it. I don't think it fits there. Not at this level of Dota. Maybe against worse teams, like Team Zero could just first pick it and win the game, but not at this level. But second phase, yeah, definitely worth a ban. And I don't see 1W picking it up for themselves.
We'll see exactly what it's going to be that does get let through. This is the weird phase of bans. You're either only getting 1 or you're getting 2, and then 3 hero picks for each team are followed just after it. And now you have to wonder, do you set up for yourself on what you want to pick, or do you try and deny something? So this Invoker, it's been played in so many different positions over the last 3 patches. I'm still going to just put a blanket out there, most likely mid though.
Yeah, I have to.
Or carry. A la Watson.
That's why I'm saying most likely mid. I don't want to say definitely mid.
It is an interesting
Most
flex,
likely.
though. Now, after watching that game, you do have to consider it. Like, how much are they willing to flex this?
And they haven't played it yet, so this is going to be a new hero at least. And we have seen Treant before a lot. I basically,
talked about it much.
Zero, yeah, we definitely don't talk about Treant enough on this panel.
Can I have another 3 minutes and 40 seconds?
No, please, Shankit, don't.
No,
Right.
especially considering how fast this
Yeah,
shot
this is going fast. But either way, we got some real meta stuff all around. All these heroes have been picked, and we've seen a lot outside of the Invoker. I think that's the only one hero. And it's an interesting pickup here to pick it up that early. Looks like it will be their mid. It could flex to carry. I think that's a Watson special, though. I don't think any other player is really privy to that. So they must think that they can play Invoker in almost any situation. It'll be fine. And against Zero, I suppose they're thinking, this guy really likes to play his melee type of like heroes that don't like being mana burn, like your Earth Spirit, Sand Kings. What else did he play as well? Just pretty much Tiny as well. Like, these type of heroes don't enjoy getting their mana burned because they can't make rotations if you do that. So maybe they're just really focusing him down in that regard.
He does not care.
I was gonna say I was gonna ask the question, how is Earth Spirit versus Luna? Because I know ES can buy a Blade Mail, and you have all this uncontrollable damage coming out of Luna, so you can roll in, kill her. You have the Blade Mail from the Kunkka as well. But then on the flip side, ES plays really long fights. Luna with the Lucent Beam Conda build is fine with taking long fights.
But we still have to, talk about what Luna doesn't like. Luna doesn't like people going up to your face, and Earth Spirit can kind of do that. Because the reason you can sit behind and just keep casting your beams with Conda is because nobody
goes on you.
Yeah, nobody goes on you.
Sure.
So Earth Spirit can kind of do that.
This might be a game to get like the Moon Guard facet. Is that even not what it's called? That's what I call it.
Yeah, Moon Guard.
You've been right 2 for 2, I think.
All right, cool.
Guesses.
I love how he just throws out names for facets. So he's like, oh, I'm pretty sure I read this once.
Yeah, I mean, either way, like it's just like pre-selected for me. Like, click it and you don't have to worry anymore about it. But either way, like I feel like that facet does have a place in the game, even though most of the pro players aren't taking it. But when you're playing versus a Treant, a Kunkka, Earth Spirit, who just get on top of you, that's when I think it's really good. And there's already 3 melee heroes here, and I think when you're playing against Earth Spirit, that's exactly what he does. He rolls on top of you, uses all his spells, having that damage reduction, and also the added damage from maxing your W out on Luna is something worth considering here. Because, yeah, I would agree. The other way would make Earth Spirit very beneficial to have against the Luna.
Okay, carry. What carry are they going to go for here against Luna?
I mean, this Mirana could be... I'm not saying I like it. I'm just saying that Zero could think that the Mirana is what they want for the carry.
Yeah, that's true. And then they could pick another 4 position. I do really like the Mirana Kunkka lane. Anytime I see a Mars in the draft and then the Mirana flex, it always feels like it should be a little tilted more towards the 4 position. And also, at least like anecdotally from what we've seen, the Wind Ranger Mirana type heroes versus Luna has not looked great. Like one Conda Lucent Beam, and these heroes are like 50% HP. They have to pop their BKB, and it feels really bad.
I also think
like
that
Weaver.
the jump of Bat kind of deters the carry Mirana. But you think Weaver?
I like Weaver. There's no
I think
stuns.
Their stuns are really low.
Okay.
Did a little investigation work on, at least in high-level pubs. Luna's losing a lot to Weaver. Which is the worst matchup. It says Marcy's bad, it says Ursa's bad. All these kind of make sense, right? Just get on top of Luna. And Weaver has one condition to pick. It's like, do they have a lot of hard lockdown? And if they do, don't pick Weaver. If they don't have enough, pick Weaver. And it can be quite good. I would imagine Faceless Void is also good versus that hero, but his laning is just way too hard to make work. I guess Faceless Void counters every hero in a 1-to-1 matchup.
Yeah.
But he's just too hard to kind of...
Nope, not Wraith King.
right.
I mean, he does. He just
Wraith
time
King
walks in,
counters.
kills the Wraith King. As he respawns, then you chrono him.
Yeah, Wraith King counters Wraith King in a 1-to-1 matchup right now. And Tree plus Faceless Void seems a little scuffed.
Wraith King's the only
like
hero in
the Weaver.
Dota that can literally kill himself if you double tap the ult.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, the pre-ult, very strong. You blink in and slow.
Whoa, okay, so Mirana carry, or we're bringing back the old Dark Willow carry, which...
I'm not sure it's in that position
conceptually kind of cool.
I could see it. Yeah, I could actually see it against Luna. You avoid all the damage that Luna is doing.
Is that too much copium?
No, I mean, like, okay, why did we pick it in the past? We picked it versus agility heroes that have high armor.
Didn't we pick it against Moeta specifically?
We picked it versus Morphling. We've picked it versus Terrorblades. No, this hero's been picked as a magic damage carry against other high agility, high armor type of heroes. I am not saying 100% it is going to be that, but it could be.
It's not, unfortunately. It is going to be the Mirana. I liked, though, that we threw that one out there. It potentially could have been. Who knows if that was even ever on their radar of thinking about it. But, no, we got the Mirana. What feels like a pretty stock standard at the moment.
Yeah, it's an okay hero right now. It has its place. I think, in general, this matchup against the Luna is both good and bad, right? Because like the good part is you do a lot of damage and you can kill the Luna before she can Satanic up. The bad part is you're a little bit squishy, and as you mentioned before, this Conda build, you just beam the Mirana, she could die very easily. So I think it's going to come down to a lot who initiates on who first, so the other carry can input the damage.
I think Mirana just needs to jump in. You can't just play from far. You just need to see your team. If they are going in, they catch the Luna, you just have to commit, you know. Don't try to like just be on the outskirts and just waiting and being unsure. If you want to go, you just have to go. I felt like overall Team Zero's lineup here, they have very, very good team fight. Kanka, Trian, you know, they have a lot of like big spells, and I think Mirana is going to be sufficiently protected in the team fights.
Yeah, that's true. There's a lot of frontliners for her and like heals. And I do also really believe in the double blade mail that's going to be coming out of Team Zero. I think like almost all of the 1W heroes suffer to blade mail. There's going to be a real timing there where they can run around and be really active with the Earth Spirit, plus the blade mails where there's no BKBs on the other side, that I think Team Zero can take real advantage of.
I'm more curious about this beast. We didn't really talk about it. I feel like that adds a little bit more to the lockdown on the side of 1W. Might be enough to burst through a Mirana even if she gets in there. Either way, we've got lots of questions. Hopefully they get answered by one of our coaches who's joining Nomad.
Thank you very much, Nat. Yes, I'm here with the legendary Blink. And my first question is going to be, what is your confidence in this draft? Is this a win?
我们首先想问的是，你对这个阵容的信心有多少？
我觉得信心很足，就是跟我们赛前准备的选出来的也差不多吧。
I think we are very confident, and it's exactly what we planned ahead of this game.
Brilliant. So everything's going to plan. You were talking with the team there just before you came out to us. Can you give us an idea on what you were saying?
我们看到你就是进来比赛房之前有跟队伍就是有一些小沟通，可以跟我们分享一下说了些什么吗？
没什么啊，就是觉得打好我们自己的，我们就是什么队伍我们都不怕吧，就。
Nothing really much. I was just telling them that as long as we perform our best, we're not afraid of any team.
All right, and then very quickly, what could go wrong in this game for you guys?
如果需要就是挑可能会出问题的地方，能挑出来吗？
可能会出问题吗？不知道啊，这个确实要看打的吧，比较。
I don't know. We'll just see. We'll just have to see how it goes.
All right, let's see, and we'll find out exactly how this game's going to go down with Cap and SVG.
Two teams that represent the new generation of their respective regions, but one of them is going to be going out last place here at the International. Will it be Zero or will it be 1W? Avery, you got any early thoughts about this matchup?
Should be an interesting one in terms of nerves, LAN experience. Like, can your veteran players, if you have them, even come through for you in the clutch? The one guy I look for in that regard in this series might be Erica, right? Like, this is a carry player that goes back to multiple TIs, has LAN experience, has gotten top 6. A lot of people forget about that VG roster, where that was a really strong roster at the 2021 TI, and they were cruising through that until they went up against another Chinese team. So this is a guy with deep LAN experience. In theory, this is a team where he can kind of lead some of the newer guys and put them on his shoulders and say, hey, you know, give me Mirana, give me a carry of the tournament, let me pop off. That said, he's against, like you said, the new generation of CIS here in Mankushi, his carry foe on the other side. I'm excited to see what he can bring to the series as a whole, because he is a very explosive carry player. But I think, as a lot of people said, the ceiling's very high for this 1W team. Sometimes they just crash and burn, though, too.
Yes, I feel like that they were coming into this tournament with some momentum, but everything that we've seen from them at this International has not reflected that. No. I think that they have really underperformed at this tournament, but if you're going to start performing, now's the time to do so here in the lower bracket with elimination on the line. They will not have that experienced TI attending voice on their side, though, and that may leave them at a bit of a disadvantage when it comes to this matchup.
I think that's why a lot of people are looking forward to what they're going to do at this event, because if you go to the LAN right before this, that Elite League, like, they took Liquid to a Game 5 in that Grand Finals. And I think a lot of people were impressed with the rigidity they showed, you know, being able to go deep in a high-pressure match like that and go the distance, and some would argue should have even won that series.
Yeah, I mean, they're playing in a LAN environment with an audience, which, you know, you don't get too many tournaments.
Exactly.
Too many chances to be able to play tournaments like that.
This lane's looking a little rough for the Earth Spirit, but, you know, get the 2-minute water runes. Should recover the regen here.
Seems like they have not lost faith in the Earth Spirit, something that they are rocking in the qualifiers, the Chinese qualifiers, and something that they also ran here at this International a couple times, though their last matchup was in that series against Aurora, where they got knocked down into the lower bracket position in the first place. They did lose that Earth Spirit game, but it seems they still believe in it. 70s, it's one of his favorite heroes, so.
Well, maybe Blink believes in it.
Yeah, that's... yeah, he thinks 70, he's like, no, man, don't pick that for me.
I don't know, man. Blink's... he's a very interesting Dota legend, as was said.
Yeah, what do you know about Blink and personality-wise? Obviously, part of that famed Wings roster, but obviously being from the Chinese scene, a lot of the Western audience doesn't get to know too much about him. What have you heard?
I mean, honestly, I feel like he's the player from that Wings roster I know the least about. It's a bit of an enigma. All I know is that guy was an absolute beast in mid lane, and he played everything. And he was like 5k MMR. So if any of that has bled over into the Zero squad, not the MMR part, but the willingness to play anything, be confident in it, not be afraid of your opponent, I think that's what we saw in the interview. I think that does kind of describe this young team, right? Like, they just kind of want to play their style. They can play fast, they can play slow. I think they've looked a little slower at this event, like more patient, more disciplined, trying to find the right team fight and set it up properly. And sometimes that can bring up the pace down a bit. I mean, this is another game, right, where we're going 4 minutes in, it's 0-0 on the board. I don't think they're a team that's going to rotate super fast or, you know, play some like hyper carry that just goes through the gate 8 times. But they can be a team that excels in those late game team fights with some really nice player synergy and spellcasting.
One player you certainly do know something about, former teammate of yours, Ponlo, playing the Dark Willow, which the panel had some crazy ideas of perhaps it was going to be a carry Dark Willow. Not going to be the case. Just going to be support here, and may end up going down for first blood. As Respect is able to pick that up with the Ice Shard.
You really cursed him real hard there. As
right, I didn't say anything good about it.
Respect happy to collect that bounty, and the flip side of the map. Sweden Strong will collect as well.
Does this mean they're winning all their lanes? Man, Erica's going for it, or yes sir, as Sunsfan likes to call him. He leaps in to get the kill, now tries to leap out. Arrow, it gets blocked by the Beastmaster. I think he wanted to kill that boar that was slowing him down, and he just traded his life for the Bat Rider. That could not have been a good exchange for him.
Let's get the full resources, but yeah, that is not exactly what he wanted out of that exchange.
And 70 gets his mana burned out, and his life is being threatened by Kira Jr., who's going to come close to getting the kill once again. But Air Spirit is going to be sent packing either way. Back to Fountain he goes.
He is really behind on experience. We've seen Invokers dominate some of these isolated one-on-ones in terms of the experience factor, but this is going to be a level 6 Invoker, a level 4 Earth Spirit. Pretty brutal here, the extra, you know, innate giving you the extra experience on denies, but just putting in the CS works. 26 and 15 on this Invoker. He has almost as many denies as 70 has last hits here. And
he comes back to lane and instantly gets all of his mana burned away. He does have bottle charges, obviously, to work with, so he should be able to bottle back up and play for the power rune that's coming in soon.
He's just not going to have Magnetize to make an early rotation here to pressure these side lanes, and the side lanes are getting pressured by these two cores.
Oh, the axe comes back and takes off his head. Cloud does enough damage. The side lanes are dominating. The mid lane is being threatened. One Dub are walking away with a pretty clear lane advantage here at this point. As that Mirana is the only one who has some decent net worth, and she's going to start falling down as she's not in lane right now.
Absolutely crushing this laning phase right now. There is a lot of pressure points that they can rotate to. They can combine these two supports. They can make gate rotations. They can easily go to this Beastmaster, continue to pressure the Mirana if they want to. This Invoker is going to continue to burn the resources out of this mid-Earth Spirit, which means 7E cannot respond to these dives with his full capacity if they want to commit for them. Team Zero really need to play these next few minutes well here.
Sticky Napalm adding up the flame break. And with the lead seed, he might be able to stay alive. The TP's coming in from the Dark Willow to try and save him here, but they already used the Roar on the Mirana at the same time, so they kill the Treant Protector, chase the Mirana out of here. Double Leaf's going to be forced to be used. Now they're turning their attention back to Ponlo with a full rotation coming out from One Dub. You said Zero, they're not going to be a team that plays particularly fast, but One Dub, when they're cooking, they do play fast.
Oh yeah, this team can definitely just run you over. They feel the momentum. They're going to bring the numbers. Double gate rotation on that dive that, again, what is your Earth Spirit supposed to do to prevent this aggression right now? He has no mana.
Yep.
Can't play Dota. Jiro Jr. just happy to sit here and EMP him off cooldown and say, go for it, team. Map's open. Whatever you want to do.
I almost wonder at this point in time if he should just make a rotation while he has some resources from the refilled bottle.
I mean,
let somebody else take the mid lane, you know?
Rotate where? This bottom lane is gone. It is off the map. Your Mirana's into the jungle. You will at least split the Wisdom Runes here. Little saving grace, but this is a decent lead out of the early game. You also have to look at the experience advantage continuing to add up here, and got to get a fight going at some point off this Earth Spirit. In the next few minutes, I would think maybe 8 or 10 minute power runes is what you're going to look at here if you're Zero. Trying to secure something for 7E and fight around this Magnetize, as once more, say goodbye to your mana.
It just doesn't stop.
I mean, he even went Raindrop, which, yeah, it saves you some HP, but what are you doing with it, right? And you will not get the power rune.
Oh, got him on the flip break, and that was enough. It pushed him from being able to get up the cliff. What a hit from Sweden Strong.
What a sad death, dude. I mean, like, you just have to feel for him. What is he doing? There's no help. He's on an island. He's getting ganked on the runes. He has no mana for the whole early game.
Yeah, look what's happening here. They're hard camped, stacked up. Beyond's trying to farm that up. And Respect, maybe he isn't able to take much of the CS, but he's taking the experience, which is the current problem for Team Zero, as they are lacking in the levels.
Do you get the boat on the Kunkka? Maybe that's another big spell you can try and make some play within this early game. Bring the Kunkka to mid and land an X combo on Invoker off a roll kickback or something. Sounds like a lot, but this is the kind of big core kill you're going to need to rebalance this early game, because the downside, as I was about to mention, for Team Zero is the stacks are being created in this triangle right now. I think a lot of them are going to go to the Beast Bat, but you could just mass stack these Ancients and give it to this Luna right now, and she's going to be absolutely massive.
Yeah.
Like, this is where this hero thrives. Give him a good laning phase, get the stacks up. Munkushi's just he's gonna be a god this game.
Well, for now, they'll give some stacks to the Batrider Beast, as you said, because Munkushi hasn't had to leave the lane. He's got an entirely vacated lane to play against, so he's getting both lane farm as well as some neutral creeps at the same time. Tusk gets caught by a Torrent into a Bramble, but yeah, he's able to zip on out of there pretty quickly. Drinking Buddy still going to be caught though. He'll die, and the X back on Akira Jr. is going to bring him into a watery grave. So Team Zero finally managed to get on the board with a couple of kills and now some pressure onto the tower. Not too bad.
Really important move to recover this early game. Brought the Kunkka to mid. I think this was absolutely the correct play and executed it fairly well. Baited one dub in a little bit and get the turnaround. 7E finally doesn't have to dodge an EMP for his life and gets a power rune as a reward.
Yeah, the latter half of the Solar Flare makes it really easy for them to put a bunch of damage on that mid tower. They're able to finish it up. They get a power rune, as you said. So there were so many great things that came out of that move for Team Zero, and yet they are still 3,000 net worth behind.
Got to make do with what you have here. The one thing I do like about their lineup is I think this Invoker is going to be under threat this game. Like, if you get Overgrowth, X, Bramble, this arrow follow-up can be pretty nasty for your hero to try and deal with. Until you get, you know, like Hurricane Pike and that kind of thing later. You have a Snowball save, potentially bail them out. But these early game fights, if you can connect your spells on the side of Team Zero, I think you're favored with Boat Magnetized plus some extra stuns coming through. So if I'm one dub, I'm just trying to play the map more. Like, continue to get the stacks up, boost my own economy, play through the Invoker with some casual pickoffs, but not really get sucked into these straight 5-on-5s like we saw in that mid lane. At least until your Luna's ready to join you. Make a quick smoke top, look for this tower, send the Cobalt in.
Beyond makes a pretty good read of the situation there.
Dude, he just abandoned the Cobalt. It's free GPM.
And free gold for Team Zero, even if it's just a little.
So it's just going to be Blade Mail Rush for 7E. Doesn't feel like he can go something greedier like Vessel Urn into a later Blade Mail. Just wants the tank ability and the frontline potential.
Oh my god, that is an 11-minute Aghanim Scepter for the Beastmaster.
I mean, it's the benefit of the stacks, right? He's got 112 CS, so... and he's 2-0. And he got that tier 1 bottom, I believe.
He's a level 11 in 12 minutes. Oh man.
This might be one of the baddest Beastmasters I've ever seen out there.
Yeah, this is crazy stack. Well, they could probably do Roshan on the Radiant side if they want to. They're strong enough to make that kind of move.
Any detection?
Not going to be able to spot him. Pops the dust out and gets him on the overgrowth into the arrow. Nice combo. A tornado stalled some of the damage. Deafening Blast will do that further. Gets in front of the block there. 7E isn't able to get the roll onto Chira Jr. They do have a boat coming in, though. Maybe that can fix things. A boat onto 2, a roll back in from 7E. Munkushi, though, is on the side here. Pops the Eclipse, scares back some of Team Zero. Nobody quite dies. The Snowball is going to pull Tusk out of position. Tries to use Drinking Buddies to pull himself out of there. Not going to happen. Cloud, meanwhile, in the mix of this, with an Aghanim Scepter this early, it's not something Team Zero wants to hit, and even the neutral creeps are playing against Team Zero as a Centaur Stomp catches Beyond in the middle of the act of retreating. A 1-for-2 exchange in the end. That is favorable for Team Zero.
I mean, they call him the Beastmaster for a reason, you know? Bring the creeps to the fight, let them do the dirty work here. Don't need, I mean, this is why you don't buy Helmet Dominator. You just don't need it.
That's true.
That's just wasted gold right there. The second that Beast shows up, Team Zero, we're clearing out of there. I mean, they've already used all their big team fight. Honestly, connected okay, but some really clutch roadblocks to save Chira Jr., who was in really deep, but that Earth Spirit can't connect on him. There's not a lot of follow-up damage, and the Magnetize got debuffed. Kind of a spooky fight for 1Dub, honestly, with all this early teamfight spell casting, but they have the net worth to just kind of jam it.
Yeah, if this was an even game, if you didn't have an Aghanim Scepter that early,
exactly,
that team fight would have been so much worse for them. But their early success allows them to be able to wade through the muck and the mire, and they're still staying up by 4K. But they are going to have to worry about this Blade Mail time. Right? The panel talked about how there is going to be this window where these Blade Mails are going to be pretty effective.
They're annoying for the Luna, a little annoying for the Beast. I think Vessel would have been nice versus Beast Ags as well, but the Earth Spirit's early game was just nowhere good enough to go that route, I guess.
Sure.
And I mean, the biggest factor here is at what point do you just try and commit for the Roshan if you're 1Dub? Behind this Beast, you have Invoker Luna, which can help you do it incredibly fast if you don't want him to solo it.
I mean, at this point, I assume they're just waiting for 15 minutes because they still have a safe lane tower to play around. It would be very difficult for Team Zero to contest that Roshan.
I've also noticed, I feel like a lot of teams are, instead of just doing it right when you get the Ags, like, wait until it's on your side, right? If you're this Dire side Beast, just wait for the 15 minutes. Get the Roche timer to start ticking on the Dire side so the later ones are more advantageous.
Sure. Oh, no. ECQ. That's the wrong order of operations there, my friend.
They still get him.
They do get him with the arrow, and that'll allow the roll follow up, and they'll kill Chira Jr. in the end.
Okay.
But,
not the cleanest, but gets the job done, you know. That's what matters. It's an elimination
boys, we got that kill without even needing overgrowth.
Sends a message.
70. Oh, he's not going to be able to roll there in time. Well, time to push out this bottom lane as quick as he can. Because 1Dub is currently setting up on the other side of the map.
I mean, honestly, Team Zero stabilized this game a lot.
They did.
We were talking about a 3 or 4K gold lead, I feel like 8 minutes here. We're almost at 16, and it's basically the same. If you're a Team Zero fan, that's good news. The double Blade Mail's up. You're pushing towards your next set of tank ability items. Your Mirana's in an okay spot. Your big concern is still Cloud here. And if I'm 1Dub, I want to continue to try and use this Beastmaster as much as I can while he's an absolute god on the map.
Yeah, before the pipe comes in, right? Negates a lot of that damage. He has a pipe himself. They have
so massive.
Team fight advantage.
15! What?
15 by 16.
Turbo or what, dude? Like,
if it wasn't for his damn team soaking up some of this experience from Roshan, he might even be 60.
Cloud's like, nice levels, Munkushi. What happened, bro? A little poor. Didn't get the stacks or what, man? I mean, give this Aegis to this Beast as well, right? Just let him go in.
Yeah.
Feels untouchable right now.
Especially at this rate, he's going to have a Blink Dagger in just a couple minutes. Could probably still use it while he has the Aegis, and they could start whatever fight they want. Again, as massive as Cloud is, it's not like Team Zero is that far behind in net worth. It's just, no, this current timing is going to be rough.
You do have to respect the Mirana DPS. That's the one thing about this hero. If he gets a free fight, he wins that fight.
And that is why perhaps Team Zero are not going to be contesting for the off-lane tower.
Not the easiest tower to fight around. Still missing this big aura on the Kunkka. I wouldn't be surprised if they dodge this Aegis entirely. It's a tough one to go into. Like, you have big teamfight spells, but a lot of them are kind of low damage. So you kind of just need to commit your cores in, and doing that into 2 lives on this Beastmaster sounds incredibly difficult.
And if you are going to forfeit it, like the map against this Aegis, it leads to your point about when you want to take that Roshan. They took it past 16 minutes, which means you will have the Aegis for playing for the 20-minute Tormentor and the 21-minute Wisdom Rune, right? If you could use that to just bully Team Zero and take those objectives away from them, then that is a huge amount of gold that you could take away from Team Zero. Get yourself a pretty healthy lead.
Even more experience advantage as well.
Yeah.
Big deal for these supports. We didn't mention it as well, but I think a lot of this meta is also coming down to how much you can pump up these ranged carries. And OneDub have a lot of buffs they can throw on this Luna. Like, this is not just a Luna you have to worry about. This is a Luna with Inner Beast, Auras from the Beastmaster, Alacrity from the Invoker, Tusk with the Drinking Buddies, and Snowball Save that can always bail you out and guarantee a BKB or Satanic. You have to start thinking about how you're going to deal with this Luna in the late game if you're Team Zero. Whereas, you know, Murano with the Solar Flare, it's powerful, but Erica just doesn't have the same amount of buff ability this Luna has, in my opinion. If you're just relying on him to, you know, 1v5 this late game.
Yeah. And this is something that OneDub is pretty practiced with. It's where their Invoker kind of comes into play strategy-wise, because they've done this before with, like, an SF lineup, a Marcy, a Mirana. Like, you put all... It's very clear you're putting all of these buffs together to make one ranged carry really work for them. In that game, you know, in SF here, it's going to be the Luna, who has been a very successful hero in this tournament.
Poke this Beast Aegis. I mean, this is...
I hope it's just a poke. I hope they're not committing to him. They are trying right now to get through a Shield Rune and an Aegis potentially. Snowball's going to pick him up, and he's going to chase after these heroes while ZZQ may be left behind here. Walrus Punch up in the air, and it's going to bring down Ponyo before he can do too much here. No, actually toss up in the air. Disarm goes out. He gets out of Terrorize. No, it doesn't go off in time. And now that means OneDub is going to be able to chase after more and more heroes. Somehow ZZQ, with his shard, is being able to walk away from this situation. I cannot believe he survived in the first place, but they've got bigger fish to fry, and that's going to be the cores of OneDub. 7E, as mobile as the Earth Spirit is, it seems OneDub is still able to catch up to him.
I mean, that is just not the team fight here. You're starting on a Shield Rune Beast with Aegis, Ags, Pipe. I understand you need to make this play to try and, you know, secure this Tormentor timing. You're going to end up losing it here, but it almost felt like you wanted to poke him there, get the response, and then maybe take the fight on the other heroes, but they just committed, man. That is a lot of HP to get through. Surprised they didn't lose more in a way. I mean, they did more damage that fight.
They certainly did.
I think it all went into one hero.
Yeah. And to get through a Shield Rune and a Beastmaster at level 16 with a pipe, so effective HP even higher than what it looks like on the screen. But they lost the Tormentor. They did not lose their Wisdom Rune, potentially. It looks like they're going to be able to get that. And, well, experience is pretty important for these guys, so.
You're starting to see this net worth gap open up for these top 2 cores on OneDub, and especially relative to this Earth Spirit, who has to be a key initiator for Team Zero. There's kind of no way around it.
Yeah.
Like, you can start with an X, but this Earth Spirit has to be able to go in. His BKB is going to be able to give him some staying power, but the BKB's already up for Mankushi here. You're going to get another item on this Beastmaster for the next time you take a straight-up team fight. These heroes are just starting to power up and scale into their prime territory, which is like this 30-40 minute push.
Smoke catch. Ooh, ran into a Beastmaster. They've done that before. Decide not to repeat.
You have the pipe on the Kunkka, but this Beast is already to blink plus halfway BKB.
Those BKB timings are going to be pretty rough, because then the Blade Mails are going to be way less effective. And you also have the Bat Rider building into more sustain for his team and a Greaves build up. Gonna smoke up from OneDub. Heading to where Mankushi is, currently pushing out the bottom lane with his Manta BKB. He feels pretty safe to do this. Worst that can happen is him being forced to use BKB. Gets Overgrowth, pops the Manta to dispel it.
I mean, as long as there's a Snowball somewhere close to him, I do not think he's worried about getting all in. You also have double Solar Crest between the two supports here. Two better than one.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Can't have enough barriers, I think, in this meta.
Very strong ball lineup. Just throw all these buffs on the Luna, let it front line. You get the next Aegis here, you can easily go high ground early in this game.
And they are going to go high ground right now, probably just to try and force Team Zero back. As soon as they see some heroes, they're going to try and back away, but that's where the X marks the spot comes in. Drinking Buddies helps pull them out. And an easy reset. Okay, we got some heroes to TP back. Now we're going to go to the other side of the map.
Yep, I like that play.
And
force the smoke out here to try and regain some of the map. I mean, you can't just sit in base with everybody.
Yep. At the same time, bottom and mid are so pushed in that their cores kind of have to address that first before they join the smoke. Gonna join it now, try and chase after some of the heroes they see across the river here. But it's Cheer Jr., who they're gonna run into. Got the smoke on him. X back into Brambles, try and pull him away with Drinking Buddies, but they get pulled back in by the tidal wave. Now the overgrowth. Munkushi is going to come in big time, though, with his Eclipse and his BKB. Can he win this fight for one dub? It's going to be a 2-for-2 exchange and a chase for more. Looking, but not finding anything within their grasp. Not too bad for Team Zero, honestly.
I mean, the thing is, when you come in that fight, you're just getting melted by this.
Oh, it gets a little worse, though, as Cloud, on the onset of it, does manage to find a Primal War victim in Palma.
Did find what they were looking for at the start of the fight, which is the Dust on the Invoker, connect the X. You either landing an X or a roll on him, ideally both, and bring the Invoker down at the start. This Invoker's very poor. Like, he's also not found a lot of the map. I don't think one dub need him to. Bat Rider's picking up the slack for sure.
Yeah.
But that's a great target to start on here, Team Zero, because you can take him down so fast. Mirana still does some decent damage, but when you are locked in close vicinity versus that Luna, it is a world of pain. I don't think Zero have an answer for Munkushi yet. I don't know when they're going to. He is absolutely out of control at this point.
And a Blink Dagger.
Not bad.
Now done for the Bat Rider, whose farm has eclipsed both the mids at this point.
Found a lot on these side lanes. Extra shard net worth, a little inflated, but
extra shard net worth, the Philosopher's Stone. I thought it was interesting when he had the Greaves queued up, but he's decided to forego that and focus on his role as an initiator. Blink, Force Staff, the whole kit in caboodle.
Be Vlad's for the Tusk. I think there's an argument you could have gone even more ores on this bat. Like, literally just buy everything in the game to buff up this Luna and you're happy. But some extra catch on the map does not hurt if you can get some freebies like this.
Yeah, especially given the chain stun that you can pull heroes back into, right? Yep. Like, you can pull them back into a Primal War. Whoever you're getting out of that is 100% dead.
And there's not a lot of answers to this lasso in this game.
No. Right now, I mean, Erica's trying to get it with his Lincolns.
You can X somebody, pull him back after, or you can, I mean, yeah, you can use this Lincolns, but like this Lincolns, honestly, it's okay because you're a universal hero, but it's not the like hyper damage Daedalus or something. I think you prefer to go as a carry and kind of a 1 Protect 4 lineup.
Yes.
Or Protect 1, I say 1 Protect 4, it might come down to that, but.
I mean, this is a lineup that's not utilizing the Solar Flare very well, which is something that you always like to point to, right?
I think Solar Flare might be the most busted ability in Dota right now.
I would agree with that.
But it comes down to how much are you getting out of it. You know, one hero with Solar Flare is great. It's a lot of damage, can carry a game. Multiple cores using it, very hard to stop. And we've seen some games where like you even have this support Mirana with Solar Flare buffing up cores and herself with, you know, a support Hurricane Pike Daedalus. To me, that at a certain point just feels unstoppable. Yeah. This is not one of those lineups, so Erica will have to get done what he gets done on his own. At least he got the Grove Bow. I mean, that's really good.
Gets tier 1 tower. Roshan roars from the pits as one dub are going to make short work of him at 27 minutes.
This is the scary part of the game for Team Zero. How do you repel the beast of a push that's coming into you right now? Level 20 Luna, level 20 Beastmaster.
Yeah, when you're at the Conda high level Luna that like does half your HP with 1 Lucent Beam.
Yeah.
it's like, what do you do about that? Like, the only team fight you can take is one where you're kind of like smoked up and you just go for it right away. But if it's some sort of stalled out fight, those kind of Lucid beams add up and just makes it feel impossible to take an engagement.
I think your best bet is to kick the Luna in on a base defense.
Okay.
Like, roll on top of this guy, kick him into your base, force one dub to commit in deep. You can maybe abuse some buybacks or something.
Yeah, use a torrent boat combo to get him to BKB, then you can overgrowth him.
Yeah, something like this.
I mean, you even have the shard from the Treant Protector to try and like force the BKB usage as well.
Downside is I think one dub can also just start the fight. Just send this Batrider in, find whoever you want, drag him into you. And, like, already you're just stuck in this chaotic event.
Which is why Team Zero, they're trying to set up for a fight. What they don't know is they're underneath vision right now. One dub knows where they're at. They're like, wait a minute. What's going on here? They just all swept over to this side of the map. Yeah, there's a ward on the Tormentor that they were sitting under. So, honestly, things could have been worse. All they ran into was a Dark Will in the process of trying to meet Team Zero.
That beam just deleted his hero, man. Like,
yeah. It was pretty disgusting. And that's going to be a tier 3 down. Now with the Glaives beginning to bounce around. A very high-level Luna that's doing almost 350 damage a shot. Add in some Lucent Beams, and these heroes on the side of Team Zero are soft.
They just don't have enough firepower to rebut this push right now. You're just going to have to commit into the fight, or they're
Quick Primal Roar! Beast! They're not going to let Kunkka take the first step into this team fight. They're going to try and bat back, and all in here from Team Zero to hold this one. Solar Flare, only going to last so long, but the damage is good on Munkushi. Unfortunately, it's not quite enough, and he still has the Aegis after all. They pull him back in into a torrent, and that's going to be the first life. Second one, though. A lot of low health heroes on one dub from this Magnetize, so maybe they have the room to be able to focus on him. A Tornado comes in, trying to get him. Tidal Wave, push back, gets off the Mante, clips, but they manage to burst him down. Not enough damage from Munkushi. Is surrounded by Team Zero heroes, and Shiro Jr. in his attempt to save his carry gets caught in the process. Now it's just all-out retreat from one dub. Whoever can get out, almost nabbed him there. Not quite, but they could still find it potentially. ZZQ couldn't get the damage on Swedenstrong in time. Still, though, 2 cores. A great hold from Team Zero, even if it does cost them a buyback. At least the game is still going.
I mean, that's the best you can hope for. You get a couple thousand gold out of it, you get a lot of XP. It's all your Earth Spirit and Mirana picking up the damage slack. Would have been even cleaner at the end, but the Solar Flare ran out. Like, it took so long to bring this Luna down twice. Your damage disappeared. Still, this Magnetize got to do what they wanted it to do the whole game.
Oh, yeah.
7E gets a good fight. Still, MVP of that fight, ZZQ, man. Absolutely perfect timing on this overgrowth. Puts the Blink to use, just gets all their cores. He gets the Luna post BKB, no Dispel for it. Absolutely doing some work with this Treant in a high ground defense. And even got the bat catch at the end. It's not every day you see a Treant being the one trying to catch a hero, but
yeah. Yeah, they've actually got a healthy number of disarms here. Between the Tree Shard, his Overgrowth, and then you've got Tidal Wave coming in from the Kunkka as well. They do have some ways, both during BKB and before and after the BKB, they can kind of limit the Luna's effectiveness, which is great because they're piling all these auras on her, right? Like, she is the primary damage dealer. Any disarms are worth their weight in gold, which I would wonder if they're ever going to consider Heaven's Halberd. Doesn't look like it. Beyond is going to go for a Aghanim Scepter, per usual for the Kunkka, and the Earth Spirit is opting for Shiva's.
Also have to keep in mind this Terrorize. Like, if you can force one dub to clump behind the Luna, which is kind of the formation that you're going for in these high ground pushes, it's just the default. If you go on the Luna, you poke her, the rest of one dub commits in, they get hit by these big AoE spells like a Terrorize or Slain, can win you the fight. Ideally, they almost just want to fight letting Swedenstrong. Just find a good core target with this lasso. Kill them.
This fort is still here. Hopefully they get this Tormentor and get out real quickly. Oh, run, ZZQ, run! Anybody able to jump in here from one dub? They go and get something. It's the same victim as last time. It's going to be Ponlo.
And they have the back door down because the creep wave mid.
Oh, yeah.
Might just be another lane.
Living Armor is laughable at this onslaught that the Luna is able to bring to the table. Trying to X him back into a boat, and Torrent completely off the mark there.
Not the combo you were looking for?
Not sure what happened there.
Did protect the racks, I guess.
Yeah, with all those missed abilities.
So I think Munkushi's gonna finish it off here.
Wait for, like a Spectre protection isn't up. Tidal Wave into the arrow is not too bad.
Just gonna give it up.
Easy pickings from Mankushi.
Not confident enough to fight without the control of the Dark Willow here. I mean, you basically have one go, right? Like, when you commit this Earth Spirit going and the Solar Flare, that's your win. You don't win the fight in that interval of 10-15 seconds, it's over.
Yeah.
That's also a route one dub can take. Like, they can get the fight, get the Solar Flare out, and if they can reset, yeah, I mean, it's a way easier fight after that.
Well, they have the Shivas and they have the small crit for the Murata, so you've completed some items. This is going to be your best bet. If you don't go soon, your tier 3 is going to go down. Attempts to roll in, gets the kickback. BKB immediately activated, but the Earth Spirit is getting torn apart, man. It just got ripped apart by a horde of one-dub heroes. Turn around, Mankushi starts going to work on Beyond. They've already called GG. He wanted a GG out before he dies. They really didn't put up much of a fight, and that last one, man, that was rough.
I mean, great game playing from one dub here in this first game as they came in, they got their Luna strat, they really accelerated this Beastmaster. I think that was the biggest factor. Like, you're looking at what Cloud got out of this early game, out of the triangle, out of the lane phase. He's, what was he, level 15 at like 16 minutes or something?
Yeah.
It's really hard to, almost really hard to lose a game from that point. So there's a lot of issues Team Zero need to address, but ultimately it was just an early game and a pace issue.
Yeah, Beastmaster, still a monster. Still got to watch out for that hero. Cannot give him a free lane, and that's what happened in this first game for one dub.
It was a great game to watch for all of you 1W fans out there. Team Zero, it feels like it's a little bit of a downward slide for them right now. Wasn't too confident in their lineup. We were unsure exactly how it was going to go about. We thought maybe easier teamfight execution, though, at least Fear, but even that didn't come to fruition.
Yeah, I think the laning stages were going to start. They mentioned on the broadcast there with Avery, Beastmaster, not checked. And I feel like this is a hero that you have to check. Otherwise, he snowballs the game. He gets the first Roshan. They walk around everywhere, get all the kills on the map. And you know, I want to go back to the mid lane too. Even called it before it even happens. Like, yeah, he really likes these like strength heroes that make rotations. They pre-picked Invoker, who hard counters the type of play style. And Zero still did it anyway. They just picked it. He just had no mana on this Earth Spirit to do anything on the side lane. So once this Beastmaster was a problem, you would expect a rotation from your mid to come shut him down, but you couldn't go anywhere from this mid lane because you just had no mana.
Yeah, to me, a good Invoker performance looks like this, and the net worth chart will look like this, where he's not top of net worth on his team or even above some of the enemy like cores, despite like running around and winning the game and having such a gold advantage. But that's why he doesn't have the gold advantage, just because he was making such a sacrifice for his team. Like, so many of the fights were initiated by Chira Jr. He was, sitting in Ghost Walk, like just standing in the most annoying place humanly possible for Team Zero. I really like him on Invoker. I think like you have to be an exceptional Invoker player to play it, and either it's like a guy doing like crazy combos and Manta style stuff in the late game, like Thompson, which he probably could have done at some point, or it's like this, where you're like fully sacrificing yourself in order to give your team space, and giving space to a Luna and a Beastmaster. I mean, Beastmaster is pretty much like a carry from the offlane. Free, you said a lot of these summons heroes are pretty much just like offlaner carries.
You farm a lot, yeah, and you hit your timings and you go, just like a carry would.
Yeah, I mean, whereas for Team Zero, just didn't really feel that they were able to use their ultis in the early game. Like, even if you're behind a little bit from the lanes, I still felt to make work, because your lineup is based on team fight.
Trying to execute those spells a little bit better, or spell casting, spell usage, however you want to coin the term. It was phenomenal showing from that mid Invoker there, able to get the Beastmaster to have a great game, and then on top of that, this Luna. I know we've talked about it more and more, but this was a game where I felt we've seen her a little bit differently. They weren't actually trying to shut down this Luna, and now it goes, okay, we've seen games where people have tried to shut her down. She's done well, in fact, gotten wins for herself. And then you get a game like this where she kind of went unchecked, and she was able to still join fights and do so much for the team, Jenkins.
Yeah, Monkushi looked very comfortable on this hero. Like, you always question it at this point in the tournament. Like, we haven't seen these guys in a day or whatever, and so Luna has been kind of like the last 2 days, upper bracket trend. So I did question, like, how good are they at playing around the Luna, which I guess they didn't have to be because, like you said, the Luna was unchecked. But in terms of his individual skill and button pressing, he looked great. We saw the Manta dodge there in that last fight. That was nice. That was clutch. Means he's able to get the BKB off. They can't burst him full to 0. I feel like every time I saw him ult, it was actually a very good ult. He was using it on like a few crucial targets in a team fight, getting that damage. He would get the BKB off, the glaives off. Like that was a good Luna performance.
Yeah, I mean, it fits his archetype of heroes. He does like playing the Gyro, the Razors, the Weaver type heroes that like to get active. I think the only people that are struggling a little bit are the ones that are just like the super hard carry type of player. But I feel like in general that playstyle is struggling right now. But Monkushi, he's not that type of player. I wanted to do a head-to-head here though of the Bat Rider and the Invoker. They were on the same team, but the net worth kind of fits what Jenkins was talking about. This Invoker was super poor, and they were up like 15,000 gold here. And I feel like what's really important is if you are going to play this Invoker, you have to have a position 4 like Sweden strong, who is going to pick up that farm on the map, right? Because Invoker isn't farming. He's running back and forth across the map. His pos 4 eclipsed him in net worth in this game, but having farm on Bat Rider is a good thing. Invoker doesn't necessarily need all that farm as long as you're good at pressing your buttons. So this is a pretty cool adaptation they make. Oftentimes what I don't like the Invoker falling far behind is when his support is also very, very behind as well. So if you are going to play this, have a greedy pos 4 player like Sweden Strong that can do a lot with items.
I'm curious because most mid laners are picked up now to work with the supports. You want to rotate together. That's at least 3. Hopefully you can get another core that did well in their lane to join you as well when it comes to team fights and rotations. But where are you finding the time for your position 4 to get this extra farm? Is it just because Bat Rider is a quick farmer that also fits into the recipe a little bit more? Or is there something else to it where the Invoker was running with someone else and the Bat was kind of off and doing something like the farming?
It like depends on the situation, but I think it's very important that your position 4 can push waves out because Invoker doesn't push waves very well. If you are playing like a Dark Willow or something, it's not going to be as good. So heroes like Bat Rider, you know, Hoodwinks, these type of heroes that have good lane shove are absolutely perfect.
Yeah, Bat's pretty good at taking the garbage farm on the map. He's like Tinker in that sense. But in this game, Chiro Jr. was so active on the Invoker that there kind of wasn't garbage farm. And by garbage farm, I just mean unsafe farm. Like the jungle camps that are right in front of the enemies, the waves that are right in front of the enemies. Like Chiro Jr. was so active on the Invoker where he was pushing Team Zero so close to their base that Bat Rider could just kind of farm whatever he wanted and still be close to the fights.
And you also kind of need people to push out the lanes because Invoker is like, you're not going to push out lanes. So in order to make the gank successful, the lanes need to be shoved out. And I think this is the difference between like the 3 mid laners that we're seeing a lot now, the Invoker, Nature's Prophet mid, and Monkey. Monkey King and Nature's Prophet kind of have that global presence, right? So maybe it's not as important for them to have like a 4 that can shove out the waves because they can do everything. But I think for Invokers, it's very specific for him. He can't really do both at the same time. He has a very, very good power spike in the early game just by spells, but he does need someone else to clean up the lanes for him.
Here's this Beastmaster. We're seeing him on our screen here. The talk of the town a couple of days ago around Beastmaster specifically was what build are people going on him and when is the time to be doing this Ags rush that allows you to do Roche early and when are you going, you know, with the auras as well, or when are you going something that's a little bit more selfish? Isn't necessarily always that aura buy that you want on the side of your offlaner.
It seems like the answer is now you're just pretty much always going for the Ags Rush. Like the
so we've now put the other build of
the Helmdawn build. I
haven't seen it yet.
Have we seen it once?
No.
I thought it happened once in groups.
Maybe it did. I wanted to see it more, or theory crafted it might be good.
Yeah.
But the players probably, I'm sure they've tried it and deemed this is just better. It's been tried and tested. It's been nerfed a little bit, but still really, really strong. And it seems just to be the build.
I think one advantage that this Aghanim Scepter into Aura's Beastmaster build has is that it allows you to build the Auras for your team, but because you have the Ags, you're also a frontline tank, and you're doing a ton of damage. Like, this hero can roar somebody, and a lot of the time full to 0 them, especially if you're going for an eventual Refresher Orb. Like, you're guaranteed full to 0 almost any hero with a double roar. So you're getting utility out of the hero, but also scaling by building the aura items, which is very OP looking whenever you can pull it off. I think the only issue is when Beastmaster gets shut down early and doesn't get that snowball these days.
Yeah, no matter what build you go, like getting shut down early on Beast is bad. That's kind of why Beast is winning right now, because nobody is shutting him down. He's having a free laning stages almost every single game.
What lends to Beast having a good lane? And what could you look then towards the inverse of that, of ensuring he doesn't get a good lane?
He's a bit similar to Doom in a way where the Doom you want the hook wing, right? But right now I feel like the Beastmaster is good because there's a lot of Treants. Like we talk about Treant a lot. Beastmaster is really good against Treant in the lane, you know. So
He's right about that.
yeah, so you kind of get the early game pass because if your opponent's picking Treant, most of the time it means that you're going to have a pretty decent lane. And I'm looking at this Mirana carry as well, and that's also another problem. Mirana carry always gives the offlane like a free game, you know, because you're not very strong in the lane compared to the Wind Ranger or Luna, and that's gonna be like another carry on the opponent team, you know, when you have this kind of weak. He can get his own farm, but she can't really stop the offlaner from getting his farm, and that's why the Beastmaster kind of got really big. It's not just about picking the Treant, you know.
I know that it's taken a lot of time to get to this conclusion, but we don't really want the Earth Spirit mid, despite it being something comfortable that Team Zero like to pick up. Maybe looking at a different carry for yourself other than the Mirana here to be able to contest if that Beast is still open for them to pick up for themselves. Anything else you weren't really liking on the side of Zero?
I wanted to talk about the Mirana in general because, once again, this might be purely anecdotal, but the games that we've seen it, has it looked good? I feel like when we're seeing it win, it's on 4 position and you're scaling and being a carry anyway, but you're not like worth it for the enemy team to necessarily focus in fights because...
Could you ask the computer to bring up the win rate?
Computer, could you go ahead and load up 3D12 section B? That'll be the win rate for Mirana and also the other heroes.
You have to stipulate do you want it just for playoffs or all over to TI?
Yeah, that's going to be loaded in the C drive. That was the issue, is we were in the D drive there, but in the C drive, we can see that Mirana does have a 62% win rate. So very strong hero, strong flex. I think nobody is contesting the fact that Solar Flare is incredibly strong, but we keep going back to this Luna versus Mirana matchup. A single beam with a Conda in this hero is 50% HP. It does not seem like a winning carry matchup. Let's see. Let's look at this. Win rate of Treant Mirana, 33%. This is a hero that has a 60% win rate.
That's what I was going to bring this up as well. Like, every time I see Mirana, I see a Treant on his team, and I see them lose. At least I felt that way. And it does seem to be the case. I feel like Treant Protector right now as a hero with certain carries, like, it's not the way it used to be. And I think with Mirana, it's not entirely good either, because I feel like Mirana just kind of tickles right now. Like, yeah, level 1, you don't have much right-click damage, and you want to like really commit with your first Leech Seed and do a lot of damage, where Luna with the beam can allow Treant to get a couple extra hits in, stuff like that, and chase them down, where Mirana doesn't really add much to that. Because Arrow isn't really an ability that the tree can set up at all. It's almost a non-viable thing to even use on the laning stage.
As a core, yeah, you're arrowing like through the creeps because you want to actually CS. As a support, it's fine because you're standing on the side. But a core is standing in the creep wave trying to hit creeps.
It's tough.
Yeah, I was trying to look to see if I could break down the win rate of it as a core and then the win rate of it as a support, because you glazed over it quite quickly there, Jenkins, but there is that flex. It's either a 1 or a 4 that we're seeing, sometimes a 5, but mostly a 4 is where people like to put it if it does go into support, and that's where it's really shown. You're either scaling great when it comes to late game, or you're picking cores that do well with that Solar Flare, the facet for Mirana and the change to her ultimate there. So it's not like an ultimate for you, it's an ultimate for your cores.
Yeah, that's actually a pretty important point about the draft in the first game. They had Mirana carry, but the other 2 cores are melee heroes, Kunkka and Earth Spirit. So you can't really abuse the aura on your other heroes. When Mirana's not really right-clicking, then no one else is actually abusing the Solar Flare.
We'll look at game number 2 draft here. 1W getting that game 1 win. It does put them in a great position to continue their journey in the road to the international. Team Zero, though, unfortunately, they're facing elimination. They could be our second team that we're saying goodbye to today. They're going to need to bring something out here, and for the game number 2 draft, Kunkka is what they want to open up with. Take out the Invoker. In fact, that was that first ban, the Monkey King, Tusk, Lunar, and then on the side of 1W, Omni being let through and nabbed for them.
Yeah, I mean, right now Omni Knight as a hero is not only strong, it's still a hero in Dota 2, that is very true, but Kunkka doesn't like heroes like Shadow Demon, Omni, Oracles, because like you X a hero, and it's kind of just like tells your whole team, we're focusing this hero. We're going to use all our abilities, you're going to throw Boat, and you just throw a Repel on that target. It makes you debuff immune, so you don't get hit by any of the Kunkka spells. This has been a counter for as long as time. It has changed a little bit with debuff immunity instead of magic immunity, but still has a similar like type of counter.
Yeah, I don't think you let Omni through and leave it unanswered. You know, obviously they wanted to take out the Invoker because Shira Jr. played that amazingly in the last game, but that means that they had to pick their poison for what to let through. Omni Knight is that poison, so they need some sort of antidote. We've seen Spirit Breaker looks decent. Like Spirit Breaker plus Beast was fine because it's 2 spell immunity piercing spells, and you could oftentimes like focus a target while charging through the Omni and disrupting the fight, or just kill the target like through the repel. So I'm interested to see how they solve it. There's the pucks that we've mentioned on previous panels, like silencing.
Steal it, Jenkins.
Steal it, you've Rubik?
Yeah, steal it.
Yeah, Ponlo could play his Rubik. I honestly think like that's a big reason why Rubik became very popular like a month ago when Omni became popular, is because you become kind of a better Omni.
Yeah, I mean, I think 7E's hero pool is starting to become a little bit of a liability to the point where he doesn't really play these pucks, right? And they have to ban Invoker because, like, just reading his top heroes, he plays Sand Earth Spirit, Slardar, Mango, Mars, Tiny.
He's an off-lane player.
He plays all of these, like, strength tanky heroes that kind of go in, where I just don't feel like Puck is on the menu. He doesn't play any of these Spirit heroes, right? So they have to ban this Invoker because the mana burn is just too much for his hero pool to deal with right now.
You know what I kind of would like for 1W, and you guys feel free to shut me down, is picking the Mirana here for the 4. You know that Team Zero aren't really going to be able to slot it into their draft unless it goes into a carry, and I do see it doing well as a support pairing.
I don't. The thing is like Mirana and Omni, right? It's like so greedy.
I think he's shutting you down.
Yeah, I actually wanted that.
No balance.
I want Winter to be confrontational. He hasn't been confrontational enough over
let
the
it
last
out
6 days.
of the system.
That's what I want.
Get it out.
I'm trying to bait it here.
I defended Mr. Loomis earlier.
You did. I'm still angry about that. Fear Darkness 51.
Yeah, I mean, back to the balance. You said Omni and Mirana. I kind of feel like it's always very, very crucial about the draft when you're thinking about your support pair. Like you want to have one guy that's greedy and the other guy is not greedy, or one guy that's like a team fighter, the other guy is like initiator. And with Omni and Bat Rider, they kind of have that balance. Bat Rider can initiate.
Clockwork Kunkka like to play is they kind of anchor, of course pun intended, Kunkka's a pirate, in one area, and if you take the fight there, you will not win. You're playing into March of the Machines, you're playing into Boat, you're playing into all of the Kunkka's water, Clockwork Cogs, all this BS that's just in one place. So they're saying, okay, well, we're going to reposition the fight into right in front of us, and your save heroes and all of your like ground targeted stuff is no longer going to be effective with the tiny tossback and the lasso. That is an interesting pick. We have not seen much Muerta.
Omni counter, right? In a way.
No, because
I mean,
you get magic resist now.
Oh yeah, I was thinking about the GA.
It's not like our spells available. You just like our paper compared to like these Lunas and Wind Rangers.
Yeah.
We just like can just get in there, buy lifesteal as well. That's something that Morta can't really do too.
Yeah.
So
I mean, would you say like
overwhelming.
you don't really like to play into like tiny and big?
Yeah, that one's right. I mean, it's all he does all magical damage, and Muerta puts herself in ethereal form.
I mean, also like MKB doesn't feel particularly great to buy either, which you're gonna have to. They're cooking something here. We've been very negative on it, but we haven't seen it a lot.
We've seen it once so far
Yeah.
in this tournament. It was on Gaming Gladiators. Darachu picked it up, and it was a win.
So it did have one dub. It's good.
It had one dub.
10 seconds
Not zero.
Not zero,
Yeah, not
but
zero.
one dub.
Okay. Good.
Well played, guys. You guys are the best.
Figured that one out. Got to the bottom of
So
that.
what are we looking for? We're looking for, and for Team Zero, it is a mid. There is a world where Tinker goes mid. People were playing it in the an occasional support position here.
An occasional Kunkka mid too.
True. Yeah, we have pretty much the same build.
I mean, Kunkka versus Tiny is, and your Kunkka will have a game. So if they can find a gotcha pick on the last pick there. They might consider it. We'll have to see.
I mean, there's still a Timber, right?
Yeah, there is.
10 seconds.
Which has been placed in first phase ban, gosh, for as many drafts as I can remember right now.
I mean, he's not so good against Bat, but he's good against like the Omni stuff, pure damage.
What's that? Is this status resistance? I'm trying to think like why did 1Dub really want this Tiny, based off what they saw? Because Tiny has not been a hero so far in this meta that we just see a lot of. Like if it's like last resort or countering a puck or something, they really need that stun. But they already had some stuns going on, so I'm curious to like what both these teams are thinking about that 4th pick that they did.
To me, it was kind of like doubling out of fights rather than like hard committing to anything against a Tinker who's just going to be heal botting everybody and like Kunkka Water Park, all of this stuff. Because like Bat and Tiny are they're in and they're out and they're
one thing, and you're completely relying on that particular catch from the Tiny and Bat, and they're always going to try to do the same thing, right? Then it might make your team fight very awkward.
Yeah, I was wondering if the Bat and the Tiny, you want to separate the fight a little bit more. How would Zero try and ensure that the team fight stays in one
like you
area?
look at the team fight right now, they have Mars and Kunkka. So
Yeah.
Tiny and Bat kind of don't really like to fight into that. They're like very scrappy fights, they want to drag 2 heroes on the left, 2 heroes on the right. But then Omni kind of wants everyone to stick together, so he can help everybody at the same time. So it kind of doesn't really work very well together.
I mean, I would say this is an offlane Mars, but it's Zero playing, and they like putting this Mars in the mid lane. So I think this will be a mid Mars and an offlane Kunkka. They haven't played offlane Mars yet. It's always been mid. So now you have a situation where you have overall last pick. Is there anything cool you can do here?
You want them to win in style? Is that what you're saying, Fio?
Well, they have last pick of the game. It kind of feels like weird to...
For carry, yeah.
To pick a carry there.
Or not a carry.
I mean, they had Wind
Oh,
Ranger. That was a
Wind
carry,
Ranger,
right?
yeah.
So
Come on,
I was
Jake.
wondering where
Get with the
Tiny
map.
was going to go. I wonder if Bat could have went mid, stuff like that. But they're going to just go ahead and pick up the Brewmaster, which, by the way, Morta does not like it when a Brewmaster runs at this hero. However, if you do get farmed enough, you do decent AoE cleave damage. Like the big counters to Brew have always been like the gyrocopter,
Kill the pandas.
spins that just kill the pandas. Morta unfortunately just doesn't do enough of that, but it sort of can do it. You have to be really farmed.
He's also good against the Tinker. You can dispel the defense matrix.
That's true.
Yeah, that's fair.
Even throwing up like a Kunkka or Mars in the fight before they can press their spells can be pretty impactful.
So this feels like, again, almost tripling down of this. We want to separate the fights a little bit. Take at least one hero out if they want to try and contain it to an area. Then we've got the Brew to overlap and look after that and lift someone up. Try and always give us the numbers advantage in whatever engagement we want.
Yeah, that is one way to beat the overwhelming team fight that comes from a Kunkka and a Mars, is you just pick like arguably the most overwhelming team fighter in the game. And the thing that this is a quote from Avery that really resonated with me back in the old days. He said Brew really likes when a fight is like anchored somewhere. So that's why Brew Disruptor is really good, because if he can just hit his pandas on you, like he's going to kill you. He's going to win that fight. He can get multiple rounds of spells off, and it's really, really OP, right? So that's why people pick Centaur versus Brew. You just run the hell away. Tiny and Bat are very good at anchoring fights. So I think this turns their Tiny and Bat into team fighters, which lets them play into the overwhelming team fight that's on the other side.
So is this going to be the second W for 1W?
Yeah, they very well might be 2-dub after this one.
I might have to look at changing the names. Winter, any other thoughts for you?
No, my heart is with Team Zero bringing us a game 3.
You want another game number 3 here?
Yeah, more time with you, more time watching Dota, why not?
Well, I was hoping that we might be able to get a little bit more from 1W's coach. Unfortunately, no. We're just going to get straight on into our game with our casters, Cap and SVG.
Well, the panel has already taken all the name puns out of it, really beaten that horse to death. And Jenkins has already taken your analysis, so I'm not sure what's left for our intro.
I never said any of that for the record. I don't know why he keeps attributing this quote to me. But whatever, power to him. I mean,
he said I never
we can always just make stuff up and feel good about it. We'll see if Team Zero can make up a 1-game deficit here as they try and stave off elimination and go to a game 3. And they have done it with, well, perhaps the riskiest hero in Dota 2, dare I say that?
Seriously.
Morta. This is a hero with insane potential, can easily 1v5 a game, maybe one of the most powerful 6-slotted heroes Dota's ever seen. but can you get there?
No, you can't.
Okay, well, we've answered that. But the second question is, can you get there, Austin?
I feel like, yeah, maybe this hero has insane potential, but how often do teams actually get to realize that potential? Hardly ever, I feel like. I feel like this is a hero that like 20% of the time you get to see Muerta actually carry the game, and the other 80% of the time she just loses. And that includes Team Zero, by the way, who ran this hero in multiple qualifiers. Qualifiers for EWC, qualifiers for TI, qualifiers for Wallachia. And they took their fair share of L's throughout those quals, let me tell you.
I'm hearing a lot of doubt. But
I have a lot of doubts.
Let me ask you something, Austin.
Okay.
Do you know who the #1 Muerta player in the world is in terms of win rate?
It's not Erica.
No, I don't know who it is. That's my point. Like, who plays this hero? That's part of the problem. You can't look to what other people are doing on it because nobody plays it. So we understand the theoretical potential of the hero.
Uh-huh.
But we've yet to see it come to fruition. This is another game. I mean, I respect the decision, right? Like, you want to play this 4 protect 1 play style with the 2 frontline brawlers. Muerta is a hero that can thrive in that situation, but this hero needs lockdown, it needs a lot of catch, and it needs you to hold heroes in the vicinity of her kind of immobile team fight. They do have a lot of that as well. I think this is a well-structured Muerta lineup. On the flip side, the one...
Whoa, how so? Can you explain why it's a well-structured Muerta lineup?
Well, one, they have save and heal through the Tinker and Boat Rum. Like, this hero needs buffs. And there's either 2 ways to play with Muerta. You either make her a super mobile hero, which she lacks. Like, you play the Io Muerta, or, I don't know, Darkseer Muerta, whatever.
Centaur, yeah, sure.
Yeah, and you get her to enemy heroes, or you lock enemy heroes in a cage with her.
Yeah.
She will win the cage match. You have Arena to do that, you have X to do that, you have Hookshot Cogs to do that. I mean, you can't ask for much more.
Yeah, you've actually got 3 heroes to keep 1 W in 1 spot.
They're going to create the cage and try and put them in there.
Would you say that they anchor them in 1 spot?
No, I would not say that, actually. I think it's more of a, you know, hold them in a vicinity type deal.
No, not even for the Sea Captain puns? Okay.
Flip side, though, is I think 1Dub kind of saw this idea coming and have addressed it in some nice ways with the displacement. The Tiny and the Back can both just isolate a target, bring them out of that sort of cage match identity, and really make the team fight difficult for Team Zero to commit into and convert on. And I think Brewmaster's another hero that is a huge backline disruptor and an interesting idea versus Tinker. We've seen a lot of Tinker this tournament. We've seen a lot of, you know, I think casual ideas versus it, but I think Brew is one of the harder, like, counters in theory. If you can just toss the Tinker, catch him in a fight, he kind of just sits there and continually casts March and his shields and his roots and whatever, but if you can just toss him and then take the fight, seems pretty nice.
Okay, I thought you were going to say the Dispel. Yeah, like if he's going to preemptively barrier everybody, 1 Dispel comes through, ruins all that.
Right, Brew has Tornado and Mass Dispel. They're both really good versus Tinker.
Sure.
You can also toss up the 4 protect 1 carry in this instance. If you want to throw the Muerta up into the air, you remove like a huge chunk of the damage from this Team Zero lineup.
Yeah, that's always the biggest issue with Muerta, right? If she pops her ultimate and she has this very limited window to win the team fight, and 1 tornado could ruin that entire timing.
Exactly. So I think the Brew pick is really smart on paper here. Not a hero we see a lot, but they have all the pieces to make it work. Batrider can bring the team fight to you. Omni Knight can let your Wind Ranger go in when you commit into the fight. So I think it makes a lot of sense here. Really smart drafting, and I don't know, could be a very exciting game if this goes late and both these carries find a lot of farm. They're both very dangerous with those 5 slots.
Yeah, it's true.
On low.
Tor does land, but Monkushi is able to get 1 hit in. Not a second for the kill, Ponlo. Not your former teammate. Is able to get away.
Did some research there.
You feel better about that?
I do. Thank you.
Listen, man, Quincy Crew was like your team just because you weren't there. Just because you abandoned them for a year.
I will say, a product of my career in this game is I have been in a lot of these TI elimination matches.
Yeah.
Didn't want to, but I have been here. And I will say they, despite what it looks like, they are very stressful. Not as stressful as the BO1s.
Okay.
Which, you know, they got rid of those after I retired, little sus, but they are still very stressful, especially when you come down to these elimination games. Like, you start to feel the pressure, you know? If you start to lose a team fight in that mid game and it's your elimination game, those thoughts start creeping in, right? Like, this is the last fight I'm gonna have at this tournament. Is this where it all ends?
The laning phase
start looking for a job.
Particularly rough.
Exactly. So
you start thinking about getting a regular 9 to 5.
So my point is, for Team Zero, the start here is pretty important.
Well, they're going to be thinking about whether or not this was the first blood that leads Cloud into the same dominating position he was in Game 1, because he absolutely destroyed that first game off the Beastmaster. And we talked about how the Brewmaster is pretty well positioned to counter the Muerta in this one. And already 25-5 in CS and has gotten the first blood. A good start for 1Dub.
At least this game is going better for 7E. I mean, that is going to be the player that I think Zero are hoping has a much better time. Like, he just got completely shut down by that Invoker. They first phase banned it. I think they easily identified it was a big problem in that first game.
Yeah.
So if this Mars could start to run around the map with some power runes, do what they wanted that Earth Spirit to do last time, maybe this game could be a bit faster for Team Zero and they don't find themselves in a deficit. If 1Dub get away with a similar type of early game they did in that Game 1 with this kind of lineup, I think they are going to be very happy running around the map, finding the pickoffs, building up some stacks for the Bat or, you know, Whirlwind Winter Ranger, which is something you have to think about as well. And just kind of playing that kind of pickoff style displacement into team fight is going to be very strong for them.
Yeah.
6-minute power rune is Illusion, not the most useful here for either hero, and should be secured for 70 if he can survive.
If he can survive. A pin back onto the Tiny. He does have Pombo helping him out here, trying to give him some extra HP, but it's not good enough. The toss, a crash land, gets the kill, but Sweet and Strong is sacrificed for it. Chira Jr. doesn't mind, though.
That was so much damage. The heal not enough to come through, and that is Team Zero bringing both supports to mid to try and get a power rune for this Mars. And he still dies. And he used the arena, so you can't really even make a move off this or something that's cheeky. Another solid start here for 1Dub. I mean, they are top of the CS chart, and once more, it is Cloud leading the pack in terms of net worth. He is big again.
Now, there was another reason that I think you like the Mars right now. You were talking to me about this yesterday. It's good for being able to lock heroes down, but there's another thing that's really good about it in this meta, right?
I mean, it's the anti-ranged carry idea. Like, if you're in a ranged carry meta, Mars is kind of an anti-ranged right-clicker. You just sit there with Bulwark, you redirect a lot of shots. Arena's really annoying for heroes like Lina, Mirana, even Wind Ranger sometimes to deal with until you just BKB commit. I think he does have a lot of value in this meta as a hero. I mean, his win rate reflects it.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, so we'll see whether or not how effective that Whirlwind is going to be in these situations where Mankushi is currently putting it to use here to try and hunt down Pombo. A toss over to try and get respect within striking range. Doesn't actually work out. All he's able to do is throw the repel onto Mankushi to get him away. But no kill to be found here, perhaps one at bottom lane, where Sweet and Strong, as well as Cloud, are surrounding, yes sir, who will go down. Not getting anything out of this either, because ZZQ might end up dying here. Wait, 70 comes in, hits the pin onto Respect, manages to get that kill, and Chira Jr. is going to find that the Mars is too tanky to do much.
All those rotations top end up leaving the Muerta alone. One creep off level 6. No hope in that 1-on-2. And once more, I think 1Dub mostly happy with that exchange just because the Brews continue to accelerate and they got the big Muerta kill, but that exchange top was at least good for Zero here. They get a lot of XP for 7E. He gets involved in this early game, gets the 8-minute power rune as well, which is a big one for this Mars. The resources are really important for this hero. Do lose your stacks, but you protect the ancient stacks at least, and can start to slowly clear through them here.
Yeah, Ponlo's gonna start working on it, but he's not level 6, so he can't actually do it yet. Throws out one March of the Machines to make him a little bit weaker, but there's no rearm to throw a second one.
Very tough one. And this hasn't been a laney phase where the Muerta's found a lot of action either. Kind of just been farm trading down here, but still in an okay position. Team Zero just want to protect their side of the map. The stacks will continue to be built up by Sweet and Strong on the side of 1Dub, going probably into the Whirlwind or maybe give it to the Tiny as well. Get a faster blink here would be nice.
It's pretty interesting. Twice now they've fed the Kunkka some stacks. A hero that I usually feel like doesn't need the stacks because he is able to play the laning phase so efficiently most of the time.
I mean, your mid's not taking it in this game. The Muerta can't do it that early.
Yeah, that's true.
I think this situation is the only one who's clearing through them fast enough early, and you want to clear through them because you need the experience in this type of game. You need the experience in every game.
Yeah, certainly needed for the Tinker, who, you know, we were casting that game yesterday where these longer games can be very favorable for the Tinker because of the amount of farm that you can get, but we saw from OneDub in game 1, they played a super fast game. At some point in time, they came online and just started running over Team Zero. So what is Team Zero going to do to stop this? As the 10-minute power rune approaches, Chiro Jr. throws out the avalanche, try and stop him, but it doesn't spawn there. 70 is going to try and make his way to the other side, but Omni-Knight is already there, one step ahead of him to claim an arcane rune.
I will say, it feels like everything happening around mid lane for 7E in these games has just been frustrating.
Yeah.
Like, all these little things are just not adding up to his game being smooth, and I think OneDub are overall pretty happy with it. The one difference I think in this game from that first one is the objective taking for OneDub is a lot worse. Like that Beastmaster just barreled through all the objectives. They took all the tier 1s off that first Aegis at around the 16-minute mark. They were clearing through Ancients, they cleared through Roshan. This lineup does not do all that as fast or smoothly. So if you're to Zero and you can defend your tier 1s in a game like this and fight around them, you're going to be pretty happy.
Particularly with the Tinker. Yes, sir, he's going to be caught in a lasso as he pops his ultimate and doesn't really get any damage done. The Brewmaster got off his primal split, and they're going to try and surround this Muerta as best as possible. The arena, look for the protection. Erica in some trouble, plays inside the arena and fights back where he can, but Chiro Jr. now jumping into this one couldn't add enough damage. It looks like Pablo has been able, power shot, that's able to finish him off with the extra bit of tick damage and a shackle shot. Locking down full 70 as well as Beyond throws out the spear. It just pushes Chiro Jr. back to the back line as Munkushi will take over the team fight now and looks to chase after 7E with the urn on him. Another shackle shot coming up soon. A toss gonna be denied as the spear throws him back where he came from. And 7E is able to get out of there, but it's still 2 dead on the side of Zero, and OneW bringing the pace that we were talking about from that game 1. 5 heroes at 11 minutes in, pushing in that safe lane.
Honestly, that should be a good fight for Zero. Like, you're fighting under marches, it's a massive arena, you kind of dealt with the Brilliance, you kept your Muerta alive, but not enough damage to cut through all the early sustain from this Omni-Knight. Seeds of Serenity's getting popped down. These are some tanky brawlers in Tiny and Brew as well, especially with Repel to back them up. I feel like 7E hit a 5-man spear at the end.
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't think I've ever seen a 5-man spear, but maybe that's what the tip's for. It's like, you got us, bro, but none of us died, so wasn't that good.
OneW, they got 2 kills, but immediately after that one, Zero is able to push in mid and take that mid tower. So, as you said, the objective taking a little bit more favorable for Zero in this game.
They're holding their map a bit better. Still, those tier 1 fights are going to be important, right? If you want to play this kind of Tinker Muerta slow farm up type strategy and just get your forward position really big, holding these tier 1s is really important, particularly the last 2 that are alive to control your Ancients a bit better.
I was about to say, safe lane tower is kind of inevitable.
Yeah,
right? It's like a hard tower to defend.
I mean, they wanted the fight out of that more than the tower.
Sure.
It just didn't go their way. OneDub actually want to take these towers down. Like, they need to be thinking about some maybe aggressive smokes with blink reveals to latch a good core, take him out of the map, and then convert on these tier 1s, start opening up the lanes a bit more. I feel like that is what would feel the best for them, and you're mainly looking at the Batrider blink, the Tiny blink to enable that. This Brew's going to be able to join any of these fights, but he needs the initiation. I mean, you can just smoke Cloud behind this tier 1 mid and like kind of force the fight that way, but it feels a little awkward. Though Vessel already done. A lot of early fighting power, and we saw the Dispels coming through in that fight. There were a couple shields that just instantly disappeared for Ponlo there.
Yeah, and as a result, Erica did die ever so barely.
Here's your Tiny blink reveal.
Smoke on smoke. Jr. with his blink dagger. What's he going to choose to jump here? Apparently nothing. The Avalanche completely whiffs, but ZZQ also can't really do anything by himself. He's a level 6 Clockwork. These heroes are tanky enough to deal with a battery assault, no problem.
Found more than they were willing to deal with there. It does get a decent obs that I think will not get dewarded, but another power room contested, another taken away from 7E.
He's really just not getting much love out of this, huh? Like, the one power rune he got was a regen, which is not a rune that you can make a good fight happen, unless you're a Storm.
I mean, it's been a battle of inches for 7E in this series. He's not gained a lot of them.
And he's fallen short.
That is true. Blink Dagger done, though, so his options open up a lot more here.
What do you do with this Blink Dagger? What's your play that you're looking for? You got a 2,000 net worth lead for 1W. You have taken the mid tower. Smoke up, go to the enemy safe lane. That's usually the play at this point, right?
I think the Wisdom Rune smoke would have been really nice if you could have done it in this game, but your timings didn't line up for it.
Okay.
If you could smoke and find this Wind Ranger on the map, super happy with that. Like, you can find him on triangle, get some deep orbs out. I think it is doable in this type of game where 1W are going to be kind of splitting the lanes looking for pickoffs. Your other route is to just go on the Brewmaster because, I mean, he does have to push waves out. You're going to see him on the map. Like, Cloud's going to play tanky. He has 2200 HP. This is not the easiest hero to jump. You have to keep in mind, you know, the magic resist stashes this hero can bring to the table, particularly if he gets the haze off first. But he's the biggest target to bring down. You have some heroes that can control him and do it. It's just scary. If you don't see other heroes on the map, if you don't get lanes in, these kind of jumps are a bit spooky. And right now, if you're looking at the lanes, Team Zero are just not winning that battle. They don't see a lot. They're going to try and go for the brew down here.
They're being sandwiched. Cloud. He is not going to be the target, so he's going to be good to either get out of here or use his primal split. Sweden Strong is just trying to delay the damage, but I'm pretty sure he knows his life is forfeit, at least for now. Jared Jr. jumping in, though, catches the Tinker. Maybe just what they wanted, but it can't burst him down easy, though. Pondo, he just gets out of there. The primal split comes in too late. He is able to toss up the Muerta, though, as the Muerta pops that ultimate, and they focus on ZZQ. ZZQ, with his dying breath, perhaps not dying, gets off a Cogs, sets up the... Oh, Jared Jr. is able to blink away just before it. Now the Gleipnir, just like last team fight. Munkushi's going to try and come in, but now he's battling up against the Blade Mail, has to back away with his Whirlwind, away from the Kunkka for now. Kunkka, now the Blade Mail is dead. 1W can go in and try and finish him off. His pin onto the Tiny, yes. With the Ghosts out, it's hard to be able to fight around that, but it seems like Team Zero are just running out of gas, and they are not able to keep this fight going. 7E, he will go down as well. They may have saved Erica's life, but it cost them so much more.
It's another fight where Zero are so close to pulling out some big kills, but I mean, you do 9,000 damage compared to 10,000, but you're the one losing 3 for the 1.
Yeah.
Damage is just getting split around a lot with these marches and AoE spells, and 1W, I mean, very clutch blink out from Tiny to dodge that bow coming in. Shiro Jr. really played that fight well. And they kind of kited out this Muerta ulti, right? Like, it got some work done, but if anything, I felt like the callings were more impactful. They're really hard for 1W to fight into, particularly if you can lock heroes in things like the Cogs, and then you're just getting permanently silenced. Cloud is just not the one getting targeted here, so this Brew ult is guaranteed going to go off at some point in this fight, and it's hard for Zero to commit in when they know this. Like, at some point you're, okay, maybe I hookshot him here, we can burst him. I don't even know if it would have done it. It's so tanky.
Back in real time where they have picked off both the supports, used the Whirlwind to kill Pondo's Tinker, and now they've got ZZQ as well, but I think it is really just unfortunate that that last team fight, they smoke into Batrider and the Brewmaster, and it's the Batrider they see first, right? They see the Brewmaster first. I think they hookshot him getting inside of Cogs. He's hit by calling over and over and over again. He just dies.
That's what you're looking for. Now he has a pipe, so
yeah.
Now I don't even know if he dies if you go on him with, you know, just up the haze on the magic resist. You're going to have like 85% magic resist or something stupid. I don't think you're bursting him.
Yeah, throw Repel on there for another 60% magic resistance.
And, you know, we're talking about all this magic resistance they built in this lineup. Not fun for Muerta.
No.
These are not fun matchups. You can also just go into the evasion. Also very annoying for Muerta. This is why this matchup just kind of sucks all the way around. Not much you can really do to deal with it. You just have to become so powerful that you punch through everything. It's almost like you want him to go into the Brewlings, so you can kill the Brewlings.
Yeah, which is why the panel was calling into question this Muerta pick in the first place. It didn't seem like a great Muerta game with the heroes that were shown. And then obviously the couple of counters that came out after that just makes it that much worse.
I mean, let's be fair though.
Uh-huh.
I don't know if any game is going to look like a good Muerta game on paper. You know? Like, you kind of just have to believe in the hero and make it work with your line.
It sounded to me like this is a carry that exists entirely in theory and on paper, and never actually in actuality.
Yeah, a little bit.
There's a lot of theoretical dubs that apparently this hero can take, and no actual ones.
I mean, it's because when you look at her skills and you play the hero, you can see what it's capable of. It's so powerful, you know. And then you go in a fight, you get lasso and die.
Yeah.
All right, that was tough.
Or you get tossed up in the air and you're like, well, there goes my full ultimate.
But
meanwhile, you're watching Wind Ranger run around with her whirlwind, killing half of your team.
Okay, but I feel like you're taking some of the points away from style here. There's something to be said for style.
Yeah.
Morta's got a lot of it.
And we may have lost, boys. May have gotten 2-0 eliminated out of TI, but at least we did it in style.
It's not over yet.
That's true.
Is finding a lot of farm here. This is a good Gleipnir hero. Gives them even more control, more lockdown. If you can get some BKBs up, we didn't talk about it, but if you can get some debuff immunity or magic resistance versus 1 dub.
What a timing there for the Cogs. It doesn't do anything to save ZZQ, but it does help his carry get out of there.
I feel like I've seen this before.
Yeah.
This is the same play game 1, the 20-minute instant Tormentor contest.
Yeah, they're doing it without an Aegis, which is maybe cause for more concern.
Just a very heads-up play. I think it's one of those moves where it feels like anytime you can make it with directness, it ends up working for you, you know?
Yeah.
Like, you're going to find somebody there in this 20 to 21 minute mark, and you're going to get a good reward if you don't. Team Zero just not ready to take the heads-on fight yet. They need this Mars BKB. They need more time for the Morta.
In order to get those BKBs, they've got to rat out the map a little bit. Again, they've given up their Tormentor, but will find their Wisdom Rune uncontested.
You have to think about how the map's getting split between this Tinker and Batrider. Both these 4 positions, they want to clear waves. They want to create some sort of pressure that forces the enemy team to respond to them.
They're doing a pretty good job of staying ahead of 1W as they
But they are looking out on the map. That's the concern here. This Tinker is not Omega fat. The space is starting to close, and you're about to lose Roshan here. Really need the BKBs. You're going to have to make something happen with the Morta and the Mars BKB. And 1W are going to have an Aegis to play with here, and a very strong Brewmaster, man. Cloud he's just turned it up this series. He is yet to die, by the way, in either game.
Very impressive.
I don't know if he's going to die in this game either. If he gets his Radiance, you're putting Evasion on top of the Magic Resist, on top of its HP, on top of the Omni Knight that can bail him out if you really need it.
Problems mounting up for Team Zero. And all they can do is try and farm their way out of them. This 1W gets the Aegis on Munkushi, and we'll see what objectives they're able to take with this next 5 minutes. BKBs are coming in, though, for Team Zero. That's the farm that they need. BKBs, they get it on Mars, get it on Erica here. Maybe.
I like the Afrenda placement, you know.
Yeah, I like how...
already planning, like, when he dies in the team fight, he can go back to the Ancients and just pick up where he left off.
Well, I was going to say both facets are so bad that the best one is using Ofrenda for like 20 attack speed or something. Caught the Tinker in action. This is why the Tinker has stayed behind an Omni Knight in net worth, because he is just not able to push these lanes like you would want him to, just constantly in fear for his life off this Blink Dagger Tiny, or the Wind Ranger running you down.
You're the one with the displacement, so you're not too afraid to just let the Brew frontline.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they did this last time, right?
Yeah, bring them back.
Try and bring them back. Team Zero.
They don't want to come back.
Yeah, they're like, okay, we're going to call your bluff here. But is it a bluff?
I mean, knock, knock. Anybody home?
Apparently not. Okay, now the Mars is going to start coming back. The Torrent does land. So are they going to try and catch these heroes at all before they get out? I mean, even if they did, it's just a simple repel, walk away.
Yeah, that's the issue. The initiation's not easy. I think they made the correct call. Just farm the map as much as you can. You're not defending that without the Tinker respawn anyway. Your one play was maybe to look for a spear back, but it's pretty scary going into Bat and Tiny, who can both just... Your Mars is dead on that initiation.
Yeah, when they have repositioning tools and you blink into them, you're probably getting pulled all the way out to sea.
But there's your BKB. More at the BKB online. Your Mars one was finished earlier. Ideally, you would want to fight with this timing. It's a very powerful one for the Morta here. If Erica can get in good position and just be that damage turret.
What are you fighting for, though? There's no
you're fighting
big
for
objectives.
Non-elimination in TI, Austin. That's what you're fighting for.
I just mean, like, what's the point of fighting at this point in time? Can't you just, like, keep farming? Is like,
late game wise, you probably feel pretty good about Muerta, right? Like Muerta just gets stronger and stronger and stronger as time goes on. The level 20
you don't want to fight right now because they have Aegis and you're probably getting slapped outside of a really good position. But
okay,
I'm saying like this is one of those points in the game where you feel strong as that Muerta and you want to use it.
But you can't.
Yeah, it's frustrating that you're not in a position to be able to. Oh,
nice hook shot, TP out. He's good, he's good, he's good. ZZQ will survive one of these moves.
That's big, that's a lot of space.
Yeah.
That was 5 heroes. Committed a lasso as well. I mean, that's space for the Tinker and the Muerta to
space for this 4-man to farm 2 camps together.
Get out on the map.
Yeah. Getting out there.
They get the Grove Bow as well. That's a big pickup here. Hein MKB. So that'll be his way to deal with the evasion on the Wind Ranger and the Brewmaster here. I kind of like it. It just feels absolutely necessary here, right?
Yeah, level 20 in MKB is where I think you can turn this game around.
This is a deep dive. Could be a
toss back.
Fight.
It's not going to go very far, just to the creep wave. X marks on Chiro Jr., pulling him back into the boat and the pin as well, overlapping their stunts a little bit. The arena walls do protect them, though. Really not much being done there from either side damage-wise, but I guess with abilities used, 1 win feel like, okay, that's good enough for us to hit this tier 2. 1W will keep their pressure up.
Pierce the Veil committed, is going to be down for 40 seconds. At least his ult isn't a massive cooldown. You didn't get what you were looking for. I mean, we've just seen over and over. It feels like 1W can go for these initiations, and even if they go wrong, they just walk it off. Like, there's no punish on a play like that.
Yeah.
It's a big deal. And that'll push the Brewmaster to his Radiance. More evasion to make this Muerta's life miserable until you get to that MKB.
Swing strong. Blink Dagger, Solar Crest. He's looking at a Boots of Travels now. So he knows Team Zero have been trying to rat. We'll try and keep up with them.
It's going to feel good in this game. Just being able to push lanes, still join the team, set up some easier catch on the Tinker. He's trying to get greedy on the map. Every little bit counts here. Again, you kind of want to play this split map style until you are ready to group for big objectives with Aegis timings. Bots helps. And the lead still 10k here for 1W. Feeling comfortable in this game. Except for the big Muerta threat that is looming.
Yes. The big Muerta threat.
You don't believe Austin. I can sense some doubt.
What do you mean sense? I was very clear from the start of this game.
I feel that you don't believe in it.
From the very first sentence I spoke.
Some subtle hints of disbelief.
3-14, 9,000 net worth lead for 1W. And they have had a bit of a poke at the high ground just to keep Team Zero honest, but they're probably not really trying to crack open that high ground until the second Roshan, which does give us a window, perhaps, for Team Zero to get to the items, the prerequisites required. Hook shot used to try and get out of there. Couldn't get outside of the range of the shackle shot, though. ZZQ will not make it out this time around.
Somebody's got to make the space.
Somebody's got to die.
Daedalus for the Wind Ranger. And they only got 3 Wisdom Runes.
They got triple Wisdom Runes. That's how far ahead they are right now.
Yeah, that's a big influx. And this Daedalus, I feel like Daedalus is the big point for this hero. This Whirlwind with the crits is, well, it's just stupid. There's no other way to phrase it.
It's just what?
Stupid.
Oh.
I mean, it's an AoE attack spell that procs on every hit. The only other version of that that's ever existed in Dota, I think, was Medusa talent.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, you're right. That is pretty stupid. I never thought about it that way.
Yeah, it's the same with lifesteal on this hero. Like, there's a lot of things that make this Whirlwind incredibly powerful in the late game.
What do we got? Minute left until potential Roshan spawn time, so probably not too much that's going to be happening. Any other, like, items that you see that are coming up specifically for Team Zero that would give us a little silver lining to this dark cloud that is 1W pushing into the high ground again? I mean, at this point in time, like, they're going to take this tier 3 just through chip damage. Tiny's coming in to finish it.
It's very slow. Well, they don't mind sieging, I guess. I mean, it's just the Morta items. Like, that's really the big difference.
Look at this Chinese damage, man. A lane of barracks for nothing. No contest.
Erica came back. This signals you have to get something out of it.
I mean, this is even worse than no contest. This is pathetic contest that you don't have heroes on the map farming away during this period of time.
I mean, you're going to have to, like, smoke out of here or something, contest the map, try and set the lanes up or get a team fight into next Roshan. Something on this trajectory. Refresher for 7E would be really big as well if you can get to it. Like, they're kind of close to some of these big items. Refresher Mars and MKB for Morta. You can win a team fight off that. It is a lot of control and damage. You're going to have Tinker just giving you the sustain in there as well.
Yeah.
A lot of it's how that team fight gets set up. If one dub can find good initiations with lasso toss, then a lot of that goes out the window, right? But if you can avoid that, start the fight on your terms or just commit in on like a botched initiation or one where the hero doesn't just get all in.
So all the pressure on 7E, that's what I'm hearing from this. This smoke, he's got to get a good blink initiation. They're playing for Roshan. It's not up, and it won't be for quite some time.
And there's the Vlads for the Omni Knight. This is the lifesteal for the Wind Ranger that I think is really nice to have, but if you can avoid having to buy Satanic yourself, just feels that much better. I like these support pickups here from one dub, really respecting their one positions in both these games and playing around them, buffing up the damage, giving them all the sustain and the survivability they need, and just letting them go to work when Kushi has been pampered, for lack of a better word.
He really has. Nice use of the X there. 7E goes through the gate to push out the top lane without any fear of being caught in the process. 1W. Now it's their turn to smoke up and try and assault Team Zero's positioning.
Radiance off. No position given away. Scouting with the gem. Going in blind. Sweden Strong.
ZZQ jumps up to the high ground. Sweden Strong just trying to see what vision is available here. Meanwhile, Chira Jr. is immediately going to pop his BKB and get the toss back onto ZZQ. Beyond, nice tidal wave in on Cloud. No follow-up to it whatsoever. Team Zero are not even going to try for this, apparently, but they are going to get grabbed on their attempted retreat. It's going to be Beyond. Gets pulled to the other side of the arena walls and left for dead.
They want more here.
How much more are they going to be able to get? Oh, what? That Gleitnir animation. They had the net on the ground, but somehow doesn't catch the Tinker. He completes his TP. They get the BKB out of 7E.
That's what they wanted.
There goes your Roshan contest if Roshan was up right now. A later Roshan means that perhaps Team Zero can still formulate a response, a defense of the pit. And the MKB is done too. So that's level 20 MKB, we hit the timing that we said Team Zero could turn the game around on.
They have to be able to control heroes though. Every fight has just been one dub controlling who's committed and who's not, who can get out of the fight, who's stuck there, and there's just no one for Erica to hit.
Avery, it's not the level 20 timing. It's even worse.
Yeah, it's the 15
It's the
now.
level 25 time. Oh
well,
my.
it's gunslinger damage plus gunslinger chance. Yeah.
I forgot about this. They pushed it back to level 25, so you have to choose between magic resistance or gunslinger chance, which I assume everybody takes gunslinger chance. But it just means the Muerte carry is like takes even longer to come up.
Yeah, it takes a little bit. I mean, that's the beauty of it, Austin. It's the,
is it?
It's the journey.
Yeah, it's
the glory.
It's a long ass journey, man.
Yeah, it can be. This is a long Roshan.
Yeah, well, I guess one win, feeling like maybe Team Zero is going to contest, but they're not. So one dub, this is free for you.
In contesting here. So this will be an Aegis to the Wind Ranger. Also finished in Ags.
Yeah.
And has an Omni Knight behind her. Whew. This is a tough carry for Team Zero to bring down right now. Kushi is thriving.
Yeah, I feel like Wind Ranger carry is so obnoxious because of this, where it's like, oh, we finally have MKB to deal with Wind Run, but now you also need MKB and you need detection to be able to see her.
And you need BKB control.
And you need BKB control.
We've seen the lack of, control through debuff immunity really hurting Team Zero in these fights, and one dub are playing well around it. They have BKBs on all their big heroes. They have the Omni Knight to bail out anybody who maybe gets gone on before that. We saw how long Cloud was holding the Brewmaster ultimate in that fight too, right?
Yeah.
No pressure on him.
No fear of being bursted, which may play against him in this next team fight with the MKB up. And the level 20 timing. Double dead shot, of course. Very important.
Something. 1dub. That is a value shield rune hero.
Hey, we've seen bigger comebacks.
By the way, Chira Jr., he just went for the burst build. This is Echo Conda plus Quiver. Somebody's going to die. I don't know how else to phrase it. Somebody is going to get hit by this, and basically you're just spamming that buyback button. Oh, that is the best target to find.
Oh, but an X pullback off of the lasso. Good play from Beyond to be able to stop this initiation from 1W. And if they could kill the Brewmaster, can they do it? Keep him inside the calling, do the damage. Hulk shot comes out a little bit more, but no, there goes the repel. It was waiting the entire time. Respected zero pressure on him whatsoever. My tidal wave to try and get out. An Arena as well. A full retreat out. Can all of these heroes get away? Wait, they all made it out. Okay, maybe they couldn't win the fight, but they also only kind of lost it.
Yeah? Only issue is you're going to get sieged now, and you're missing a lot of your big ultimates. And this Whirlwind back up in 6 seconds here.
Okay, but 4 more levels to go for level 25 more. So
if you win a fight, you'll be there.
That
almost.
May not be true.
Gotta wait for this Pierce the Veil. It is up. Oh, man, you wish you had the toss here or something. You have a spear back.
They do have a spear back. A target that gets low. Deadshot doesn't actually bounce back to him. And boy, god damn that damage. Woo! There's some heroes dying out here. And the Muerta. Yeah, 1dub say, I ain't afraid of no ghost. We ain't leaving. This Muerta's no threat. We're going to take this lane of barracks. We're going to take the second and third lane of barracks, and we're going to take Megas. And there's not a thing you can do about it. Team Zero are going to be eliminated. Y1W.
A rough event for them. They had their highs, but ultimately unable to muster a good defense here in the lower bracket elimination game. But 1dub starting to find some momentum. I think this is the kind of style we expect from this team. Some decently paced early game, getting the team fight online, and then just out executing people, turning Munkushi into an absolute 1v5 beast. And he just outpaced everybody in terms of the damage, the farm, the scalability. They had every single buff in the game behind him. Very well executed series from 1dub, and I mean, they're going to be moving on.
Absolutely. It seems like they are getting a bit of a glimpse of the performances we saw leading up to this TI in the first place. And we'll see how long their lower bracket run can go with the panel.
I ain't afraid of no ghost.
All right. You're supposed to be a little bit quicker on that one.
Good.
It was
everything I dreamed of.
That was for you, Jenkins, and literally no one else out there. But 1W, all you fans, you'll be loving the fact that they got this 2-0 here. They are continuing on in their journey for the road to the international. Unfortunately, though, Team Zero, a team that started so strong in groups, is our second team we're going to be saying goodbye to right now. It was a well-fought series, but ultimately they didn't have answers. Maybe this carry Muerta was a little bit left to be desired there, Fear. You didn't have faith in it when it was picked up, and I'm sure you still have no faith in it.
Yeah, I mean...
That was a question.
I just had to double check the numbers real quick, and
oh yeah,
they computed to 0 kills, 3 deaths, and 1 assist. That's not very good. And I'm not really blaming the player because I don't think this hero is good.
To be fair, he had a 33.33% kill participation.
Right.
Right.
And that's pretty good.
That's pretty good as a carry.
It's not that good as a carry. That's not good either, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, not having any kills and 1 assist is not great. But either way, I think Muerta right now is just, it's really hard to play. And I think against a lot of the heroes that they did pick here, makes it even more difficult. Like, I get the idea behind it. They wanted to just go ahead and pop her ultimate, right? And then all of a sudden Wind Ranger can't attack you, but you also can't attack Wind Ranger, which is not great. And I think this Brewmaster last pick by 1dub was a brilliant pick. We saw time and time again. This Brew would just ult and then get on top of the Muerta, and unfortunately Muerta is not one of those heroes like Sven or Gyro where you have a lot of damage at those lower levels. Sure, maybe later on if you get there and you're going to do a lot of damage, but you just park all the Brewlings on top of the Muerta. She ultis, you Cyclone her. It's just a really tough matchup here. I kind of like the idea that Team Zero is going for. They had the Kunkka versus the Wind Ranger. We all are in agreement that's a really good matchup. And I think Mars is also good against the Wind Ranger as well, but They didn't draft any damage here. With Clock no damage, Tinker no damage, Kunkka doesn't do the damage, Mars doesn't do the damage. So much relied on this Morta getting incredibly farmed and killing everything, but how do you get there?
Yeah, this replay right here, this team fight, I know it was right at the end, quite late in the game, but this really illustrated the fact that they're throwing everything out on this Brewmaster. He still lives through it, still has more than enough health, and then you're like, okay, there's just no damage at all coming out, and they've just used everything to completely retreat.
Yeah, it's not just like the Mortar being like hard to play. Right? I feel like in general, what they are drafting is hard to play. The way they are playing Dota, unfortunately, after the group stages, they couldn't really keep up with the heroes that are being moved or changed, by the other teams, and the heroes that are strong right now. Unfortunately for Team Zero, they can't really play it. That's why in the first game they did try, but in the second game they kind of just went back to what they are really, really comfortable.
Yep, the stats we're looking at a reflection of game number 1. We're just refreshing your mind in case you weren't really sure how 1W was able to get the win for game 1. We obviously just saw game 2 win for themselves, so a nice 2-0. I do think watching this gameplay, I normally like to be quite, looking on the bright side of a team once they do get eliminated out of a tournament, but for Zero, it's really hard to, knowing how strong they were in groups, and to see a best of 3 play out this way, Jenkins, I'm kind of grasping for straws here.
Yeah, it's kind of your fault, to be honest with you.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I mean, I think you mentioned, I hope this day 1 wasn't a fluke, right? And then they just bomb out after. You did say that, so you jinxed.
I did actually say that. I did say that.
To be fair, she said that for pretty much all of the unexpected teams.
No, I didn't. I literally only said it for Zero.
Nouns is doing great.
I literally only said it for Zero. Well, either way, though, with 1W being our winners, let's have our winners interview. Let's hear from them themselves with Nomad.
Thank you very much, Nat. Yes, indeed, I am here with Respect, who's earning some respect for himself and his team after taking their first big win on the road to the International here. 2-0. Is this what you expected coming into the series?
Yeah, we expected 2-0. We were confident. These 2 days were tough for us. We trained a lot, tried to fix our problems because we played very bad at the beginning of the International. Like, very bad.
Well, you certainly improved. So what do you put this down to? What was the kind of training like for you guys? Was it just playing? Was it planning? Was it looking at drafts, replays, everything?
I mean, everything at all. Like, everything. We talked a lot about, like, not Dota things, like how we feel in game, communication. We played a lot of scrims, watched a lot of our scrims, and, like, how do you say it? Figure it out. I don't know how to say it in English.
Yeah, eat, sleep, Dota, repeat. It seems to be working well for you guys. Do you feel like you learnt a lot from your series against Cloud9, which you took into this series?
Yeah, we learned a lot. They outplayed us in every aspect of the game. Even not in game, even outside the game, our mental preparation for the Cloud9 series was not good.
Well, it's good to see you guys improving and learning those lessons. Finally from me, what do you think about your series coming up later today against Falcons?
We played scrims against them. We can win. Short answer.
Short answer indeed. And a surreptitious smile here from Respect, a little bit of confidence perhaps. Back to you guys, Nat.
Hopefully Respect is able to continue that confidence, because they'll be the final series for today. We're only halfway through our day. We've already seen 2 teams eliminated, but 2 more are going to be going home. Our second one here was Team Zero, unfortunately getting 0-2. They weren't able to leave the road to the International with a win under their belt in this best of 3. It's really tough to walk away not having that, but hopefully there's some more bright things that you can point out, Jenkins, that they're going to bring for the next season.
I mean, definitely, in looking at this team, I saw that there was a lot of losses to Azure Ray other than in the TI qualifiers, so I kind of expected to see something that was like some fluke comeback sort of stuff, but they looked amazing, like genuinely. And like I said, on the first day, like Ponlo really, really impressed me. So I was watching a lot of him, but then I noticed like his team was also playing incredibly well. Erica obviously has played on, Vici in the past. So that's kind of some old blood there, which I was hoping would help them with the emotions and stuff like that. But I think it's a little bit of lack of experience that has led to this point. They're like bright stars with a bright future, but they need some ability to continue that forward as the meta is changing.
Yeah, they tried to fit into this meta, try and be able to make a little bit of a comeback, maybe a little bit of a run in the lower bracket for themselves. But unfortunately, their journey ends here. We've got Piran on standby with one of our players to see just how they're feeling after this unfortunate loss.
Yeah, thanks, Nat. I'm here with Ponlo from Team Zero. Ponlo, first of all, very sorry to see you guys go out of the tournament. Could you just give me a brief idea of what, in your perspective, went wrong in that series?
Probably, I mean, the last game we knew we would have some damage issues, like potentially, but we thought that we could delay the game, prolong the game enough that until our carry is online. But I mean, we probably just made some mistakes.
Sorry, there's a lot of yelling off camera there. It's all right.
We have I guess we have a weakness when it comes to early game skirmishes. I think we have shown to be a bit poor at that. Our strength comes in, my team strength, I think, comes in the mid to late game, the shot calling around our carry, the way we team fight around each other and stuff like that. But this tournament is like more and more, I mean, after the Falcons and BB games, I think teams realize that our weakness is in our early game. And I felt like Bad Boom and Falcons were like kind of playing not to lose against us. They were a bit conservative, they were slow, and they let us play our game. But then after those two series, it felt like, even in scrims, like teams were starting to like ramp the tempo up against us, and we kind of struggle against it.
Yeah, that's tough. I mean, I know that one of the things you said before the tournament is that you wanted to make sure that when you came here, at the very least, you played Dota that you could be proud of and that your team could be proud of. You definitely achieved that.
I don't really think so. I think for me individually, I feel, I mean, I don't really like the meta for me. It's not really my thing, the hero pool in the post 4. I tried my best to adapt and to do what's necessary. I don't think I was like good enough this TI, but I tried my best. So it's like, I don't blame myself for it, but I don't want to stand here and lie and tell everyone like I'm so good, because yeah, I just don't think so.
I know you can be very hard on yourself. Did you at least enjoy TI while you guys were here and competing? That must have been satisfying.
There were good days and bad days, when you beat. The first day actually, when we played against Falcons, like I felt super good in the morning because it just feels like, well, we already lost. So let's just, let's just see what happens. Let's just click some buttons, play. Let's just try to go kill some guy, and then if you kill someone, you're happy, And I think like that light feeling like made us play like better. And then probably after we won versus Falcons at Bad Boom, then we started to have more and more expectations of how good we should be. And then when we start to drop games against teams that we feel like we are better than, then like problems start to arise, and then conflicts start to arise, and then it just snowballs, Yeah.
Well, a lot of people have enjoyed watching you, myself included. Is there anything that you'd like to say to the Team Zero fans out there who were supporting you throughout the tournament?
I don't know, I haven't met many, but I guess thanks for believing in us, believing in, maybe some of them believe in me, even when I don't really believe in me to do that good this tournament, but yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Okay, don't be so hard on yourself, Ponlo. We enjoyed watching you, but unfortunately we do need to say goodbye. But for now, I'm going to throw it back to Nat and the panel to discuss this series.
Thank you so much, Piran. You might have to give Ponlo a little bit of a hug there for me. He's being really harsh on himself, but he can, rest assured, walking away from the road to the international here. He's at least made a fan of me for Team Zero here. They definitely put up a good display. The expectations, sometimes it's hard to really amount to them. The pressure might come more internally than it does from the outside. But either way, they had a great start to this group. It is a very unfortunate end for themselves. We won't be seeing them here continue on in the road to the international, but we will be seeing 1W continue. They're going to be playing again later today up against Falcons. They need time to reset. We're only halfway through our day. We still have BB team up against Nouns. But before we get to this, just a little PSA, guys, and a little bit of a short film contest here is appreciate your supports.
to the Radiant.
Merci beaucoup.
Radiant's barracks are under attack.
Go green!
A Radiant barracks has fallen.
Nice!
Radiant's ancient is under attack.
Feel the chill.
Gaming Gladiators, last year's runners-up, are back again to try and claim the Aegis, and doing so they've already taken EWC on their path here, and I'm now joined by Ace. Obviously, TI, and especially big for you as is in your hometown. I mean, you're literally 10 minutes away. What's it like to play here?
It's something that I honestly never thought would happen, because like Dota has not been that popular in Denmark for quite a while now, but like it's like so amazing. Like it's been so chill. We've also been boot camping here. Like it's just so chill for me. I just came here like 20 minutes ago. My brother just drove me.
Amazing. So, you know, are you going to be able to have all like your family and everything and your friends at the arena for the finals?
Yeah, I think like a lot of my family will come, and like most of my friends also, I think.
So obviously last year, you know, you had a phenomenal run last year, you know, game were the team to beat. And this year, I think kind of people started to maybe doubt you or count you out, but then you just come back, you know, prove them all wrong with a phenomenal past few tournaments. You know, how does that happen? How did you do that? Was that like the game? Was it you guys? Was it, you know, your opponents? You know, how did this come about?
Kind of a mix, I would say. Like when you win a lot, the game definitely keeps like nerfing your strategies and your heroes. There's so many frequent patches, and whoever wins what they play the most will always get nerfed.
Yeah.
And this just kept happening and happening and happening. And after every tournament, you have to like find new stuff. You really have to try it again and again and again. And you keep doing this for so long, it gets pretty hard to like keep it going.
Yeah.
So I think people got a bit exhausted by like tryharding after every tournament and getting the motivation all the time.
Yeah.
So I think that was like the main problem. But now also after not winning so much for a while, I think we just kind of got a lot of the drive back again. And now then it just worked out for Saudi.
How do you think about last TI and especially those grand finals?
There's been so many tournaments, but like we had a pretty crazy lower bracket run.
Yeah, and the grand finals versus Team Spirit and everything.
Yeah, that year was just like pretty crazy because feel like we were pretty bad, and like.
Oh really?
Yeah, like we went pretty much like straight to lower bracket. I think almost like didn't we have like full lower bracket run almost? But somehow we just managed like to claw through games and then make it all the way to the final against Spirit. In that final, we did not play what we usually play, like in the semi-final, every games before that. That's also something we had talked a lot about and like worked on. That like why did that happen? Like what happened in that final particularly? And I do think it's something to do with some players. They do set TI, they regard it as like way above everything else.
Yeah.
That can easily create like this bit of pressure.
Yeah.
That can go to like choky mindset and this kind of just happened for us. So hopefully. Like we talked a lot about it, but hopefully it's not really something that's gonna happen when we're gonna play in this final.
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously it didn't happen or did it happen at EWC and you learned to kind of beat it, you know, what was the...
Yeah, I mean, again, like we've been in a lot of finals. I think we have a pretty good final win radio. But again, like EVC, it's not really a TI. TI is just a bit special. And can create more pressure somehow because people really want to be part of the I have one TI club.
Yeah.
Get the rings or whatever you get, you know, all the stuff.
Yeah, hold the Aegis. Yeah, I mean, what would it mean for you personally, you know, on home soil nonetheless, to be able to win it, to hold that Aegis, you know, what would that be like for you?
As soon as I knew that TI was going to be in Denmark, then I instantly thought, oh shit, man, like if I'm ever going to win a TI, I definitely want to win this one.
Yeah, in front of your friends and family as well.
Yeah.
That'd be incredible.
So it means a lot.
Who do you think your biggest supporter is going to be in the crowd? Who's going to be screaming the loudest for you when you do get on that stage?
Usually it's the people who's like sitting with the GG boys, like the org, and then they usually have like the Giga fans around, and then like they usually have some drinks and stuff.
Those guys will be the loudest.
Those guys you can usually hear, yeah.
All right. Well, thank you so much for coming to talk to us, Ace, and thank you so much, and best of luck, obviously, TI.
Thank you for having me.
Hello, I am here with Saika, or a player you may have formerly known as Nightfall, has now changed his name to Saika. First of all, I've got to ask, what does the new name mean? Why did you change it?
I mean, kind of predicted people are gonna ask this question. And I mean, just kind of got tired of last name, and if you translate from Japanese, it's something like sadness, but it also refers to some of Naruto, like best, from my opinion, like soundtracks.
So you guys, I'd say, BetBoom are kind of thought of as this EEU sort of super team. You've had some great results. Do you guys feel like a sort of super team, like a super group? Or do you think like, we're not there yet, we can still do better?
I'd not say we think of ourselves as a super team. Like a lot of people was saying it, I'd say back then, like 2 years ago, when we had like Pure in our team, and I was playing free, and it was kind of really like, you know, like dream team. Dota is a team game. It's like you need to have not only like good individual players, but also you need to be a great team to win.
Speaking of that, you guys have had a little bit of rebuild here and there, like obviously swapping positions a bit for yourself, and like you said, Pure leaving the team. So when you've got a team that changes like that, how big a difference does it make? Like, is it like going back to square one, or is it's not too difficult?
I mean, I'd say changing a player is kind of big difference, because like every player has his identical like way of how he view game and how he view his position and how he wanna play. And for changing position, it's I'd say less, but back then it kind of gave us good boost.
So you finished sort of in the 5th, 6th slot last year. How are you going to improve on that and go further? What have you done to really sort of say, hey, we need to actually go even further than 5th, 6th, we need to get further in? What kind of preparation have you done for that mentally?
We're basically learning and growing with each year. If you're a good player and a good team, you're gonna learn something as an individual and as a team, like some new concepts. You have to believe it's gonna like lead you to victory.
Fantastic. Well, I wish you all the best in the tournament. Thank you for taking the time to talk to us. Saika.
Thank you for having me.
If they want to do better than top 6, they first have to make a deep run in that lower bracket, because that is where BB Team are right now. They did win earlier today, and that's why we're seeing them here again. We are going to watch their match up against Nouns. Will be a best of 3 elimination on the line once again, and we're at the half point of the day, and that means we changed our panel up. That means you're seeing me. I'm Shiva. I'll take you through the rest of the day together with my wonderful panel. I'm joined by Tigov, Effie, and Lacoste. Lacoste, we talked a little bit about it yesterday, but eliminations is really where the Dota starts getting more intense, and it just gets that extra little bit.
Yeah, it's the extra spice, but it's also kind of extra sadness seeing the teams, you know, it's the big dreams throughout the year playing Dota, and your dreams being crushed here, which is always tough. Been on the receiving end in my career decades ago, always. But yeah, I know the feeling. It does kind of suck, but it's also what you're going to learn for the next, you know, enjoy Dota, of course, and also what you're going to learn from some of these defeats.
Yeah, it is what you're going to learn.
Like I didn't learn a lot.
We have to talk about what BB Team has learned, because we heard Saika or Nightfall just talk about their year and how they're going to try to breach top 6. And Tigov, that has been a little bit of a struggle throughout the, I would say, years.
Yes. If we look back, 2023, when BB picked up the main core of the roster, they had Pure. They, across the entire year, they just finished, 4th to 8th, maybe even in the bottom 50%. Like, they struggled immensely. Sure, they got, 1 second, 1 third. And then 2024 season, they pick up Miro. You can see the shift has kind of moved them from the bottom 50% of a team up into the top 50%, picking up seconds, picking up thirds. But still, to this day, they're yet to get a tournament win as a team that is, the MMR that they have, the prestige that they bring from Eastern Europe, it's been 2 years now that the core roster of 4 players has not found, success.
And they are the highest MMR, Effie. They're supposed to do better.
I mean, they're a team people expect a lot out of because they're just so individually skilled. But I mean, Dota has shown us time and time again that there is something that is beyond reach of MMR. When players play together, there's cohesion, there's synergy. And credit to BB Team, they have found a lot more cohesion and synergy this year with the addition of Miro, as the graph, Tigov showed us, pointed out. But even with that, it feels like they're always one step short of greatness. And there were so many tournaments this year. I can think of Birmingham in particular, where I watched them and I thought, this really could be the one where they finally get a first place finish. And they look so good up until a point where they don't, right? And they just fall short.
I've said that so many times.
Yeah.
This is it. This is the
This is
tournament.
the time.
'Cause they look good. In most of the tournaments, these guys, they look pretty damn good. It's just something that is missing, some kind of a magic. They're still not out, And I was wondering what this BB acronym stands for. It's the bottom bracket team. They need to make this miraculous run through bottom bracket or lower bracket. And so far, so good. Today, they had a great showing.
Or buyback team. No
Lack of buyback
team. Yeah, almost didn't go the way they wanted to there, but in the end they do earn their spot to go up against Team Nouns. Now they have done this before, both teams coming from the same group. And if we're talking about how BB Team has been lacking the magic in some of the matches we've seen, they opened their series. The first series they played in the Road to the International was against Nouns, and that magic, Lacoste, seemed very much there.
It was insane. Like this first game, that's why I didn't believe in Nouns after seeing that first series, because they got stumped. They got 1 kill. This is the least amount of kills here at the Road to International. I mean, how much can you have? You can have 0 or maybe equal to 1, which is pretty difficult to top. But overall, this is the series that also shows that Nouns, they need to be able to adapt. We've seen the importance of adaptation when they were playing yesterday. They were unable to adapt. Their most successful hero is Trend Protector. They're 4 out of 4. This is the strat that they've been running, and I think that Nouns got figured out.
Now the question is, will they prioritize the Stream Protector in the first phase? Because that's, at this point, the only place they're going to get their hands on it. We're in the draft. Game number 1 of this best of 3 elimination. Nouns will be Radiant, second pick. BB Team has already first picked their Enchantress. In terms of bans, not really something that is instantly standing out to me. Effie, maybe you have different ideas about that?
No, this all looks pretty familiar. The Sand King and Doom got taken out. They seem to be by far Gunner's most high impact offlane heroes. Mirana, Yuma popped off on it yesterday, and this hero has just proven itself to be such a nuisance. And Nyx comes out as a counter to Enchantress. This happens quite often, but Enchantress doesn't get let through. But the reason people love to play Nyx versus Ant is just you follow her to lane, you eat her creep, and that already eliminates a big part of the threat. Also, when you're getting dove under tower by a Centaur or something, Nyx is able to TP and also eliminate that threat. There is a bit of an issue, though, is that these jungle heroes like Chen and Ench, they group up very early, and Nyx typically does not like to play into an early group up. So if BetBoom kind of build around that idea that they're going to center around each other, ball up early on, maybe Nouns won't get that much value out of their Nyx.
And they do like to do that. BB Team does like to ball up early and play fast when they get the chance.
I'm not sure if they do. I feel like they win their lane.
That's how they won against Team Liquid 2 days ago. They smashed them in 18 to 20 minutes.
Yeah, I feel like
definitely draft dependent. Go ahead.
Sure.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, I feel like BB, they, some games they have that philosophy of, win lanes, crush their opponent, and then other times they want to sit back. But I think they are one of the few teams in the tournament that when they think they've won the game, they seem to kind of like ease off just a little bit compared to other teams, which allows for opportunity for comebacks. Like, and all the tournaments we've seen them play at, how many times has like BB lost a game because like they've built up an advantage, they've kind of got this like confidence that they've already won the game, and then like one pick off or 2 here, and then suddenly it swings back around. So that's where like a Nyx Assassin for Nouns, even if the game gets difficult, there will be opportunities based on BB's history that maybe the X factor of the Dagon pickoff could help them recover what could be a difficult early game.
Yeah, it seems like BB, they've done the research Luna and Treant Protector gone. Nouns, they did win 3 out of 3 games, and they paired this up in the safe lane. This has to be one of the strongest, if not the strongest, safe lane that there is out there. We've seen quite a lot of, Miranas, quite a lot of Wind Rangers paired up, but I feel, this one, it feels really good. Mirana doesn't have that much win rate anyway. What I would like to see maybe from BB team here is Lion +1. I think Save showed that he can play extremely good Lion. It also gives them something against this Monkey King in the lanes where you can stop him. They also have the spell mechanic, some early rotations from the Enchantress who can gank the lane. And also against Nyx Assassin having the instant Hex disable so that he can get Carapace off and kill him from 100 to 0. I think that'd be really nice.
That's quite the early Monkey King though. I guess the hero's value has gone up significantly this tournament, and when you pick this Monkey King, you also have the security of whichever offlane that you choose for yourself won't be countered by the Monkey King. And all of the traditional counters to melee offlaners like Ursa and Slark, they're not very good right now, whereas Monkey King still is and can be flexed to mid.
I feel like Monkey King is becoming an equivalent of what Luna is in the draft, where you pick Luna and you don't feel that bad having it, right? Like from mid lane, you can play a lot of matchups. In carry, you can punish a lot of the melee offlaners that we see. So in regards to like draft strength, it doesn't really feel too punishing. So I can maybe see that logic, but also the speed in which you play, right? Like Nyx Assassin wants to find heroes and kills, therefore Monkey King, you get like Orb Corrosion plus like Deso or BKB. They're also chasing around the map looking for kills.
One of the things we said yesterday when we watched Nouns, we said maybe their playbook consistent of mostly the Treant Protector +1 and maybe mostly Treant Protector plus Cat Lady, be that Luna or Mirana. It seems like with now their opening with the Nyx Assassin and the Monkey King, they are playing heroes that they haven't played yet this road to the International, so they are showing that they have prepared something else. Oh, that doesn't inspire confidence, T? He's giving me a bit of a difficult face there.
Yeah, I look at BB's 3 heroes and I'm like, whoo, laning phase is absolutely like one-sided at the moment. Like Kotl plus Beastmaster, you got Illuminates going into the lane, you got Wild Axes going into the lane, you make stacks. Like Beastmaster, so far, like Road to International, we've seen games where he struggled to get items. This lane of, Kotl Beastmaster it's a free pass for Beastmaster to get to his first item.
You have stacks, you can eat, like, you're gonna dominate the lane. It's quite a lot of Damagio, you have extra Chakram, but also if, let's say you get ganked, you have an extra hero in your lane, you can always fall back to stack, so looks really good, I would say. The question is, who do they want to pair up this Keeper of the Light with? In the previous series that they played, it was Storm Spirit GPK, having that Keeper of the Light, getting that extra mana. So you need to utilize a hero. I'm maybe thinking, Storm is always going to be good because limited lockdown on their side, unless you get caught by Nyx Assassin or some Boundless Strike into Nyx Stun. I was maybe thinking Void Spirit. We've seen Void Spirit popping off recently.
And potentially any Spirit hero would work in the mix, but the Chen comes out from Nouns that we didn't talk about, and typically when Beastmaster used to be very popular and picked all the time, teams would have to ban Chen to protect the Beastmaster on lane, because a lot of the strength of this Beastmaster comes from his ability to play into Monkey King with his boars, which makes him one of the melee heroes who isn't too vulnerable to MK. But with Chen, who basically takes over his boars, that removes a lot of that lane threat and a lot of the kill potential of this Kotl plus Beast lane. So I think the Chen pick really protected Nouns' safe lane. And it's also a fly specialty hero. We haven't seen it in a while, but he is no stranger to Chen.
Yeah. There's something about the Kotl part where Beastmaster, I think if you didn't have Keeper of Light, the counter feels good, but because you have Keeper of Light, like, you don't really care too much about boar anymore, because it is all about the spam, the magic spam, the push. So it's like it's kind of okay, but I'm skeptical it's going to be the biggest lane winner that we've seen in previous drafts.
Center coming out for Nouns. Gunnar will be taking that one on.
A bunch of auras is what Nouns is looking for. Like Chen will get like a drum or the mech. Chen will then bring out a blink and a pipe, and that is when they're gonna really go. So Monkey King, be it carry or mid, will need to bring that 20-minute timing as well to just try and survive the roar, the illuminates, the pressure that BB applies. Because I just see a slow start to the game, but once they get online, they just hold each other's hands and walk around the map trying to break down BB.
Also, within the draft, Centaur should give Nyx independence after a few levels, where Nyx can, after just doing some creep shenanigans and manipulation and whatnot, he can go through the Twin Gate, try to maybe kill the Beastmaster or Coddle. He can rotate mid. He can just goof around in the jungle if he needs to. Make scout out stacks. Like, Nyx has a lot of freedom to be independent because of the Centaur pick.
They do have the burst damage. Later on, you have Centaur, you have Monkey King, Nyx Assassin if he gets to his Dagon. And also Stampede. I think this is a highly valuable spell that they just picked up against Enchantress, against Keeper of the Light. You want to find this Keeper of the Light. You do not want to see him use like 4 or 5 chakras on enemy carry or an enemy mid laner so that he gets multiple rounds of spells.
Nouns do need some range damage though, because they have 3 melee heroes in Nyx, Monkey King, and Centaur. And if this Beastmaster gets off to the start that we think he will, because he's going to have so much stacks that Coddle is going to make for him, an early Ags versus 3 melee heroes is very hard to play into. So they need some kind of damage coming from a distance to not commit too many bodies to taking down the Beastmaster, because this is the tempo hero that BB are going to play around.
5 seconds remaining.
Very strong Invoker pick as well. Effie mentioning like the melee aspect of Noun's lineup. You put in tornadoes and EMPs and deafening blasts from Invoker. That is, you know, a lot of fight control. But this is, you know, close to 4 specialty heroes for BB at this point. That it just comes online so quickly. Still with, you know, carry for, you know, their last pick.
On the bright side for Nouns, they have overall last pick, so they can decide at the last moment where their Monkey King is going to go. But now that they already see that Invoker, do you want to put your Monkey up against that, or will you opt for something different? It seems like BB team, they're banning out Puck, so they feel like picking an Invoker is enough to make Yuma be the one playing Monkey King.
They're going to be looking for a mid hero, most likely. Something for Copy. Copy's hero pool so far, a mix of melee and range heroes. The big one that he did play was Earthshaker. Problem is you're playing into Invokers, you will not have that much of an impact, at least early on, where your mana is going to get burned, but overall for the game, it could be a really good pickup.
And I wouldn't mind the Monkey going mid versus the Invoker. Like, that's a fine lane for the Monkey. The only threat would be the Enchantress rotations, but he should be able to CS well. And then maybe a safe laner to pick here. Sounded funny, but it is like the ranged it is the ranged carry meta for a reason. You need your carries to be able to CS comfortably and protect themselves.
Let's see what that final ban is going to be for BB team. If they want to protect that Invoker a little bit more. No, they want to remove a safe laner as the Weaver gets taken out.
They wanted to remove elusiveness, because they don't have that reliable stun Invoker. He needs some kind of a setup. Coddle, Enchantress, these heroes are very... like, they need something, some kind of a setup. They don't provide you with any kind of control. Pretty much your stun is Roar and Cold Snap.
Okay, oh, yeah. I wanted the, like a troll or an out for a safe lane for BB to just farm freely while Centaur gets left alone. You want that carry that naturally needs a bit more time from laning to just, you know, exploit it. So melee carries that are independent wave pushers helps a lot.
Also, it's a hero that makes use of the chakra magic from Coddle in teamfights. All of a sudden, you're enabling this hero's like low cooldowns by having a stun that can be thrown out a lot. Also, the tempo coming out of an Alchemist, Beastmaster, Enchantress lineup is terrifying. The tempo that would come out of a Chen lineup does not even come close to matching what BB have right now.
Oh,
a Razor.
I was thinking they might go down the Queen of Pain route, just for the speed in which you react to early pressure. Like, Beastmaster steps up, you get that kill, but no, they go for the scaling option once again. You're going to have, you know, Razor, BKB, Monkey King, very quick BKB, Centaur with the pipe. Like, we expect BB to be aggressive, but still there's time for them to come online, right? Like, you need Alk to get to Radiance +1, you need Beastmaster to get to that Aghanims. So there is a window where Nouns should at least get the defensive items to take a good fight against the expected, you know, aggression that we see from this lineup.
It's also range damage, which they sorely lacked.
I think both teams got the drafts that they wanted. This looks to me like pretty much BB draft 4 out of 5 heroes, it screams BB. On side of Nouns, they needed to cook something differently for this one. Razor, Copy did play it earlier, and I think Razor in this game has a pretty free reign. Once he pops a BKB, the only thing that can stop him pretty much is the Beastmaster. They don't have ways of increasing his damage. There aren't like these big things that they can throw on top of him, no IO or anything, but they have a Stampede, so he can choose which target that he wants to go for in a fight.
Yeah, it's just another story of Nouns have great scaling. They have good core-to-core matchups in Monkey King and Razor versus Alk and Beastmaster now. As long as they can get to a state where they have like 3 items and BKBs to play into BB, they can definitely take it. But BB have terrifying tempo. They're playing on Enchantress, early Ags Beastmaster, an Alchemist that's going to come out with a Blink BKB very early on. So there's going to be a period in the game from like 20 to 30 minutes where Nouns are going to be on the back foot. And if they don't lose by then, they have a good chance.
Yeah, now just need to show that they are, tactically aware of what's going to happen in this game. If they try and, they don't really make moves, right? Like Razor doesn't want to make moves, no one wants to make moves. So if they just sit down, farm, defend an odd tower or 2, they can get into the game. But if they play BB's game, then it can be a little bit scary. So yeah.
At what point do you feel like if you're going to watch Nouns and see if they can weather the storm that BB is throwing out here, at what point are you going to be worried for Nouns?
If they don't contest second Roshan. If they give away like 2 Roshans for free and they're just still in that kind of farm state, then they probably could have a lot of
But they
problems.
can give 1.
Yeah, 1's fine. You give up tier 2s, but like they need to have all the tools when, BB are expected to be barreling into your high ground around, maybe 25 minutes or so, yeah.
Yeah, it seems very scary to deal with. You feel like they can do it?
On side of Nouns?
Yeah?
Yeah, but this game needs to be slightly later, I would say.
Okay, let's find out what's going to happen in game number 1 of this best of 3. We're heading over first to Milan, who's going to be talking to Nomad.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, indeed. Milan, I mean, they've gone very comfort on the side of BetBoom. What do you think about that?
I think that's their style. We expected a lot of heroes that they picked. Like their team that trusts their guts. They had ups and downs, but they have been like sort of stable team throughout the season. Like they had bad results, but these players are high MMR. They believe in what they do, and I think it's good what they took. It should be, but we try to counter it, and we'll see what happens.
All right, and what's your mentality like after your loss yesterday? How are you coming into this one?
I think the games in the playoff against Spirit and Gaming kind of showed us that we can play against anybody because we beat the TI champions and we had a close showing versus RIA champions. So I think we can play against anybody, but it's mostly about us. If we play well, then we have a good shot. So it doesn't matter who is the opponent.
Thank you very much. Best of luck in the game. And now we're going to throw it over to our casters, which for this one will be Sunsfan and Synderen.
Thanks so much. He's bummed.
Thank you very much, Nomad, as we have this best of 3 underway between Nouns and BB Team. Already a Boundless Strike on to save. He will survive on that glorious horse of his. Synderen, what do you think of this matchup?
Oh, this will work. Oh, hang on. Did they get 4 bounty runes? Oh, boy. That's not... sorry, that didn't really answer your question, but that's a pretty rare thing at this level, that one team manages to get all 4. I was like, how did BB just get a 1k net worth lead here? And, well, on top of that, they also have 250 extra gold in the Alchemist, so they're off to a good start. The matchup itself, I think the panel was pretty spot on. The lineup of BB here can play extremely fast if the laning stage goes well, so Nouns need to be careful with not getting rolled over. However, we did see a similar situation in one of their games against Gaming Gladiators yesterday, where they managed to do exactly that with some good early movements to solve the problem in that individual game. So they've shown that they are capable of playing against high pace, and if their own lanes go in a stable manner, it should be an exciting game.
Yeah, and I think Nouns, despite losing their last series, I feel like feels like they're on the up and up, right? They have a lot of momentum. I think a lot of people were counting them out, and then BB Team on the other side, they're struggling with the same issues that have plagued them from time immemorial, Synderen, even with Pure on the team. Apparently getting rid of him doesn't change anything. In fact, he's on Tundra and he's destroying right now. But it feels like they always come in with a lead, and you just never feel confident that they're going to bring it home, It's just such a strange thing to happen over a 2-year period for the same team.
Yeah, the thing is, if they ever figure that out, they will be
the best in the world, probably.
Yeah, probably.
Legitimately.
This is a team whose Achilles heel is, how to say, losing an important game and then spiraling. And the way they lose that important game will most often be from a very advantageous position where they just mess something up, and drop the ball and then don't recover. That's definitely been a bit of a mentality problem, I would say, for them is the main thing for the better part of a year. But the good news for them is, in the last series, the one against Talon that they played earlier, they lost game 2 after being really far ahead, and then they stomped them in game 3.
Yeah.
So in that series, they showed that resilience, the ability to reset completely.
You would think over time, throwing that many leads away, you kind of get used to it, and you build a resistance of sorts.
Yeah, it does sound like a different, like an interesting scientific study. How might need to get some papers written on this.
Yep, absolutely. A lot of damage being applied to BB Team here in this bot lane. Better be careful with that Monkey King. That is a hero that can absolutely take off.
Oh, big damage save.
Boundless strike onto save. He's going to pop the Fairy Fire, so we'll survive.
So what we didn't talk about, it showed. They showed prior to the game during the draft, they showed that every single Chen so far in this tournament, I think, has started with the summon convert of the Satyr. And this game is no exception. So Chen, at his whim, can just summon a mana burning creep, effectively, and that is arguably in most cases the most lane-focused creep you can have. So obviously the reason why you take it, save.
Yep.
But blinding light, but
eventually
he didn't miss.
Does happen. Yeah.
So what's the blind chance again on level? It's 40% on all levels. So okay.
And the fact that he gets that kill without even Jingu as a skill on the hero,
yeah,
pretty interesting. I mean, that just goes to show how amazing Tree Dance is with this facet. It is. We already talked about it the other day, but unbelievably good, as we're going to see a concoction onto Gunnar with the acid spray and the blood grenade on top. He is taking a lot of damage, and that should finish him off. So
he's a goner.
Of tying the game 1-1. Very good joke, Cinderin.
Fly will try to open up the small camp here, interested in finding his way to some pulls. So as the panel was talking about, the Chen versus Beastmaster match was a classic counter pick, and it should give a very good start to Yuma. That kill on the Coddle, I think, was honestly unexpected, given the circumstances. You said there was no Jingu, and Chen's creep was actually dead, but they just barely scraped by and got that. So that's the good news here for Nouns. Aside from that, mid lane is pretty much a wash between the Invoker and the Razor. I think that's the expected outcome on that one. And then, well, since Alchemist has started being able to just start with 250 extra gold and then got 4 bounty runes, I think Gunnar is not expected to win this lane.
Yeah, I would say so. Right, accurate.
But he's tied with Beast. So I guess from the side of Nouns so far, it's looking okay, and I think BB Team are very happy as well.
Right, and we've been seeing this build on Centaur pretty much every game that I've seen, where they don't even bother with double edge until probably this next level here. Actually, maybe even not. It's typically the level 3 and Retaliate to be able to farm consistently, which means you're just not going to be getting kills in this lane. It's all about survivability and eventual farm.
I think it's the right mindset as well, that you're never going to be in a position to play this lane aggressively until Razor rotates, and that will be a while, so play for yourself. This is the selfish Centaur build, basically.
Now he's got Jingu. Miero has to be careful. Save is there with the blinding light just in time.
It looked like he was about to go for one more swing as he got blinded away, but just barely outranged there, but he's going to try again.
Yeah, he's
Yuma's
trying.
hungry.
Miero tries to cut down the trees. That was a good attempt. Blood Grenade going to slow him down a bit. 3 stacks of Jingu on Miero.
Jeez, he is in
There's
there.
the Boundless to activate it. Not enough to get the kill, but still. Miero is really hurting here.
He knows the limits. He likes playing on 5% health for 10 seconds straight, apparently.
Yep.
Well, he didn't die, so...
Yet.
Yes, that is correct. We'll be stacking up his Ancient Hero to a triple stack on the Beastmaster. Obviously, one of the... This is something BB Team have done a very good job at. They also were putting a lot of emphasis on this when they played the Coddle Storm game earlier today. Tons of stacks. And this time it's both Save as well as Miero making stacks in 2 different camps. We'll see if Nouns, arguably with the best invasion hero in Dota right now in that Monkey King, will try to deal with that at all, if they're able to.
Arguably.
Yeah?
Is it an argument?
You could make a case for a hero like Storm, you know, if you have vision, you can always just jump in.
Copy.
He's
going to get punished really hard by BB Team. And Miero
with a celebratory tornado. He was trying to KS it, but Saika hit too hard. So, unfortunately for him, his carry gets the kill. A very sad outcome, of course.
Yep, very sad.
If you're a mid hero, you want everything.
Mind Flare is the biggest quality of life to Nyx in the history of Dota. I'll say that right now. This hero can farm anytime now. What do you think of the current Nyx in this meta?
I think the hero's really good. I think he's significantly underpicked in this tournament. He makes a lot of sense as a counterpick to Ench, of course, which is why they ran it. But I believe the win rate of it that we saw was quite good, but the number of games was very low. I suppose the main problem teams are facing is if you don't pick this into specifically Ench or Chen, maybe your laning is just too weak and compensating for it gets too hard. But that said, I still think it's reliable a lot of the time, and especially we're seeing the rise of Invoker, right? This hero was not played particularly much in the first few days of the tournament. Now he's starting to really see play. Sunstrike plus Nyx can kill any hero on the map.
Yeah.
It's even better than it used to be because Nyx now, as a support, reliably goes Dagon and does a lot more damage with Mind Flayer. So if you remember back in the day what kills you could find with Nyx Invoker, you can almost add 50% to the health of heroes you can kill. So I don't know, perhaps that's the strategy we'll see teams run later on if they can get the laning to work.
Yeah, that's always been his issue, is the laning. But you just don't lane now. You just go jungle. Easy peasy.
Yeah.
Which begs the question, why is Pudge not being played in this meta? My goodness. What a great hero.
Waiting for Boxy to run his signature I'm leaving lane minute 2 and going jungle play.
That was epic.
They crushed that game.
Indeed.
It's
well, GPK. He's in the cover of his Ghost Walk right now. Might be going through the gate, but he's going to run into Fly. Or is it the other way around? Yuma on the trees as well. The EMP already being shown, as Fly will likely just be sacrificed. He actually dies to a neutral creep, and instead all the damage being applied to Mr. Nightfall. He's getting all this regen, but it's not enough. He will drop. Unfortunately for Nouns, though, I think they're going to lose both cores in Yuma and Gunner in the process. So they lose 3 heroes, although again, 1 denied by neutrals.
Yeah, this was, the panel didn't talk about this, but a really big upside to Stampede is that you, as Chen, you can just Stampede right into the neutral camp and die. That apparently was important there. Oh, he just narrowly dodges every spell there on Lelis.
Very nice.
But yeah, good defensive play there from BB team, really covering up their Alchemist in this safe lane. Which is going to be necessary. This is a textbook Nouns play.
Lelis.
Oh, well, he dodged every spell and then he walked back into them. Oh well.
Yeah, well, he wasn't expecting Banana Boat team to come back into the triangle area, so they stuck around.
Yep. It's yeah, I was gonna say Nouns. I think one of the things they did really well against Gaming Gladiators in the game that they won in that series was rotating from the safe lane through the gate, and I think BB team have prepared for this. They've studied the movements that Nouns like to go for, and they were exceptionally ready for that rotation. They were already in position when Chen came through, as you said, and they were the ones to make the first move instead. Now that's probably not going to stop.
10-minute rune.
Okay.
Looks like it'll be top as the haste is bottled by Copy. Tornado already used from GPK, so he won't have a way to actually dispel this haste if they want to try to run at him, but that's a tall order at this point of the game. Looks like he's going for the Witchblade on the Invoker, while Gunner Blade Mail this time around, which a lot of time we've talked about this before, but the Blade Mail against heroes with the uncontrollable outburst of damage, such as Windrunner.
Yep.
Not really seeing that here, unless you want to count Enchantress late game, I guess.
Something we haven't really talked about that item is it's also a farming item on Centaur, right? It's
true.
You farm faster, you get bigger throughout the game. It adds some utility in certain situations in team fights. It makes you a less appealing target in general. But I would agree, this is not the best game for it that we've seen. But it just goes to show, I think every game of Centaur we've cast this tournament, the player has got Blade Mail. So maybe it's just that good that the circumstances don't even really matter. And you just do grab this first, and then you have the 2 build paths with either being a mega tank with auras, or you get the dagger, or both, of course, if you're having a good enough game. And yeah, Gunner is doing all right. This is a very even game for all intents and purposes, especially considering the Dire started with 4 bounty runes. They haven't really converted that to
right
more.
into the center if he comes to the low ground.
That's very close to being spotted. Not quite.
Right on the outskirts.
And Chen is doing Chen things, pushing this tower. Trying to force rotation, but BB team are not overreacting.
I mean, for a Nyx assassin this game, who's your... I mean, obviously you're going to need assistance from your team to get a kill, but who can you kill at this stage of the game with a Vendetta +1?
I think Nyx plus Monkey King can absolutely kill the Caudle and the Ench, I think. Should be possible kills. The rest, probably a little bit too tanky and too much counterplay.
Yeah.
I guess with Alchemist, it's also a little bit down to luck with his Talisman of Evasion. As that gets turned into Radiance, it gets a bit more reliable. But, oh, Gunnar is going to poke Psych up here. Just actually will bait out the Chemical Rage. I don't know if they're going to use that for anything. Oh, Miro.
Oh, copy is going to be found. Primal split, the Hand of God to keep him a little bit safer. He's going to try to fight this through. The Stampede is going to follow through, though. And now the cover of Fly is there, and they're going to turn everything on the Miero instead. So a nice turnaround for Nouns. You can see Yuma looking for additional kills here. GPK will just casually walk away. And that's now a Maelstrom for Yuma.
Yeah, this is a funny dynamic, the Chen versus Invoker. Because they kind of offset each other, right? They were expecting that Sunstrike to be enough to get that kill, but then Hand of God heals basically the exact amount that the Sunstrike does. And then you're back to square one with, could Beastmaster have soloed that Razor? Clearly not. There was even an Illuminate over top, but it's level 1, so.
Yeah. And now the stacking. I mean, this should be very obvious that this is going to happen at some point in the game.
Yeah.
And we'll see if Nouns do anything about it. The problem is they need several heroes to deal with that. And meanwhile, Gunnar is going to be ganked. By
trouble. No Stampede.
Yeah, Concoction is coming for him as well. This is going to be a very easy cleanup for the battle bots.
There is that kid. There we go. All right, GPK don't miss twice.
Oh, meanwhile, Yuma, he does actually disrupt this Ancient stack a bit. Uses his Wukong's command. Not going to lead to an initial kill. Not sure how many creeps they ended up stealing.
He's fast.
Yep.
He's got that Vendetta facet.
Can go through terrain.
Save.
Just going for the kill.
Oh, faking out twice.
Mind Flare wasn't enough, but hey, if you can get your Monkey King a kill at this stage and maybe the 14-minute Wisdom as well, it looks like it'll be a trade though.
Yeah.
They're scanning it out just to double check.
I wonder what the ratio is in the games in this tournament between the 14-minute Wisdoms. How many you've taken on your side and how many on the other. I feel like the 7-minute ones, the teams get their own. And anecdotally, I would say on the 14-minute one, there's more trades on the opposite side than you being on your own side.
Yeah.
I guess it's just a natural part of the movement out on the map with your first aggressive moves that you're likely to play around the other side, but it's kind of interesting to see that that's been a development, because this didn't used to be the case a month ago.
Yeah, and Wisdom Runes have been extremely powerful, especially the first two, for many months now.
Yep.
So it is interesting to see kind of a late development to this during TI. As Blink getting pretty close for Gunnar. As you can see, Miero has his Aghanim Scepter now, so the Drums of Slom online.
Very fitting for a BB Team Beastmaster to get the Bongo Bongo Ags. Makes a lot of sense.
They are Beastmaster believers.
True that. One of the teams that play it the most, as a matter of fact.
It's been a pretty strong hero. I feel like it must have a good win rate at this tournament. As you can see, Nightfall with the Radiance, and going to be going for the Manta into eventual AC. So not opting for a Blink, it seems, at least not yet. Do you think that's something that is going to be for the Beastmaster? Looks like that will be, actually.
Well, he is queuing on up on Alk.
50% win rate. That's actually surprising. It feels like it's been better.
I think getting Dagger on both heroes actually makes a ton of sense this game. You could argue that you could bypass one of them because you have a Quaswex Invoker, but the nature of these fights is going to be extremely explosive, so if you're the one who can...
Ouch!
Well, that'll do.
It'll happen from time to time. Of course, you're forcing so many sentries to be built. That's what you tell your team in the pubs as Nyx Assassin.
This is a second death in 16 minutes. That's
he's doing fine.
Completely
Absolutely
fine for Nyx.
And I think this facet that they take these days, where you can walk through terrain for the first 10 or so seconds, has been enormous for the hero.
Yeah,
now
because
coming from weird angles.
Not only that, but because it gives you flat move speed, right? It just sets your move speed to haste. Nyx can choose not to buy boots, which is what's happening here, right?
Yeah.
So Lelis is going 2 nulls into straight Dagon.
Looks like Nouns want to try to contest this. They're going to Boundless Strike onto the Beastmaster. The Impale to follow. He's dead. Down goes Miero as Save is being chased by Copy, showing that newly minted BKB. Nightfall does get off the concoction, though, as Lelis should be able to finish this himself, just with a casual right-click from the Vendetta. Nice job from Nouns, capitalizing on the attempted Roche take, it looked like, from Beyond Burger Team.
Yeah, and they're going to steal it, too.
Yeah.
So, This is the biggest play of the game here. T was talking about on the panel how Nouns, yeah, you can give up the first Roche, but you absolutely need the second one. How about you just steal the first one? Yeah, that sounds good to me.
Easy peasy. Gleipnir online for the Monkey King as well, as Copy's going to show himself mid. Get tornadoed for his troubles. And BB team now kind of on the defensive, it seems. Despite having this very aggressive lineup, I mean, just looking at it.
Yep.
You got the Beastmaster, Enchantress, Activator of the Coddle, obviously Invoker. Depends on how you build it, but then Alk, kind of a hero that wants to farm at the early stage, but then ramps up really fast. So we have a TP in from Miero.
Nice reaction.
Quick blink from Gunner.
Yeah.
This tower might get denied.
The thing is, if you look at BB teams, the way this team approaches fights, you're saying it's aggressive, and it comes from the nature of, okay, Beastmaster's going to find a flank with a Roar, or Invoker's going to come out of Ghostwalk and start the fights, but something that Nouns have really accomplished with their draft is they're making it difficult to find skirmishes on your terms. You're always paranoid about an invisible Nyx. There's always Monkey King that can be sitting in the trees. Chen's creeps are constantly pushing out waves at like low risk and high reward. So while it is an aggressive lineup, the way this usually works is that you take over a part of the map and then you constrict the enemy team. But they haven't been able to do it. They've taken one tower, minute 18. So I think that doesn't really fit the bill for what this lineup was hoping to do at this point. So I think if I'm Nouns, I'm pretty satisfied with still having 2 tier 1s up at this point. And if they can keep defending them a little bit longer, they're starting to approach some really nice timings. Now Yuma's going to get his shard plus Gleipnir completed on the Monkey King. Centaur is halfway to the pipe. And Chen's Greaves.
Spike Carapace can always stun Nightfall because of the Radiance.
Yeah.
Did not opt to use it there. Would have been a tough kill either way, as we're going to see the Tornado.
Nice damage onto Copy.
Into the Chaos Meteor. Not enough for a kill as Lelis.
Want to dive though, they see Lelis.
He is spotted. That's a very tanky Invoker right now, and Lelis slowed to a crawl thanks to the Solar Bind. Yuma's coming in with the Gleipnir, has his Wukong's command, a beautiful boundless strike onto 2 as well. They get 1. It looks like they'll get the second support as well, although the force staff to the other side, the Ice Wall, slowing them as well. As Miero actually in no man's land, focusing everything on this Monkey King. Now GPK and Nightfall are there to assist. The Aegis is down. Concoction hits 2. See, axes will continue to be thrown out. Yuma with the shard already, it seems. We'll go to the end of the Boundless Strike to disengage completely. So in the end, it's an Aegis for 2 supports.
Oh, is it over though? Lelis is scouting. I mean, his teammates are relatively far away. I guess they don't really have anyone who can smoke up and connect on this, but Lelis still hounding him. Seems like he has some sort of plan, but that kill isn't really possible.
No.
All right, he's literally just scouting. Nobody cares.
He has a Dagon, but yeah, these 2 targets are, without a +1, it's not happening.
So Lelis with a very interesting inventory right now. 2
He's on a sentry. Tornadoed up. And they dust just for good measure. Lelis heals up a bit with the Dagon, but it's not happening. BB team all over that.
Also fortunate enough on him to find Whisper of the Dread, which is easily the best neutral item you can possibly get on Nyx. Getting the extra mana pool, but of course the 8% spell damage amp is incredible on this hero. See if it makes a difference at some point. But yeah, BB team, they stabilize once again. And as with most Alchemist games, this is going to become a matter of, do you hit your stride in the next 10 minutes when Alk is, in theory, generally peaking over enemy cores? Because I don't think this is a game where Alk ultra late. This hero has become better, for sure. It used to be very polarizing. It's like either you win by minute 40 or you lose most of the time. Now that Alk scales better, I still think his core matchups in this game are really rough. Razor is tough. Monkey King is a very rough one later on. And as you mentioned, Spike Carapace is actually a really big problem.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the, like, back in the day before, I have to hold that thought. Tormentor will be taken out. I don't think Nouns are going to stick around here. Fly will get the shard, although Saika, Mr. Nightfall, will jump in and they get 2 kills. BB team ready for that, as Copy's going to have to BKB and run away. That is really unfortunate for Nouns, and now a little bit of momentum for Bowling Ball team.
Yeah, that's a good hit. Sure, they do get the Tormentor themselves. That would have been even better if BB were 10 seconds earlier, but still, I think they're very happy with this. They're going to convert into tier 2, and this is what I was looking for from their team. I was saying 3 minutes ago that they'd only taken 1 tower. Well, guess what? If you take a tower per minute now, you'll catch up pretty quickly.
Yep.
They've got 4 down now.
Yeah, momentum definitely on BB team's side. Of course, 3K lead with an Alchemist. Who knows what that means these days?
True.
Announced definitely still in the game. And yeah, back to that Nyx conversation. I mean, back in the day, Cinderin, Nyx was basically picked as a counter to Radiance heroes to force them to buy something else or Batrider. That was like his identity. That's it.
And Ember.
Yeah, true. Ember was also a good one. So with the Flame Guard.
And Puck. And Storm.
Several heroes. Quite good. Fly remembers this time.
He was actually
have
good
to
against
ponder it in the
OD
grave.
as well. And sometimes you picked it against Lina too.
Okay. Keep going. Don't stop now.
But yeah.
Okay, gets the tornado off on the copy. Cold snap into the ice wall. Man, he just cannot go anywhere.
All right, the pace is really picking up now. This is when Nouns need to keep their calm and find some sort of move as a team. Otherwise, BB is going to keep doing this to them. Because now that BB team are owning 2/3 of the map, this is the true challenge that I think Nouns did a really good job delaying until this point, but now it's coming for them. So what are you going to do? Are you going to take the fight head on? Are you going to try to find some sort of skirmishes with Nyx plus Monkey King where you hope that they spread out at some point and you find the straggler? Maybe Alchemist is farming alone, which is the case right now with Psyche farming Ancients. That would have been an awesome time to strike with those two in a smoke. I think those are the 2 basic options, is doing a little ganking squad with the 2 of them or looking for a full-on team fight. And it looks like team fight is the name of the game here. At least they're going to smoke up 4 of them, and Razor's about to spawn.
Well, BB team will be getting a shard to their name. It'll be save. By the way, we didn't even mention, he did go for the Solar Bind facet. Yep. The last game, he did go for Recall, but that was...
Specifically with Storm.
Yeah, Storm Spirit specialty.
With Storm. I don't think he will do it under any other circumstances, actually. I think it's specifically only with that hero that Save will choose that facet. So... And Solar Bind is a really good ability. The magic resistance reduction has nice synergy with Beastmaster as well as Invoker, so he's offering a lot of burst together for them. Even Alchemist benefits slightly from it with the Radiance, but... Speaking of Radiance, has any other hero this tournament bought that item than Alk?
Ooh,
I don't think
that.
I've seen it. So this item has really fallen out of favor. You go back a year, we had like 10 different heroes.
They spot Lelis again.
Yeah.
He gets off the Spike Carapace, but it's only a matter of time before he's brought down, and we hear a roar go off, and that's a dead Centaur.
Oh yeah, we've had Brewmaster by Radiance.
Wow.
Yep,
well, basketball team is going to try to go high ground now. They have 2 kills to their name. It's a 3v5. Can Nouns defend? They're going to use the fortification. As Psyche, Mr. Nightfall with the alacrity is something to fear.
This is just a lane. This lineup
I
pushes
think so.
stupidly fast, and yeah, as we
timing
said,
with his AC as well.
Yep. Couldn't have done it any better. There's so little margin for error when you play against Alchemist Beastmaster. In these mid-game situations, either you win the team fight, you have buybacks, or you lose your base. And now BB team can take a little bit of a chill. They can prepare for the next Roche if they want to. The early respawn is actually that's the guaranteed respawn in 2 seconds. So if they were to scout the top half right now, they are in a very dominant position to just get this Roche completely uncontested. They have awesome vision down the lane. Fly's doing his best to get some sort of control up here, but definitely not looking too great. It's together with Yuma. If Yuma gets caught here, they lose Roche. All right, they'll both TP out, so they're just conceding the area, which is effectively just giving BB a straight line to Roshan now.
Yeah, well, Yuma finally gets his BKB, so the position 1 and 2 for Nouns now have it. We'll see how much difference that's going to make at this stage, considering they've already lost Barracks at the 26-minute mark. Usually does not go well for the team that is occurring to, believe it or not, Cinderin.
I believe it. Oh, this could be big, though.
Centaur going for an Aghanim Scepter. We'll have to talk about that in a moment.
Amplify damage rune for Yuma.
They need it.
They actually need this, I think. So
they're making their way over to the north side.
One of these
Roche
trees is not like the other.
Well, he's not a tree, so...
Not anymore. He was a moment ago.
Okay.
You need to pay attention when I'm saying things.
Concoction, Nightfall. He's going to try to run into the smoke. Might be stunning himself. He mantas it off, actually. Good timing. GPK stuck on a high ground. He's going to get Gleipnired. There's the Wukong's command, but he gets force-staffed out of it.
On the command ends instantly.
And the Wukong's, yeah, he didn't take the other facets, so it's done.
Oh, boy.
And so is
This
Fly.
is not
Just
good.
like that, it's a 5 versus 4. They're going to try to force this fight in the pit. A double impale into the double hoof stop with Lelis doing a ton of damage as well. Miero getting really low. Boundless strike into a double kill. BB team, they're going to use a buyback onto Mr. Nightfall. Yuma, oh boy. He's put inside the pit, and it looks like this will be the death of him. So BB team having to expend a buyback, but they still end up winning the fight in a way, and they'll secure second Roche.
Yeah, that's why they call them buyback team.
That's right.
They will get this Aegis onto Psychic. That was, honestly, that was a really good outcome for Nouns with how that started. I thought they were just going to get wiped. They threw Wukong's command out for nothing. Chen died first, so they're missing some of the auras in the fight as well. And then they still managed to get a really nice of stuns.
Gunnar, don't die. We need to see the workhorse before the game is over. I beg of you.
He is
gonna pop the pipe.
not
Slow
looking too
to a
hot,
crawl. He's dead. What's that?
He's not looking too hot.
Yeah, it's not good.
Or maybe he is looking too
Oh boy, Beach Boys team is really on a roll in this game number 1. But hey, we talked about this early game, Cinderin. If there's any team that will throw away a gigantic lead, it's this team.
I need to see this one before I believe it.
Okay. They're going to try to go high ground for Barracks number 2. This is the breaking Barracks team now. They're going to put down the Roche banner and apply a lot of pressure here. Remember, Centaur still dead for 15 seconds. Gunnar does have buyback, but I think you just give this up, surely. Although, they will use Fort on this. But they will still give it up, it seems.
Yeah, BB team have just really... It's been really impressive to watch in this game how a part of the game that I think both the panel as well as us thought was going to be the hardest one, Nouns did a relatively good job at handling, and then BB team just really kicked it up a notch and completely. These last 10 minutes, they have just run the whole show. So the timing maybe came 4 or 5 minutes later than expected, but the ultimate result, unless Nouns can somehow pull a heroic comeback here, is going to be the same, which is just one more lane to go for those Megas. They still have the Aegis. BKB almost completed for Psycha. It's coming out now for the Invoker. So that's 2 new problems that Nouns have to face. And while they do have decent physical damage between the Razor and the Monkey King, I don't think it's going to be enough that they don't have to burn through their entire BKB durations themselves. And that's when Invoker is the king of the game. Yeah. This hero is, by many, considered to be the best hero in Dota, at least historically, when BKBs run out. Like, just the amount of control you have, you can completely dictate the fight with your arsenal of spells. And in a game like this, having max Wex for your Deafening Blast is amazing against 2 right-click cores. Ice Wall, of course, against chasing heroes, you name it. You know, they have the whole package. So Nouns, last-ditch effort coming up.
Yeah,
looking for a flank.
Into an Aegis, mind you. They're heading towards the south, trying to backstab. Save would be a pretty decent pickoff. They're going to run into Toronto Tokyo instead, and he's pretty damn hard to kill, not going to lie. Spike Carrier has already used. There's a Wukong's command. Nightfall just casually walks out of it. Lelis and Gunnar super low as the roar goes off onto the Razor, and this is just getting out of control in favor of BB team. Yuma, the BKB TP, will be successful, but the rest of his team are dropping like flies.
So will Fly.
No pun intended on that one for once.
And speaking of bugs, let's kill the last one. I guess Flies, you know.
Yeah, Lelis is dead to the hands of the Bumblebee team, and another buyback comes out, this time from Lelis, but I think the game just ends here, surely. For those mega creeps at the very least.
And they have to throw every buyback at them here. Centaur has to buy back too. They can't wait 15 seconds.
But the Aghanim Scepter, Cinderin, we need to see the workhorse.
We really don't.
The cart would change everything. They get the range racks. There's the initiation from Gunnar into the Gleipnir, but now Gunnar, it's just, he just melts, man. He just absolutely melts. Already with the beefy Centaur dead, this will be mega creeps for BB team. They can just casually do whatever they want now.
And
Oh, they actually, I think they broke the tree there, so Yuma stunned for an eternity as GG's called. BB team all over this game number 1.
Yeah, they continue their streak against Nouns. As was talked about on the panel, these teams did meet in the first group stage, which was honestly the most one-sided game of the entire tournament, was that very first game these two teams played when BB team beat them 24-1. Seems like they kind of just have their number a little bit. Nouns are still struggling, even though they've leveled up throughout this tournament. This matchup does not seem good for them.
No, it does not. Shiver, what do you think of this game number 1?
Well, I kind of think we hit the nail on the head here on the panel after the draft was done. We knew the onus was going to be on Nouns to perform and to hold off BB for as long as they could. And we mostly knew that in between minute 20 and 30, it was going to be extra difficult. And unfortunately for Nouns, they did not do it. They could not hold, and it's BB team that take game number 1, so they are 1 game away from moving forward in this lower bracket. Credit to them. I believe we would focus a lot on Nouns, Effie, I think, this post game, because I do feel it was their performance that caused the game to be like this.
Honestly, I want to give them credit for the way they played the first 20 minutes, because they got what they could, where they could. They even contested the first Roshan and got Aegis on their Monkey King, but it reached a point where Alchemist just finished farming. He wasn't done farming around the time that this first Rosh happened, right? But at some point, you just get that Mount Style, you get that AC, you get that Blink, that Radiance on Alchemist. You get it much earlier than Monkey King, who at that point had a Gleipnir, but he didn't have his BKB yet. So the second BB started to group up and play for their own picks, run into Nouns' side of the map, run into that Tormentor area, there wasn't that much that Nouns could do to fight back. And then on top of that, when you layer in when Invoker gets the BKB, who stops him really? He's not going to be able to be locked down in the ring. The Centaur stun won't contest him, Nyx won't contest him. So they hit their mass on BB post minute 20 and they finished it pretty cleanly.
And I want to point out GPK. When this guy is on, he's really on. Didn't die a single time in this game. 9-0 and 8. His laning stage was perfect. The way this game started is they picked up 4 bounty runes, got that extra gold with the Alchemist, of course, so the laning stage is much better. You can bring extra regeneration to the side lanes, you can bring some extra stats for the Invoker in the mid lane, and I think this is going to be the fight where he pushes Monkey King out of Wukong's command with his Hurricane Pike, because Monkey King, they do tend to go for the other facet, and immediately he's out. So this is the most damage that you're going to deal. With your Wukong, this is where you want to hit them with the Boundless, Gleipnir, maybe Nyx Assassin Stun. Just not enough. It looked like an okay fight, but BB team did use BB here, and I think 2 of those, and got into a fight that kind of secured the game with the second Roshan.
Yeah, you got to give it to Nouns as well. Like, the start of this game was because of Yuma's laning phase. Like, he doesn't go for the Jingu, he goes for Spring and Boundless. He keeps applying pressure to the Beastmaster. And often when we see like 12, 11-minute Agnums on Beast to open up for a very quick Roshan, because of Yuma and Fly's laning phase, it delayed the Beastmaster Agnums, and then it opened up for like a 15, 16-minute Roshan, therefore Copy with his BKB could take the fight. But, you know, fundamentally, when Nouns itemized to get that one fight, there wasn't a plan B in their lineup. Like, Nyx couldn't find any pickoffs because BB, 5-6 minutes later just grouped up the entire time. Chen falls off when the enemy team's running at you. And then, Centaur Razor, they didn't really bring any damage. So it kind of felt like Yuma had to do everything. And that also was nullified by like Crimson Guard on Beastmaster, there's Blinding Light on Kotl. So yeah, unfortunately for Nouns, there were moments of brilliance, but their draft, unless the game goes 40 minutes plus, it is so hard to fight into this wall of aggression. Like, every highlight we're looking at right now is just BB overwhelming them post second Roshan.
Is there anything they could have done to, I don't know, slow down Nightfall's or Psyche's
Gentleman's
farming?
agreement in the old chat. Don't fight us for 10 minutes. Yeah,
Look,
we need a little bit more time.
It was like this inevitable bomb.
They tried, because Lela's on the Nyx was always hunting for the Alchemist, and potentially if he connected on 1 or 2 more pickoffs with Yuma on the Monkey King, that could have opened up for Psyche needs an extra 5 minutes, 3 minutes to get that next item. But there was, if you really go back through the replay, like, Psyche was able to dodge some of these ganks, which then allowed him to, get to Radiance and Manta and Blink and AC. So it's like, with this draft, it's such high pressure on, if Nyx connects, game continues. If Nyx doesn't connect, then everyone just has to hit creeps and pray their opponent doesn't want to just, get to game 2.
Yeah, I guess you could make a case for if they were able to dodge BB's initial takeover of their map around minute 21 near their Tormentor.
Yeah.
If they dodged that and they didn't take any engagements until Yuma got his BKB, then maybe they would have had a shot because they would have been able to fight back before Invoker had a BKB, but it's impossible to know where your enemies are at all times, and it's impossible to dodge every gank. And you have to account for the enemies making a move on you and killing you a couple of times in that mid game, and what is your failsafe? What's your plan after that? Unfortunately, it feels like in that state, 20 to 30, BB executed their draft perfectly, and they didn't really give Nouns a window to come back into the game at that point.
I also wonder, we see here GPK stat, as mentioned, he had a fantastic game, Lacoste. We knew he was going to be the one playing Invoker. We have had Nouns with the privilege of counter-picking that mid lane. They went for Razor, they put Copy on that Razor in the mid lane against the Invoker. Could they have had a different, like a hindsight, could they have gone for a different hero that could have done a better job?
Considering the heroes that he played so far, I did mention the Earthshaker, which would be kind of worse for the lane, but maybe slightly better for the game. I don't think this is a pick issue. I think the whole composition of their draft and also the speed that their BB is playing, especially the 4 bounty runes that we did mention, it changes a lot because whenever we talk about BB, their laning stage, ever since this team formed, has always been strong. So you got to do something about it. And I think picking Nyx Assassin, like this hero doesn't provide you with much in the laning stage. Like he's more about, might kill Enchantress's creep, might land a stun, but his lane presence is not as strong.
It didn't turn out the way that Nouns wanted for this first game. That is 3 games in a row that they have suffered against BB team. Surely they can come up with something, T, that works a little bit better. Because this did feel like a theory-crafted lineup. We said at the very start, these were a couple of the heroes that they haven't gone for before. They knew what was coming. We said both teams seemed pretty comfortable with their draft.
Yeah, I think at least for the Nouns success, Copy's name has been mentioned multiple times, but if he can play a Storm or a hero that punches into the game, like the Sand King game as well, like I think maybe Copy playing into the map helps Nouns survive some of their greed in their drafts. And when he plays a hero that doesn't really have that statement, like Razor doesn't move to an area and go, this is my location. It's like he pushes out, maybe farms a jungle camp, he links a call, he's not killing heroes. And I'd rather see Copy play a killing hero to bring everyone else to life, because if he doesn't, then everyone's just hitting creeps.
I think that, to be fair, the Razor was the reason they were in that game for so long, because if they didn't pick that range damage hero that can rush BKB the way Razor can, they wouldn't have been able to fight for the first Roche. They would have been entirely weak. Like, if that was a Storm Spirit instead, there was no way to play into them. And we talked about how they lacked range damage because they had the Nyx, Monkey King, Centaur that were shown at that point versus a Beastmaster Ags. They had an issue that they had to correct, and unfortunately, Copy was the one who had to try his best to correct it for them. So if it weren't for that Razor BKB rush, honestly, Nouns would have gotten stomped a lot earlier. So I want to be fair and say I don't want to look at Copy's hero here. I want to look at the draft composition before.
Yeah, I think if Copy's having to play this specific type of hero, then I think Nouns are already losing the game. So I hope in the next draft they can set up the blocks a bit better, because Copy, you want him to have a little bit of freedom, where it's like, what do you want to play? Like, is it your Shaker game? Is it your Queen of Pain game? Like, is it your Storm, like the Playmaker game? Like, what can you do to just do something? And I think if you are trying to fill this void that Effie's mentioning, then you've kind of put your, potentially star player into a very, very poor position.
Now, we heard our commentary team talk about it at the end of the game there. Is this just a really bad style matchup for Nouns' playstyle versus BB Team's playstyle, Lacoste?
It could be. Sometimes you have, one of the arch nemesis. We've seen Gaming Gladiators against Team Liquid 2023, 2024 as well, that these are just not well-matched teams when it comes down to styles. And I think the same can be said here as well. Nouns, I said it coming into the series that they got figured out slightly. They've been relatively predictable. They try to make something new happen in Game 3 yesterday when they played. It didn't look too impressive. They got rolled over by Gaming Gladiators. So they need to go back what's been working out for them. But the problem is, I don't think they're going to be getting the hands. They might need to prioritize the first pick that they'll be getting. We talked about Luna being the hero of the tournament from the carry position, sitting at only almost 80% win rate. And they might need to, go for either Treant Protector or some Luna, try to make a shift and get something that you've been very successful with in that first pick phase.
Yeah, as we can see here, this is these are the results of Nouns versus BB throughout this entire season. And first of all, it's looking pretty good for BB team there. 6-1 is a great record, and every time Nouns has let them have the Alchemist, it's a hit for them. So maybe also just remove that one. It sounds so simple though. I will say it's probably not as simple as just ban out Alchemist, because that's not just the strength that BB team has. And we did discuss it yesterday. Maybe Luna first phase, T maybe Treant Protector first phase. Doesn't sound very pretty, but maybe it could work.
Yeah, annoyingly for Nouns, their success has come from like 3 heroes in which there's enough bans to get rid of all 3.
Yeah.
Therefore, they are in a position where it's like their playbook is like, do we have depth for a 4th opening? Clearly, they don't, because they're kind of scrambling at the moment for it. But
when you say 3 heroes, you mean Mirana, Luna, and Treant Protector?
No, I mean openings in regards to like Sand King, Timber, and Doom, for example. Like they're kind of, that's what they've used to open the draft. And second phase, then it's like they hit you with the tree or the Luna to kind of round it out. But yeah, I think at least for Nouns, I just want to see, like, they have the aggression. Like their safe lane wins the safe lane.
Yeah.
Their off lane a little bit more sacrificial than other teams. And that's where it's like, if you just create these opportunities, it's going to play itself out. You're going to have kills and stuff, but like having a Nyx and a Chen and a Centaur and a Razor, it's like, this is not a draft to fight into BB. It's like, please don't beat us. We will eventually fight you. Like, I don't know. It's just, it doesn't look nice. Their previous drafts, like even when they lose, there's moments where it's like, okay, cool. You can play it 10 minutes or 30 minutes or whatever. But this draft felt like they were kind of defeated from the get-go. It's like you're letting BB dictate the entire game.
Yeah, focusing on BB team here a little bit, as they are the team now with 1 game up, a very comfortable position to be in FE. This is a team that we've had question marks with this event. We talk about the team a lot because they are so high skill, and we do have high expectations from them. Do we feel like the game that we just witnessed, are they coming to be back into form?
They don't look like they're in top form yet, to be honest, because the first Roshan that they took, their execution was a bit sloppy. They weren't ready for Nouns to fight back. Hopefully they can learn from that, but even earlier today versus Talon in that game too, they didn't have any buybacks, right, which is not a mistake that you make at the main stage. So while they have been getting better throughout the group stage, I don't think that they are the BB team that we've seen at previous events this year yet.
Now, maybe going through the lower brackets is not that bad of a thing for them if they just need more playtime. We'll see if they get even more playtime, though, because, of course, if Nouns force BB team to a game number 3, we'll have an extra game added. Goes for both teams. Nouns will be on the Dire side for game number 2, and BB team on the Radiant side. First pick goes to Nouns, as we have a little bit of a change up in the bans. A Kunkka banned by Nouns. That is a rather drastic change up so far. Makes you wonder, Lacoste. Do they want to pick up Wind Ranger?
Potentially. I think they just need heroes to punch back early on, have strong lanes, get the heroes that can do stuff. I think T had a good point about having quite a lot of these heroes that would not say fulfill the same role, but kind of makes it difficult to play. Between 15 and 25, you need to slow down the game, which is not the meta right now. We've seen some long games, don't get me wrong, but it's because teams are making the mistakes, they're not robots, and sometimes the game drags post 45, 50, 60 minutes. Kunkka, however, Miero is the one that I kind of like the most of all the other players. He doesn't necessarily go for Aghanim Scepter, which I think is a huge bait on Kunkka. It does look very underwhelming in some of these team fights. Even the fights that you're winning, the damage output isn't really there. So I prefer when Kunkka goes for, whether that's a Lotus Orb, whether you need, Blade Mail into Pipe, into Hex, or whatever is necessary. We've seen Nullifiers being built on Kunkka. So he's the one who understands the itemization really, really well. And I think ATF, when he talked about Miero in an interview, said pretty similar thing, where he said he respects him a lot because he's one of the best offlaners right now, and for a good reason.
And speaking of offlaners, Gunnar, who has been the key to their Nouns' success, his heroes are still left in the pool, in the games that they won, I mean. Like, they were opening with Sand King, they were opening with Doom. They didn't open with Mars, but he did look good on it at some games, so BB team have given them a little bit of flexibility in their offlane pick, where they don't need to be pigeonholed into a Centaur. And surprisingly enough, Nouns go for the first pick Wind Ranger over the first pick Doom or Sand King that they've been successful with.
Yeah, slightly intriguing, but again, lock down the Windrunner. They were scared of this against BB because they banned it in the first phase last game. So they clearly respect this hero immensely, hence why they've kind of shifted it ahead of the other heroes mentioned. But yeah, for Nouns, second phase, you've got access to Tree, Sanking, Mars. Of course, BB have only a single ban here, so you expect Nouns to have some of the heroes that have really brought success to them recently.
And don't forget, Lelis also plays Windranger, has played at this event as well, which means either Treant or Luna, or maybe even both, will make it through as long as BB Team doesn't pick up one of the two.
And Sand King, too.
And Sand
King being ignored is very surprising.
Yeah.
I don't want to see this Windranger shifted to position 4.
Okay.
It's good. A lot of players have been playing it, coming into Road to TI. I think it's a wasted potential. Sure, you might have a bad matchup when it comes to Doom before you get the Lincolns, before you have some Lotus Orbs from your team. But and also you did mention Treant Protector. Treant Protector, this is something that Toronto Tokyo, when he switched to position 5, he pretty much exclusively played these Clockworks, these Treant Protectors, these melee 5s. This was his hero pool, 2-3 heroes, not even kidding. And he plays it really well. So I want to see if maybe they want to get the hands of it, because they do have the first pick in the second phase.
Yeah, I feel like it's a ban or a pick here for BB, at least. It simplifies Nouns' draft a little bit too much, and at least in the game 1, Nouns kind of struggled to keep up with the draft against them, but okay, they ban out the Omni.
Yeah,
and they pick it, yeah.
It's a great pick, because against Windranger, now you have 2 tools. If we're talking about the itemization, maybe later down the line, you want to have, some extra Satanic to have a Dispel mechanic, some Lincoln Spheres, but you're fulfilling your inventory, maybe Manta style. That's also been a common item on Windranger when it's necessary in some of these games. That's what carries like to pick up, but Nouns, they're probably thinking right now, do we want to run that Windranger as a position 4 again, which they have not been successful when they played against Gaming Gladiators yesterday.
I don't think they should. I mean, they can still pair this Windranger with a Tusk or a Mercy or any kind of melee laner. Like, they're not in a position where their Windranger is in danger. They go for the Tusk instead. This hero buffs up Windranger's damage severely. He is the body for her in lane, and later on, BKB Piercing disable a means of save with Snowball, which buys you time versus Doom.
I'm not afraid for damage output. Windranger's always going to get the damage. She's paired up with these heroes that you mentioned. I'm more worried about her survivability when it comes down playing against 2 of these heroes. But her damage output is also going to be when it comes down to you get doomed. Are you going to be in the fight? You need to run away. You pop a BKB. You get Overgrowth on top of you. So quite difficult one.
Good thing though for Winona is after Maelstrom BKB, Manta is very good on you, and Manta is one of the best items against Doom, because when he goes to cast it on you, when you press Manta, it cancels animation, and he has to reapply it. He has to find the correct hero. So in the big fights, in those moments, you're able to actually kind of duke it out, and then you throw a Drinking Buddy's Tusk to drag the real Winona away, Snowball to destroy it. Like Manta is incredibly useful, and it is kind of it's helpful when your core can buy it against Doom.
Yeah, it buys you time for sure. Hoodwink comes out. I thought maybe we'd finally see the Sand King, but it's gone ignored, which is kind of unprecedented for this tournament. But Lelis has looked good on this Hoodwink. It's another strong laner to secure the side lane. So now you have this winning formula in the safe lane, plus a Hoodwink on the off lane, +1. It should make it so that they don't get rolled over on lanes for now.
I do wanna throw this out there, and I'm not happy about it.
I don't want to catch it either, but please.
Tusk offlane has been played so many times by now, and it is not good, I know, and they did not win a single game, but I feel like I have the job here to make sure that it's on the radar.
They're 3 for 3 on losses, right?
Yeah, I think it's actually three losses.
Yeah.
3 games, 3 losses.
3 games, 3 losses.
I hope they don't. There are better offlaners out there who can, do stuff. I'm down for some Mars potentially to come out for Nouns.
Let's wait and see, Lacoste.
Huh?
Let's wait and see at least, Nouns, they should shelve it.
I believe in them, right? They played 3 offlane Tusks and they lost, and they started playing real offlane heroes and they started winning. I believe in their ability to look at
adopt and learn
heroes.
No, I think what Lacoste was getting at after was the Mars makes the most sense for them, or even again, still Sand King is available depending what BB sees, but I think Nouns at least their offlane has struggled in the games that they've lost. I feel like the biggest issue has been the laning from their offlane. Once the game develops, then they come to life. They kind of emerge to be kind of pillars of the kind of the fight, but at least the first entry to the game they have struggled. Hence why the Tusk offlane isn't always the best. And
it's gonna give you a team fight. It's gonna give you
give me the Mars.
choose where you wanna take that fight, and also it's a bit of a repositioning tool that you have when maybe you're defending the high ground, and also if you don't want to take a fight pre-BKBs, you get doomed. You can stop the aggression. So Gunner, we can see his heroes. Doom already picked. Timbersaw.
5 seconds remaining.
I'm just down for because I love the combination between Windranger carry and Mars offlane.
Yeah,
so
whirlwind inside the arena. Yeah, like it.
Super easy to execute.
The Sand King, though, was still in, as pointed out already.
I think it's very hard to ignore Sand King because though Mars would have given them a great team fight anchor, I mean, this could still be, I mean, Sand King too, by the way, the flex is open, but while Mars would have given them a great team fight anchor, they need the reliable aura buyer, and Mars isn't really an aura buyer, right? He goes like blink, BKB into an aura to fight, and you need to have some kind of means to play into BB's lineup again, because their Weaver plus Treant lane is going to be crazy strong. Like you'd be hard pressed to put any offlaner versus these two. And Weaver is also a hero that kites out Windranger. So if you're playing on your Windranger Maelstrom BKB timing, she comes in and whirlwinds. Weaver's a carry who doesn't care. He Shikuchi's away. He's one of the best heroes at kiting her. So they're going to have a pretty scary timing on BB again, just like in game 1.
Seeing this monkey ban, this says to me that this Sand King probably going to go mid because it's a bad matchup. They already have Weaver, which is not going to be flexed here, but also could respect Monkey as a hero. This hero is just insanely good.
And if it goes mid, the Mars you guys were talking about can still be an option.
Yes.
Because your Sand King from mid can buy the auras, which enables your offlaner to build the blink BKB.
Strategically though, Nouns have shifted immensely from game 1. Like the pairing of Hoodwink Tusk playing onto the map. If they go to a Windrun lane, that should net a kill. They go to a Sand King lane. If they have the lockdown for a Weaver, should net a kill. A little bit more difficult, sure, but like at least they have moves to make, smokes to play with, which is kind of the a very different approach than game 1. I think I want to see Sand King mid though. I don't know if I want to see.
They will have to show. I mean, they can maybe have a hero from the
they don't
off
have
lane,
last pick, yeah.
but it's going to be a bit of a stretch to find that good of a hero that is not melee, who goes to the off lane and is a flex and can go to the mid still.
But you still can go for the shaker mid, right? That we've mentioned multiple times. Like instant lockdown onto Weaver, then you layer with Sand King after that, with Bushwhack and a punch. Like you got plenty of ways to fight. So it's like, it's Mars offlane or Earthshaker mid. That's kind of where I'm sitting at now for Nouns. With Sand King then going to the opposite lane, of course.
We saw a great performance from GPK's Invoker previous game. Is that still something that's on the radar? I'm looking at BB Team's bans of the Storm and the Puck. Invoker still out there. Is that worrying at all or no? Oh no, it's not stolen. Let's see it then. Okay, what's the counter to Invoker that's still in?
From what he's played so far, that can be good. There's Void Spirit still in the pool.
There's also Queen of Pain, which would give them a lot of like bonus damage, bonus roaming.
I like Queen of Pain in most of these drafts. It also never comes out.
Yeah, I feel like I've wanted Queen of Pain like throughout the entire road. It's like no one really wants to play it.
We've seen it a couple times, like maybe 3 times total or something like that.
I'm so surprised that hero wasn't one of the heroes of this tournament, because coming into it, the pub meta, everybody was picking Queen of Pain because that Dagon build got buffed so many times. And a lot of the heroes who got nerfed made Queen of Pain stronger on lane 2.
They need a playmaker. They need a hero that comes online fast, because your Doom is a bit on the slower side. You have Treant Protector, so your damage is not there. Let's say Snapfire's XP rune gets stolen. You need somebody to play the game to keep this like Weaver in the game. It's a hero that can join early on, but she also needs some kind of a setup. Or Doom can't just run in and or Treant Protector and say, yeah, good luck to deal the damage.
The nice thing with taking the Invoker from BB as well is if the game did go later, Invoker can become like another core to make sure Weaver doesn't fall off. And now the playmakers that we're mentioning, if BB do go for them, it puts them on a little bit of a timer where you can get kills, you can progress, but eventually you can struggle. And yeah, they go for a Pangolier. It is going to try and break down the map, but at least for Nouns, when you look at the lamps, okay, there's like a light at the end of the tunnel. It's like we can maybe get there this time around. Like you have the early game damage, you have the ability to potentially outscale BB. But again, this BB lineup is lanes are strong, map play is strong. Everything about it screams like they should maybe even just win this game.
Is it then the same archetype of game that we're watching here in terms of Nouns need to just, again, between minute 20 and 30 is going to be the toughest time. They just have to survive.
I don't think they're in the same situation as last game where they're playing into Enchantress, Beastmaster, Alchemist that come online early. Like, they are going to be playing an early aggression game off of the Pangolier, but Nouns can play into BB's draft quite easily. For Nouns, I'd like to see them just win the laning stage because they are set up to have pretty solid lanes. And then after winning the lanes, move your supports to the Invoker, play off of that a little bit, and then just farm your BKBs because I think that Pango, while a good hero here, does fall off pretty hard in this game.
Yeah, I wanted to see something different from BB Team. I'm not sure if Pango is going to be able to do that. He's been, I would say, slightly underwhelming from the games that I've seen, and I do like what Nouns. I think they made all the right adjustments. They're not going to lack damage. They have ability to punch back early on in the draft as well. I think we might go to game 3 here.
Okay, and are you expecting a bit of an action-packed game with that in mind?
Yeah, most definitely. You have these heroes who come online super fast, maybe a point in Exort for the Invoker. They do have the setup in the side lanes, so a little bit of oomph that could come out from the Invoker early on could secure them the kills.
I just want 3 games. I don't want lower bracket games where it's 2-0. You know,
Sure.
I want the lower bracket to be the most, painful experience possible, where, you really got to earn your way through.
Entertaining experience possible.
No.
Whether it's going to be entertaining, I think it's going to be entertaining either way, because we're going to watch some top-tier Dota. That's just the way it goes here at the Road to the International. Before we head to game number 2, though, we're first going to hear some words from the BB Team coach, Bulk.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, I'm here with Bulk. And firstly, did this draft go how you expected? And do you feel like you got the upper hand?
Драфт пошел по плану. Чувствую, что у вас есть преимущество.
Не думаю, что у нас есть какое-то большое преимущество. Мы не ожидали инвокера.
I don't think that we have much of I don't think that they have much of advantage, and they did not expect the Invoker.
I see. Okay, so they stole your Invoker, actually. Do you think we'll see Copy be able to repeat GPK's Game 1 performance?
Они скопировали плейстайл, взяли Инвокера. Как ты думаешь, смогут ли повторить успех GPK?
Надеюсь, нет.
Hope not.
All right, and what does your draft do better than theirs?
В чем ваш драфт лучше, чем их?
Да ни в чем, у них тоже хороший драфт.
Not much. They also have a good draft.
All right, cool. So feeling pretty even in this one then.
Чувствуете себя достаточно равными, да?
Yes.
All right. Sounds like we've got a very exciting game on our hands, which means we're going to throw it over to our casters who are ready for this one. It is Sunsfan and Synderen to take it away with game number 2.
Thank you, Nomad. This is game number 2 between BB Team and Nouns.
That was...
Yes?
Those were some short answers from Bulk, but I'm just going off previous interviews that I've seen from him after drafts and tournaments. I think I want to say it's relatively rare that he finds drafts to be that even.
Yeah,
so
that's true.
That stood out to me a little bit. I know a lot of captains or drafters or coaches, when they get interviewed, will just say, yeah, both teams have good drafts, we'll see who plays better or whatever, but he usually has a little bit more to say about what advantages they have or whatnot. So I think he genuinely thinks this one's going to be a close one, and I feel the same way. I guess standout heroes, the fact that Nouns got Sand King at the end of the second phase. This hero has been banned against them in their last many games. And the Treant went through the draft, and that one got snagged up by BetBam. Will lead to an interesting game here. So, hang on. A little bit of pressure here onto Saika in the bot lane, as a Gunner as well as Lelis will bring what they can. This lane, I think, so I found it interesting how on the panel they were a little bit split. How it sounded like T-Gov was favoring BB's lanes and Effie was favoring Nouns' lanes, which usually they pretty much agree that one team has the stronger laning stage. So again, perhaps that even more plays into the drafts are pretty even. Yeah. I don't really have a strong favorite in the laning stage, but I do agree that it's incredibly important in this one because both teams have the potential to really accelerate.
Yeah, I mean, we've watched BB Team a ton in the past couple years, and this is basically their forte, is winning lanes and then getting a big lead and then throwing that lead away and then still winning sometimes out of that. Enough to get a lot of top 3 performances. Is Gunnar, Swarm applied to him. Is he just going to tick down to this? Yes, first blood to Nightfall. Yeah. Not often you see the Swarm actually get the last hit, but
they got the level 2 first. That's a lot of the time.
True.
This is how first blood goes down in these kind of side lanes, and it was by so little too. Gunnar almost level 2 and Lelis just now cracked level 2, so that one extra deny, sometimes is all it takes. And yeah, Weaver plus Trant is a dirty lane to get level 2 in first. Both heroes get so much stronger on that level 2 timing, and they will grab that for themselves. So a nice start for Saika here on the Weaver. We'll bring him to the top of the net worth. Pangolier, Shannon.
Hell yeah!
One of your favorite heroes has a really bad win rate this turn.
Oh, it's because he's been nerfed for 10,000 patches in a row.
And not only is his win rate not great, he generally has been picked very late in drafts and still lost.
Yeah.
You know, the patches where he would sometimes have pretty high win rate, he would be picked overall first or maybe second. This time with even more information, the hero still isn't bringing home the wins. So I guess that's one concern here, just statistics going against BB Team in that regard.
Yeah, I think Barbecue Team, they picked both Pango and Doom, and Doom has been struggling big time in this tournament.
True.
So we'll see if they cancel each other out into a win.
Yeah. I guess, okay, which force is stronger? Is it the low win rate heroes, or is it BB versus Nouns?
Yeah.
What is the...
That's a great
question. Because they're 3-0 against them so far in the tournament.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like a good matchup for Nouns. As Copy getting really low to GPK. And GPK has been pretty strong so far today, Cinderin. He had a crazy Storm Spirit game, which is kind of his signature hero, if you will. But this time with the Pangolier, we'll see if he can bring that to another level as well. Miera on the top lane playing the Doom, which we talked about, has a very low win rate. What do you think it is about this hero that is just not working, yet it's still, in theory, so good that teams keep picking it?
I feel like it's starting to get a couple more wins recently.
It did get a couple, yeah.
Yeah, so
increased probably from like 10% win rate to 15.
It's better than that at this point, surely.
Yeah, maybe.
I think he's competing with Pango to who can reach 25 first. What is it about it? Well, I think in part, in some of the matchups that has been picked, teams have been quite good at kiting out the Doom ability. So once it gets cast, they're resetting, they're using their own items. The BKB, they just full reset fights very well. Teams are picking decent saves a lot of the time. Nice body block on Yuma here from Miro. Will actually probably get him killed.
Yep,
what
Yuma
a nice kill.
burning down to the Scorched Earth. Blood Grenade to follow, though, from Fly. Gets blocked by his own creeps. No, not able to get any sort of trade there.
So yeah, teams are doing a better job at dealing with being doomed, and I also think there's a decent part of this hero historically has been, since the changes to Scorched Earth, he's been better at laning Gunners. Actually dead.
Yeah, the Grasp will take him.
Oh boy, this is a 2K lead minute 5.
Yeah.
This is not looking hot already for Nouns in this matchup. And BB Team, well, they have made a name for themselves for, I want to say 2 things. 1, insane laning, and 2, converting it half the time. But against this team, they've converted it 100% of the time.
So far, yeah, that is accurate.
So this is obviously a very, very good look for them with this start.
I mean, I would say because of their history, BB Team are maybe the most interesting team in Dota.
Decent damage on the Toronto Tokyo. They're bringing it back the other way.
Gunnar, oh dear. Third death for him is coming. Nightfall takes it. Yikes. This is not looking good for Nouns. On the other side, I mean, we've seen this from time to time from the Breakfast Bunch team, and they're off to a good start. 4-0 lead right now. Only 1K, but it just feels like all these lanes are going quite... I mean, how's this mid lane going? So Copy 28-5 versus GPK 32-8.
Yeah, it's even, and I think that's generally how this lane is going to go. The main thing Invoker offers in this regard is you're going to keep mana burning Pango, so it's hard for him to rotate. But you're not going to prevent Pango from getting CS Fly.
Yep, level 3 Tusk against level 6 GPK. Okay, Snowball. See if he can time it correctly. Is he actually going to get out of this? Yes. Fly is flying everywhere.
So GPK definitely could have secured that kill by just breaking his ult with Swashbuckle. Maybe he had cooldown? Actually, I don't know if he had used it previously to CS in the lane, but that felt like there was a kill waiting to happen. But nice escape from Fly. Toronto, Tokyo scouting out some jungling shenanigans here from Gunner. Recovery plan happening. That he's level 3, Weaver is level 6.
Cookie connection into the scatter blast. Yuma has the level advantage, but it is a 1 versus 2. Infernal Blade already used, so he can just TP out quite easily.
Sending him back to base is already a major win here.
Nightfall wants to go for the Wisdom Rune or a kill. Looks like Fly will secure the Wisdom Rune. Lelis, in the meantime, will get some Drinking Buddies action and get away safely. So in the end, Nightfall just a little bit of damage.
I want to say we haven't seen Carry Weaver have the best track record this tournament. But obviously, this hero is one of the highest tempo carries you can possibly have. If you have a good laning stage with this carry in your team, it's one of the best at just continuing to just run the map. Mid lane, GPK.
He's
no
out of mana inside the shards.
That's a big one.
Downs pick up a huge kill, much needed, because things were definitely spiraling a bit.
Yeah, and they get a D-ward too from Fly here, so a little bit of an extra snack for him. He just made 500 gold.
Very nice.
Will be rewarded with a pair of boots.
Yuma, he's gonna go. Okay, the cookie actually misses. He goes to the south, which is the perfect direction. Will he find the distance? Fly, in the meantime, will make his way over, and yeah, he actually gets out. So not able to make a kill happen for the Bubble Boys.
Ironically, I think they would have actually killed him if they didn't cookie at all. Because they would have still been able to force Yuma to windrun, and then you connect, and then you cookie for the stun during the windrun. But they kind of rushed that one a little bit with Treant coming in from the north. I think that was a pretty solid setup, but even BB team will make mistakes.
What do you mean even?
I mean, in the early laning stage, which is their
okay, early laning stage,
Yes.
sure. Because I was gonna say late game, that's their forte.
If this is late game to you, then
no, I'm just saying in general.
Has to be
no, you were
pretty
making
bad.
a general statement. All right, we're gonna have a fight right now.
You were misinterpreting it on purpose.
TP from Lelis.
Uh-oh, Miro.
Yeah, Miro. He's gonna get stuck in the ice shards. Actually, he's going on
Nice
the aggressive cookie onto 2, but the snowball with 3 heroes inside mitigates a little bit of damage to GPK, coming in with the Rolling Thunder. The double jump doesn't fully hit onto Yuma, but I think they'll have the damage to secure the kill at the very least. So 1 kill with all these heroes up here, although it's not over yet. Tornado clips only 1, and Fly looks like he's gonna get run down. So double kill for GPK.
Full on team rotation here from the side of BB team. And they will convert this probably into a tower. I find it hard for Nouns to defend this. Gunner has low resources in the bottom lane. Lelis is on a quarter health, currently limping his way up there on the Hoodwink. And yeah, I mean, maybe... No, I don't see it. BB team will be expanding their lead here even further. This is the makings of a potential one-sided... Okay, they will bring heroes.
Yeah,
well, there's Lelis.
They want to fight. Lelis dies before the fight even begins, it seems.
I mean, that's the thing about showing up as a third health position 4 with level 4, right? If you get spotted by literally anything, you just food. So now they just got a bonus kill and Nouns wasted TPs. They seem... Honestly, they seem very stressed out. You can tell that the pressure is on, not just in this individual game, but also tournament life. You're one step away from playing in the arena. So this game means the world to them. And under this amount of pressure, that's one of the scariest things about playing against BB team, I want to say in any stage of the tournament, is they really force you to keep your composure early. And a lot of teams, when they fall behind, they can struggle a little bit with finding the solutions. Nouns, I feel like I've done a pretty good job at that this tournament, but this one is looking really grim already. They got to figure something out soon.
For sure. I mean, we talked about it time and time again. The bread and butter of BB team is the laning stage, and they have won handily. But we'll see what Nouns can do to try to get back in this game. 4K deficit, 7-1 advantage for BB team. As we can see, Nightfall closing in on the Maelstrom, just needs to be delivered. And, I mean, we sometimes see the Gleipnir right away, which it looks like that is the case. Obviously, if you're having a really good game, you can just opt for that. No defensive items needed quite yet. As save going to be spotted, but the Bushwhack will not hit, and now Lelis being pursued by Nightfall. But Burrow Strike, Gunner trying to walk away. Lelis gets Mortimer kissed, and Poppy.
That's a good cocktail.
Yeah, he's dead as well. So 2 more kills for BB team. Although they lose.
Fly finds a bit of a trade.
Fly, okay, faking the TP. Great juke.
Yeah, he wanted to stick around and get some experience mid. I think this is a reasonable choice. He is kind of low on resources now because he's stuck around though, but probably still a decent choice. We're going to now see GPK pick up a very early Blink Dagger. So obviously Pango has a couple of different build paths. You can go Auras, you can get the Diffusal, you can get what seems to be Blink Ags here coming his way. Has Diffusal just fallen completely out of favor? Am I missing something here? Is that not a thing on Pango, or this is your hero?
They don't buy it anymore. As we're gonna see the jump, Miero gets off the Doom, Snowball.
He got buddied.
Where is he going to? To the Doom himself, so eventually the Invoker will fall, fly. Actually does get out. Just everything going the way of Bed Bath & Beyond team right now. They should be able to take this tier 1 as well, if they want, or at least pressure at the very least. Fly takes an Infernal Blade for his troubles.
Of all the things you could have thought of, you thought of Bed Bath & Beyond.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You really are one of a kind.
Why don't you just focus on the game?
Fortunately, you're one of a kind. That's more than enough. Saika invading the enemy Ancient camp. He'll only take one before he leaves. He realizes the rotation is coming, so he will back off. And it's these little advantages that PB team will keep striving to take now with this early laning stage. Just that little extra steal away of a camp, the little extra information with the Treant. You've definitely got plenty of space to work with, and you don't. That's what's also awesome about the draft they have, is they have a couple of nice pairings that can skirmish while also being strong in team fights. Yep. So the Treant plus Weaver is actually a very strong killer duo at this point in the game, but Treant can also just show up to a team fight, turn it around. Weaver is a really strong team fighting carry because of the Swarm right now. And then you also have Doom +1 generally results in a kill. Pango +1 generally results in a kill. So the way you as Nouns need to play the map right now is really complicated, because you can't just take the simple approach of, okay, if we dodge this type of fight or these specific heroes, we can do this or that. All of the possibilities when heroes are off map are actually terrifying. So what this probably results in is, with the Sand King Dagger, I would imagine that Nouns will want to try to look for a full-on team fight where they can use their big spells, but
wow.
BB team just don't give it to them. Okay, are they not
could have
steal?
They could have had the Wisdom Rune for sure,
They
but
are
playing it safe. You can see Fly actually took the opposing one.
Huh.
Nouns could have gotten away with two, but
This is, especially Weaver, feels like a very safe candidate to try this with when
For
you have
sure.
backup, but okay. Maybe they don't know what 2 × 7 is.
potentially, you never know with these players. They drop out of school early, you know, they play Dota all day. It's what we call brain rot, I think, in the business.
The brain rot boys.
I should have wrote that one down as well as copy. We'll eventually find, surely, this Wisdom Rune is still there. Again, we talked about the first 2 Wisdom Runes are by far the most important. 6K lead now for BB team. And they are smoked up, looking for a fight.
Yeah. If it's on their terms, I really think both teams have extremely strong team fight possibilities, and it's so much about vision. And that's where having Treant and Weaver can be a real X factor. Toronto Tokyo will place one between the mid tier 1 and tier 2 tower to try to set up the fight on their terms. And Nouns don't really have good vision here. They have vision to the left of the lane, but that's not where any of the action is going to be. So they'll have to rely fully on the information from their tower, which unfortunately for them doesn't see through trees. So
maybe in the next patch.
A nice angle here, and this is just going to be a full-on free tower for BB team. Uncontested tier 1 mid. When are Nouns going to make their move? 2 kills in 16 minutes, and this is with Sand King Invoker.
Yeah.
These heroes are meant to be dominating
Gunnar,
at this.
he does have Blink, so
yeah, he's had it for a couple minutes, but they haven't really.
They haven't tried to do anything.
They haven't found an
surely
angle.
they're aligning it, or trying to align it with something else. Because this game's just going to fall further out of reach the longer it goes if you don't make a move.
That's the vibe I'm getting too, is that they are waiting for something, but I'm trying to wrap my head around what exactly it is, because at this point, if they're playing, they have to play to win here, not play not to lose. I don't think that's the right approach against the Doom lineup, is to just give him the whole map. the way we've seen Doom lose a lot of his games is that teams bring the fight to him and just overwhelm him before he gets too strong. In this case, BB team are just doing kind of whatever they want, and Nouns seem very timid. It's a stressful game. There's definitely some mental aspect going on here as well, because this is not the Nouns that we've seen in the Gaming Gladiator series, and also I feel like in Game 1 they were being more active and taking more initiative on the map. This has seemed very tame.
Yep, feels like they're playing a bit scared right now.
Yeah, that is not the way you win this.
Well, we can see the Belch brothers working towards the top side into the gate. And I mean, still 3 minutes till daytime. I mean, I feel like they could get Roche whenever they want, but maybe they have a different feel for the game right now.
Well, you could argue that if you're playing against a Nouns team that isn't making the most moves, then that is where you offer them a fight. So you don't have to go to Roche. Their lineup's really good there. Invoker, Sand King in the pit.
Gunner, ooh, okay, just in time,
Nice
blinks
reaction.
out, Rolling Thunder. Not going to fully connect until now. Mortimer's Kiss is just out of range, but it's going to go for Lelis instead, and Miero jumps in. Gunner, he's going to get Snowball safe for now. Back into the Doom, but the Scatterblast just rips off his head. Fly will be next on the list for BB Team. The rest of Nouns get out. And I think they're about to discover the Wisdom. Oh, dear me. Did we forget about this one? Oh, dear. Doom wasn't even used this fight. Back to the fountain, and
He's okay.
Yeah, he's good.
It's pretty close, but 100 health to go.
Yep, that is a level 1 Doom, so level 2 would have surely done it.
What do you think of Invoker's cloak?
His cloak?
He looks like a bird.
Oh yeah, he does kind of look like Skywrath, doesn't he?
Yeah, I mean, this is the one that is from the Crownfall, right?
Oh.
I think.
I don't know.
He's giving me superhero vibes, but currently only in looks.
I was going to say,
this
this
the superhero plays to match this cloak.
Yeah, definitely a rough game for Nouns. BB Team all over them like bread on butter.
Yeah. Mid tower.
No comment
Nouns.
on that, huh?
Nah.
Bread on butter.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not good enough. Could do better. Actually, maybe not.
Yeah, that's true.
10,000 gold for the BB squad.
This is getting worse and worse for Nouns.
Yep. It's a bit of a broken record at this point, so it is really just a matter of can Nouns somehow open something up. They have yet to take a tower. We're 20 minutes in. You're playing against Treant, who hasn't even skilled living armor, so you can't put the blame on that. They have just genuinely, the waves have been pushed out all the time, and BB Team have played a very constricting style, which is, you know, a very powerful way of playing Dota right now.
So Tokyo was spotted, will use his Overgrowth, only going to find Fly.
Yeah, he thought there were way more heroes there. It was clear he was overgrowthing and backing off, and now they're like, wait, that was only Tusk?
Yep, 2 ultimates used.
And he is...
Lost Fly. He's a goner.
Back to the fountain.
Now Aghanim Scepter for GPK. That, very good Ags for that hero, of course.
And I think this time around, BB Team will not forget the Wisdom Rune, because they are actually going to stay here for a bit. They're going to steal the Tormentor.
Now, who will get the shard is the only question. It'll be saved. So the cookie will have the little Mortimer's Kiss for everybody.
And it heals 200. It used to be a talent on Snapfire.
Yep.
And now she gets it through the shard, and also...
It also
now
used to jump you further, and they got rid of that.
Yeah.
Which could be a quality of life, depending on your perspective.
Definitely had its moments that it was not ideal. I would say it made it better defensively, but a lot of the time worse offensively, because it was harder to hit the right distance. Sanjin Yasha now completed on Saika. An item we see sometimes, but I want to say among the carry pool, a somewhat infrequent pickup. Maybe once in every 5 games there's one of these. But he likes it here, wants to get the status resistance, 25% against all these stuns. And despite that, will still aim for a BKB by the looks of it after his shard. But that is just another successful objective for BB team. And
yep, and with that Aegis, I mean, there's still 3 tier 2s for Nouns. This does feel like it's so way later than it actually is, just because of how much of a shellacking it is right now.
Gunnar stuns and gets out.
Yeah. One of the few good things to happen to Nouns this game.
One of them didn't die.
Yeah. That is precisely correct. I mean, this tier 1 bot is still up.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to take as well. There's so many uncertainties for them. They have decent vision. They have some vision on the left right now that is actually showing the Weaver as well as Treant. So with that info, Nouns could go for an aggressive play here. They're pinging it right away. Now that they saw Weaver Tree over there, they're maybe assuming that BB team will try for the Tormentor, which they would be right in assuming. And perhaps they can rely on that to bring them back. But BB team have overcome their fiercest demon. Even the Tormentor can't stop them now.
Oh, wait, you
Gunnar.
spoke too soon. Gunnar with the Burrow Strike. Gleipnir's going to miss because of the Yules. It actually blinks out. Might be okay. GPK in the meantime. And they might find him anyway.
Oh, did they not see him there?
And he's dodging quite nicely,
they
but
did
the
see him.
cooldowns eventually will come to bite him, surely. The last right click is indeed enough for Baseball team, who now have a 12K lead, 14-2 advantage, and the Aegis still for quite a while. And Copy, it feels like he's been running around the map in Ghostwalk the entire game. That's what
Nero has BKB.
Yes,
Doom
he does. Will be dooming. Or the high ground is Copy. Actually does get out. Fly in the meantime will be met by Nightfall, who kills the courier first, and will get Tusk after
Little
the
extra
fact.
snack.
Delicious.
And Miro will get that kill with the Infernal Blade damage over time. Yeah, I think calling them Baseball team right now is actually, it feels like what they're playing with Nouns.
Yeah.
It's a very, one team is the bat and the other is the ball, and we would like to see both teams have a little bit of a bat.
Bat on bat action.
Yeah, would be nice.
All right. Nightfall out of mana. Obviously still the Aegis for 2.5. We'll eat a Lotus. And get Greaves for good measure, so he's in fighting shape again.
And Nouns, it looks like, okay, they've had enough. We have to force something. The unfortunate thing is, I think the conditions are even harder than they were earlier. Now you're fighting into Aegis and an additional 7,000 gold than 5 minutes ago. I guess you have a little bit of a timing with your Wind Ranger BKB.
Gleipnir under 2, and
she
there's
needs to get it off, though.
GPK with the Rolling Thunder. Nightfall getting quite low, but time lapses, and now Gunnar, isolated from the rest of this team, gets an Epicenter off, doing quite a bit of damage, but it's going to be a trade for a Treant Protector at the end of the day. So a 1-for-1. And I don't see why they need to stop now. Yeah, Lelis is likely a goner. Copy being focused by GPK. Mortimer's Kisses still has that. As the Gleipnir going to hold him in place temporarily. Copy just barely gets away. The dust not going to clip him. Fly, though, not going to be so lucky. So big Brontosaurus team with this Aegis should be able to get this tier 2. And we'll see how much more they can get after the fact.
And I will say, the way this is looking right now, it is looking like a brutal beatdown.
Brutal beatdown team. That might be their name, actually. They've definitely had some closer series, we'll say that. But again, Cinderin, of all the teams to throw this lead away, this is the one. Will it happen, though? What do they need to do for that to happen? GPK would need to be transformed into GP Keck, and then Nightfall would just need to BKB TP despite having the advantage. Just all their usual suspects, you know?
Damn, you have really embraced memes. You used to be so against it. I'm proud of you. You've come a long way.
Well, you need time to, or you need things to fill the game sometimes. When it's an 18-3 game, surely you gotta find something deep within, as Lelis gonna break the smoke. And he is dead. Yep, Copy.
Yep.
Nightfall doesn't have that, actually kills off the Hurricane Pike holding Courier. That's gonna be pretty annoying for Copy. At least he gets out with his life, though. He has had that Ghost Walk activated for seemingly most of this game. Is that just me?
I mean, he's got 153 CS, so it's not like he hasn't.
No,
been
I'm not
getting
saying.
creeps,
Yeah,
but-
it's just every time we look at him, he's nose locked. It's a great spell, though, of course.
I mean, as easy as it is to harp on them not really looking for fights, you also have to understand just how difficult it is, right? There's a reason that Nouns are struggling to find fights on their terms and playing keep away, because the vision from Treant, the vision from the Weaver, the aggression that BB Team have been able to bring since the laning stage has made it really tricky for them to actually handle this. But ultimately, you just have to be like, we've talked about this in previous casts in the past, sometimes a 10% play is the best one, because the alternative is 0. Like, you gotta take a fight that's very hard to execute where specific things need to happen, because if you don't,
this happens.
You wait another 10 minutes, and it's 5%. You know, so I will say I understand that Nouns, it's an elimination game and it's really difficult, and they're struggling with it. They have to try for something, or you're just gonna keep bleeding. Now they're gonna bleed Gunner down here.
Oh my! All right, Nightfall.
Yeah, the Weaver is pretty strong. So
yeah, I would say so.
He has a lot of net worth.
Copy in Ghost Lock. He's dead.
He's bye-bye.
Easy kill for balloon busting team, and they are just everywhere. They've really just been on top of things today. I mean, game 1 was pretty stompy as well, Sinner, but not this. This is taking it to a new level.
And I think at this point, the sample size is starting to matter, right? This just seems like a really bad matchup for this team. Nouns were on a recovery path. They came out of group stage 2 and 4. They're not looking too hot. Then all of a sudden they 2-0 Spirit. They have a good series against Gaming. And then they get back to face the team that absolutely obliterated them on day number 1, especially in game number 1. And this series is just seeming a little bit like a repeat. It's unfortunate for them that they get the same matchup again, but that's how it is sometimes. You're gonna have to try to learn from your previous series and improve. And if anything, it seems like BB Team have figured them out even more. This is easily one of the most one-sided games of the entire tournament, and we're approaching the top 8 spot here. And there's a clear separation in this matchup between the two. Okay, Nouns. Hail Mary.
They need it.
It is now or never.
Fly breaks the smoke. Instantly stunned. There's a shackle, but Psycho pops the BKB. Miero follows suit. He's going to use the Doom onto the Windrunner, attempting to TP out, but no. No TP for you. And now a double kill for Nightfall as Fly takes a tumble as well. So that was the move from Nouns, and it results in 2 deaths.
Would have loved to see this fight break down 10 minutes ago, just to see. Maybe it goes the exact same way, you know? Like, maybe this... I just feel like this was even harder than what it could have been. Clearly, after 10 minutes in this game, I feel like BB Team were in a commanding position the whole time, and it was going to be difficult to avoid this outcome. But it always sucks a little bit to go out with this much of a whimper. I feel like this series does not do Nouns justice.
Yeah.
If this is the first series of Nouns you watch all tournament, you're like, man, how did this team make it to this stage? But they've had some really good games along the way.
Yeah, I think this
series
is also,
just not it.
This is just a really bad matchup for them.
It just is. But the question is why? Because they weren't necessarily... In this game, the lanes went poorly, so I get it. Like, you're against BB Team, you lose the lanes, and they roll you. That happens to many teams. But in the previous game, the laning stage actually went quite well, and then still... Oh, gonna go on to save. He's very tanky. He still has the cookie, too.
Yep. They even pop Epicenter, and they just cannot find anything. Instead, they're going to take Mortimer's Kisses as Miero. Not able to get to the high ground, but GPK will come to save the day. Nice attempt from Fly to save him, but it's not to be this game. Game number 2 has Big Bonanza written all over it. So 2 deaths already for Nouns.
Huma's in
Nightfall
instant
looking
overgrowth.
to clean everybody up. Copy desperately trying to at least find 1 kill in this fight for them. As Save still remaining alive. He gets shackled, finally brought to his knees. But it's a full team wipe, as Nouns miserably lose this fight. Ultra kill for Nightfall. And this, I believe, is the beginning of the end for Nouns at TI.
And in a patch where we have talked about how the net worth between teams is often quite close, even when one team is seemingly ahead by a meaningful amount in the flow of the game, This one is now approaching the good old magical 1,000 GPM lead per minute. As BB team is now 31k ahead, minute 31. This is good old absolute stomping of a game. And for this patch, even more so. If this is what we were used to being a one-sided game, think about now just how incredible of a display of domination this is. A clinical game. They barely made a single mistake. The only moment I can think of was that little bit of a mess up with the cookie top, right? I have to go back 25 minutes to a little bit of a mistake on a 3-on-1 gank that did not lead to a kill. Aside from that, this has basically just been everything the way they wanted.
Yeah.
Just so clean. Saika now 12-0-9 on that Weaver, which is, you know, we've seen some very strong carry Weaver games. We've also seen misses. And this is a great illustration of why this hero can be an incredible carry, because when things go well early, he has been absolutely crushing them in every move.
For sure.
And this is a gone. Roshan as well. Feels like it's just a matter of time before BB team go high ground and get team wiped.
You know what the sad thing is? Maybe it's not even, it wouldn't be sad for Nouns in this. It's actually somewhat believable. I could actually see it because I have seen it many times. I mean, but like you said, this is a it's seemingly insurmountable lead.
Borderline unlosable.
Yeah.
But what a comeback that would be.
Another Tormentor about to be in BB team's name. Do they even have any shards to get? Yes, Miero will get the shard that I believe Gunnar received the other day for Doom that actually helped them win that game.
Heal on Scorched Earth whenever it deals damage, 60% of it. Toronto, Tokyo will find Gunnar.
Yep, I hear a Rolling Thunder. He's going down the path of no resistance.
He might get out here, actually.
He blinks.
Phase boots.
The ball's coming for it. Oh God, not the fountain anywhere, but the Lotus
known
fountain.
Edge on the map. Apparently there was a wall there.
Yep.
Yuma in mid, forcing the BKB here.
The Doom applied.
They're killing him anyway. He's just
from
dead.
Nightfall. He's going to tick down eventually. Remember, he still has his Aegis as Gunnar taking a beating. He's dead as well. That is the Aegis. Mortimer Kisses being strewn apart. Toronto Tokyo with a big overgrowth onto 2. And now the Shikuchi in with the extra Geminate attacks. 4 dead for Nouns. And BB team looking to close this game out in style. Better believe in us, team. It's a couple buybacks for Nouns. And they're gonna go for the barracks, it seems, as GPK with the Rolling Thunder. Velas is still spotted. Now he's just isolated in a corner. Very Blair Witch Project type of activity here, looking at the wall and dying.
That's not 2 Bs.
Oh, that's because it's on Nouns, Cinder, and pay attention. It's going to be a full team wipe, an eventual GG as they put the Roshan's banner next to the fountain. That's going to do something. They're styling over them right now. Deleting circlets, save. That happened unironically in the last series.
Did he actually drop his own circlet and destroy it?
No, it's somebody else destroyed it by accident.
No, I mean just now.
Yeah, right now. Yes.
Oh, man.
2 barracks down, 2 full lanes down, I should say, in favor of BB team.
And it's just a matter of time before they force the bye-bye.
Bye-bye team. Nice.
The enemy high ground. Saika, by many considered one of the bad boys of Dota.
I like how you're finally embracing it. Right at the end of the game. The end of the series, I should say. Yeah, Bushwhack into the sharpshooter. What can Nouns do to defend this? Probably nothing, as it is 45k. I don't think we've seen that type of a lead.
First time this tournament for me.
Yeah.
At least.
And this will be the old mega creeps as Nightfall will pop the BKB in retreat. So Nouns will continue to hold on, hoping that BB team will have the worst throw of their lives.
Well,
knowing their history, you never know what lies at the end of this game.
Gaben gives them 2%. 1%.
I mean, I can't blame them. If it's a 1% chance, You take it at TI.
I thought you meant like, don't blame this 1% because it's BBT. It's like, as if the graph actually cares about the team's history or something.
Gaben knows BB Team's history, all right?
As much as you love to harp on previous errors they've had in closing games out, you got to give credit where it's due. This has been extremely clean the whole way through.
Yeah.
They've sieged down 3 lanes of barracks without losing a hero. There's been absolutely no room given to Nouns in these fights. They haven't found a single avenue to exploit any weakness, because fairly, the Radiant hasn't shown any. So
I never noticed that the shard actually physically shows when you click on it, and then it just disappears because they don't have any anymore. 50k lead for BB Team, just rounding up here.
Yeah, so
you guys round up in Denmark?
No, that's an American-only thing.
Okay, yeah. I figured.
What's round? A circle?
Yeah, technically true, I guess.
Okay.
A balloon. Big old balloon. So Nouns resigned to their base. I mean, surely, we'll see how much PTSD BB Team had, because they could obviously just finish this game right now, but there is Roche they could wait for.
I mean, you could also bask in the glory. This is effectively like the last, you know, the last course of the Tour de France, where you're just driving around and drinking a glass of champagne because you've already decided that you're the winner of the race.
Yeah.
That's what BetBoom are doing right now.
They're saying goodbye to NA. This is the final hope.
These guys don't drink, so they pop the smoke instead of the cork. And it's time to go.
Will be the recipient of this gank, if you want to call it that. 50 seconds of no buyback, a big overgrowth to Toronto, Tokyo to send NA back home. Nice attempted save there from Fly, but it is not to be. Like we've said, well, it's to be's twice, actually, because of BB Team. As Gunnar desperately looking for one more kill. GPK
they got one.
Does fall. But it's an ultra kill for Nightfall as the GGs finally come out. And BB Team will continue on while Nouns will not.
5, man.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Okay, so
riveting.
The thing that's worth keeping in mind here, looking forward in the tournament as we do say goodbye to Nouns, first of all, I think in many people's minds, they exceeded expectations. They had a couple of really good series, and this could have been more than what it ended up with. For the side of BB Team, this was a team that people thought might just completely falter after what was a bit of a bad group stage. They've really heated up now, and they look like a team that could go far.
They do. We say that all the time, but we've seen banana bread teams so many times before, Shiver. What do you think now?
Oh, what do I think now about Banana Bread Team, BB Team, moving forward in the lower bracket in the road to the international? Can't wait to see what they can do in the grand stage. That's right, because they now secured themselves a place in Royal Arena, and their opponents we don't know yet. But I do want to point out that for BB Team, there's a chance that their next round is up against Falcons, and for both of those teams, it would be such a disappointment to not be in the top 4 that I'm already imagining the spies. This is if Falcons makes it through. I'm getting way ahead of myself. Let's talk about this game too. It was a little bit of a beatdown. The cost. This was not a pretty picture. It was for BB Team.
It was. They look great. On their heroes, pretty much no mistakes made in the game. We talked about this being a really bad matchup for Nouns. BBD Bobbity Team, they did beat Nouns in the groups, having only 1 kill. And this game is pretty much the same. They had a couple of more kills, but overall, when we see the drafts, this is not a bad draft by any means from Nouns. These are the type of the drafts that had quite a lot of success. If we talk about, Invoker, Tusk, Windrangers, this is a very strong draft. Maybe some things could have been changed, but it comes down to gameplay. I think also a little bit of an inexperience knowing what's on the line, that if they lose the game, they're going to be eliminated from Road to TI. They're not going to be playing on the main stage, and I think it got into their heads.
Yeah, I think we should call a spade and just say Nouns got completely outclassed here. I mean, this entire game was dependent on the laning stage going well for Nouns. It didn't go well. They got completely outmaneuvered. I mean, they were caught off guard by an early level 2 on that Weaver Treant lane. They give away the first blood, that lane snowballs. their mid lane went even as it should, and their top lane, which on paper should have won with a potential rotation, just got super pressured by BB Team. And this is what this team is famous for. They are known as the strongest laners out of all of the tier 1 teams that we've watched this year. Every team is terrified to go up against them just because of their laning prowess. And this was Noun's boon at the end of the day. They just could not recover from that abysmal laning stage.
Yeah, like 10 minutes in, there's a 4k lead already for BB. They've demolished everything. Their 3 cores are sitting at top net worth. They're looking to play the map. They're crushing the map. And yeah, unfortunately for Nouns, we praise them immensely for like the prep they bring to Spirit, but then the series after, it feels like they kind of fell off a little bit, where their prep just wasn't hitting the mark. Like the drafts that we're seeing today, like we know what BB's strong at. It just felt like Nouns didn't try to draft to counter BB's strategy. It felt like they're drafting for themselves, but they just didn't have the the laning prowess, like Effie was mentioning, to be able to bring their own ideas to life. Like I think they had to respect BB a little bit more and try and play into what BB was doing and what makes them such a successful team.
I will also say, I think that this version of BB Team that we're seeing in terms of how they played this game and how we saw them playing earlier today already against Talon, it felt like, first of all, it felt like the game could be shorter, but that is credit to BB Team. It felt like they gave their opponents today, both teams that they knocked out, they gave them a lot of respect. And I'm slightly distracted by Saika's scoreline of 20-0-13. That's insane.
Pretty good. This guy, he can pop off. Also, this time around, he's not using one of his classic moves. No BKB TPs out. He's using a BKB to take the fights, which results in multiple kills, 20 kills on this guy. This is a mean farm machine. When we talk about certain players, he's always up there, breaking some, GPM records, XP records as well, when he's playing certain heroes that he feels very comfortable, and Weaver is one of those heroes.
Weaver is one of those heroes. Guess what? The Pango that GPK got, that we said might fall off, did not fall off. GPK crushed it, and he is probably also going to crush this interview.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, indeed, I'm here with GPK, and we're going to have a conversation because this series, absolutely ridiculous. First series, a little shaky. Next series, very good. How was that to play for you?
Как для тебя прошла эта серия? Вся она в целом была такая очень забавная. Рассказывай.
Против команды... С кем мы играли? Против того, на самом деле, должно было быть 2-0, просто мы вторую игру затровили. Но против Наус, наверное, это просто для нас очень удобный соперник, поэтому как-то просто вышло.
So when they were playing against Talon, they thought they will have 2-0, but against Nouns, they're just a suitable opponent for them. That's why it ended like this.
Okay, well, very well prepared for this one. Did you feel like you're playing better in the lower bracket? Does that help you guys?
Чувствуете ли, что играете лучше в нижней сетке?
Я думаю, в принципе, когда мы играем в плей-оффе, мы играем лучше, нежели, в group stage.
In general, they do think that they play playoffs better than the group stage.
And why do you think that is? Do you need the stakes to be high for your team to kind of perform at their best?
Как ты думаешь, почему так? Думаешь, что для вас важны эти ставки, чтобы они были выше, чтобы вы играли лучше?
Я думаю, нам нужен именно этот прessure официальных игр, что каждая игра что-то значит, а когда ты играешь в group stage, где, матч ничего не значит, то сложно именно full focus поймать. Для нашей команды так.
So playoffs for them is more significant. That's why they get more focused than in a group stage.
Excellent. So obviously now you've made it to the main stage. Is that going to make you guys play even better? And are you excited to play in the arena?
Теперь вы уже официально на мейн-стейдже, считайте. И как думаете, будете играть еще лучше на арене?
Я думаю, нужно посмотреть, какая арена, а так я уверен, что мы будем играть еще лучше.
Well, let's see how the arena looks, but yeah, he's confident that they'll play better.
I'm sure it's going to look excellent. GPK, thank you very, very much. Best of luck on the rest of the tournament, and back to you, Shiva.
Thank you very much. Can't wait to see the performance in the Royal Arena, because BB Team does move forward here, as there is Team Nouns who is not moving forward. I do feel like we got to give them some credit as well, because this series, I feel like Effie wasn't very, very indicative of the impression they left this international.
Yeah, it is sad to say goodbye to them, but they've done an incredible thing on their way out. They beat Team Spirit 2-0, which are the defending champions of TI. They sent them to lower bracket. They put them in lower bracket with so much competition. And because of what Nouns did, there's a scenario where we just don't see Team Spirit, the defending champion, on the main stage. So they should be proud of themselves. They brought some great Dota. They may have faltered today, but they left an impression on a lot of fans all over the world.
Yeah, most definitely. This is a team that has nothing to be ashamed of. They had some good performances. They fell short in this one. As we said, kind of slightly got figured out. But results, I mean, Team Spirit, this is the biggest upset of the road to the international. Might be the biggest upset of the whole TI. It really depends how it's going to be played out. But these players, they have bright futures ahead of them, that's for sure.
They really do. And for some final words on Nouns, we're heading over to Pyrion, who is standing by with Gunnar.
Yeah, thanks, Sheebs. I am here with Gunnar. Gunnar, that was obviously not the result you guys were wanting, but you were saying that BB team, probably one of the worst matchups you could have come up against in this position. What was so tough about this series?
I think they just have really good lanes, and I feel like in this tournament we've kind of not had the best lanes, but we've played really well post lanes, and yeah, they were in our group. We got 2'd by them in the group, and then now we get 2'd again, so yeah, just hard matchup.
Very tough matchup, but thinking back to better times, you guys 2-0'd Spirit. You took the first game off Gaming Gladiators. You must have thought at that point, we've got a bit of momentum here. Did losing that series to Gaming suck away some of that momentum, do you think, or was it just this matchup that cost you?
I don't know about the momentum. I think the second game versus Gaming kind of hurt, because I think we all thought we could have won that game if we made a few different choices. But I don't think we went in today with a bad mentality. I think they just were the better team today.
Fair enough. So looking ahead to next season, obviously, you guys are hopefully going to stick together. I think this is a really good team. What are you hoping to achieve next year?
I mean, I definitely want to make stage at TI. It was really special last year when I made it. So I definitely think for me, it kind of sucks for Cuppy and Yuma, because I was really hoping to be able to play on stage with them. But yeah, I think especially the last 2 months, we've worked a lot together. We've improved even through this tournament. I think if you look at us a week ago, we're kind of a different team now. So I would hope that this is the start of everyone just getting a lot better and improving as a team.
Fantastic. I certainly hope so. And I know you guys have a lot of fans that basically the whole NA region had their hopes on you guys. So is there anything that you'd like to say to the NA fans and the Nouns fans?
Thank you guys for supporting us. It means a lot, honestly. And yeah, sorry we didn't get the results you guys wanted, but we'll still keep fighting for NA. And NA Dota is never going to die.
Indeed, and we hope not. Shiva, back to you guys.
And may I just remind you guys that this is a team that for the longest time in this season did not make it out of qualifiers against another North American team, and finally made it in one of the most important qualifiers of the year. And I think this is just the start of their growth, because I feel like they haven't had that much time to grow as a team in an international stage.
Yeah, no, I think that's incredibly commendable what they've achieved, because to come from a region which unfortunately is relatively starved due to kind of the way that it is set up, to then get here, and I mean 2 years in a row the organization has created upsets, have created the storyline that everyone else remembers. It's because of what this team does. So again, it's the future's bright, and again, I feel like Dota teams nowadays, they don't really do crazy shuffles anymore. So from what Gunnar's mentioning, I hope it is true that we at least get to see a core of them stay together, because I think that is how you really kind of improve as a team, and yeah, fingers crossed that the future of NA is, slowly going to get better.
Yeah, and as bright as Gunnar indeed says and implies it is. Gunnar also mentioned that especially in the laning stage against BB team, they struggled, and Purge would like to take a deeper dive into that point.
That's right, Cheever. Yeah, their laning stage was pretty rough in the second game, and I just wanted to look at some of those examples, why it happened, and how it cascades and ultimately gets you very, very far behind. Yuma, as the Wind Ranger in this match here, had to deal with this cookie combo with Scorched Earth and Inferno Blade. And if they're able to layer the stun from the cookie into the slow from the Scatterblast, all of a sudden Wind Run, all it does is give you evasion, and that's not really enough to keep you alive in that lane. It happened a couple times. Here we are at 6 minutes, 40 seconds. He tries to dodge it once again. The slow comboed with the stun gives a lot, and he ends up having to TP back to Fountain to heal to prevent from dying there. A mere minute later, he again gets dove, this time with Toronto Tokyo rotating around. And Yuma does run away and ultimately disengage, but Another minute later, another skirmish happens that looks okay for Nouns at first until, again, a great cookie stuns them all. And he starts getting out of there, realizing that GPK is coming, but he gets ran down again. So just gank after gank and pressure after pressure, and he does dodge some of them, but ultimately it ends up being a lot. And then on the other side of the map, this is a crucial moment for Gunnar. He did get killed in the first blood. Watch what's happening. This little creep here is getting kind of low, and he wants to secure it to guarantee some golden experience. He ends up burrow striking forwards to get the last hit while harassing the Weaver, but unfortunately his opponents hit level 2 right before he does, and that unlocks the bugs for the Weaver, and they get the nice rundown with the blood grenade, so that costs him a lot. Weaver ends up getting a ton of net worth, and ultimately that translates to a super fast Gleipnir. 15 minutes. It's really fast, but Shiver, you know, this is not as fast as Hector's 13-minute Gleipnir. So it could have been better.
Is anything as fast? Did you know that Hector got a 13-minute Gleipnir? It's impressive, to say the least. Yeah, I did as well. Thank you very much, Purge. As we see BB Team moving forward here in the lower bracket, they look at the moment a little bit like a Grim Reaper here. The cost?
Yeah, most definitely. Also, I wasn't listening. I kind of zoned out. I was look like a Grim Reaper. I heard Grim Reaper. BB Team. Oh yeah, most definitely. This is the Grim Reaper himself. You know, Saika, aka Nightfall. This is the guy that is gonna take you far in the tournament if you secure his laning stage. And he's very aggressive. Like he's super aggressive. You can see some XPM. Dyrachyo is up there because Dyrachyo is popping off. But for BB Team, this is the team that we expected to go far. We always do, but they need to make this miraculous run through the lower bracket, and so far so good for them.
So far so good.
Yeah, so far so good. I mean, they are a top tier team, but I do want to say that even today's games that they played, while they did look very sharp, very strong in their drafts, and very strong in their laning, they did not close out games at the pace that they could have, with the exception of like maybe a few that come to mind.
You think it's too safe?
I would say so, because that's something that BB Team have been criticized for over the entire year, is that they don't make any like high risk, high reward plays. They'll play a more disciplined, they'll play for a later stage in the game. Even in this game 2 versus Nouns, they were crushing them in net worth, and it took them a really long time to close it out. Versus Talon, the same thing can be said, where they even made a key mistake, which with no buybacks, which led them to being stomped. So while they still do have all of their individual strengths and their powerful laning, I still haven't seen them play confident enough to close out games early the way that Gaimin do, another strong laning team.
I mean, just the low bracket, they got to go through maybe Falcons. If Falcons beat 1W, after that, then they might have to go up against like a Tundra or a Gaimin. After that, it's maybe Extreme or a Spirit or a Liquid or a C9. It's like the journey to get to a good position for any team now in the low bracket. It's like, it can't, I don't know, I don't want to say it, but like, no, it's, yeah.
It must be one of the spiciest lower brackets we've seen.
We've ever had, yeah.
Based on based on the year form, like often in low brackets, it's like, 1 or 2 teams did well. But like, this year, we've had like 3 or 4 teams do extremely well. We've had strong teams hold it like their own, and it's like you can see it here, right? Like, let's say Tundra Game and drop down, right? Like for BB to do well, or even Falcons to do well, like you have to overcome teams that have consistently had top 2 or top 3 finishes. Like, this is probably one of the hardest journeys to get there. And if Spirit is to make the run that Nouns created, because they put them into the lower bracket, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lower bracket games into a best of 5 game. Like, the journey to get to the grand finals is intense for any team now in the low bracket.
Yeah, we also saw already with Spirit and Extreme, one of them won't even make it to the Royal Arena. It's a crazy run, a crazy competition, a great competition. And you know what also is a great competition? The short film contest. And earlier today, you were already able to see a submission there when Nat introduced it. There's another one coming your way. Stop toxic tipping.
Tipping started as a compliment, but quickly became toxic. Even spreading into the real world. Bringing out the worst of mankind. Hurting the weakest heralds and the greatest immortals. Turning men into bullies. But even the mighty fall eventually. And from the ashes of humiliation, rise as a hero, seeking redemption. On a quest to end their toxic... Whoa, chill, relax. Chill, dude. What are you doing? No, don't do it. That's just normal tipping, man. This TI, we can stop toxic tipping. No, don't do it. God damn it. Not all types of tipping. Jesus.
I love the extra effort put in the names of the people that tip. It's very satisfying to watch that. And I just want to have a quick poll here. I myself am a positive tipper. Lacoste.
I'm a changed man. You know, back in the days, there would be, a lot of this old chatting, toxicity, rivalry. But now, it's all about that PMA mentality, have a good laugh with the buddies, make friends in the community. But I'm still down, especially in the professional scene. I'm all down for this toxic tipping, voice lines, a little bit of old chatting, nothing too crazy, because that's always been part of Dota. I mean, when we talk about, some of that toxicity, the question mark when you're denying, it gets into your head when you're playing. It definitely does. We've seen what OG did.
That's true.
With the usage of the voice lines.
That's true.
I'm a retaliatory tipper. Means I am peaceful, I'm still until I'm tipped. Then I.
Oh, there we go. The flip.
No, but that's the laws of physics right there. Okay, that is inertia. You've tipped me, and you've begun. You are the one who unlocked the tipping battle. So when I get tipped, I wait until the game looks good enough. I still don't want to lose.
Yeah. Make sure.
But I'll remember. I will remember who tipped me, and I will get in there.
It also depends how many games in a row you did lose. If you're like on a 7-lose streak, you might tip back immediately. You might get it out. But if you're on a win streak, you're just there chilling. Hands off keyboard. You can't hurt me.
Positive tipper?
MMR means literally everything, all right? I recently got, to like mid 10K, the journey there. I'm playing my games. If I see something, an opportunity to help me win that MMR, I see someone who doesn't use repel, boom, get a tip, continue on. That person now thinks I didn't hit repel and I didn't get tip and their carry's annoyed and they might give up, boom. Effective tipping helps you win literally everything.
We
Not
found
heroes
the
tipping.
toxic tipper.
No, that was a bit. No, to be fair though, I don't really tip, but it's like depending on the situation, it feels good. I think I'm with Effie though. Like if they tip me first, I'll do everything in my power to like ping a facet, do a voice line, hit a tip. But it's like if you unlock it, I'm there, but I won't start it.
I know there's someone who really likes toxic tipping, and he's going to be featured in our upcoming Best of 3. Another lower bracket series coming your way. We earlier today saw 1W beat Team 0. They eliminated them, and therefore they earned the right to go up against Falcons, who are in the lower bracket. And I want to talk a little bit about Falcons because, first of all, yes, they're in the lower bracket. Second of all, I do think that Amar does like tipping a little bit.
Yeah, he's, I wouldn't say OG of the tipping, but he kind of invented some of the new stuff. This guy was dropping the mantles, like he took it to a next level, and I'm always going to give him respect for that. It's always fun to watch. They create, this kind of a environment where it is okay to do it, but once they start losing, a lot of other teams will also start tipping them and everything. So it creates a tipping meta, which I really like.
Yeah, but the thing with Falcons is I feel that most teams that go against them and get tipped by Amar, they are amused enough by him to partake. Like, maybe it was taken a bit personally at the start of his career, but now people just see it as part of his personality, and he actually brings out the spice from teams we don't see doing it very often. Like Extreme Gaming, when they play against Amar, the tips are out, the pauses are out. It seems like they're having fun in that all chat.
It also helps a lot that he can take it as much as he can dish out, which is very positive. And it does indeed just bring out a little bit of extra banter, as we also are bringing out the draft between these two teams. 1W and Team Falcons, they had such a vastly different year. and Tigov, they're up against each other. I have to ask, I mean, it looks David and Goliath. I feel like we've been here before.
Yeah, we have. I mean, Falcons has been in this position, well, not in this low bracket position too often, but their worst placement in the entire year was 3rd place. They have played a ton of games to be at TI. Of course, they played 211. 1W, not making it through qualifiers, getting to maybe the odd event or here. They played half the games. But interestingly enough, 1W has the same hero pool amount as Falcons. Falcons basically perfected what they wanted to do. And rinse repeat, 1st place, 2nd place, 1st place, 1st place, 1st place, 3rd place, 1st place. Like, they've done everything. Whilst 1W, even at this TI, they're in like the top 3 teams for like hero versatility. They're still trying to find like what is their recipe for success. And again, you could see it through the stats now.
You could really see it. Also a reminder that both teams at the moment have secured top 12. Winning here will secure top 8. And as you just heard from Tigo, Falcons is 1st places, 2nd places, 3rd places. That's basically all they've had. So for this team to not make it to that final day would be seen as a disappointment. We'll see how hard they swing here against 1W, who is, as we saw, obviously the least experienced team, the lesser experienced team. And we already have the opening picks. Falcons come out with the Tusk. We have the Monkey King coming out again, Effie, in the 1st phase.
Yeah, these 2 picks aren't surprising. Some of the most popular heroes in this tournament. I do want to say, though, that while 1W did look good earlier today versus Team 0, they kind of had a really good draft in those games where it felt like they played off of it easily and won. But in other games that I've watched 1W, it really feels like after the laning stage, they lose all sense of identity. Like, it takes them a while to make a confident play or do map play, and they just default to farming very often. They will default to just trying to get their carry to, you know, a critical mass and play off of that, and that would be very bad for them matchup-wise versus Falcons, who are all about map play.
I mean, you kind of described like a tier 2 team to a tier 1 team, right? Like a tier 2 team, if they win their lanes and the draft dictates like the natural map progression of Take Towers or Roshan, they are skilled enough to follow that through. If they don't hit that beat, then they struggle trying to find like the plan B. They seem to have to like find it during the game, and that's where you kind of have moments of brilliance way down the line. Of course, Falcons and other, you know, teams like this, they don't often need to think because they've played so many games that it's second nature. If things are going wrong, they already know the next 3 steps to fix the game.
And what Effie mentioned, like they had the most success when they played these type of drafts, so they are playing for Munkushi. Pretty much the only big team that they did manage to beat so far at Road to the International was Extreme Gaming. They did lose, I would say, pretty convincingly to all other teams. If we look at the, you know, Cloud9, they played against Gaming Gladiators as well. They didn't look too crisp. These are like 30-plus minute games, but in most of these games, you could feel where the game's gonna shift after like 15-ish, 20, and it takes them another 10-15 minutes to close out the game. And this is their bread and butter, pretty much, this Windranger. Munkushi plays it really well, and I want to slightly touch upon the bans that Team Falcons did. I see this Leshrac coming into the tournament. I expected this hero to be picked up more, but never did happen. They do have good win rate with the Leshrac. They did run it 2 times on a support role as well, which I did expect to be picked up more, but they are the only ones who kind of, I would say, are not familiar with meta that did develop, so they're still playing some of the strong heroes coming into Road to TI that they practiced in the pubs. So I want to see how Team Falcons will respond to that other than the banning.
Probably just a Mirana of their own on Team Falcons. The Kunkka does come out, which is a very popular hero for all of the damage mitigation and also offlane pressure. You know, X plus a very strong position 4 like Batrider can result in a lot of kills, especially versus heroes like Windranger that are mobility dependent. You know, you just X her back after she win runs, you can beat her up.
And with the Batrider, you have like repositioning tools. I see these like 3 heroes. This to me looks like a Team Spirit draft from Team Falcons. They've been very successful with these heroes. Windranger, if this is a core Windranger, you don't like to play against bad BKB piercing ability. You have 9 seconds of Whirlwind, so you want to get stuff done. You get punched for 1.5 seconds. On top of that, maybe about damage mitigation. Their damage is going to be in trouble. Same goes for Monkey. He doesn't like to play in any of these heroes.
It's just very defensive as well, right? If the game does get difficult, snowball saves, you got the damage mitigation from the Kunkka that you're mentioning, the Batrider. It's like it's actually scary to try and find moves into this lineup. if you aren't just 5,000-10,000 gold ahead, because any minute they are going to turn around the gank, hide behind the tree line, and punish you trying to jump in. Also, they like to buy Solar Crest. Like on Tusk, he can buy Solar Crest. Batrider support, we've seen some go Solar Crest and Blink. Some just go Blink 4 stuff and ignore it anyways, but you have ways to also prevent the early physical damage that Windrunner and Monkey King want to bring to the game.
I never liked when you have two cores who are dealing same type of damage. Sure, there is some magical with your Power Shot, your Maelstrom, Gleipnir procs, but most of the damage is going to be physical, and you're playing into meta where Crimson Guard and Solar Crest are one of the most popular items. You have damage mitigation from Kunkka again, so it feels kind of like you're shooting yourself in the foot with these two picks. Sure, you can maybe flex some of these heroes to position 4, but I do think that these heroes are strongest when played from position 1 and position 2, so I wouldn't like to see them changing it much.
Yeah, the flex here wouldn't be great either because it's not like you're flexing them into a good support matchup. So you're not going to be winning versus Tusk or Batrider. And the clock comes out. This is probably Windranger's laning partner. The issue with this clock for me is it just doesn't really trade well on this lane versus Kunkka Bat. Like, it is a body to protect Windranger, but it doesn't win the lane for her. Like, Batrider is very safe in those power cogs, and Kunkka just, if he stands on a creep wave, he's not threatened at all by Clock's presence. So this lane that really needs to win for 1W to justify this very early Windranger with no potential flex from mid.
Yeah, I think this Clockwork was a bit of a mispick here. It's not good against Tusk. It's not good against Batrider. Maybe you when paired, like they needed something, some of these stronger position 5s that can be paired up with the Windranger. I think there were other options. I would prefer, Marcy, but they seems like they do have a little bit of a pocket picks here with the Pugna. These two teams, they've never met in this year. These are like newly formed teams when they were called Clean Sonic back then, but they still like never played against each other.
So Sweden Strong's been playing some Pugna position 4, and in this type of game where we're seeing decent lane with Clock Windrunner, we've seen Monkey King naturally want to play into the map. Pugna can help break down the map. You start taking the early towers, you go for the siphoning ward, which when the Never Ward does damage to enemies from casting spells, it actually heals the Pugna. So Sweden Strong naturally can be a little bit stronger in the fights, tanking up a little bit more, but it really kind of forces 1W to play just on the map. Don't try and sit back. I want to see them go.
Pugna 4?
Yes.
Okay.
From right now, I see Monkey mid, Windrunner carry, Pugna 4, Clock 5, and they're looking for the off lane as their last pick. But I respect the fact that 1W have come into this series, picking Pugna, first time in the tournament. No other team's done it. Like, they've just said, this is our strategy. We're confident in what we want to do, and I respect that. We'll see if it comes to light, because they are playing up against a very formidable team and draft.
Yeah, because they have not played Monkey or Clockwork this road to the International yet either, and Windranger only once, which was earlier today. So they're coming in with a fairly fresh idea for them.
The buff up as well. Like, if you life drain a Windrunner who's throwing out the Whirlwind, we've seen Satanic be purchased by Windrunner. If you don't need to buy Satanic now because your HP is coming from your support and you're protected by the aggression of Clock and Monkey King, then it could mean your Windrunner goes for a slightly more fragile build. Like, sure, you get BKB, but you get damage items even quicker. Like, I can see the concept, but to get there, it's like time. You need to hit your timings, you need to hit your items, and that can always fail when you're against Falcons.
Yeah, we're heading the final bans. We, for 1W, should be looking for a hero for Cloud. There's still quite a few offline heroes in the pool that he likes playing. Primal Beast probably one of his staples still in. Early today played Brewmaster, Beastmaster, both still in the pool as well. For the side of Team Falcons, to be honest, they still have flexibility on who's going where.
10 seconds.
But normally, in the normal sense, we are expecting a mid-hero to be picked up, so Melreen still lacking a hero there. As we have Puck and Storm banned out, so it seems like 1W is on board with that as well. We do know he's also a Grandmaster Batrider, and if he has the chance to play Batrider, he really likes it, so he will ask for it if he thinks it's good.
This could be a really good Batrider game if this
he
monkey
goes mid?
Yeah, if this monkey is gonna be mid Windranger, because I don't see
They don't have last
1W
pick
flexing. That's true, but I don't see 1W flexing this Monkey King to be played with Clockwork in the safe lane. You could put Windranger in the mid lane. It's not the strongest safe lane, so they do have something. I could also see, some casual Razor that could come out for Team Falcons. Great against the Monkey King, of course. We've seen what the hero can do. Early BKB buyer, you get in there and you just like soak up the damage, set up for your own team.
Visage is the final ban for Falcons.
Speaking of soaking up the damage as Razor, this team really does it well. When Skeeter was playing it, he has the most damage taken so far at the road to the TI. Like, you remember the game when he goes
run in past the
run like
yesterday?
alone.
Yeah.
I guess that's why. He wanted to break some records.
Yeah, but he didn't win that game. But he did break
He
a
was
record.
very, very, very deep, as the
So
casters
we've been
called
told.
it.
Let's see if he will get his hands on that, although he's probably the one playing the Weaver here, isn't he? We got Snapfire overall last pick coming out for Falcons, so that will be... Actually, there's still some flex potential.
There is, but I love this Batrider mid from Malrine. I mean, we did see this Batrider mid be flexed by Team Spirit to Laurel, but if there is one player in the world that I trust on this mid Batrider flex after all of his nerfs and after he's become lackluster, it is Malrine. He is a grandmaster at this hero. He does cool builds before anyone else thinks of it, and he's not really threatened by anything as a core Batrider. Whereas now you have a Snapfire who's an excellent replacement for the Bat. She has incredible amounts of damage and can easily pressure the Wind Ranger in a way that Bat also could have.
I think, unfortunately for 1W, the creativity of their draft has now been forced by the Batrider, and they might need to simplify it by picking like the offlaner that just facilitates the fight, like the Mars, any hero in this capacity, because I'm not seeing them flexing them like a Monkey King to offlane, and they go for Beastmaster, sure. Enigma was banned out earlier by Falcons. I was liking that a lot, but it was taken out very early on. The Visage as well was a respect towards 1W's kind of overall strategy of pacing. I think Beastmaster is a little bit slower than what a Visage can do, but still fundamentally will be rally behind me and take the fight.
This this gives them the tempo to play off of that they lacked before. Like you mentioned, he's similar to the Visage, but I also just don't think it gives them enough, unfortunately. I really wanted to see some kind of hero that enables Pugna. Beastmaster, in a sense, can, like him standing there with his Ags, getting the life drain up on him. But now that you have this mid Batrider who's going to get a BKB, he's going to handle this Pugna every fight, easily. And the rest of his team should be able to play into the Wind Ranger because her lane does not look that advantageous for reasons that we mentioned. Clockwork does not play well into Kunkka plus Snap.
It will be Wind Ranger playing in the mid lane.
That's what they needed to do, as we said. Like, this matchup is unplayable for Monkey King in the mid lane, so now you have two melee heroes in the top lane against Kunkka and also crit on the Snapfire, so I think that lane is going to be much better for Team Falcons than they expected it to be. They put a lot of pressure by picking up this position for Snapfire in the end. Batrider is not going to have that good of a time from a mid lane, but this is going to be a very difficult game for 1W.
Difficult, but also I can see the world where their team fights become, they're potentially unkillable. Like if you don't catch the Pugna on the backline, Beastmaster's got auras, and then you have two hyper-scaling Monkey King and Windrun. Like these are heroes that we've praised as like cores of the tournament. Like if they get online, they are going to be very scary. So that's where Falcons need to break the map, use the Bat, use the Weaver and whatnot. So yeah, I'm excited. It's a good game.
If they get online.
Yeah, Dota though.
It's Dota. Let's see who gets online in this game. I know someone who's online right now. It's Pyrian. No, it's Nomad actually, and AY2000.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, indeed, I'm here with Aoi. Some viewers might not be too familiar with 1W team, maybe thinking that this might be a bit of a stomp, but I want to hear from you, Aoi. What's your opinions on this 1W team?
Honestly, I think they looked pretty good. They play like sort of how like OG used to play, I think, like very heavy on 5-man, and I think it can lead to them running over teams. Hopefully, like we think we're aware of this, so hopefully we don't get run over, but sometimes these teams can surprise you.
Excellent, so you're very well prepared for this matchup, very well studied. What about this mid lane matchup? Were you expecting the pivot with the Wind Ranger going to mid in answer to your Batrider?
Yeah, I think we knew it was going to be, like, they're not going to put Monkey mid versus Batrider, unless, I don't know, maybe they will, but it'd be probably pretty bad. But we think that the matchup's not too bad for Bat, and, like, he'll be able to, like, just sort of farm jungle, and I don't think, like, mid Wind Ranger has been looking the best as a hero. But, again, you never know. So we'll see.
We'll see, indeed. All right, last from me. How do you guys deal with being in the low bracket and the kind of blow to your confidence that might have?
I think we identified the things that we have been doing sort of poorly all tournament, honestly. Like, we had a couple of good talks. For our confidence, I think, like, we have a lot of history to believe in with this team. And I think it's very easy for these players to look at each other and understand that they can trust each other. So I don't think we're going in with any, like, blow to our confidence or anything.
Awesome, Aoi, thank you very, very much. And that means we can get into game number 1 with our incredible commentary duo of Odie and Fogged.
Thank Thank you very much, Nomad. Yes, here we go. Another exciting matchup down in the lower bracket. 1W up against Team Falcons. And yeah, let's see if 1W have it in them, because on paper, Fog, this could be quite the challenge for them.
Yeah. Oh, and he's got Focus Fire. I feel like we don't even see this.
What year is
it's
it?
not Whirlwind. Well, he
true.
is playing mid, so that's going to be
Indeed.
interesting how he ends up doing, because he doesn't want to be as farm heavy. He wants to be more playmaking, I'd imagine so. But you heard it from Maui. Unsure about how this mid Wind Ranger can do it, because it's not been the best in this tournament. But let's see how these things go down, because it's kind of interesting what 1W did. It's down their style. Like, nobody's played Pugna really at all. It's only Swedenstrong who's played it. It's been some time for him as well, too. But they're looking to just play their own style, and we'll see if that does end up working with versus Falcons, which has a lot of comfort heroes. Pretty much across the board.
No, absolutely. Some very scary stuff coming out from Falcons. I mean, 1W, do you like the way that they kind of close things up, right? They get the Beastmaster in, and as you say, have to make this adaptation with the way that they lane the Wind Ranger, the Monkey King. How tough is that for them, or is this workable?
I think it's nice because it matches tempo that they're trying to do to speed the game up, and I think they're trying to find something that synergizes with that Pugna. And that's, I think, exactly what the Beast kind of can do. It's not easy by any means. I think there's going to be a lot of ifs they can get stuff out of these lanes, if they can get to the scaling, because I would say Falcons has a bit of an advantage coming out of the draft, but I think it does fit what they wanted out of it. Then they can play fast, not super cooldown reliant, look to do that 5-man that Aoi was kind of talking about to just catch teams off guard. But Falcons, so we heard it from him there. He was already prepared for that type of pressure that this team can provide.
And talk to me about the Pugna, as you mentioned, something we're not seeing first pick of the tournament. And as you say, Swedenstrong, he's done it before, not for a while.
7 months, by the way.
Yeah, and in terms of the hero and where it is at the moment right now in this patch, what are the strengths, and also what are the reasons why we don't see it?
I mean, it's unexplored. That's one thing for sure. It lacks disable completely. You have literally nothing to be able to disable heroes, but you're a cool save that maybe versus a lot of these gigantic physical burst heroes could catch people off guard. We haven't seen it in some time, but I mean, I think to most people who used to see it, Jarax from the old times comes around, just how much you can actually do in a fight if you're forgotten. They're killing all of these Borazone. Every single time Cloud does summon one, they just pop the drinking buddies and both hit it right away.
Got to be a bit more careful with that, giving away that extra bit of a bonus to the safe lane duo of Falcons.
And other thing to point out, we did see, I mean, we've seen variety of which facet people are taking, but Amar this time, he has gone for the damage one. He has gone down the high tide rather than going for the grog. Pretty cool, and I imagine that's probably because he's playing versus this double melee lane. Or he just wants to be able to do more damage because it's Amar, but either way, definitely cool to be able to have that versus double melee.
Looking at these lanes as well, I mean, it's where's the biggest kill potential? Who's at most threat during these early moments?
Man, top is a scary one because they've got the drinking buddies plus the bugs, right? The amount of damage you can do with double the Geminate attack with drinking buddies with bugs. They've already hit 3 on the Weaver, so I think that's the lane that I'm looking at where there could be a kill almost immediately. Bottom I would say is kind of volatile too. I think either side could look for a kill if they get a type of lane advantage.
Oh, there we go.
And Amar is saying that he loves Monkey King because, I mean, he is playing the Kunkka versus Monkey King matchup. Which
no, and he's also saying it because he's having that bug, I think, where, you can't click on him or something.
Is that what happened?
That's what people get sometimes, right? There's something about the Monkey King where targeting gets messed up at the start when you're loading. But as Amar says, he loves it, so don't fix it. A quick reconnect always fixes it.
Yeah. The Monkey King has used to traditionally be like this counter versus the Kunkka. Just I think the Snapfire is what changes how this matchup is going to go. Top.
Oh, he's in trouble. Caught in the shards here, Swedenstrong. Can they bring him down? They can. Skeeter's in with the Shikuchi, and that'll be first blood for the duo up top on Falcons.
A massive XP advantage up here because of these Borazone. I have to be honest, like they're both level 3 before that kill almost went out. Pretty absurd that they're able to get it just because I think they killed, I don't know, I didn't get to see. I think they
we might be able to
3
get
or
the
4
stat on
boars.
That.
And another one.
Sometimes we have the stat on that. We'll see if we can get a number on the boar casualties we've had so far this game, because we don't. Okay, we'll make up a number. There were 6 boars.
I believe it had been at least 4 that I saw, and that's quite significant. You're already seeing Skitter's level 4, Snaking is 3.5, Swedenstrong is 2 and change, and Cloud's 3 and change. So yes, the kill of course makes a difference there, but pretty crazy.
Yeah, this Weaver's going to be pretty terrifying. And with this start and with these early advances on this, it's going to make it very easy for Skeeter to go for those rotations. We saw already on the stats how crazy the amount of kills that he's been finding across the board in his games. Very active carry.
Oh, very cool from Crit. Goes for the 1-1-1 skill point so you can kill the cogs.
Indeed, and Crit, he will die, but indeed they're able to make sure they get the kill first here for Amar as he takes down Respect.
getting kills in this lane with a snap Kunkka is good because they're playing versus that Monkey King lane. And yeah, he goes 1-1-1. Very interesting there from Crit. Get that cog money, be able to get himself out as well. All these little things do add up. Looking at mid, Chira, he's doing great as expected in this matchup. The Wind Ranger versus the Bat Rider, doing excellent. But Aois was talking about it also, that Malrine, you just go jungle at some point with this Bat. You can catch up with these early points in Firefly.
Yeah, I guess this little shredder on Crit's going to be pretty useful also against the Pugna right in the mid game, taking out that ward.
Oh, bottom again, respect. Trying to get aggro onto Amar.
And Amar is not afraid to stand his ground really against
Nice dodge from Munkushi. Dodges the blast, we'll be able to get that Jingu, and that's the level 2 Jingu too, so it's a very potent one.
Yeah, I mean, he's getting close to the point where, Munkushi should be pretty tough to bully out of the lane, right?
He should be pretty okay down here. Until rotation, maybe we'll see something like that from Weaver, like you said. Crit!
They're going to try and go for him. Yes, a fantastic torrent, though, from Amar. Heading onto the two of them and making sure that they cannot continue to chase down Crit.
Nice dodges. I mean, that's like 3 or 4 times I've seen Munkushi either dodge the Tidebringer or dodge the Scatter Blast, so keeping himself nicely sustained in this lane. Top again.
Now going for Cloud. And with the bugs upon him, he's looking pretty dead, and they may even be able to threaten Sweden Strong a little bit. Now they just throw the snowball out. Skeeter, he'll focus his way back onto farming. Continued success here being found by Falcon's safe lane.
You know, I actually thought there was a potential chance that he was going to get the decrep at level 2. I saw that he had skilled the ward right away, and then maybe even at 3 I thought he might take it, so they can't just use the drinking buddies and the bugs to that success.
Because there's a lot of damage physical that could be stopped.
Yeah, and usually what you do see versus some of these like high potent, I mean, most of these safe laners nowadays, you're having like some type of disable as Mark.
Wait, he caught him a noob. What did he do? Wait, what did Munkushi do? I don't even know.
I didn't even see.
I mean, maybe he didn't do something. That's why he got called a noob.
Maybe because he didn't dodge the Tidebringer?
I think you're absolutely bang on it. Because he's been dodging everything else. I bet he finally didn't dodge something, so Amar gave him a little friendly banter there.
I'll keep an eye on that later.
I think you're right. Because he has, as you said, he's been mischiefing everything else.
Yep. Top again. Cloud.
Oh, that's
nice
lovely
shackle.
Shackle there for Jira Jr. and the power shot to follow. Oh, that's going to be Snaky taken out. Wow. There you go. I mean, Cloud needed that. He'd been having a tough time up top, same time down bottom. They're chasing down Amar. They're just going to, just like, oh my goodness. A little bit of a pause. I feel like...
I mean, after he calls you a noob, you want to pause it on him, especially if you're diving him.
I wonder if Amar's going to have something to say about this one.
We'll see in a second. No,
Let's see.
He doesn't.
No.
Well, he's gone down.
He's definitely
What a
going down.
move. That was really cool.
Yeah, just Chira Jr. turns up out of nowhere, Shackle with the setup, and then they're able to get the 2 kills for Cloud. He really needed that because that top lane, they were giving away a lot to the Weaver. Cloud's just got a huge boost back into the game.
100%. And those are some beautiful skill shots. That's the thing, too. It's the power shot, that one where they were kind of stunned, but the blast hits and then the axes afterwards. Ooh.
I like this as well. We're going to get some Battle Fury action this game from Munkushi on his item build.
Oh, that is interesting. I mean, it's a much slower type of style
It's fantastic, Fogged.
Yeah, I mean, you love that.
This man knows what he's doing.
Bit slower, though. It definitely can be, but I guess that's the type of the game that he wants to play. He wants to be able to slow down, play super farm heavy. Interesting. I've only seen the Gleipnirs and the Echo Saber, I think, so far on the Monkey. Maybe I missed a game or 2 of the Battle Fury, but at this tournament, obviously.
No, definitely in the ones we've covered. We've not seen any Battle Fury Monkey King.
I mean, that kind of fixed their lanes completely, Owen. I got to be honest with you.
That was a huge move, Tom. It really did. You know, you're looking at the numbers right now. Pretty much dead even across the board.
Yep.
And if anything, maybe you're feeling a bit more comfortable for 1W.
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, Cloud, he's going to be able to go back. He has some stacks to go back to. It fixed everything there. Skitter is still very, very high level, of course, because of all these boar kills, but he's same net with as that Monkey King, who has that nice matchup for Skunka now.
I imagine both teams calm things down a little bit now. No need to push for kills. 1W after making that play top. They're happy with the fact that they've sort of leveled the playing ground.
Yeah, and overall, like making that aggressive move sometimes up top, you have to catch these stuns, especially on the Tusk as well too, because you have to watch out for some type of snowball save into that time lapse as well too. So if you do that type of play, you kind of have to land like this double shackle that he did get, or control the Tusk during it. And so far, Chira, even with the rotation, he didn't get any damage onto his mid tower, because I've seen a few times when Malrine's playing versus these heroes that leave the mid lane, he'll kill the mid tower by 10 minutes on the bat. This tower is almost full HP mid.
Oh, bottom.
Boots of travel with the glyph.
That's a very nice aggressive move there from Falcons, getting in under the tower. I mean, Munkushi will be able to turn with the balance. I mean, they didn't quite kill him. And in fact, with the backup coming in, he's going to get away. He's able to get out to the trees, get away from this. Backups come in. I mean, Skeeter's also turned up. Falcons desperately trying to find a kill out of this, but 1W, they've got the numbers. Crit coming in looking towards Respect. They'll have to probably just settle for the clockwork. The life drain's coming in though. Swedish Strong trying to keep his clock alive. He'll self-decrepify himself to try and retreat also, but with the 4 heroes from Falcons, they will finally get the 2 support kills that they were looking for.
But Munkushi gets out.
He does. What an escape.
What was it, the cog that kind of like pushed them back for a second? Little mini shackle that just stops them? Nicely done. They do lose their supports for it and might end up losing this tower, but a nice move to at least protect the Monkey King to get that farm going. And on the meanwhile, Cloud up top, 2 points toward that Aghanim is already finished up after what started like a rough lane. So very nice stuff. He has to be, I'm gonna say quite a bit this game, he has to be a little careful with his roar usage just because of the snowball that's gonna be coming into play throughout the majority of this game.
I'll check this move again. Good aggression, of course, using that fortification to make sure that the creep stays alive, allowing Malorine to TP in.
Malorine got greedy and didn't use Lasso, so that was actually a
And that Ishii had it.
I thought he didn't skill it at first, but I checked to always see the replay.
Back in the river, back in the live action there. Chiro Jr. gets caught. Maybe Respect as well. Have they got any catch for him? No, not quite. He'll manage to live.
Well, now because he didn't use the Lasso bottom, it was up in mid, and they're going to be able to get the kill out of that one, so there you
Indeed.
go.
Malorine, who's planning for the future.
Yeah, there you go. Something like that.
Yeah, 2-0-1 for him now.
And very cool to see that he's gone just immediately boots of travel. Just really wants to play active on the map.
I mean, they're so active, right? You've got bots on the Batrider, you've got Skeeter playing as Weaver. These 2 cores, they're not going to be missing out on any of the action that Falcons look to bring.
No, and if you do see Munkushi's going for Battle Fury as well, too, that's going to be let's go time, right? We're going to play super aggressive because it's hard to get involved as much with the Battle Fury compared to anything like a Gleipnir, obviously. So they could definitely look to take advantage of the fact that he is going very, very greedy on this Monkey King.
Just really trusting in the rest of his teammates to be able to match the action that Falcons bring, giving him the space to excel with that AFK farming with the Battle Fury.
I'm surprised Amar is actually able to stand down bottom here. They're giving, I mean, Respect is giving him quite a bit of respect that he's got backup, and yeah, Skitter, he's making the move down now. That's why he's playing so aggressive forward there. He knows he's got backup.
See what Skitter can find. I mean, he can start to tease around with the Monkey King here.
It's quite a bit of damage.
It's a lot. Skitter going pretty deep for this, right up to the tier 2. They're going to settle with the X-Mark combo on a Respect. Respect's able to get the cogs down. See if he can get out of this. Caught by the Torrent and the Shards. He'll have to hook shot over towards Munkushi. Marine's waiting to dive to tier 2. He goes in with the lasso, catches Munkushi. They bring down the Monkey King. Shackle shot and a power shot's going to be completely off the mark as Falcons. They get in, get the kill, and get out with no casualties on their side.
I bet during this downtime, Chiro Jr. is being a little sad that he has Focus Fire and not Whirlwind, I have to be honest, though. You definitely want to be able to try to keep this farm going up. So I'm definitely going to be trying to keep tabs of that one. Because I haven't seen Focus Fire really at all in this tournament. Makes you a lot weaker to be able to do that spread damage and join inside these fights earlier. And right now, things starting to accelerate a bit here for Falcons.
Absolutely, big stuff here, taking the tier 1 bottom. Amar able to use the X-Mark to allow Skeeter to get that quick reset back to base and get straight back out on the map. That's the Blade Mail done for Amar.
I mean, Cloud's going to have his Aghanims pretty soon, but I feel like they're going to have to play around him very nicely just to be able to make some good moves, because the rest of them are falling. They're starting to become pretty weak because of this Battle Fury build, too. Him getting involved is going to be pretty dangerous. Because on top of not having extra disables with the Gleipnir, you're more fragile because the Battle Fury doesn't give stats. Stop.
They'll drop a hook shot and a roar.
They got him. Dive to the ward. And should be able to just easy take this tower with the blasts.
Big stacks though here.
Amar.
That Amar's able to start dealing with.
And he is, I mean, at the moment is queuing up the Aghanims. We've been seeing people kind of straying away from it a little bit, especially as that second item. More so seeing the pipe, so if Amar, if he feels like he can go for it being this greedy, so be it. 3K lead now for Falcons.
And that lead's only going to continue until
Shira.
over in the river. They've got the setup.
Maureen's got the blink and the bots. He's going to be everywhere, and they always have, they have kill threat on pretty much anybody they go on. Some worries coming in for 1W. In these next few moments. They have to be prepared, and they have to have the Beastmaster.
Skeeter.
In most of these fights, and Mukushi.
He's found Munkushi. I mean, one more Shikuchi. He's going to be in for this one. The Cogs. Oh, they're going to hold him back, but the right click's there. Skeeter had the range to take the kill. Time lapses out of the Cogs. He's perfectly fine. It could be a painful game for the Monkey King, for
Feels like it's starting
Munkushi.
to be, yeah, very quickly here. Pace of the game is starting to accelerate, and he does not have space to farm a Battle Fury. I don't know, and this is definitely, I think, too greedy in this current meta.
I mean, just the item in general.
The item.
At this international, how many wins have there been with the Battle Fury carry?
I don't know how to do that. I'm not smart enough to find those
But I
stats,
feel like
but someone can give it to us.
But do you recall watching any games where someone won with the Battle Fury? I remember a game where the PA tried to build one. It went horribly wrong.
Yeah, I mean, who builds Battle Fury nowadays? It's PA and Ursa, and I guess Monkey King in this game, but in particular, not many. There's not really many of those melee carries. And if they are melee carries, they're still going Gleipnir, it feels like, so. Yeah, we'll see if that pays off. 5K lead. Malreen's got Lasso again. He used Lasso under Arcane.
They're just charging at them.
So it's up again. Cloud.
Ooh, okay.
Let's get the roar off.
He does indeed. And the Snowball's going to be there, though, allowing them to continue to stay on top of Cloud. They're in with a punch. Sweet and Strong's going to try his best to help fight back. They're able to bring down Malreen.
Big damage from Cloud.
Across them, giving the run buff. Amar keeping them strong against Cloud, but not strong enough to keep Snaking alive as they're taken out too. This move from Falcons going horribly wrong as 1W able to turn up and hold the fight. And I think it was sort of the attempt at the initiation from Malreen, and what he immediately gets landed upon by a Hawk, right?
Yep. That was, I mean, I don't think they respected Cloud having this Axe time.
No.
Just able to stand and pretty much withstand everything that's coming in. They've got the Pugna heal too. Very cool stuff. Respect.
So he's got anywhere to play his way out this. He has got a hook shot if he can find the angle.
Does he have a creep wave? He does, but they're kind of blocking him.
He's going to try. Oh, nice effort. Did make the connection, but was already dead before his body could get pulled over to the creep.
So that's cool. I didn't know that I didn't know that's how it worked, though. The stun connects, but if your body doesn't connect, the damage doesn't connect from the clockwork. So very random little mechanic, but. All right, well, 1W, they get a bit of signs of life, that's for sure, at least from the Beastmaster, but yeah. The concern still is there for me for the Monkey King of how much is he going to be able to do, and is he actually going to be able to get the time to be able to farm. I know T, especially on the panel, was saying a lot of ifs. If they can get to these items, if they can make it to those later stages, then perhaps, but let's see if they can't delay enough for this Monkey King.
And the Battle Fury's nearly there, right?
Nearly.
He's got it.
Got it.
Okay, Battle Fury online.
All right.
Here we go. Let's see if that 4K gold lead that Falcons has right now starts to dwindle a little bit. That's Falcons. Ready to keep the pressure on down bottom here around the tier 2. 1W, they're setting up the smokes there from Chira Jr., Cloud, and Sweden Strong. They're happy to look for a fight.
This is definitely how they need to be doing these type of approaches. Just bring the Beastmaster. He is, I mean, he's probably one of, if not the strongest hero on the map currently at the moment, so. Enable Cloud. Skitter, Gleipnir is already finished up though, so never mind. Him and Cloud are probably the two strongest on the map at the moment. The boat gets casted early.
It's just a precaution, right? Maybe someone's going to be coming through the twin gate. You never know. Amar just kind of, keeping things secure.
That's kind of weird.
It's a low cooldown.
I mean,
sometimes a boat's
relatively.
a boat's got a boat, you know.
A little juke play from 1W, of course, dodging it out, making them think they're going through. Malreen, the arsonist, building up on the tower. There goes another one. 3 tier 1's taken. They have potential to just go for Roshan if they'd like to, but maybe they want to find a kill first out of the lasso, because they do kill it very fast on the side of Falcons. Definitely not the easiest, I would say, for 1W to contest that up there at the moment.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
See what they want to go for next. Yeah. All tier 1's taken. They've got their options open here, Falcons.
They've got a ward here up on the high ground. If they can catch Skeeter here, it would be huge.
Oh, who's going to get the jump, though? Ooh, power shot. Now Skeeter's going to know that they're onto him, so...
Too elusive.
Unlikely that they're able to do anything more with this. Skeeter's out.
Might need a blink on Cloud. I mean, he's got BKB pretty soon, but I think they need that extra form of catch for this Weaver.
I mean, he's farming pretty quickly.
He is.
And as long as, Falcons start to slow things down and don't go running for tier 2s, that 1W probably will have the time to get kind of that BKB blink done on the Beastmaster. And at this pace as well, also very likely to have that BKB very soon for Munkushi, who's getting a lot of space with the Battle Fury.
Can they contest this first Roche, though? That's going to be the question, because it does feel like, I mean, I would imagine it's time for Falcons pretty soon to look for it, but Amar wants a kill. Won't be able to find it. He's got an Ags, though, so for that next fight, a lot stronger in terms of offensive capabilities. But yeah, not going for that Roche. They're giving the respect, at least for the moment still.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Now they will. Now the whole team's coming up, so. Can't contest this one on 1W, you've got to sack it.
Yeah, it doesn't look like there's going to be any signs of them heading over. They just want to maximize the efficiency once they have their half of the map to themselves.
Yep.
They have to let Falcons get this. Problem is, though, Falcons probably going to go for some pretty heavy push off the back of having the Aegis. They're going to be very hungry for a fight, knowing how strong they are with this lead, Falcons.
And they've got this very easy form of initiation to catch pretty much any target they choose if they see them. You know, Malrine with this Blink Lasso. A lot easier for them to start the fight on in comparison to the side of 1W, has to kind of play around a ward until they have the Blink on Cloud to get a Blink Roar. Chira Jr. does have Gleipnir finished, but remember, just gonna keep reiterating, he's got Focus Fire, not the Whirlwind, so one target can get taken down, but...
Falcons.
They're ready to hit.
The smoke's there, they're charging straight down the bottom lane. 1W, will they choose to try and tackle a fight around the tier 2, or just let it go?
I think Munkushi needs BKB to be able to fight. Beastmaster's got his, so maybe he can look to get involved. Smoke coming out, Amar scouts it.
This is very difficult for 1W to try and enter into. Falcons, they have the favorable position on the high ground.
I mean, Munkushi has to join the fight very late, or he just dies because no BKB. So let's see what angle that they can get with the Roar.
1W, they really want to try and do this, but it's risky.
Which target do you go for? Because there's a lot of saves. There's cookies, there's force stabs, there's snowballs.
And now fighting into this part below the lane is very tricky. They're going to know for sure that Falcons have this vision set up. They don't want to try and fight into
They're
this.
They're cutting the wave. They blasted the wave out, so there's no extra creep wave that Falcons has to push forward here. They'll finish the tower in time. And yeah, they'll back away. Munkushi probably saying, guys, I'm getting pretty close to BKB. Wait till we have that before we take a head-on fight. Especially into Aegis.
Now 1W will make the move all the way over to be able to
sneaky
take away a Wisdom Rune from Falcons, so a little bit of something found with that.
Yeah, that's pretty nice, right? They get the double Wisdom, some good experience, and they'll be able to claim their own Tormentor. Nice move when you're playing against that Aegis and don't want to take a fight. And yeah, 700 until the BKB on Munkushi.
With these group moves that Falcons are making, and Munkushi getting a bit of time to hit creeps, he will begin to catch up.
He will.
Still needs a fair bit more time.
Yep.
Skeeter still having quite the lead this game on his Weaver.
And I'm wondering like how effective a Battle Fury is in comparison to Gleipnir too, because just in these team fights having extra lockdown and all this versus Weaver when your lineup is lackluster in lockdown. I don't know, man. We'll have to see.
Skeeter. Starting to get some sort of reaction. It's going to allow them to have the vision to set up for the combo onto Sweden Strong. The Pugna caught in the combo of Amar. Lasso dropped down on the Cloud. He's able to get the BKB off. Tried to tell the rope, but he gets interrupted here by the punch-up. Still able to find the Roar onto Malrine. They lay down the Wukong's command. They've killed off the Bat, and Cloud, he survives. Hook shot over to the side. They're going to see if they can turn this into more 1W. They've got the control on Amar. Shackle out onto the two of them. Falcons, they've still got the numbers, and 1W, they don't quite have the damage to push on for those kills. Now Falcons, they can maybe get more themselves. They look for the setup on the Respect. They catch him in the torrent. Snowball over to Chira Jr. as they take out Respect on the Clockwork.
She's got BKB.
He's getting turned upon, but Chira Jr. will go down. Buyback comes out now from Respect. 1W trying to find more from this Skeeter, getting incredibly low, but even if they take him out, he of course still has that Aegis. The cookie heal's there though, and Skeeter, he's not even going to lose that. Keeps the Aegis safe, gets out of there. Crit, he'll get caught in the trees though. Munkushi jumps forward, Boundless Strike, puts a stop to Crit's escape.
Okay, alrighty. Nice moves forward. It does, Respect does use a buyback, and there's a pretty deep dive that's coming out from Falcons, but they keep Cloud alive during all of it. Little Pavis thrown onto him, I think, at the last minute, gives him that extra bit of barrier. Good fights. And now Mankushi, he's got the BKB, so he can start getting involved.
I mean, we'll see this again. It was a pretty aggressive move from Falcons with this Aegis.
But he's able to get the BKB up before the whole chain stun kind of comes into play, so very nicely done to keep that Beastmaster alive as long as possible.
And Cloud, indeed, as you say, getting his spells off, able to survive.
I think he had a, what was it, like a 20 stick or something it looked like at least, plus maybe something else. Something healed him quite a lot right when he popped that BKB, so. Oh, Cloud.
He's going to have to roar and run away from Skeeter. Should do it, unless Falcons want to try and go for another tier 2 dive. Skeeter in the same position as he was before, but not going to look to get in under the tower this time round. So 1W, they'll stay safe, and as indeed the moments continue. And Mankushi on that Monkey King, the net worth is rising. The gap between him and Skeeter slowly start to close.
And the one cool thing about Battle Fury in comparison to something like Gleipnir, it's just straight physical damage, right? So you get that 65 rather than what 30 I believe that Gleipnir gives. So yeah, with the damage that progresses when he's got Jingu stacks and all with the Boundless, it's quite a bit of damage.
Yeah. And we've seen it a few times now with the farm that Cloud's got on the Beastmaster and the fact that he is having a good game. You know, Skeeter's not really able to go for him in these solo kill potentials. No. He doesn't at the moment have the damage to take down this Beastmaster. Cloud, as you say, progressing with the items, Blink Online.
Another beautiful shackle.
And with the damage coming in with the backup of Mankushi, that's Malorine gone. Jump forward as well. They could try and chase for crit. I mean, Snake King and Skeeter have turned up to try and fight back. They'll look over towards Mankushi, got his what the BKB, and now Snake King's kind of trapped him with him. He turns, starts to put up Jingu, who's able to break the distance between the two of them. They've lost their Wind Ranger, and Mankushi this time will fall. Skeeter able to chase him out. The final bit of damage coming in from crit. Amar turns, cuts down Sweden Strong. Cloud, he has to go for the BKB TP out. They got the physical to kill him off. They don't. Cloud, he'll live. But 1W, a painful couple of losses, few losses in that team fight there, specifically that of Chira Jr. and Mankushi both going down. This time Falcons, they get the big kills.
This time they strike back. I think they got a little overzealous. They get the kill on the bat and they're like, oh, we can get more out of this. But nope, all of Falcons turns up, they bring the numbers, they get the wraparound. So a nice attempt there from 1W, but yeah, maybe just a little bit too excited after they get that first one. Cloud wasn't there until pretty much the end of the fight, too. They do need this Beastmaster if they want to keep going for some of those.
Malorine.
Cloud.
Seeing if you close the gap there on Cloud, but Cloud, he's out.
Pipe's finished up now for Amar. So on top of that Aghanims, now he's got that extra survivability for his team to be able to go for those crazy type of dive plays. And the lead has, I mean, just after that one fight, it did swing pretty big. It stopped at, what, 3K for a second, up to 7. They've all finished up a full secondary set of items. And Chira almost having BKB. He really needs it, because it feels like he's just a free kill if they lasso him.
Oh, talking about a free kill, he has been found. Irrespect's going to try and help out. Comes in with the cogs, but there's no saving the Wind Ranger. Chira Jr. dead again.
He's just too susceptible to this magical burst. If he gets caught in any type of them, he's just dead. They will have the follow-up. 5 times now they've been able to find this Wind Ranger. He's found some good shackles, but they've been able to find the better grabs just to be able to finish him off. And they have this ward bottom. They saw Cloud, I believe, for a second, but he's able to at least get to high ground.
But Gleipnir setup. Diving the tier 3, maybe a bit too risky, and indeed, especially with the backup of Sweden Strong.
They're trying to pop
some
BKB.
kisses, though. And yep, Cloud feels pressure to put the BKB with the kisses coming in from crit, so he has to BKB and walk it off.
That's a pretty smart usage there of the kisses. Now they're kind of trapped in their base, no BKB up on their strongest hero. And they're kind of trapped. All the lanes are shoved in onto their side too. How can 1W get out on the map now? Things are looking more and more complicated in just a quick matter of seconds there.
Falcons, they're going to be very close to having the strength to approach the high ground with the auras coming online. You know, the pipe's already done on Amar, and he's well on the way towards the Crimson.
And Skeeter just, I mean, I swear he was like 14,000 net worth about 4 minutes ago or something. I think he's farmed like 4,000 gold in 4 minutes or less. He's got a full BKB on. Full BKB, and he finds the Vindicator's Axe, which is probably the best neutral item you can get versus a Beastmaster Monkey King Wind Ranger lineup. They stun him, he's going to have plus 20 armor. And he's got the amp damage in the bottle for the next potential push, and 1W kind of stuck in their base. Chira needs to find space to be able to finish his BKB.
Falcons, they can They can take their time. They can look for Roshan.
Yep. They've got, they've got, what, 75+% map control now at the moment. And Roche, it is back up. Chira still doesn't have the BKB, so fighting into that Roche area, it would just be suicide for the Wind Ranger.
Yeah, I don't think they can contest this. You know, Falcons get themselves in position to take down Roche. They'll do it at a speed that 1W won't even have the choice to get over there in time.
Man, the first 20 to 25 minutes or so was kind of close in that front. Like Falcons having a lead, but just one fight really exploded everything. This deficit is enormous now. Like you said, full sets of items, almost 2 full items on each core. Amar with the Crimson and a pipe. And the progression for 1W, it's completely stopped. Cloud's got a plate mail, but ways away from a Shiva's guard. Chira. They see him again. This is right before the BKB.
I mean, it's just sort of the kisses alone here from Chris. So much damage. The life drain will come in to survive. Keep him alive, but the lasso's going to be there as they tear to the side. Munkushi, bring him away from the rest of his team. He's going to go for the BKB TP out. That will save him, but of course, in the midst of it all, Chira Jr. still goes down. Sweden Strong into the trees, tries for a TP out. They've got the X mark in time. Beautiful catch there from Amaz. I believe the vision was given to him by the play there from Snake King. And that means still, they're getting the kill. Sure, they're not killing the Monkey King, but we're seeing 1W having to use the BKBs on their cores just to escape.
It's high ground
at this
time.
point and deep, when the push comes through, what do 1W do?
I don't know how they defend these Raxes. I mean, they've got the glyph at the least, but look at Amar. He's already planting the flag, going past the towers. Level 20 hit on top of all these auras. No BKB on Wind Ranger. I don't know if he's even going to get to finish it before this one looks to close out, but Falcons, it looks like they have. It looks like they've done at least the majority of it to take this game.
Yeah, they can take a lot
down.
There's no real reason for them to.
I think they can stay.
Need to back off anytime soon with the strength that they have.
Yep. They've
Everything.
got the wave.
It's another set here. They've got everyone back up 1W.
I'm watching you, Amar. Be careful what you're drawing with that X.
Wait, what was he drawing?
I don't know, but
what was it?
I was a little worried for a second. Catapult wave. And yeah, Wind Ranger has to sell an item to finish the BKB, and this is potentially the last hurrah. Let's see what they can get. The long wraparound.
I mean, I guess you got to go on Snake King, right?
Have to stop him from Snowball.
Exactly. The Snowball's just going to save anyone else you
But
do.
the boat and the Crimson and the pipe, I mean, at this point...
Oh,
that's not one way to do it.
Oh, no. Well, let's pretend we didn't hear that hook shot. It never happened. But that was not the way to try and start the final fight, potentially of the game. Never mind, they still have a chance here with the Wukong's command laid down. No, they don't. He got pushed out of it. So the Wukong's command gets put to a stop. They've got the shackle on a Snake King. He's pretty tanky.
They're
with all these
taking
auras
0
that
damage.
being kicked out by Amar. I mean, they're just not doing anything at all.
They're not doing anything.
They've just got to run. They're getting picked apart one by one. It's all too much here for 1W at this point. Falcons, they'll kill off the 4 of them, respect the last one left alive.
GG.
He'll live alive long enough to call GG. This one's over. Falcons taking game 1, Fogged.
Yeah, like I said, first 20-25 minutes was pretty decent, I would say. I mean, they went for focus fire on the Wind Ranger, which I think also slows down his momentum and his growth overall. You could see that Chira's farm was pretty stagnated, I feel like, and he was desperate to find kills to be able to get that farm going, which he did get some cool shackles, but this game exploded very quick. 20-25 minutes, decently close. One team fight that goes poorly, game's kind of over.
It certainly felt like that. That was a tough one. But you got to imagine, looking back on this, one of the reasons why this did play out to be a bit of a struggle was, I feel, because of the draft, right?
Yes.
They kind of, the hand got forced 1W into a way where they had to make these changes. They had to do this adaptation of putting the Wind Ranger in the mid. Maybe indeed the Beastmaster was not their ideal choice of heroes, even though Cloud, for the most part, had a pretty good early to mid game. They were forced into a tough spot.
Yeah, I think like opening up with these 2 heroes that are cores, then you pick these 2 supports which aren't the most potent, especially not the Pugna in a way. You kind of revealed so much of your hand early, so I think Falcons, they knew how to play around it, and we saw, especially as the game progressed, they knew exactly how to play around it.
They did. Falcons looking excellent, as always, as they'll get this first win against 1W.
in very convincing fashion as well. And this was game 1 of a best-of-3 elimination series. It's the second time today we're seeing 1W. They earlier were able to take out Team 0. And if they want to have a chance of moving further, they do have to eliminate Falcons here, which I know is a tough ask, especially after seeing that game 1.
Whew, yeah, no, there's going to be a big bounce back required for 1W to, muscle up against a team like Team Falcons. And in this game, you got to give props like Skidder on the Weaver. He leaves his top lane, he occupies the bottom side of the map very early on, he keeps just applying pressure. And that was also kind of the theme of everyone on Team Falcons. Oh, look, we're starting the highlight. Guess who's diving to tier 2? I think this was, of course, we're kind of 20 minutes deep and it kind of feels like good. But before this highlight as well, it just kept happening and over again. So, yeah, 1W, maybe you could say a little bit too much reliance on items to play this game, and you can't do that against this pace.
And also the flex to mid from Windranger made it so that the Windranger had to go Gleipnir first to have presence on the map, because you want your Windranger to be able to move around and fight into the enemies. And because of that, the BKB timing was incredibly delayed. By the time that Falcons got the second Roche, Windranger was still farming up that BKB. They go through the gate afterwards, kill Windranger again before she finishes the BKB. And at that point, you're only playing, when Falcons get that strong, you're only playing on one BKB, on your Monkey King. So Monkey King would have to commit it. Maybe they get a kill on the Batrider, but while that's happening, you're getting all of this range damage from Weaver. You have this Kunkka bot that you're worried about. And I gotta say, Weaver, Skeeter, he really popped off. He played an incredible game.
Yeah, and we talked about how, so many times we do mention how much damage can you do in the laning stage, in the mid game. Talking about hero combinations, this might also be one of the best ones I've seen, because Weaver with Tusk Weaver, you have drinking buddies, you have Shikuchi to get on top of the hero, you have double attack, so all that extra damage that you're getting from drinking buddies feels really nice, and pretty much a perfect game from Skeeter. He did die only one time, he was all over the place, and there's a big difference in itemization between two carries, where you have Munkushi going for Battle Fury. I had to double check. This is the only Battle Fury purchase on a position 1 Monkey King, which feels really bad. We're in a fast meta, so you need to be able to come online as soon as possible, compared to Weaver, who's buying into Gleipnir, buying into Power Treads, into these small items. So he's going to be ready to take the fight extremely well early on, and there isn't that much lockdown. There isn't he's not going to get focused down from 100 to 0. There's going to be a snowball save, some boat, any kind of help he can get from the team, and it felt really nice. This had to be one of the freest Weaver games I've seen so far.
It also feels like there's been miscommunication in 1W, right? They flex Winner into mid, and personally, if I have Winner on my team and I see Kunkka or Snapfire, it needs to be Marshall and BKB. You can't go for the Gleipnir. Even if you can argue, sure, it gives you a bit more lockdown to play the fight, if you cannot enter the fight with confidence, then you're not doing anything for your team. And then you have the Battle Fury on the Monkey King. You basically put your position 1 and 2 to be vulnerable to any early game damage, to not fight into Falcons. And it's I don't think they were ready for this type of flex, because I think if this is Winner and carry, he's going for a BKB. But on the mid lane, his mindset's completely different, because I need to find kills, I need to be active. It's maybe the BKB on Winner with a slightly more aggressive build from Monkey would have changed everything. But during the game, to call for that takes a lot of discipline, and I just don't think they had it in this game.
No, I kind of also feel like at some point later on, it felt like Shira Jr., if he was just struggling a lot, he was found a lot by Falcons.
Yeah, Falcons never really let up. Even though we did see them get killed a few times around the map, they still kept barreling down whichever lane. And they saw the itemization coming out from 1W's heroes. They saw that Windranger didn't have this BKB, and there was nothing really to defend him from anything. So they kept running into him over and over again. There were so many tools at their disposal, with the Mortimer's Kisses, with the X, with the Lasso. It was not a safe game for Windranger to step up. And again, we talk about the BKB, but you're going to regret not making it in a game like that, because it made it so that you were unable to fight. And here we can see Amar's stats come up. I mean, Kunkka as a hero, look at this itemization. The Crimson Guard, the Pipe, the Mech, the Ags. Even when you think you have some signs of life because your Beastmaster gets such an early Ags, you have this offlaner who's building so much damage mitigation, never making that Beastmaster Ags a threat.
Yeah, and a cool thing, at least for Amar, You know, you have multiple options for your facet. You know, Collapse and most other offlaners want to go for Grog Blossom, which gives you the run buff on your X mark. But he's going for High Tide because he's in a lane where he can utilize the cooldown reduction against the melee heroes, able to apply that pressure to keep, you know, whittling down his opponent. But I'm pretty sure if the matchup was different, then he goes for another facet. And that is kind of the beauty of what facets are. Like Amar, he thinks about it, he's changing it up based on his lane. And again, maybe in the future, all heroes will have the ability to choose other facets and not just only pick one. But yeah.
Lanes are so important. Like, this was the big part of the bottom lane going well, but also top lane. Sweden Strong, he did not have the Cripify until level 4, which was a bit of a mistake there. I think you need to have that maybe even at level 2, because you're playing against most the physical damage, drinking buddies, you have Weaver getting on top of you. So you need some kind of a defensive tool to be able to punch back, and they didn't have any. Also, you're playing against Beastmaster. That's a really good matchup for Weaver because you can dodge the axes, you can kill these boars easily, and they snowballed out of the lanes. There were some really good mid-game team fights that the 1W did take, some really nice shackles coming out from Chiro Jr., but other than that, they had their number, and also seeing Mulreen play, you know, one of his Siggies playing this Batrider also shows that Team Falcons, they're not afraid to experiment, pick a really strong hero when it's a good game for it.
Yeah, and I also do want to highlight that a big part of Falcon Snowball did come from Weaver. Like, after the laning stage, Weaver... After the laning stage...
Continue. Please.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Skeeter goes through the gate very early on because Malrine made a rotation to shut down Munkishi's Monkey King. He actually got away, and at that point he was doing pretty well on that lane. So Skeeter made it his job to shut down the enemy carry. He did not stay on his lane very long. He went through the gate, he got a kill on Monkey King, and he stayed. He kept farming the enemy jungle, and then we saw Skeeter diving that tier 2 really early on in the game, also killing the Monkey King, bringing hero TPs to that lane. Like, he felt like a one-man show after the laning stage at some point.
Skeeter is the only player in Dota 2 that has his own facet. That's how good he is on this hero. He has Skeeter Step. Just want to point that out.
Very fair point.
Have you been sitting on that one for a while?
Yeah, first time when I saw it, I'm like, you know, it's going to be a perfect time to say thanks for the production, you know, for bringing this up on screen.
No, he did play great. His whole team played great. And it makes me wonder, we mentioned all these things that Falcons did well and that 1W was just basically one step behind in the draft, as well as in items, as well as in gameplay. And it makes me wonder where they should focus T in game number 2 to have a better showing, because we said the only time that they could do well in the previous game was if they stretched out the game very long, which is a tough ask to do against a team of Falcons caliber.
Yeah, it's a difficult one because draft-wise, like, if Pugna gets decrept before, you know, level 4 or whatever, and actually can, you know, delay the tag team damage, top lane can go better. If they can then do that, then they play behind Beastmaster. If Winona buys a BKB, they can maybe take a fight. I think we don't really need to harp on the draft too much in this game, because I think there are so many small decisions made by individual players that prevented them from actually showing what 1W can do in the competition and what they've done so before, that it's kind of hard to really, you know, find excuses elsewhere. So yeah, I think individually they just need to have a better read on the game, because if they don't, then yeah, Falcons are looking to potentially 2-0 this one.
Ooh,
Just play better is what T says, basically.
Yeah, that's always the case. But looking at top 3 offlane combos, I knew Kunkka Snapfire, we did mention it multiple times, is super strong, but the win rate is really up there. These 2 heroes, because you have a way of setting things up, you have quite a lot of damage, you have sustain in this lane, you have so much like damage mitigation. You have Cookie with the shard, extra healing that comes out, and also Mirana. And
I think that's only Cloud9.
Okay,
that must only be Cloud9.
Because I've been trying to remember which team did play it. We've seen, you know, a lot of Team Spirit bringing out this Snapfire plus Kunkka combo. Worked really well for them. But this one is also... I see a lot of Snapfire, though. This hero is really good because she can keep the distance. You can build pretty much anything that you want from position 4. And you're never going to lack damage with this hero, no matter what.
Very true. You want to see some other combinations, Effie?
I do.
For example, some safe lane combos that have been doing really well at this international so far. It's not surprising to see the cat ladies with the tree in there, surely.
No, not at all. I mean, it's the standard high damage range DPS carry plus big strong melee position 5. I am surprised the Mirana plus Treant combo is at a 33% win rate, because Mirana is the highest win rate carry at the moment, I believe, with an 80% win rate. I have not verify the stats exactly, but I do believe she is winning most of her games and is respected as the OP hero at the moment from either support or safe lane. So maybe the teams that have run the Mirana plus Treant have pushed it down a little bit, but
the only time teams ban out the Mirana or the Treant for that matter is when they let them through, is when people know that they can counter it. They have a plan catered towards it, which is probably why that doesn't win as much.
Yeah, Mirana has a 64% win rate so far in the tournament, and yeah, I think it's just a hero that's been played so much by everyone that the stats will be skewed by some of the teams who are already eliminated, trying to play what the better teams are doing.
do you have the stats from Carrie? Because I think at the start of the show today, the first panel brought it up.
Going deeper, please. Give me a second.
It's also because indeed we saw the win rate of the
Yes,
Mars
my
Mirana.
apologies. Let me develop this stat further. Yes, 63% overall. Yes. Core offlane, 100%. Core safe lane, 47%. 4 position, 80%.
That's
That's where the 80%.
So the Saxons of the world are inflating these stats a little bit. There we go.
Because she seemed to be the carry that comes online slightly later compared to some of these other carries like Luna and especially Windranger. Because Mirana, she hits like really hard, but you need to get that level 15 talent, you need a shard. Your other big power spike is once you hit that level 20, but there are other heroes that counter her, I would say, more compared to some of these other carries who can stand the ground, like Windranger and also Luna, which has been pretty much the hero of the tournament when it comes down from position 1.
I do want to point out that in the game we just watched, game 1 of the series, Mirana was ignored.
Mar is laughing at something so hard, he started crying. He has something really spicy coming up for the second game.
Or
in the old
he
chat.
has spicy stuff in his eyes.
I hope not.
Have you ever done that?
Hope not either.
Where you like cooked food and then put it into your eyes?
I think I did, but I thought I washed it off, and then you know
It
how you
happens
sometimes
again.
like you want to remove like you think you washed your hands, but you didn't do it well enough.
I'm still pondering the stats that we talked about, because I remember the first panel talking about Mirana's stats, and I heard 80%, and having it be played from 4, it has gone ignored. And there was a Kunkka in the last game, and Falcons opted for the Weaver instead, and they showed us why. It looked so good. It was played to perfection by a Skeeter, but teams have seemed to kind of look at Mirana as a finesse hero. I feel like she's a lot more individualistic for player styles than these Windrangers and Lunas that have been played for multiple months. Because Mirana has recently emerged as the hero of the tournament. So similarly to Sand King at Riyadh, who a lot of teams didn't play before and started playing then, I think Mirana is also in that situation, which could be why her safe lane win rate is lower than you would expect.
That being said, in Falcons, we got Snaking Mirana, Crit Mirana. They're both very strong.
They are. I'm just looking at the draft, which is pretty much the same openers, but...
When you say pretty much, you mean like 100%?
100%, yes. I don't want to see Windranger being picked up for one dub team after, because they reveal too much. These two heroes are physical damage cores. There is some mixed damage, of course, with the Windranger, but I would say that they reveal too much when it comes down picking up your position 1 and position 2 immediately. Sure, there's some flex to it, but they didn't flex it in the end, and I feel like you need a different approach, especially when you play against Falcons.
And they could hit them with the Bat Band too on 1W if they want to potentially rerun something similar, because that is the hero that threw their draft into turmoil.
1W might also just go, if we ban Weaver and let them have Luna, that feels better for them, because they... No way can a Luna play that deep into your map than the Weaver did, right? So strategically, if you need a little bit more time to come online, Luna, you play from lane back to the jungle. You might help take a 10-minute tower, but after that, you retreat to your jungle. So this could just be a do the same draft, ban the Weaver this time. If they want Luna, they get Luna, but at least we're going to have, at least opportunities to find our rhythm into the game.
It's Falcons that make the first change. They ban out Batrider.
They could be looking at Windranger for themselves. That's a potential option.
Yeah. They're kind of reminding 1W that if you want to go down you ban this here, then suddenly you're opening up more opportunities for us to punish you elsewhere. So the Batrider kind of makes them second guess the ban a little bit.
Let's see where they go with this. As we said previous time, they banned out Luna and picked up Windrunner. Will they do the same thing? Or will they? They kind of almost have to ban out Windrunner if they don't want to pick it up. Windranger.
Don't have to.
It's not necessary. I mean, you can go for Kunkka yourself and play off of that.
True.
It would be a hero that simplifies 1W's gameplay for sure.
But what if you? Well, then you have to pick Kunkka out of the face. So then you give also potentially Luna.
That could be fine because if you're not taking Kunkka for yourself or banning it out, you're giving Falcons a Kunkka run back, which they would be more than happy to.
True. They ban out Weaver. That's the problem from last game. So step one, we still have all the heroes we mentioned, Luna, Kunkka, and Windranger in the pool.
I mean, with the bat band as well, they might still go for the Windrunner, knowing it's like, okay, we know what mistakes we made. They can't bat to mid. We don't have to do this like weird flex. So, due to the Falcons ban, we could just see a repeat of the previous game.
Could. It's a better one for sure, because there's no Weaver, there's no Bat that you said, and they would have a better entry to the team fight. But this is also fine. This also means that this Monkey most likely going to be played from the mid lane. So far, we haven't seen Monkey being switched to position 4. I don't remember seeing a game because the value that you lose, I would say, is too much. And also the recent nerfs to his tree jumping, you receive any kind of damage nowadays, it's going to go on cooldown, so you're not going to be as effective as you were a patch ago.
Fun fact. Skeeter hasn't played Windranger at all this international.
That's quite a skidder thing to do, though. To enter a tournament, not to play the most popular hero of the tournament.
We're going back to Nature's Prophet.
Yeah.
And his heroes have worked for him, though. That's the one thing about Falcons is it always seems like Skeeter's had a slightly different hero pool than all other carries. You know, running Weaver when it wasn't popular, running Wraith King consistently when it fell out of favor.
Yeah,
So,
when he came into the scene, this guy was playing CK back in, I don't know when that was, 2016, 17, playing for Penta Esports, making the start of his career, playing CK when nobody else wanted to touch that hero, and that was one of his Siggies, still is to the day, because he really likes to play it, and he really plays it well.
Yeah, Falcons here in this position. I kind of expect the 4 again. The Snapfire, the Mirana, all these heroes that we're mentioning before. Any good laning setup for Kunkka? Yeah, it doesn't really complicate your draft too much. You know it's going to be a strong lane, can play into most matchups. You still have the last pick for your carry. And there it is.
it would be surprising if it went ignored again with another Kunkka, with it being such a classic combo of X and Arrow. But the flex is still open. We talked about Skeeter's slightly hipster hero pool, but this could still be a 1 or a 4.
10 seconds remaining.
Very true. It's something that 1W will have to speculate on as well, as they need some support for themselves. Previously, they went for Clockwork Kunkka. This time around, they get the Beefy Boy. That's someone we just saw.
Big team fights, a lot of circles, Trin Protector with Monkey King. Very easy to execute. Throw in Luna's damage from the Eclipse. You have a very easy team fight. You don't have to, necessarily hit any of these spells like, wow, I need to hit X mark into arrow combo, snowball save. This type of a draft is relatively easy to play from 1W.
And we saw the win rate of these two heroes as a safe lane pairing. It's the highest of the tournament for any safe lane pairing. But also, if this Mirana was being considered in the carry role, Trian is a solution to her, because you can just overgrowth, stop her leaps, stop her attacks, with all of that immense damage from Solar Flare.
And 1W is a team that can still play the Monkey support. We already mentioned that we don't see it, but Sweden Strong, he was the first Monkey King player when the new map got released, with the trees on top of the... So, do you know how big the map is? There used to be trees on the extremes of the map. He was the player, the first pro, to jump on those trees, making it untargetable, and actually getting it patched out within 24 hours. But yeah, he likes playing position for Monkey King, and that flex to the very end could enable the draft a little bit more, because Tree Luna doesn't need help. Beastmaster, after some waves, could be independent to some degree, and then you can play on the map, so something to consider.
And we talked about the Skeeter hipster hero pool. Gyro was also one of the heroes that he was consistently playing, even without an IO, as part of the Falcons' identity. It has strong lane presence and a strong map presence early on, but this hero is not popular at all in this patch. We saw the stats come up just now on the screen. 1 pick this entire tournament. It didn't win. It's been banned 4 times. This hero is not considered very good, so it's not on the radar of many teams.
But it's filthy right now due to drinking buddies. You thought Flak was annoying in lane? You got to do now is drinking buddies to your gyrocopter. He gets free damage, flax. No more tag team on the hero. You can flak everything. Creep waves, neutrals, heroes. It's a very spooky lane.
This does to a lane, especially if this monkey is going to be played from position 4. The team mentioned. I think you need to take an L and play this monkey mid.
Yes, you
find
have to,
another position 4. Again, we're going back to Snapfire to break the comp. She's banned. Never mind. Some other position 4 because this lane, the way you play out this lane with Gyrocopter and Tusk, you shove out the wave. You have sentries on your Tusk, and then you have pretty much both pools open because you can't get close to this because damage is too high. Your boars, your hawks are not going to do anything. You're going to kill that off almost immediately.
And not just that, because the lane is constantly pushed into Beastmaster's tower, that allows for early triangle access if Gyro wins this lane. Like, he is one of the carries that can walk into a stack, take it very quickly, and walk out with the help of his support +1.
Yeah. Falcons just do a very good job in the draft where they identify a flex or something that 1W are leaning on, and then they remove it. Like the bat to take away the monkey flex, the gyrocopter to take away like the monkey king. It's like it really complicates it, and you see from the bans as well. 1W protecting the monkey mid now with a Huskar ban, a storm ban.
You might need some like casual Rubik thrown in here for 1W team. There are good spells to steal. X mark to break the enemy. X mark, snowball. Against Gyrocopter, it's not as good. Stuff from Mirana is okay-ish.
I also like Jakiro. We haven't seen him that much, but it's a lot of, ranged poke for the Gyro, lots of combo break with the Ice Path. Could potentially disrupt some X's, some snowballs.
Together with Beastmaster, so far they have only played Bat and Pugna, and obviously Bat is out of the pool. Pugna is still in, though. Yay.
If he levels D-Crep, sure.
That sounded very enthusiastic. So you're excited for some more Pugna.
It was meant sarcastically, but
who isn't excited for a little skeleton run? No, my issue with Pugna as a hero is like with the changes to facets, he didn't necessarily develop a playstyle that feels very strong in what it does. Both of his facets are a bit meh. Like the one that you play off of the Netherward is what people take, but it doesn't feel as impactful as it should. There aren't that many spellcasters in this meta. The other issue is that the one with however many towers you take, you get damage amp. That one's quite useless.
Falcons are so mean. Like 1W, the strategy is simple. Farm, push. Now they're going to be running into shrapnels and drinking buddy flat cannons, Tidebringers. Like Falcons can keep this game going as long as they need to. They have plenty of wave clear and ways to just punish objective focused teams, and it kind of feels like that's what 1W has, but it's a little bit of greed, not really a map play pick from Falcons, so that does give an opportunity for 1W to overwhelm them with their last pick.
But how do you overwhelm the sniper? Because he's picked to beat up Monkey King on lane, but you look at the heroes that are being played.
Ooh, Primal Beast. That's kind of was their bread and butter.
Fully sack the offlane, go
sack
primal.
the offlane, win the safe lane, win the mid lane. This matchup, it looks like you're winning. First, like level 2, level 3 on Sniper, you're doing a good job, hoo hoo ha ha. Then suddenly Primal Beast charges in on top of you. You could easily feed. This is like a really tough matchup for Snipey.
Yeah, Beastmaster can play behind tower and just soak waves. So the whole flat cannon that we're talking about, if you just keep dragging waves and ignore it, then you can sack it in a way that you aren't just fully deleting your offlane. So yeah, I could see 1W having that ability to find the mid hero.
You're proposing the Monkey King flex to 4.
If Chira Jr. right now in the draft says, give me this mid hero, I will win you the game. As a drafter, I give him that hero. But it doesn't happen.
I think the issue with the Monkey King flex to 4 is that it would lose so hard, not only on lane, but in map play, because it's playing into all of this ground damage from the side of Falcons with the shrapnel, the call down, the X in the boat. It can't have any impact in team fights, so it would have to have been so strong of a mid.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we're kind of saying. If it was a confident pick, we go for it. If not, back to the 4 as expected, monkey to mid. Their draft is on paper, plays lanes, pushes, but it will eventually struggle when pushing because of shrapnel and flak cannon and tide and all this stuff. So
I think it's a shame that melee like fours like Earth Spirit don't really exist anymore because you have nothing to jump the mid sniper. The only hero that jumps mid sniper is Monkey King, who's going to lose mid to the mid sniper. And your supports can't really rotate on him or kill him early after the laning stage after one Hurricane Pike. There's going to be a problem with sniper here.
You have so much protection as well coming out with the anything that Kunkka buys, the boat buff as well, snowball save. Your natural item build is going to be, you're going to get your Hurricane Pike so you can keep him away, Blood Grenade as well, because you don't have to play as greedy as, let's say, when you're playing position 1 sniper or whatever. But this feels, again, another outdraft from Team Falcons, and they're going to have a really hard time battling them once they get to this like 1.5, 2 item timings on Falcons.
Okay, we've painted a very grim picture here for 1W. Effie, could you give me one thing that you feel like if 1W does this one thing, Falcons will hate them?
Like on this link.
Wow. Follow these 3 guys.
I think if they can get just enough off of their lanes and get an early ags on Beastmaster, then instead of having to like worry about sniper later on in the game, they can maybe just play for tempo of their own while Luna farms an item or 2, and then hopefully they can run down a lane and get something out of it. It looks tough, but that's their recipe to maybe success.
That's their window for forcing out potentially a 3rd game. Let's see if they can do it before we head into game number 2, though. First, some words from Coach Achilles.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, indeed. So, game 1 was a little bit rough. What have you changed for game number 2?
Первая игра была достаточно сложной, что поменяли ко второй?
Ну, в первую очередь, немножечко драфты поменяли, вот, и чуть сделать себе комфортную игру. Ну и в целом, как бы можно было первый выигрывать, но чутка нас, да, переиграли по движению на карте.
So we changed the draft a bit and, well, made it more comfortable for ourselves. We could have won the first one, but some things were outplayed by our opponents. Sorry.
Absolutely. I mean, Falcons, very good opponents indeed. So, when you prepared for today, did you prepare for both series equally, or were you most focused on one series over the other?
Когда вы к сегодняшнему дню готовились, вы готовились ко всей серии серьезно, ну, ко всей серии или готовились к какой-то определенной игре?
Мы готовились и сразу, то есть и к Team Zero, и к Team Falcon, то есть мы сразу готовы были играть сегодня целый день.
So they were prepared to play against Team Falcon and Team Zero, so they were ready to play the whole day.
All right, very well prepared for this one. Let's see how it goes with Odie and Fogged.
Thank you. Yes, let's find out indeed if 1W have what it takes to be able to try and push this series to a game 3 and hold on here in the lower bracket against Falcons. Game 1 was pretty rough for them.
It was.
At this game 2, looking at what we've got on the drafts, is there anything that could give them a bit of a better hope this time round, Fogged?
I think their draft overall looks easier to play, that's for sure. I mean, Pugna is definitely a risky hero, and this one it's a lot easier to make aggressive moves. They try to go for this early first blood onto Amar, won't be able to quite get it. Falcons will get the 3 bounties, but overall, yeah, I'd say their draft just looks more cohesive this time around. You know, the Pugna clockwork for me were a bit weird. That being said, though, they still have this first pick Monkey King that now is put into a pretty tough matchup, and he is, as Miro was saying, this is the hero that has to be the gap close versus that sniper. So let's see what Shira Jr. looks to do with his build and with his play overall, because I've seen a lot of different item builds lately on these Monkey Kings. It's about like getting these shards potentially earlier, which could be a cool option to be that extra gap close on Malrine, but yeah, we'll have to see how the lane in particular goes as
Good. I think it's probably the Monkey King bug again.
Again, that thing.
Yeah, Amar, he's indeed, it's just the Monkey King interaction. I don't actually know what it is. I guess it only happens in lobbies. Or sometimes
I haven't had that happen to me.
I think sometimes when you load in and you can't click him.
Okay, that was an old one. That must have come back.
I think that's maybe what still the issue sometimes here at the start when they load in.
All right. Well, looks like they're fixing that really
but
quickly.
Definitely something Monkey King related, as Amar is able to confirm for us.
But yeah, overall, I would say that their draft overall it looks more comfortable for me. They have multiple forms of disables. They have a BKB piercing from the 5 position as well, on top of with the Beastmaster. So for me, the draft looks better from 1W by a lot compared to the last one. But Falcons, they've got a bit of a interesting kind of approach with their gyrocopter, because the team that played gyro at this tournament, it was 1W versus that Enigma, if you remember. Of course, there was some lane switching, but he wasn't amplified much. He had an IO to boost him. This gyrocopter has drinking buddies, solar flare especially, and of course there's Helix Solar Crest. But the drinking buddies and solar flare, the damage that's going to give and the speed that you can chunk out your flak from the solar flare, sounds like a fun combo, to be honest. So
and Skeeter, in the previous patch, isn't just a history of his performances as a carry. He's always been one of the solid gyro players.
Oh, that's cool. Look at Snipe using the drinking buddies on the creep just to be able to push forward and get that. That sometimes is the disadvantage of drinking buddies when you're a solo Tusk. You want your tag team, but he had a creep there for him, so that was actually kind of cool. Snae's been very good at this Tusk. And looks like he is going to be providing some very nice laning, in particular for the gyro. So 2 lanes that do look like they're going to be pretty successful overall for the side of Falcons. I'm just wondering how Chira is going to be able to do versus that sniper matchup.
And how easy does it look for Munkushi to get to play his game on the Luna? Because this hero, of course, it's been seeing a lot of wins in this tournament.
Just the Falcons' playstyle of collapsing with Skeeter, I think, is something that can be complicated for some of these like sit back and farm safe laners. But overall, I mean, they have one of the best safe lanes in the game right now, right? They have Tree, they have Luna, so overall, that lane should, in theory, do well.
Yeah, I think one of the stats actually before the game of the series, it was what, about 83% win rate, I think, with that duo.
Well, Luna has like an 80% win rate on her
just
own,
flat
right?
out, yeah. But it's that little bit higher when there's a Treant in the game with it.
For sure.
It's that good right now.
But yeah, bottom, we're already seeing difficulties, especially for the Beast, just because of this drinking buddies, and they can just kill if there's any creeps or anything, so he can't actually play his lane too well.
So far, CS on this top lane. 10 last hits from Mar, 12 and 2 from Munkushi, so having that slight edge. But as to be expected for, indeed, I believe as the stats say, probably one of, if not the strongest safe lane duo in this tournament right now that we're seeing.
Absolutely.
On that mid lane, 17 for 3 against the 13 for 2. I mean, it's obviously a little bit of a lead here for the sniper, but things considered, would you say this is pretty good stuff from Chira Jr. that he's not getting that far behind on the early levels?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty good. I just think that he's going to get bullied out of lane really soon. You can't play around Jingu. There is no way to get Jingu stacks ever, so your sustain war versus a sniper, you just lose the sustain. So the longer you sit in the lane, unless you get like a rotation, it becomes hard. And I imagine Malreen's just going to play as bullying as possible. He just pops the glyph for the boundless there. So yeah, he's going to really look to push this issue now at the level 4. And Chira has to be careful. Could just go down.
There's so much damage here, these shrapnels with that asset, and indeed he completely underestimated that. Just the speed that the damage comes out once the levels are there on shrapnel, and with this crazy facet on sniper, you're just dead.
And oh gosh, we're gonna have to see what he does to recover, because now it's like going back to the mid lane is scary. So the 3 lanes already looking good. Top, of course, the Luna's doing well, but these other 2 lanes, this sniper lane is devastating. They're gonna have some big time sniper issues this game. Does he already have treads coming? He already has the treads coming, so treads with the Wraith Band and extra stats.
And with this sort of start that Malreen's had, it feels like that lane is not really somewhere you can bring a +1 in to try and dive him, because if it goes even a little bit wrong, you could very easily feed away a double kill to this sniper.
I feel like Chira might have to just kind of like start roaming or something. This looks really sad, because Malreen's just sitting on his hill. He's denying almost every single one of these creeps now. I don't know. Do you move Sweden? I feel like you got to do something, because bottom's going pretty poorly as well.
But I think, as I say, even if you can bring Sweden over to the mid, I don't know if you're killing Malreen. I think he's killing you.
That's fair. I don't know. This just it just looks sad for me. I'm just watching Chiri's level 4. Sniper's getting every single one of the last hits. And Beast, it's not like, I don't know how much the Hoodwink's helping for Cloud down here. So I mean, he's helping, but I don't know. We'll have to see. Well, I'm just watching Chira. Let's see where he goes. I think you got to roam. And it looks like he's going to do that.
That's the only option.
It feels like it.
But it's, you know, against a Mirana, not really something you're going to get. Maybe he could try for a mark. The Boundless, the Lucent Beam. 3 of them chasing him down.
26.
Stick charges.
Malreen's here.
He's got backup coming in, and Mars able to walk away as he holds Chira Jr. back with the X mark. Malreen turning up with the TP. He's cleaned up a double. Assassinate's coming in. The arrows there into the Assassinate. Triple kill for Malreen.
Oh, man.
Uh-oh.
Well, we had hopes for game 3, but Falcons is not really making it look like it's likely. 3,000 or more gold lead already. Malreen makes it look easy. He's like, oh, okay, he's roaming top. I'll just TP slowly.
What do you do? If you're this Monkey King, if you're Chira Jr., you've had this terrible time mid, you've tried to make a rotation happen, it's just gone horribly wrong.
It's so sad at 6 minutes that it's a 4,000 gold lead. Malreen, Haste Rune. And he's got back up as well. Chira.
I mean, Maureen knew that Chira was going to jump for the wave there. Gets the shrapnel in preparation. He's dead again.
They'll get a trade.
At least they get snaking. There you go. But this sniper, my goodness.
It's devastating. It truly is. I mean, this was such a good type of little pivot there from Falcons to be able to have this matchup. They knew this monkey's going mid, and Chira is bottom 4 net worth already at this point. Great play from Amar, baiting them, of course, with the 21 when that whole play happens top, but oh boy. Recovery outlet time already. It's kind of sad. You have to like kind of play around getting stacks, but Crit with a haste, looking to steal the rune.
Oh yeah, he wants that wisdom.
They can't allow
Crit
this
can
to
get
happen.
it. I mean, see if Sweden Strong can mess with him. Crit, if he can get a little arrow in, might give him the time to pick it up, and indeed the arrow's out. Crit's able to get the pickup. May die for this.
He's got the leap.
That's true. In fact, a couple of leaps and a TP. Is he going to get out as well? He is. Gets the wisdom rune, gets out of there. Uh-oh. Things continue to look up and up and up here for Falcons in this game too.
Level 5 Monkey King, level 8 Sniper. I mean, Maureen has played it to perfection in the lane, and with that one little rotation, I mean, it's 7 minutes, but pretty commandingly that they've got already. And so far, Skeeter, he's been able to get the free farm, and just, I mean, they shut down everybody. Luna is farming okay, but it's not like the Luna dominated the lane by any means.
No. Amar was still able to find quite a bit out of that top lane. I mean, as you can see on the numbers, just as much as the Luna did. So Amar doing perfectly fine against what, as I say on the stats, has been the strongest duo in this tournament. The Treant and the Luna didn't bother Amar one bit.
Nope. And getting to Maureen at this point, very difficult. He's just taking out pretty much the entire mid tower. Javelin's done. This could be one of the quicker Maelstroms, at least you see on a mid sniper.
I think it has to be. We should be able to get the art. Once he's got the Maelstrom, we'll be able to check the art and timing on that.
Unless they can somehow kill him, but I don't know how they kill and rotate onto him without, like, it's like Munkushi has to do something, but you can't pull your Luna out of this situation. Luna has to just jungle. Feels like Monkey King has to jungle, and Beastmaster's also one of those that kind of has to jungle too, so it's kind of sad. So just trying to see what they can actually do to fix this bit of an early game that's just absolutely devastating because of the mid lane. Level 6 on the Kunkka too. So yeah, kill threat in all lanes on the side of Falcons if anybody shows, because they've got just such high levels and such high gold already from stealing the wisdoms and dominating those lanes. 6,000.
And they can dive for Cloud.
They cliff it.
They've got the snowball, they've got the cooldown, they've got the everything.
Artillery from above.
Bringing in the big guns here, Falcons.
And even Crit able to play confident at the tier 2 mid because of how far behind 1W is. He can even do stuff like this to just force reactions and movements and get reads of the map. They can play so free. So for a 1W, I mean, at this point right now, you have to get your levels somehow, but everybody is pretty under-leveled. Even the Beastmaster, not quite 6. Last game, at least, he had an kind of okay start. This one, it's just, nobody has a game.
That's a tough one.
Yeah, it's a tough one.
I guess the good news for 1W was that at least game 1 wasn't as one-sided as this one. That's not great news.
It's
but
not.
Yeah, it's not good news.
I guess that they were more comfortable with the Pugna and stuff, but I mean, the devastation really is just this mid.
Yeah.
More so than anything. Yes, the other lanes, of course, were problematic, but they have no mid laner. And his one rotation they tried actually got Maui to triple kill, so. It's lingering around top. Munkushi. He's got the Eclipse.
He might have a chance to take down Amar. Drinking Buddies pulls him out to the side though. Snaking trying to save him. Drops down the shards, but the bushwhack is there. They'll be able to drag back Amar. They get the kill, but Maureen's turned up, and Falcons, they're ready to get some kills in return. Chira Jr., the Assassinate's coming in. Bam! That's the Monkey King gone.
At least they'll get Amar. They're going to be smiling about that one.
And Snaking.
He wants more.
Indeed, maybe seeing if he can get a further catch. He's got the shards up in a second.
Kushi, you gotta be careful how he sticks around here. Okay, he'll back away. But they have to commit a lot to be able to bring down the Kunkka, and they're still gonna lose their tower out of it. We'll be able to finish up that Mask of Madness, and at the least with that too, Cloud gets like a little bit of breathing room to be like, okay, at least I see Falcons playing topside and they're not stealing my Ancients. So he's able to, small little gains, of course, silver linings with how horrendous this early game has gone for them.
See what Falcons want to take next.
World is their oyster.
Tier 1's all gone. Blade Mail for Amar, so next time round, if they do go on in a similar fashion, it's highly likely that, I mean, especially with the difference and just how far behind they are, they'll kill themselves pretty quickly on the Blade Mail damage. They're going to have to be careful about how they try and tackle this Kunkka.
I actually feel like they don't really have damage without Eclipse. I think that's by far their only way to really kill people at this point. And if they don't get the full burst onto him like pre-Braum or pre-Boat, he probably just lives. Or gets Snowball saved since Snake is pretty much always there to get those type of saves. And yeah, there's that Maelstrom. So Treads Maelstrom with 2 wands and a bunch of stat items. I mean, maybe not the absolute fastest, but
yeah, might not be the fastest Maelstrom, because we've definitely seen some rushed. But indeed, if you take into account his full inventory, definitely one of the higher GPMs we've had on a sniper at 12 minutes in.
They're looking to make a move on Amar, but he's so tanky, and it's on Munkushi instead.
It's the boat connection.
All right, off the mark.
And Munkushi should have the chance to run from this. Off to the side, Respect's going to get shot down very quickly by Malorine.
Amar is still chasing.
Munkushi should be fine. He has enough backup to get underneath the safety of the tier 2 tower, so we'll be able to continue farming.
Falcons bring in the entire squad. Crit now at this point has surpassed the mid laner, poor Chira Jr. Just trying to get the farm up with the Primal Springs, but yeah, he's starting to get surpassed by these supports as well. Just can't make any type of move successful. Just feels like if he jumps in, he's just going to die or potentially set up for a disastrous move. They just have to try to get farm on this Munkushi, on this Luna. But Falcons not really giving them much breathing room. 4 heroes playing inside the enemy jungle.
And even if they do catch eyes on Amar here, very hard to do anything about him.
They have a ward on Malorine right now. Snae's just going aggressive, but they've got the stun.
They do. They have the control on Malorine. They're going to be able to burst through. That's a big kill for Munkushi to find.
Huge.
They're going to be able to take down Snake King as well by the looks of it. Snake King also caught out a double kill going to Munkushi on the carry.
The most important one that can get these kills, that ward that they placed on the high ground, it saw them split up.
Yeah, quite a bit of something there.
I mean, he needs, give him every single kill at this point. Like it is essentially, it's pretty much a full 4 protect 1 at this point, so all about Munkushi.
Well, they want the 14-minute Wisdom Rune, Falcons. And they're going to get it. They may just get some kills out of it as well. Amar very quick there. Actually, no, was it Skeeter, I believe, who cut the tree? One of them cut the tree.
But Sweden survives.
Okay, yep, combo not going to fully connect, and with the TPs coming in, they'll start to back off.
How the hell did he live? Did he get, was it a healing Lotus or something that pumped him up? Because he looked like he was dying to the burst. Either a big stick or a Lotus as well. I didn't actually quite see, but all right. Does survive. But doesn't get their wisdom.
And 1W. 1,000 gold away from Cloud having his Aghanims.
A little bit of something at the least.
Slowing it down a bit. You know, sure, the 7K lead is still pretty huge.
It's massive.
The Falcons have, but they did have that a few minutes ago. It hasn't gotten any bigger.
It is also the experience, though, right? Because they've gotten these wisdom runes, too. So besides having that massive gold lead, they also have a pretty significant XP lead. Over 6 levels in advantage with that. And Crit is literally a core. He's, level 10, wow.
And we've certainly seen how ridiculous some of these support Miranas get when they get a bit of farm under them.
Absolutely. I mean, the physical burst that you can do, even extra catch, because he almost has an Atos, so...
Oh, Snake King. He's on the hunt for Munkushi. Won't be able to get the shard trap on him.
Falcon's just playing super aggressive. Look, everybody's just kind of making their own moves, doing whatever it feels like they want to do, because 1W's options of making moves is just kind of non-existent. They need to have like a 5-man with an Eclipse in order to make those moves, it feels like, still at this point, when they have this big deficit. So Falcons just, move around the map however they please. Chira does have a Maelstrom, so at least does have one of those damage items, but very fragile.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Now even starting to deny a bit of these ancients away, so more gold being lost. The 1W can't quite contest right now. But that Aghanims for the Beastmaster, it is about to be finished, so could be a time for them maybe to group up and look for one of these kind of 5-man fights, but still could be problematic because you're playing into this boat and this, of course, 9,000 gold lead.
Yeah, I mean, we did see some good fights around the Ags timing last game, and Cloud was able to pick that up.
It was Falcons that ran into him a bit in that last one. They gave him a couple kills, but
they are also kind of running into them this game. You know, we've already seen what they'll play up top where Snaking and Maureen get caught off guard. If anything, though, with that already happening, unlikely, I feel, for those two to make that mistake again. Maureen now having a full Gleipnir, so that extra bit of control to hold them back if they do start to head his way in the team fight.
I think for me, the difference in this game is that if the lead is massive, don't get me wrong, but this one, it's like, it's not, Skeeter's not playing this Weaver hero that can just dive past and get these kills, but he is playing this hero that can super farm and super carry, right? Weaver can too, but Weaver more kind of dives past and is always limiting you from getting even more farm. So we are seeing them getting a little bit here on the Luna at the least.
Oh, here we go with the smoke. They'll settle for crit.
The boat's
They'll
coming
drop
out.
The roar, they've got the bushwhack. Have they got the burst? They have, and he's able to get the leap off. Get away from this attempt from 1W. Boundless Strike comes in onto Crit. Chiro Jr. trying to finish up the job. I mean, looks like even he can't do that as well as Crit's still able to step away. 1W just not having the damage to take him down, and now the backup comes in from Falcon. Skeeter's in with the flat cannon. The Wukong's come on and get clipped down. Finally, they'll kill off Crit. And in fact, with a double from Maureen in return, they'll get killed. But overall, it's 1W getting the 3 of them and only losing the 2.
Can they get away here?
There's a Gleipnir back up from Maureen. He's got the opening. Let's see if they have the control here. Mark. Next mark up in a second. Can't quite get in range or vision of Cloud.
Their 5-man is still quite strong.
And they get to walk away from that. They kill off 3 heroes. They only lose 2 themselves. And they get the big one. You know, Skeeter goes down.
Yep, very good overgrowth. Prevents the extra attacks from Skeeter, and then Munkushi's actually able to close the gap with that Eclipse. So that is their strength with this lineup.
Yeah.
It is fighting around just as a 5-man.
That's huge stuff. I mean, that looked very close as well to Skeeter being able to get into prime position to destroy them all with a flak. A 1W able to deal with it.
Yeah, beautiful overgrowth.
Closing that lead just a little bit. It's starting to fall a little bit. Not by much, still around that 7K. But again, they're holding on and making sure, as you can see, that things are starting to flatline a bit.
Just a little bit. If they can get this type of, I mean, if they can do their ulti synergy in a really good manner, then you can definitely see possibilities. If they can keep Munkushi alive as long as possible, he now has pretty much the same net worth as those other cores, so have to time this overgrowth pretty much with the flat cannon.
They're going to go straight for a mark. They remember the burst. Drinking Buddies from Snakey pushes him out to the side. He's
Oh,
going to get
stun.
the off turn straight away to burst Chiro Jr. down. Lemon Chiro Jr. is still alive. He'll get the Juku Mastery up. Can he survive with his life steal? He's still alive finally. The arrow gets him, but again, Falcons, they lost 2 heroes for that.
1W making these moves happen.
They really are.
He has sacrificed himself at least there a bit, but he survived so long.
He really did. He nearly survived completely. I mean, it's lucky for Falcons that Crit had that arrow coming in and finish off the job. I mean, respect. He's going to get spotted. Can he set anything up here for Munkushi? He can't. Gets shredded too quickly there by Crit and Skeeter.
Did they have I guess they have a sentry on the south side. He didn't expect that one just below, so only about 20 seconds left on it, but it does end up getting the catch there. And now Cloud shows himself bottom.
Shambles there with the setup. Marin's got a lot of damage for this. Crit's in as well. I don't know if there's any way he can dance out of this.
Nice hawk.
Okay, the hawk did block the arrow. Doesn't matter. No. They still get the kill. Falcons able to take down Cloud.
As soon as they start splitting up, I mean, it's difficult to always be like a 5-man unit. You know, you never really want to do that either, but 1W has to be cautious when they do split up. When they're 5, they're strong. When they're not, they're quite weak. And that 7K deficit still continuing to show. As Roche, probably on the menu, I'd say, here for Falcons, switching down toward bottom.
Amar. See if he can catch Sweden Strong. TP's at the ready if Sweden Strong wants to juke and go for a TP, and with the Torrent already used, there's no further chance for Amar to go hunting into the trees, so Sweden Strong escapes, but space is there. Roshan is claimed. Aegis going to be going into the hands of Skeeter.
And Skeeter now does have the full Aghanims. So before that last fight, he just kind of had components and everything. Now he's got it finished up. So damage has accelerated massively for him too, on top of Solar Flare and all these drinking buddies and stuff too.
Here comes the push.
Yep.
Falcons feeling strong with the Aegis.
And it still is really, it's mostly just this Luna who is farmed. As a 5-man, as you said, 1W, they can maybe take some of these fights. It's still complicated, but
This is that rough time as well, you know, 21 minutes, the Wisdom Rune's going to spawn, they should be able to grab that, and if they want to with this tier 2 taken, could consider going for the Tormentor. See how strong that they feel that they are, or how safe they want to play. Looks like they're going to start pulling back. Same time, 1W able to move over to Falcon's side of the map, claim their wisdom.
I'm going to be clicking on Skater quite a lot just to see the overwhelming damage now at this point. Because look at with Drinking Buddies, it's 270. With a full Solar Flare, it's going to be doing well over 300 damage. That's flacking out as well, and it comes fast because of the Solar Flare attack speed too.
So I guess it's what, all pretty much on
the overgrowth.
The overgrowth or the roar.
Or the roar.
Something's got to be thrown down onto this gyro. If Skeeter's able to hit in the team fights, there's going to be a lot of pain and suffering for 1W.
Yeah, everybody will be shredded, so they have to. I mean, how far are they from Blink? I mean, very far still for Respect, but he can sneak in invisible to try to get some of these stops for it, but
Sweden strong. This time they'll find him. Another kill for Mallory. 10-1 and 2 on the sniper. Over towards the top. 1W may have lost their Tormentor to Falcons, but in return 1W will be able to take Falcons Tormentor away from them.
That's pretty nice. At least get something out of the map, because you can't actually go back toward your side at the moment here. And how's Munkushi's farm for the BKB looking? He's got it done.
It's good, yeah. His farm, you know, you can see stand level really with the cause of Falcons. And we have seen Luna do some spectacular stuff in this patch. This hero is very, very strong.
Absolutely. He just doesn't have the buffs that Skeeter has. Skeeter just has overwhelming amount of buffs. He's just going to have, like, a Solar Crest. And maybe, I guess, like, some of that attack speed from the Beast. But yeah, we'll see. Munkushi, level 16. The 20 talents is really once that Luna starts powering up the most.
Two and a half minutes left to play with the Aegis on Skeeter. I think the Falcons will at the least look for the tier 2 top, try and clean out the last remaining outer tower that 1W have standing. Hurricane Pike for Skeeter as well, so it's going to be even easier for him to get into position in these fights to get the damage done with the flat cannon. As you say, it's going to be heavy pressure on 1W to find some sort of way to lock down this gyro.
It's Cloud or Respect, right? It's got to be one of these two. You either have to roar him or root him, isolate him somehow, do not let him get these flak hits off.
Absolutely.
But he's not the only one who's doing damage either. We have to remember Malrine is a very big
distance
as well.
It's true. Oh, Amar! They're going to
deep.
find him. They catch him with the roar. He's going to get pulled to the side with the Drinking Buddies into the snowball. There's going to be bailout here front snaking. Wukong's command has got laid down. Have they got the damage to take these two out yet? Corner the Wukong's, they're falling down low.
But Skeeter's dealing damage.
Go down first. Skeeter indeed bringing in the damage alongside Malrine. Double kill for Skeeter. Malrine's able to take down the kills. Sweden strong, also likely to fall as the Squirrel desperately tries to retreat. The Torrent won't catch him, but the Starstorm, it will. The right click's coming through from Skeeter's final hits. He picks up the triple, and Falcons get the team wipe.
They got baited so hard. Amar just like giving them, he's like, please go on me. Snaking comes in. We've seen him do amazing things on his Tusk, on his Oracle. Save comes in. I think they even use Root on these two heroes as well, so Skeeter just comes in and really just crushes them from above.
Oh, there we go. And up to the high ground now with the team wipe into their hands here, Falcons. I believe we're also going to be able to listen in to see what Falcons had to say in the comms during that last bit of action.
You just keep it going the whole time.
Well, there we go. I think he's still going now. He's not stopped since the beginning of the game when he got that kill under the tower with his shrapnel. Malrine is having a blast here on the sniper.
Yeah, I mean, he did also do, what, 3,000 damage or so in that fight, so he is just being able to, 11-1 and 6. Pretty much flawless performance from him, except for that one kill they got on him up top. And yeah, he really did ruin poor Chira Jr.
He did. Chira Jr.'s had a rough one this series, really. I guess the first game being sort of given a position where it's like, hey, take the Wind Ranger mid. We need someone to play it. And then this game, too, having to play a matchup in which Malrine completely dominated him in.
I mean, he had his number, it seems like, the whole series, right? Even in the Bat Rider, yeah, Chiro was, like, getting some farm, but he was getting lassoed in every single fight and just getting demolished. So, yeah, Malrine bringing it to his counterpart. 16,000 gold lead. Another set of full items coming out for everybody. Even Crit starting to get more scaling. Level 15 for him. Now he's starting to do some big damage also. And for 1W, I mean, that kind of was their big fight of a lot of their timing items coming in. That was the Luna BKB and everything that they've been waiting for, but...
Snaking.
Falcon's just too strong.
He's going to find Cloud. He's going to caught in the shards. Cloud, he's going to go for the raw TP. Is there anything to put a stop to it? There is the double snipe coming in with the Assassinate and the arrow. Not a chance for Cloud. Shot down outside the base. Falcons, they can certainly look to start approaching the high ground.
Look at all the buffs.
What do 1W do? They're out on the map right now. They're going to have to get back if they want to put a stop to these racks going down.
But these type of, I mean, we've seen these a lot. If you're not immediately wrapping, the teams usually know you're going to go for this type of wrap play. So let's see if Falcons does expect it. Because nobody's shown inside the base, so they're probably, are they going to flank on us?
Let's have a look.
Let's
I mean,
see.
he's got that BKB, can stand his ground for a little bit. If he gets the Wukong's command out, still it's going to be an overwhelming amount of physical damage coming through.
Look at how much they're flanking around.
If they find Maureen
sees him.
That's going to be pretty big if they can start the fight on towards the sniper. They will. They'll drop down the ward. They'll try to get the Wukong's, but his tree is being cut. Chira Jr. tries for the setup, but it gets caught as the tree gets cut down. He'll get the BKB off, but he's taken out. They surround Munkushi. Munkushi trying to stand his ground against the four of them, but the damage is too much. Munkushi falls. They'll look over towards Sweden Strong as a missile heads his way to bring down the hood.
And the arrow!
It connects again. Crit. He just don't miss. As Cloud's been found, they're running out of buybacks. Respect trying to get back into the action here with Sweden Strong, but none of the cores have buyback available.
Well, they got the one. They got Maureen. Problem is, there's a whole lot of heavy hitters on this squad. They get brought down, and they have to use buybacks, and the towers are falling. The final racks.
Falcons.
Making it look pretty easy
They
this time
certainly
around.
are. Game one was pretty one-sided, but game two, Falcons, they stepped it up.
Oh, yeah.
And this is sort of the level of win that you expect from this squad.
Getting this sniper mid really did feel like the beginning of that nail in the coffin, and after that first 4 minutes or so, Maureen just put too much pressure. That's it. That's the Megas.
Up against the Mega Creeps, 1W. Of course, they'll play on. This is the lower bracket. They lose this, they're going home. 2%.
I mean, Munkushi tells them, push the throne. This is the classic
And that's
EU
true, that's the strat you use in pubs. Go end,
we're
AFK. Crapper. Amar, no. He knows. He's seen this before, the end mid.
But they've got a ward in the base. They see everybody on 1W. They might just jump him anyway.
Here we go. Skied up. It's straight in. They get the connection on towards Cloud. He's gone. Respect shot down by Maureen, and into the base they go once more. Falcons chasing down Sweden Strong. He's into the trees. The cooldown, it's coming for him though, as he gets pushed back by the tidal wave into the cooldown. Chira Jr. is watching Maureen from the trees, but can't really reveal himself. At the least, maybe he can start cutting some creep waves, but the top's already moving in. They're on towards the throne. As Falcons take the tier 4s onto the Ancient. 1W, they'll have one more fight here with the two of them. Chira Jr. is in with the BKB, does get the Wukong's command off. Munkushi steps up, and Chira Jr. gets shot down by Maureen. Munkushi's out. GG, well played is called. Falcons, they'll be moving on in the lower bracket here, taking the series 2-0, knocking 1W out.
Just a tough matchup, really, in particular. You could tell Falcons just a skill level ahead of 1W, really, today. In these lanes, in the draft, and just across the board with the way that they played. Just super confident, super aggressive, and yeah, it's sad. Sad for 1W, of course. You know, we've seen them kind of growing and everything, but this was one of the hardest matchups you can get put in.
Oh, it was. This is a terrifying team to run into in the lower bracket, especially when they've got the level of preparation that they showed off today here. Just completely thwarting any sort of thing, any plan that 1W tried to put together from the drafting phase onwards against them. Falcons, they'll be moving on 2-0 here, knocking 1W out.
Thank you very much, ODPixel and Fogged, and congratulations to Falcons to making it to the Royal Arena and securing top 8 with that series. We're going to break it all down here. Tigov, this game, we already knew it was going to be hard. We painted one potential road where 1W could do it, but it would have been a very difficult one.
Yeah, no, they pretty much lost all their lanes, right? You got the gyrocopter just pushed out the Beastmaster, then you had Sniper slaughter the mid lane, and not only that, when you see the Monkey King rotate to top, and then Maureen follows him, gets a triple kill, Amar lives on a sliver of HP, able to run it off. even do a little bit of all chat. Like that was the kind of the beginning of the end. And yeah, this is where it's like now with this deep into the road of international, the international so close, like teams need to be a little bit kind of smarter with how they approach drafts, because the top teams, the tier 1 teams, they'll find ways to exploit the current meta, and that's exactly what Falcons did here. You know, the bat pick in the previous game, the gyrocopter pick in this game, with the sniper as well. Like, you cannot be so, you know, static like 1W was. And yeah, Falcons, incredible stuff, now progressing through the lower bracket.
Yeah, Falcons just brought 2 simple solutions to the Monkey King that 1W just brought out in very early on in the draft. They had that Bat Rider flex in game 1. In this game, they had this pocket pick mid sniper, which is funny to say about sniper because we've seen him a lot, but for Falcons, it does feel out of pocket. And because of this sniper pick, Monkey King never really could get off to the start. T mentioned the rotation that Malrine matched on Shiro Jr. top. That really was where they lost the game, honestly, because Monkey King needed to get whatever you could out of the map early on, and matching a rotation there, following him to the mid lane, with the 2 supports of Falcons, killing him again, only getting the return kill on Tusk. All of these things made it so that if Shiro Jr. were to come back into the game, it would be off of throws. And that's what we saw. Falcon did, you know, die alone a few times, 2 heroes playing versus 4, playing without vision, but even that wasn't enough to stop the tempo of the Skeeter Gyro.
Well, nothing went wrong for them. Like, this is one of those snowbally ones where your XP 7 minutes in gets stolen, everybody is on your side of the map, post 5 minutes, mid lane, unplayable matchup, not much more to say about it, especially since the addition of the facet for the sniper with the scatter shot, where you deal insane amount of damage over 1 second. You just don't have ways to play the game. We saw that rotation, getting a triple kill, very difficult to come back. They had some okay mid-game-ish fights, but they were so far ahead, and we've been theory crafting how to deal damage, how to deal as much damage as possible in shortest period of time. Gyro with the Tusk, with the flak cannon. Look at his neutral item. I believe that's Paladin Sword, but he did have the, you know, the splashy one, the tier 2 neutral one, where you're actually attacking more targets. Solar Flare on top of that. Your flak cannon, it goes out in a matter of seconds with that Solar Flare as well. Throwing Solar Crest, he had so many buffs, and big smiles from Skeeter for a good reason.
Yep, he loves his Gyro. I mean, this is one of the heroes that Falcons played even when other teams didn't want to. They did the same thing here at TI. This is the 2nd Gyro pick and the 1st win, so hats off to them for that. But this game overall, it felt like Falcons were never really in danger of losing, because even the fights, even the deaths that they gave away, they were just foolish fights, right? There was this one time where Sniper plus Tusk think they can fight on no vision, you know, 4 heroes from 1W rotate and kill them. Another fight, the one that looked good for 1W, was also just because Sniper wasn't there. Like, all of these fights didn't make it look back and forthy. It just kind of called for Falcons to finally group up, finally get that Aegis, and just play together to finish it.
Yeah, and they did it, and it was the overall last big sniper that definitely helped them do that. And with mention of Malrine, why not hear some words from Malrine himself?
Shiva, yes, indeed. I am here with Malrine, and we're going to have a chat about that series. I mean, firstly, looked very convincing, looked very, very strong. How did you find it to play?
I feel like we just have the conversation about our losing in the previous series, and we just came up with some ideas. And now we're gonna look at the DOTA right now, so we just realized it in the next matches, and we'll see in the next matches too against Bad Boom.
Already looking forward then. Well, did just want to talk about the series a little bit. I mean, it like you guys were having a lot of fun, you know, a lot of old chat, a lot of banter, you know. One way, is this a team which you kind of joke around with a lot in scrims and such?
Personally, I was not even chatting. I was like spamming the voice lines that it doesn't even count, you know. But probably was Amara only one who was spamming some chat wheels, like spamming in the chat. And I don't think he has some beefs. He's just making the fun for the community. So we don't have the beefs. We're just having fun.
Awesome. I mean, it certainly looked like you guys were having a great time there. When you picked the sniper, were you kind of expecting the game to go this way? Even in the draft, I said, guys, hey, Monkey King gonna have a rough time. So I was not expecting it's gonna be that hard for them to play, but that's how it goes. The guy was not expecting this. They certainly were not. You got the better of them there. So heading now to the international main stage. You know, what's it going to be like to play in that arena and play in front of a crowd on TI main stage for you?
I mean, obviously for me, it's gonna be excited to play in the first my TI. But to be honest, I'm not really feel that much excited, because it's just it's just about my work, and I need to perform as much as I can. So I don't want to put me in the nervous and exciting that I'm playing the TI. Wow, God bless, I'm playing here. So I just need to do my work.
Go to work, do business. I love that attitude, Marion. Thank you very much for coming to talk to me. We'll go back to Shiva and the gang in the studio.
I think that's a very good attitude to have, Lacoste, to make sure, eyes on the prize, don't get distracted, just play well.
Yeah, focusing on the right thing in the back of your head, it's probably going to be there, but, anxiety performance can pretty much kick in anytime. And Malrine, I would say he had some when he first came into the scene, but he shook it off almost immediately. And this guy, he feels fully ready to show what he's made of. His first TI, he's been dominating this year pretty much throughout the whole year. And it's always love to see him play because this guy is very young and he has like 5-6 heroes that are level 30 and always plays extremely well.
He really does play extremely well.
Yeah.
And of course, having won multiple titles this year, it makes it easy to already have the experience of dealing with the nerves.
And you can see the combination between these players, the synergy. Amar, he goes in, he's the one who's going to be the bait, has 21 charges, and he TPs in with Malrine. Sniper gets a triple kill pretty much, and that's pretty much also the start of the end for how the next 10-15 minutes of the game.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit about 1W. They were the only team here with everybody, including their coach, being their first timer, and they only qualified for 3 events in the whole year as 1W. Before that, they were Clemsania, and they definitely qualified for a few more. But this year has been 3 events, but only one, other than this one, that they could attend. So they didn't have a lot of experience to back this run off of. Effie, how do you feel? How do you feel like we should be looking back on their run here?
And I do think that the way they played during this tournament was slightly disappointing, just based off of the last tournament they played. I believe they got 2nd place, and a lot of people were linking them as an up-and-comer team, but they showed a lot of signs of potential brilliance in moments where, like even in that last game where they got stomped, they were able to have some turnaround fights. They're able to be confident and play the way they want to, even against these huge teams that they don't have the experience of.
Yeah, they can definitely look back and be proud on their performance and their ability to attempt to stand up against Falcons. Definitely one of the more formidable opponents in this lower bracket. For some final words of 1W, we head over to Pyrian, who's standing by with Sweden Strong.
Thank you, Shiva. Yes, I am here with Sweden Strong of 1W. First of all, we're very, very sorry to see you guys go out of the tournament, but of all the teams to bump into in the lower bracket, Falcons was probably one of the harder ones you could have drawn.
I mean, in our situation, we had to win against everyone. Against Falcons, we couldn't win. I mean, it's unfortunate, but it is what it is. Yeah.
So this is the first time at TI for your entire team, and indeed, as the panel was saying, not a huge amount of LAN experience amongst you guys. Do you think you've learned a lot here at this TI?
I mean, definitely. I mean, any tournament for us is like a learning opportunity, and we get better after every tournament. We learned valuable lessons for sure about like how we prepare for the tournament, how we interact with each other, and what we do like during the tournament. So yeah, I think the tournament helped us a lot for sure.
Fantastic. And I suppose I'd also like to know what your plans are for next year. What are you guys hoping to achieve to grow on this experience?
I mean, hopefully we will stick together, and we will for sure come stronger, guys. We will come back, and we will come stronger. We plan to play in every tournament and win them all, yes, if it's possible, yeah.
Fantastic. And just finally, have you got a word for your fans who've obviously had to see you go out today, but maybe you could give them a sort of a thank you or something?
Of course, yes, guys. Thanks for cheering for us. Thanks for supporting our team and watching our games. The support feels amazing, like reading comments and seeing you guys, yeah. Thank you all for supporting us. We will come back stronger. Thank you, guys.
Well, thank you, Sweden Strong, for entertaining us at this international. Unfortunately, we have to say goodbye. But you've been fantastic to watch, and thank you very much. And Shiva, back to you in the panel.
Thank you very much. And Tigov, I don't think we've seen the last of 1W here, the way they performed. This is still a very young team.
Yeah, and from, again, another exit interview. Exit interview, and the same kind of vibes. It's like, we didn't do very well, but we feel like we're improving, and we hope to stick together. Like, if you rewind the Dota clock multiple years, you don't have that level of, like, it's like, yep, we lost. I can't wait to kick the guy when I get to the pub. You know, like it's very different nowadays. So I do hope for some of these teams, like Nouns, like 1W, that like the core structure and the ideas get to, you know, live longer than this one run, because you can see there's moments of brilliance, but they just doesn't have like the time to really push them towards like the top teams.
Yeah, it's about learning with everything you do. We learn every day as well, and we're going to learn right now as well with Purge.
Thank you, Shiver. What I want to talk about is Sniper, because we saw a complete ransacking that game. And the reason is because of the new facet, okay? The regular Sniper Shrapnel spell, you've all seen it, does some light peppering of damage for 10 seconds, slows appropriately. But this other one changes it. It makes the damage more upfront, but it doesn't do as much over time. So the difference is that you can dump a lot more damage out in a short period of time, but over like 10 seconds, it's less, right? So the other Shrapnel that you're used to, if they stand in it for 4 seconds, it does the exact same amount of damage. But this one does it all in a 1 second burst. So that means that if you put all 3 charges down, within 3 seconds, you can do up to like 900 damage just with Shrapnel. Those are bonkers numbers, and that's why pro players are picking this hero so much right now, because from a support position, no other hero really can do that much damage that early at such a low level. So what Malrine basically does in the mid lane is he's Monkey Kinging the Monkey King. The guy doesn't get to get close to the creep wave, and he's basically trying to get him low enough that when he's got 2 charges of Shrapnel, he can dump both charges and get a kill. In fact, I actually did miss it. Excuse me. Get him low, get him low, get him low, get him low, and then when he's got 2 charges again, that's when things start getting really dangerous for the Monkey King. He gets to basically run him down slowly over time with shrapnel damage, and that's what ends up producing the first kill. I was wrong, I'm sorry, it's on this clip, so sorry.
He was doing it so many times.
So many times, there it is. First one, second one. That's it, he didn't even get close to the creep wave, he just kills him. Gets a solo kill, then he TP's top, same thing. 3 charges are ready to go. Right clicks down the Luna, puts one over on the tree, saves the shrapnel charge against the Monkey King, and this is just like an insanely big advantage. So anytime that his enemies fight sort of near his tower, he gets to use this huge range to just dump a stupid amount of damage into one guy, plus assassinates. So really big impact from Malrine here. Keep in mind though, with everything I just said, this hero's got a 32% win rate. It's just the fact that his skill is so unique in how much damage it does that pros they're just baited into it. They're like, well, obviously I want to win like crazy in the early game. It just doesn't always transition, but it looks good early.
It looks good early, and maybe it looked also good, especially in this game, because it was one of the later picks, last pick coming out. So that that sets the hero a little bit more up for success, and we've seen it at a lot of supports as well.
Yeah, I mean, as a support, it kind of fills the role of Snapfire. In what we've seen, provides a lot of damage on the laning stage, where you have a offlaner like Kunkka who maybe doesn't do the damage, but gives you the CC, and it's just been, very efficient in how it fits into the meta. But I did want to comment that there's something that always happens in Dota when a hero is really broken in one way, and that way gets nerfed. People forget about it for a while, but then there's a facet that's slowly getting buffed under the radar, and someone tries it, someone plays it, and they think to themselves, holy crap, this is overpowered. And then everybody starts to do it too. So Sniper lost all of his attack range, which was why he was first pick 6 months ago in almost every tournament. And then instead he gets a facet that gives him almost 900 damage at level 1.
Yeah, that's what happens.
I mean, just support's a griefing Sniper. 30% win rate on support Sniper. Core Sniper, 50%. There it is. Pick it in the mid lane, viable. Pick it in the support, probably booking yourself some early tickets
got a
home.
hater on
That's
the
all I'm
panel.
saying. All right, back to you, Shiva.
It's all good. I feel like every panel has got a Sniper hater. I believe in the mornings, Jenkins is right there with
It's the chair. Oh,
same
no.
chair as well, I was going to say. Speaking of mornings, we had one today. We have one every day.
We'll have one tomorrow.
We'll have one tomorrow as well. But first, let's talk about the one that we had today, because we started the day, Effie, in a very exciting fashion.
Yeah, this Talon BB Team series, I did not expect it to go to 3 games, but Talon had such a beautiful comeback in that game too. I highly recommend watching the series if you didn't. They had to find one of 2 opportunities they had to win the game, and they won it spectacularly with no buybacks from BB Team in that game too. But BB closed it out, They're going through their training arc in the lower bracket. We saw it today. In the end, they pulled through.
Yeah, 1 dub against Team Zero. I kind of expected more from Team Zero, to be honest, but 1 dub, they showed what they're made of in that series, but after they were playing against Team Falcons, they kind of hit the wall. This was a bit too much for them, too big of a meal to take on. And the last series was...
BB Team Nouns.
BB Team Nouns as well. Nouns slightly figured out as a team. They showed some great performance, knocking down Team Spirit. But other than that, I feel like the preparation for this series, it was all on BB's side because they were so ready with the picks and how they played it out, showing that they were a better team today. And also the matchup between these two teams, definitely favoring BB Team.
Yeah, I wonder if we have such a situation in tomorrow's games as well. When speaking about tomorrow's games, we've got 4 series in the lower bracket that are not yet played out. We are having 6 teams right now in the Royal Arena, and we want 8. 2 more teams need to join them, T, and it's spicy.
Yes. Tomorrow. Yes. Oh, we've lost it. It's fine. Don't worry.
No.
We've zoomed in on it.
Yes, we did.
Even better. Yes, the bottom half of this bracket is basically everyone who doesn't want to watch Western European Dota. This is what you care about. The Beast Coast, the Heroic, the Spirit, the G2IG, the Extreme Gaming, and the Aurora. You want these guys to do well, to make a deep run, so that our grand finals isn't going to be a repeat, of Gaming and Liquid. Therefore, this part of the bracket, they're the curveballs, the ones that bring the spice, the oomph, the memories. So tomorrow is going to be the most important day, because if they don't show up, then we probably are expecting Western Europe to probably dominate this TI. So tomorrow is everything other than Western Europe.
Yeah, I also want to quickly look at it. We already see one of the lower bracket matches in Royal Arena between BB Team and Falcons, and I happen to know that Falcons and BB Team face each other 25 games in 2024. 20-5 in favor of Falcons, so hopefully BB Team will do their homework in that series as well. But the teams that are going to play tomorrow better have done their homework as well, because I want some exciting, spicy matches. And I know we say it every time, Effie, that we have an interregional matchup with Beast Coast and Heroic, and we're seeing them again. It's going to be sad either way, I feel.
It is going to be sad, but it's also going to light a fire in both of these teams to, at the very least, prove that they are the best South American team right now. And that does mean something to them. So I expect that it will be a bloodbath. No team is going to concede easily. They're going to bring their best drafting. And even if that's as far as they go, to say that they're the best South American team in the world is an award.
Final thoughts of the day, Lacoste. What do you think how today went, and what do you expect for tomorrow?
Kind of as expected. The only matchup that we didn't cover is Team Spirit against the G2IG, which is going to be a tough one for G2IG, without a doubt. Team Spirit, choosing their own fate. They need to make this lower bracket run after they chose Nouns to be brought down by them, and now they have a long run in this lower bracket.
Or a very short one.
Or a very short one, you can end it, but if you want to defend the title, you need to be able to win 6 BO3s and a BO5, which is pretty insane to think about, but if there is a team that can do it, that's definitely Team Spirit.
They are so tilted. Like, they have to, not tilted, but angry at themselves.
Okay.
Not for choosing Nouns, but for not preparing the way that they should have for them, because their series versus Nouns is what basically left them exposed and wide open to the other 2 teams that they played, Gaming Gladiators and BB Team. They had the research of Team Spirit's mistakes, so Team Spirit gave it to other teams and didn't have it for themselves. They're angry tomorrow. They have to be.
Just a potential grand finals that we could have envisioned is now a lower bracket round 2. That's still, I can't even think about it existing.
He's
but we'll see it
talking about
tomorrow.
Extreme versus Spirit, which we might see tomorrow.
Like I said, guys, it's going to happen tomorrow.
No, tomorrow is going to be very exciting. Tomorrow is going to be very spicy. Another 4 best-of-3s in the lower bracket, and it's the final series we have before we move on to the Royal Arena. We'll be live again, 10 a.m. sharp. Of course, we're live a little bit before that with a wonderful panel. Make sure you tune in for that, and make sure you tune in for all the Dota that's going to happen right here on this very stream. So see you tomorrow for more Dota 2 and the Road to the International.